Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 361, Amon and Lilith. This revelation shocked everyone into stunned silence. A member of the lone royal family wanted to become a god. But wasn't it explicitly forbidden by the church for members of the royal family to ascend to demigod and beyond? How could that even be possible? Yet it was the fool who had spoken, and none of them dared to doubt him. The Black Emperor. Wasn't that one of the two cards Mr. Fool had always held? Klein quickly switched to the world persona and continued in a low, grim tone. Just before the great smog descended upon Backlund, a clash occurred in the suburbs involving the three major churches and the royal family. From what I've since learned, the lone royals had been secretly constructing a tomb meant to serve as the site of a divine ascension ritual. To that end, they'd been kidnapping and trafficking people from all over the country. He turned to Alger. Mr. Hangman, do you remember the man named Baron you once asked us to investigate? He was one of the key players responsible for trafficking humans on behalf of the royal family. Alger froze. He had merely submitted a routine commission during a past tarot meeting, never expecting it to be tied to something of such earth-shattering scale. Klein went on, I haven't yet found definitive proof that the high sequence which triggered the Great Smog was directly working for the lone royals, but... Edward interjected at just the right moment. The royal family used the smog as a cover to hide their years of large-scale human trafficking operations in Backlund. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He had considered countless possibilities, but never imagined the truth would be this simple. If no one had intervened in time, the death toll from the smog could have reached tens of thousands, or even more. And all of it, just to bury their crimes. He lowered his head, rage flaring silently in his chest. Furs was spiraling into panic. She had been at the scene of the suburban incident outside Backlund. At the time, she'd thought the royal family's human trafficking was just another terrible scandal. Now she was being told it was tied to an attempt at godhood. We're doomed. Doomed, doomed, doomed. It's really all over this time. Audrey hurriedly asked, then what about the wave of assassinations targeting Lone's elite? Could that also be connected? Edward shook his head. That, I'm not sure about. After a brief pause, he added, of course, using the smog to cover up their crimes was just the initial intent. In truth, the incident in Backlund suburbs had already alerted the three major churches to the royal family's ambitions. So the continued deployment of the smog was the royals' attempt to form an alliance with the demonist sect. He paused for a second. They also recruited another ally, the Aurora Order. Or more precisely, the True Creator. Priscilla nodded enthusiastically, that's right. Mr. A was the one they sent that day, and then he just disappeared. Her tone was practically gloating. Alger's expression grew grim with doubt. By his estimation, the fool was likely trying to cooperate with the True Creator in some way, but based on what the tower had just revealed, it sounded like the True Creator, the demonist sect, and the lone royals were already cooperating among themselves. Did that mean the fool was also part of this alliance? Two evil gods, plus a corrupt royal family. An evil god coalition. Klein, still acting as the world, turned solemnly to the figure at the head of the table. Mr. Fool, what is your opinion on the lone royal family's ambitions? The fool's response was curt, almost disdainful. Despicable beings, are unworthy of godhood. I understand, Alger said with visible relief. Looks like I was overthinking things. The fool casually waved his hand. That's enough for today. Audrey rose, grasping her dress hems to curtsy. Farewell, Mr. Fool. She glanced toward Edward, considering whether to offer a prayer to the fool for a private audience, but remembering that he was about to test a sacrifice ritual, she held off for now. Farewell, Mr. Fool. In the next instant, everyone vanished from above the gray fog. The grand, majestic palace was once again left with only Klein, rubbing his temples in silence. After a long pause, he muttered to himself, if someone as vile as George III can ascend and become a god, then this world is truly beyond saving. If that day ever comes, even if he does become a deity, I'll do whatever it takes to drag him back down. Phew. He let out a breath and gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Heh, I'm just a puny sequence 7 ant, and I'm already thinking about opposing a god. Who am I kidding? Shaking his head, he added, better get some rest and recover my spirituality. I still have to help Edward later. The forsaken land of the gods. Edward opened his eyes and found himself back inside the tent. Lilith sat at the entrance, her posture alert, like a vigilant guard. She turned her head the moment he stirred. Lilith, I'm awake now. Lilith immediately skipped over, eyes sparkling with hope. So, Does that mean we can finally leave this awful place? Not sure yet. I'll need to run a test. Okay then. Edward raised his voice slightly. Your Majesty. A few seconds later, Bernadette ducked inside the tent, her expression calm as ever. How did it go? Did the existence you believe in respond to your call? He did. But now I need to conduct an experiment, one that will determine whether we can leave this place. Do you need me to do anything? Just cooperate with me by staying in one spot. Understood. Since Klein still needed time to recover his spirituality, Edward didn't rush the sacrifice. He patiently waited a little longer, then brought out an empty suitcase and opened it. You two, go inside first. Be careful, Edward, Lilith chirped. Lilith giggled and leapt lightly into the suitcase. Bernadette gave Edward a small nod, then followed her inside. Edward took out candles and other ritual supplies, and began methodically arranging them with practiced hands. Then, in a solemn voice, he chanted. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Your faithful servant beseeches your gaze. Implores you to accept his offering. And prays you to open the gates of your kingdom. Whoosh. In the very next moment, wild wind surged into the space. The surroundings were dyed in intertwining streaks of silvery white and deep black, constantly clashing and merging. The chaotic currents poured into the candle flame that symbolized the fool, causing it to swell violently, until it tore open a full-sized, illusory door. 2 suitcases sat on the floor. One held the promised £5,000 in banknotes for the fools blessed, the other contained Bernadette and Lilith. Without hesitation, Edward jumped into the second suitcase and shut it behind him. Inside the dim suitcase, Lilith tapped her tiny wand to conjure twinkling glimmers of light, softly illuminating the interior. Edward promptly morphed several lanterns into shape, flooding the space with brightness. What now? Bernadette asked, calm as ever. We wait, Edward replied, closing his eyes and silently praying for the ritual's success. If this doesn't work, we're truly screwed. Above the grey fog. Klein sat in the high-backed bronze chair at the head of the long stone table, his gaze fixed on the illusory door materializing behind the seat. As the gate opened under the extension of his spiritual power, his senses passed through the endless fog and settled on the 2 suitcases lying neatly on the ground. This scene feels familiar somehow. Klein swallowed nervously, one hand gripping the card of blasphemy, the other holding a paper crane, prepared for any emergency. After confirming there was no trace of that mysterious shadow, none other than Amon, he fully activated his spiritual vision and drew both suitcases through the gate. Why are there 2 suitcases? Throughout the entire process, he remained extremely cautious. As the suitcases slowly floated up into the grey fog, his vision pierced their outer shells, only to freeze in mild surprise. Moon City. A man in a black, old-fashioned robe and matching pointed soft hat strolled leisurely through the streets. He had a notably broad forehead, a monocle over his right eye, and a perpetual smile curling on his lips. The crowds bustled around him, but none of them seemed to notice his presence. Amon had walked this forsaken land for thousands of years. As one of the 2 surviving cities in this god-abandoned realm, Moon City was a place he knew well. It had been cut off from the outside world for millennia, its people knew nothing of what lay beyond. And yet today, these same people were excitedly discussing the outside world, dreaming of escaping to that cursed free land. The emissary of the Lord. Spreading his light and glory. Amon touched the rim of his monocle and chuckled. Father, someone's trying to poach your last few faithful. That emissary must be the one who silently destroyed my avatar. I wonder, where is he now? Suddenly, Amon turned his head, eyes locking onto a particular direction. Found you. A flash of light shimmered across the surface of his monocle. No. This aura is, 2 birds with 1 stone. With a single step, Amon attempted to steal the distance between them, instantly closing the space. But the next second, the world blurred, and he found himself standing in a vast, dimly lit realm. Floating before him was an enormous crimson halo. Amon paused. Then his lips curled into a playful smile. Lilith. Above the grey fog. Klein stared at Edward inside the suitcase, blinking in confusion. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be with Queen Mystic and that assassin cat? Why is he the only one here? Could they be stored in another mystical artifact? He turned to the other suitcase, only to find it brimming with neatly stacked banknotes. Ah, right. This one's the £5,000 Edward promised me for my blessed. Klein's eyes lit up. Godfather, I kneel before you. Wait, hold on. That suitcase, it looks more expensive than the money inside. Should I return the suitcase? Or, pretend I didn't notice and just keep it? He quickly pulled himself back on track. More importantly, it seemed that only Edward had been successfully offered up through the ritual. Inside the suitcase, Edward had made the same observation. Just moments ago, Bernadette and Lilith had been right in front of him. But the instant the sacrifice succeeded and the suitcase ascended to the grey fog, both of them had vanished. Only he had made it. Oh hell no. Edward immediately prayed to the fool, explaining the situation and requesting to be sent back. A moment later, the thick grey mist dissipated, and the suitcase returned to reality. Edward scrambled out, finding Bernadette and Lilith still in the tent, one frowning deeply, the other blinking in confusion at his sudden reappearance. What happened? Edward asked. You both vanished right in front of me. Lilith scratched her head. Miss Lilith doesn't know either. It was like, whoosh, and I was out. Bernadette's frown deepened. I sensed an irresistible force, it expelled me directly from the suitcase. Expelled. Edward repeated. Could the resistance have come from Sapphira Castle itself? Was it rejecting Bernadette because her sequence is too high? Did Klein's current level make it impossible to bear her presence? But Lilith is only sequence 8. Why was she rejected too? Bernadette added, did it work? Edward nodded. Yes. You used a sacrificial ritual to place us in a suitcase and offer us to the being you worship, and you intended for him to transport us to the outside world. Edward sighed, knowing there was no use lying. Yes. No use trying to hide anything from her. And the place of sacrifice was that being's divine kingdom, Edward confirmed. Bernadette went quiet for a moment, deep in thought. Then she asked, you've been to his divine kingdom before, haven't you? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 362, a new member of the Tarot Club. That question caught Edward off guard for a moment, but soon, a theory began to take shape in his mind. As a member of the Tarot Club, he had to attend meetings at Sapphira Castle once every week. On the surface, this seemed entirely harmless. But then again, Medici had been tainted just from brushing against the City of Calamity, and even the powerful Evernight goddess dared not personally draw water from the river of eternal darkness. Which meant they had all been contaminated by Sapphira Castle from the very beginning. Or rather, because of Klein's presence, this contamination might have been beneficial, like being branded by the castle as one of its own. Given the current situation, the logic became clearer. During the sacrificial ritual, Sapphira Castle would initiate a verification process. For inanimate objects or sealed artifacts, passage was granted directly. But for living beings, there was a second level of verification. If the subject bore the castle's mark, entry was allowed. Without it, instant rejection. If this reasoning was correct, then to allow Bernadette and Lilith to pass through the ritual and leave the Forsaken Land, they would first need to pray to the Fool and be accepted, branded, by Sapphira Castle. Lilith wasn't a problem, she was just a tiny shrimp at sequence 8. But Bernadette, she was sequence 3. Klein's current spirituality couldn't possibly withstand that, could it? Besides, with how cautious Klein was, would he really be willing to bring a sequence 3 powerhouse into the Tarot Club? Noticing the changing expressions on Edward's face, Bernadette asked calmly, you seem to have come to a conclusion. I think so. Edward nodded, then added, perhaps, only by becoming a believer of my lord can one set foot in his kingdom, and thus leave this place. Bernadette blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected that. Originally, she had intended for Catlia to become a believer of this mysterious fool after they escaped the Forsaken Land. Now it seemed, she would have to take that step herself. It wasn't entirely unacceptable. After all, Edward believed in him, and there didn't seem to be any problems. With that thought, Bernadette made up her mind. I am willing to believe in him. Edward let out a dry laugh. The question now isn't whether you're willing to believe in him, it's whether he's willing to accept your belief. And another thing, this kind of secret involving the Fool's divine kingdom, surely it wasn't appropriate for a believer like himself to be the one reminding the deity about it, right? Bernadette fell silent. He was right. This was a god they were speaking of. To such an existence, sequence 3 might as well be sequence 9, or even just an ordinary human. I'll pray to him again. With that, she sensibly stepped out of the tent. Phew. Edward exhaled slowly, brought his hands together, and whispered. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Bathed in a wave of grey mist and crimson glow, Edward once again arrived in the grand, solemn palace atop the fog. Klein lounged upon the bronze chair that symbolized the fool, looking rather at ease. A faint smile played on his lips as he asked, Mr. Tower, why do you think your friend and your cat were unable to arrive at my palace through the sacrificial ritual as you did? Well done, Klein. You're starting to master the first secret of leadership. When you don't know something, toss it back to your subordinates like a test question, just make it look like you're assessing them. Without hesitation, Edward replied, I have a theory. I'm not sure if it's correct. Speak. I suspect it's because I had already been to your palace before the sacrifice, as a member of the tarot club. That's why I was able to enter via sacrifice. But my friend and my cat are not, and were rejected as a result. Klein nodded slightly. Your reasoning is sound. Oh. So that really is the case. But wait, doesn't that mean I'll have to bring Queen Mystic onto the grey fog as well? Suddenly, Klein felt a wave of disorientation. How long has it been since this all started? And now I'm about to bring my dearest daughter, mentioned in Emperor Roselle's diary, the one who later became a major player in the mystical world, above the grey fog. How should he even greet her? Hello, I'm your father's old pen pal. From now on, you may call me Uncle Joe. Wait, if she joins the grey fog, wouldn't Roselle's diary entries become abundant from now on? No. That might actually be a bad thing. If Bernadette bartered powerful items for diary pages, how's a fake god like me supposed to pay for that stuff? Then again, Queen Mystic was at least a demigod, possibly stronger. If he brought her above the grey fog, could his spiritual body even withstand the strain? Should I make an excuse and reject her? No, that wouldn't do. Under normal circumstances, maybe he could decline. But right now, they were trapped in the Forsaken Land, constantly at risk of being hunted down by Amon, the King of Angels. Refusing to help would essentially be abandoning them to die. Not to mention, Edward might have gotten dragged into all this because of him. Besides, the guy had just given him a generous donation of £5,000. I can't say no. Klein was suffering a headache. And so was Edward. Bernadette had entered the Forsaken Land for his sake. There was no way Edward could just take Lilith and escape, leaving her behind. But Klein's spirituality couldn't support a sequence 3, and that was an objective limitation. The situation was going in circles. Wait a minute, could I use Madman to the right to forcibly reverse the outcome? But this was Sapphira Castle they were dealing with, even divination wouldn't work here. After a long silence, Klein finally spoke in a calm tone, go back and have your friend try praying to me. Then, choosing to reveal just enough, he added, however, as you might already understand, I'm still limited in how much I can influence the real world. There's no guarantee I'll be able to bring her here. Understood, Edward replied gratefully, seizing the excuse without hesitation. Praise the fool. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Klein then severed the connection, causing Edward's figure to vanish from above the grey fog. Sigh, if I were thinking purely pragmatically and with maximum caution, this kind of self-exposure would definitely be unwise. But, I suppose this is my way of repaying Edward for everything he's done for me. Back inside the tent, Edward immediately called out, Your Majesty, my lord has granted you permission to pray to him now. Then he turned to Lilith. You too, Lilith. Bernadette stepped inside. What do I need to do? Lilith tilted her head, puzzled. What does Miss Lilith need to do? Edward gently patted her head. Lilith, just repeat after me. Then you'll go to a palace full of grey fog. Remember to be very polite to the gentlemen you meet there. Got it. Lilith blinked in curiosity. Is that the place Edward usually goes to? That's right. I understand now. Close your eyes. Edward gave Bernadette a glance, then said seriously, I've only secured you the opportunity to pray to my lord. Whether he responds or not depends entirely on his will. She nodded. Understood. Then Edward began chanting softly. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Lilith echoed sweetly. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Lilith and Bernadette chanted in unison. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. At that moment, Edward tossed a coin into the air and murmured silently, May Bernadette be brought above the grey fog by Mr. Fool. The coin spun through the air, and, unsurprisingly, landed just out of reach of his palm. As expected. How could a divination involving Sapphira Castle, an actual spherote, possibly succeed? Just as the coin was about to fall to the floor, a swirl of grey-white mist surged in front of Edward's eyes. In the next moment, he found himself inside the grand, mist-shrouded palace of Sapphira Castle, but the bronze throne that symbolized Mr. Fool stood empty. This was. He suddenly recalled, this was exactly what he had seen last time, when he recited the four-lined luck enhancement ritual at the barrier and arrived at Sapphira Castle. Am I back again? Before he could think further, everything around him vanished. Edward remained seated in the tent. Everything just now felt like a dream, but the coin, which had clearly slipped from his hand, was now quietly resting in his palm. It showed the negative side facing up. No. The divination succeeded. A divination involving Sapphira Castle, and it actually succeeded. Could it be that what he'd seen just now wasn't a hallucination after all? Did I just borrow Sapphira Castle's power for a moment without realizing it? Edward stared intently at the coin. Then activated, Madman to the right. Above the grey fog, Klein sat tensely upon the bronze throne. Even though he'd already agreed to give it a try, even though he'd given Edward ample disclaimers and tried to convince himself to relax, he still couldn't suppress the nervousness in his heart. This was simply too risky. That Queen Mystic was a well-known demigod, an actual saint. If his spiritual strength couldn't sustain her presence and she saw through the illusion of his divinity, wouldn't everything he'd spent so long building collapse instantly? What then? How would I face Edward? Or the rest of the Tarot Club? He even began to think, if only my spiritual power weren't enough to bring her up here at all. That would avoid any risk of exposure, and I already told Edward it might not work. At that moment, 2 crimson stars flared deep within the grey fog, gleaming steadily. Klein shook off his thoughts and extended his spirituality toward one of the stars. Through the mist, he saw a small black cat, eyes closed, sincerely offering a prayer to him. Raising a beyonder pet really does have its perks, Klein thought, feeling a tinge of envy. But then he remembered, this cat belonged to the witch pathway. Her advancement would inevitably bring about disaster and misfortune, just like that high sequence witch in Backlund. A single act of role-playing from her could cost thousands, or even tens of thousands, of lives. Was Edward planning to keep her at sequence 7 forever for, certain well-known reasons, or did he have other plans? I'll find a chance to ask him later. Klein's spirituality surged, pouring into the flowing crimson light. A moment later, the black cat appeared within the Grand Palace, seated beside the long bronze table in a chair that did not belong to any current Tarot Club member. She was still sitting upright, eyes shut, praying solemnly, utterly adorable. Klein spoke in a calm tone, "You may open your eyes now." Eh? Oh. Lilith carefully opened her eyes, curiously glancing around before settling her gaze on the figure seated at the head of the table. "Hello, Mr. Fool." Klein nodded. "Hello, little one." After the greetings, both sides fell briefly silent. Lilith was doing her best to remember Edward's instructions, while Klein didn't know what to say. When new members joined in the past, he usually asked about their circumstances, invited them to join the Tarot Club, and had them select a tarot card as their representative symbol. But with this cat, should he really go through the same formalities? A moment later, he shook his head and chuckled softly to himself. Right, I almost forgot. Bringing Edward's cat and Bernadette here isn't about inducting them into the Tarot Club, it's just to let the grey fog familiarize itself with them, so that they can be properly transferred later via sacrificial ritual. No need to overthink it. That said, up till now, each proper member had chosen a card, which then engraved a matching symbol behind their chair. Only then did they truly become members of the Tarot Club. So just dropping by like this, was that enough? Note, enjoy the extra chapter 660 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 363, Chapter 363, The Empress and the Strength. To be safe, Klein decided to follow the same procedure used when inducting new members into the Tarot Club. As for whether they would attend future weekly gatherings, well, that could be figured out later. He tapped his left index finger on the bronze table, and the remaining tarot cards manifested across its surface. "Little one," he said gently, "choose a card." Lilith rose up on her hind legs and squatted upright, but she was still too short to reach the table. "What?" Klein paused helplessly. "Looks like we'll have to update the Tarot Club's record for the shortest member. You can jump onto the table to pick," he suggested. "Okay." Lilith didn't need a second invitation. She leapt nimbly onto the bronze tabletop and trotted over in her little feline steps to the spread of tarot cards. She pawed through them one by one with great concentration, then looked up with innocent eyes. "Miss Lilith doesn't understand what they mean." "Then what were you studying them so seriously for?" "Just pick one that you like." "Okay." Lilith dipped her head again and examined the cards closely. After a while, she hooked one out with a paw. "I want this one." On the card's surface was a beautiful woman seated on an elegant, comfortable throne, completely at ease, exuding grace and tranquility. The Empress. Klein couldn't help but press a hand to his forehead. "A little cat like you, and you picked the Empress. I was sure this card would go to the Queen Mystic." Still, a choice was a choice. Perhaps this was some sort of fate. "Very well, the Empress it is." With his confirmation, the symbol of the Empress appeared on the back of Lilith's chair. At the same time, the card she held with her paw quietly vanished. "Ah. It's gone." Lilith looked around in confusion, then up at Klein. "I picked it. Wasn't it supposed to be a gift? It was given to you, just in a different way. All right, you may return now." Klein waved his hand gently, severing the connection. Lilith's figure faded away from above the gray fog. Then, Klein's gaze shifted to the other crimson star still flickering in the distance. The smile on his face vanished. The real troubles, this one. He flexed his fingers, then extended his spirituality once more. A figure appeared in the depths of the mist, a woman with long chestnut hair cascading freely down her back, clad in a uniquely styled outfit. So, this is her. Bernadette Gustave. The Queen Mystic. Roselle's daughter. That big shot of the mystic world. As Klein's spiritual force surged again and flooded into the star representing Bernadette, the entire palace began to tremble. His spirituality felt like it was being siphoned by a high-power pump, rapidly draining him to the brink of collapse. A splitting pain began hammering at his skull. No, this won't do. She hasn't even fully materialized, and I'm already on the verge of burnout. If she does appear, I'll be completely done for. One hand clutching his forehead, the other gripping the edge of the bronze table, Klein's expression twisted in pain. But he didn't sever the connection. Instead, he forced his spirituality to keep pouring forth. Just a bit more, let me try one last time. Gradually, Bernadette's figure began to flicker into place on one of the empty chairs at the bronze table, though her image pulsed in and out like a short-circuiting light. For Bernadette, the transition was nearly seamless. One moment, she blinked, and the next, she found herself inside a vast palace shrouded in grey fog. Not far away, a mysterious and profound figure sat gazing upon her in silence. Her instinct was to activate the eyes of mystery prying, but she stopped herself in time. You may not look directly at God. As a long-established high-sequence beyonder, Bernadette understood the importance of maintaining reverence toward the unknown. She immediately lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Mr. Fool. That was when she became aware of something unusual. Her current state felt unstable, as if this palace could not fully accommodate her. Naturally, she didn't doubt the problem lay with Mr. Fool, so it had to be her. Recalling Edward's warning that this ancient god might not respond to her, she quickly interpreted the sensation of being rejected as some sort of divine test. She soon arrived at a conclusion. If this place cannot contain my complete self, then I shall enter in an incomplete form. That might have been impossible for others, but not for her. Inside the tent, Bernadette suddenly moved. Under Edward's astonished gaze, she reached into her hidden compartment in the spirit world and retrieved a strange ornament, a vertical eye set in a crown of crystalline diamonds, the sage frontlet. She placed it upon her forehead. Almost instantly, her body and soul transformed into a flow of information composed of pure knowledge and data. Every thread of information was part of her. Every piece of knowledge was part of her. In this state, she could divide herself into countless fragments, each a microcosm of her whole. 2 or 3 seconds later, Bernadette swiftly removed the sage frontlet and returned it to the hidden compartment. Her physical form reverted to normal. However, the portion of her that had reached the grey fog above remained active, now only a fraction of her full self, a splinter of her consciousness preserved in a semi-informational state. The palace tremors ceased. Her figure stabilized. Klein instantly felt the change, the drain on his spirituality was now halved and had finally dropped to within manageable levels. But why did that suddenly work? At that moment, Bernadette bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Greetings, Mr. Fool. May I ask, have I passed your test?" "Ah. Test? Me? Oh. Yes, yes. That was all my test. Totally on purpose." Klein quickly pieced everything together. Resting his chin on one hand, he smiled in a satisfied tone and said, "Not bad. Ah, Queen Mystic, last time we met at the Roselle exhibition, I was the one fleeing in panic under your pursuit. And now, well, it seems the tables have turned. You finally landed in my hands, haven't you? Hand over Emperor Roselle's diaries, all of them. Give them to your Uncle Joe." Of course, Klein only thought these things inwardly. Outwardly, he remained calm and composed. "You're the daughter of Roselle Gustave?" "Yes." "My name is Bernadette Gustave," she replied, then hesitated for a few seconds before asking, "Mr. Fool, do you know my father?" Klein shook his head with a hint of regret. Such an interesting person, I would have loved to meet him. But unfortunately, by the time I awoke, he had already passed. He paused, then asked, "You seem to believe that your father isn't truly dead?" Bernadette nodded emphatically. "Yes. I believe he's still alive somewhere in this world. I will find him. Then I look forward to the day I meet him," Klein said with a gentle smile. He once again manifested the remaining tarot cards upon the table. "Choose a card that suits you." Her eyes swiftly scanned the spread of tarot cards, lingering on the hermit for a few seconds before moving on. At last, she spoke calmly, "Strength." "Very well." Moments later, Klein severed the connection with Bernadette. Only then did he allow himself to relax, his tension slowly easing. Thank goodness, Bernadette and Mr. Hangman must have a lot in common. No wonder they're both free-spirited pirates, they're naturals at overthinking. And that's the beauty of overthinking, one round of internal speculation from them saves me from countless performances. Phew. Now, the final task, getting Edward and the others out of the forsaken land of the gods and back into the outside world. Forsaken land of the gods, afternoon town, inside the tent. Edward had been watching Bernadette the whole time. From the moment Klein began pulling her consciousness toward the grey fog, her state had clearly become unstable. He immediately recognized the cause, Klein's insufficient spirituality. He originally assumed Klein would give up once he hit his limit, but to his surprise, Klein had gritted his teeth and continued dragging Bernadette up to the grey fog. Edward knew full well that Klein was pushing himself this far out of consideration for him, and though he was deeply moved, he also couldn't help but worry. Just then, he saw Bernadette take out a sealed artifact from the secret compartment, putting it on her forehead and then removing it again shortly after. Incredibly, her unstable state immediately stabilized. 2 minutes later, Bernadette opened her eyes. It's done. Though Edward was curious how she managed to enter the grey fog despite Klein's limitations, he couldn't exactly press for details. So instead, he casually asked, "Did you speak with Mr. Fool?" She gave a small nod, her expression a little forlorn. "I asked if he knew my father. He said he had only recently awakened and didn't." Lilith chimed in proudly, "He called me a cute little creature." Edward patted her head. Yes. You're the cutest, okay. That's right." But then her expression changed to one of indignation. "But he made me pick a card. I spent so long choosing one, and then it just disappeared. He didn't even give it to me. Cheater. Lied to a kitty." Edward turned back to Bernadette. "You will find Emperor Roselle one day." Bernadette glanced at him, puzzled. "Why do you sound so certain?" Wasn't that just a generic word of encouragement?" Thankfully, she didn't pursue the question. "We can proceed with the sacrifice now." She beckoned to Lilith, then re-entered the suitcase. Edward couldn't quite figure out what was going through her mind. Women, no matter how old they get, they're still women. Their thoughts are forever a mystery. He shook his head and began preparing the ritual again. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, your faithful servant beseeches your gaze, prays that you open the gates to your kingdom." A sudden gust of wind erupted once more. The symbolic candle flame of the fool expanded and tore open a phantasmal gate. Edward wasted no time diving into the suitcase. That now familiar sensation swept over him, the grey fog rushing into the suitcase, wrapping around the 2 people and 1 cat inside. He knew the suitcase had once again been pulled to the space above the grey fog. Above the grey fog. This time, the suitcase was successfully sacrificed to the grey fog. Klein immediately extended his spirituality toward Justice's Crimson Star, instructing her to perform a ritual to receive the suitcase into the material world. But just then, the palace trembled again. And this time, the tremor was even more violent than before. In the blink of an eye, Klein's spirituality was completely drained, bringing him to the verge of unconsciousness. A long-forgotten thought abruptly resurfaced in his mind. Just now, merely pulling the Queen Mystic's consciousness into the grey fog nearly exhausted me. And now, I'm trying to pull her consciousness plus physical body into this place. Along with Edward and Lilith as well. Where in the world did I get the confidence to think I could handle that? And most terrifying of all. How did I forget such a crucial detail until now? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 364, Sasra. Bang. One of Klein's hands suddenly burst apart, transforming into writhing, distorted worms. Immediately after, his body also underwent a violent transformation due to the total depletion of his spirituality. Were it not for being above the grey fog, he suspected he would have already lost control entirely. No. If it's already started, then I must see it through. He stretched out his remaining hand, extending his spirituality toward the crimson star representing Audrey. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to sound as calm as possible. "Miss Justice, you may begin the ritual." Bang. His other arm exploded into countless squirming worms as well. But Klein, eyes bloodshot, continued to glare at the suitcase with unwavering focus. When Audrey's voice of prayer echoed forth, ripples bloomed behind the bronze seat once more. A phantasmal gate began to open as he infused his last reserves of spirituality. Bang. His torso, legs, and head all disintegrated into a mass of grotesquely twisted worms. And in the final instant before his consciousness dissolved into chaos, he used what little will he had left to push the suitcase from above the grey fog, straight into the illusory gate. Rumble. The magnificent palace above the grey fog collapsed in that moment. Klein's figure vanished from the grey fog and reappeared in the real world, inside the inn. He collapsed to the floor, barely remaining conscious. But truthfully, he would have preferred to just pass out entirely, at least then he wouldn't have to endure this unbearable pain. Lying on the cold floor, teeth clenched in agony, he growled. Edward, I've gone this far for you, that should count as returning the favor, right? He was just about to close his eyes for some rest when, one after another, the voices of Little Son and the Hanged Man reached him through prayer. Meanwhile, inside the suitcase, Edward and Bernadette were bombarded by thunderous roars echoing from outside, a rumbling so deep it resembled the collapse of a towering structure. Then came an overwhelming sense of nausea. It felt as though they'd been thrown into a spinning washing machine, shaken and spun so violently that even their very souls and flesh seemed moments away from separating. Just as they reached their limit, the grey fog suddenly vanished. Silence returned. Did it work? Edward raised his head in a daze, only to freeze completely. In front of him were colossal steps that stretched layer by layer from a sealed gate in the distance all the way to where he stood. This is... He looked around. The grey-white stone bricks that made up the space exuded a sense of ancient weight, as though he stood in the distant past. A palace. Beyond the windows, there was no sun, no moon, not even stars. And yet a pale light filtered through, casting the grand hall in an eerie, somber, and chilling gloom. At the palace's farthest end stood a hazy shadow, like a curtain veil. Edward flipped a coin for divination, but the result was failure. After a moment's hesitation, he began walking toward the depths of the palace. As he proceeded, everything around him seemed to be layered in a faint, shadowy haze. In the distance, a staircase ascended tier by tier, leading to a throne of black iron at its summit. Upon that throne sat a man. His dark hair fell just to his shoulders in loose curls, and the upper half of his face was obscured by shadow, his features indistinct, unknowable. Behind him, layer upon layer of void black wings cascaded downward, enveloping most of his body. His robe was of the deepest black, embroidered with intricate silver patterns and adorned with ornate decorations. At the moment, the man was resting his left elbow on the throne's armrest, propping up the side of his face as if, in slumber. Edward's heart began to race wildly. The dark angel, Sassurer. And in that instant, he finally realized where he was. The deepest chamber of the giant king's court, the final gateway from the forsaken land of the gods to the outside world. But why am I here? Wasn't I in the suitcase, being offered to the grey fog? Where's Lilith? Where's Bernadette? Where's the fool? Could it be, the true creator brought me here? But if the true creator truly wanted to act against me, he could have simply done it directly. Why go to the trouble of placing me before Sassurer? Unless, just like in the original story, he simply wants me to observe Sassurer's state. Wait. The blasphemy slate. That first blasphemy slate, born of the Chaos Sea, was said to be in Sassurer's possession. Edward immediately turned his gaze toward the throne, examining Sassurer's condition. And sure enough, within the undulating layers of void black feathers, he spotted a flash of grey-white. There it was, resting beside Sassurer's right hand on the throne. It radiated an incomparably ancient aura. That's it. Edward's eyes sharpened, and he focused all his attention on it. As he stared, he suddenly saw text carved into its surface, characters he had never learned but somehow instinctively understood. Sequence 0, door. Sequence 1, key of stars. Sequence 2. Sequence 2's formula. His eyes widened. Driven by curiosity and urgency, he took 2 steps forward, trying to get a clearer view of the words hidden beneath Sassurer's feathers. But just then, a strange sensation gripped him. The feeling of being watched. And the gaze wasn't coming from somewhere else, it was directly ahead. He slowly looked up. And met a pair of emotionless eyes. Sassurer had opened them. Edward's entire body tensed in an instant. Without hesitation, he attempted to activate the traveler's door to escape, only to find that his body was frozen in place, not even a finger able to move. I'm doomed. Yet, even though Sassurer's eyes were open, he made no move. He simply gazed at Edward in utter silence. And then, Edward's vision began to blur. The iron-black throne, Sassurer, the blasphemy slate, all faded away. In a daze, he found himself once again inside the space of the suitcase. I came back. A flicker of confusion flashed through his eyes. Did I really leave just now? And yet, the formulas for Sequence 0 and Sequence 1 still lingered vividly in his mind. What just happened? At that very moment, deep within the grand and shadowy palace, a cluster of brass eyes appeared silently across the curtain of darkness behind Sassurer. A low, thunderous voice rumbled through the air. You have seen the blasphemy slate. But whether you can truly obtain it, that depends on your own ability. In the next instant, the brass eyes vanished without a trace. Sassurer closed his eyes once more, allowing his black wings to fold back over his body, like a corpse, unmoving. Inside the suitcase, Edward was still steeped in shock, confusion written all over his face. Lilith teetered left and right, her eyes swirling like hypnotic spirals. Miss Lilith feels like throwing up. Blay. And then she did. Bernadette, by contrast, remained composed. The sacrifice should be over now. Are we already back outside? Edward flipped a coin. Heads up, negative. They were no longer in the Forsaken Land. Relief flooded him. Good. That's good, having Amon lurking around constantly was far too much pressure. Though, he still had no idea what exactly he had just experienced. Thank you, Mr. Fool, Edward whispered sincerely. Lilith, having finished retching, looked thoroughly drained. The little cat stumbled forward, wobbled over to Edward, and bumped her head into his chest. Edward, I'm so dizzy. He gently picked her up and wiped her mouth clean. There. You can rest soon. Just then, the suitcase clicked open from the outside. Audrey's lovely face peeked through the opening, eyes lighting up in delight. Edward. You're back. After so many days, seeing Audrey again filled Edward with an immense sense of reassurance. He was just about to reply. But then he realized something was off. Someone was missing. Bernadette had disappeared at some point. Whoosh. A black shadow sliced through the air and dove into the suitcase, crying out in a cheerful voice. Found you at last. It was Phoenix. The Forsaken Land, Berg Household, City of Silver. Derek woke from his slumber, eyes reflecting a flash of lightning. Though he had already devised a plan during the Tarot Club meeting to expose those corrupted teammates, he now hesitated, should I discuss this with Elder Lovia first? But the hesitation didn't last long. No. He couldn't rely on others for everything. He needed to learn how to make decisions on his own. He knew his current actions were risky. They might attract suspicion from the chief. But if there was risk to bear, it should be his alone to carry. With that thought, he gently shut the window, lit a candle, and began setting up the ritual for requesting a boon. After more than 10 minutes of waiting, a black iron box appeared atop the altar, along with the familiar voice of Mr. Fool in his ears. Do not touch the item inside directly. Ever obedient, Derek engraved this warning into his mind and cautiously opened the box. Inside was a completely black eye, devoid of pupils. The moment he saw it, Derek felt his mind begin to unravel, his thoughts grow sluggish. Whispers, faint, illusory, tinged with madness, brushed his ears. No wonder I can't touch it directly, this thing is drenched in the pollution of the true creator. In a panic, he slammed the lid shut, drew a silver dagger, and quickly erected a wall of spirituality to completely seal the box. What should I do next? Seek out the suspicious team members directly. Or, invite them over under some pretense. No, that would be far too blatant. It would be the same as shouting that something was wrong. Wait, that's it. Duck and the others probably haven't given up on trying to make me eat those mushrooms. All I need to do is show up around them more often, eventually they'll take the initiative. Perfect. With his plan in place, Derek tucked the iron box into a secret pouch sewn inside his clothing. Gripping the hurricane axe in hand, he strode out the door. He would use himself as bait to draw out the corrupted ones. Of course, what Derek believed to be secret behavior was, in truth, swiftly reported to Chief Colin Iliad. Although the team returning from the temple had undergone quarantine and checks without any findings, their mental states were, clearly off. Based on past experience, there was a high chance something had gone wrong. For the safety of the City of Silver, standard procedure would be to immediately confine them to the base of the spiral tower for further evaluation. However, Colin Iliad had discovered two exceptions, Elder Lovia and Derek Berg. He had suspected Derek for a long time, ever since the boy produced that hand of glory. At the time, he thought perhaps Derek had stumbled into some unknown hidden ruin. But only after ordering surveillance did he confirm, Derek had secretly placed his faith in some unknown being. In other words, after thousands of years without divine response in the City of Silver, Derek had made contact with a mysterious existence. By all accounts, such mysterious faiths were often traps laid by evil gods. But after much deliberation, Colin decided to continue observing in silence. We'll wait. The City of Silver cannot afford to abandon any hope of surviving the coming apocalypse. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 365, The Looming War. Backlund, inside the luxurious villa of the Hall family. After finally sending away Phoenix, who may or may not have been more concerned about the resurrection stone than him, Edward stepped out of the suitcase. The moment he emerged, Audrey rushed into his arms, embracing him tightly as if using all the strength she had. It had only been 2 or 3 days of separation, but for her, it felt unbearably long. A deadly smog that claimed the lives of tens of thousands, her father being stabbed by her own brother before her very eyes, the enormous vertical eye looming above the Hall residence, Edward's sudden disappearance without a trace, and even Mr. Fool no longer responding to her prayers. Everything had happened too quickly and too intensely, leaving her no room to breathe. Audrey, who had changed from the once naive young lady of the Hall family after meeting Edward, still hadn't become the war-forged demigod of the future. Only upon seeing Edward appear again did the weight on her heart finally lift. Edward gently patted her back. "Sorry, I made you worry again." Audrey shook her head hard. "It doesn't matter. You're safe, that's all that counts." They didn't say much more, just quietly held each other. After a few minutes, Lilith finally couldn't take it anymore. "Edward, Audrey, how long are you going to hug? Miss Lilith is hungry and wants food." Audrey let go of Edward, a little embarrassed as she glanced at the damp patch on his chest. She hadn't really cried, but in that moment, a few tears had still escaped her eyes. She reached out to pet Lilith, who was squatting on the table. "All right, I'll get something for you right away." Edward sighed helplessly. "Didn't you just throw up? And now you're hungry again." Lilith immediately replied with utmost seriousness, "It's because my stomach is empty that I'm hungry." "Fine, fine, you're always right." "Exactly." The two humans and one cat headed out of the room toward the dining hall. Along the way, Lilith looked around curiously. "Huh? Where's Susie?" "She's with Hibbert." Audrey's pretty face darkened slightly. With the help of the church, Hibbert has been freed from hypnosis and mental suggestions. But, he's been racked with guilt and has locked himself in his room. "How's your father doing?" "He's all right now." As she spoke, Audrey pulled out the resurrection stone ring and handed it to Edward. "By the way, you left in such a rush back then, the ring was still on my father's hand." After a slight pause, she asked hesitantly, "So, does that mean it's useless now?" Edward took the ring, noticing that the gemstone had developed several fine cracks. When he put it back on, the first ability, resurrection, was indeed marked as unavailable. "It's not completely useless, just can't resurrect anyone anymore. But hey, that just means it served its purpose." He smiled faintly. "Come on, let's not overthink things." Lilith's stomach is already growling. "No, it's not." Once they entered the dining hall, Audrey raised her voice slightly. "Annie, prepare some food, please." Annie, one of the few Hall family servants privy to the recent events, was especially respectful toward Edward. She hurried off to the kitchen, instructing the chefs to prepare everything at the highest standard. Soon after, Lady Hall arrived as well, showering Edward with another round of heartfelt gratitude. As for Earl Hall himself, he had yet to return. The political scene in Lone had become wildly unstable in the past few days, practically shifting by the hour. As one of the few surviving powerhouses, Earl Hall had no choice but to step forward. That said, having walked through the gates of death twice now, he had become incredibly cautious. Wherever he went, he had 2 Sequence 5 bodyguards by his side, even when using the bathroom. And of course, he also carried a magically expanded bag enchanted by Audrey. Inside were emergency charms requested from the church, usable even by ordinary people, as well as 2 port keys, one to teleport to the Church of the Evernight Goddess at St. Samuel Cathedral, and another to return to the Hall residence. All of this, Edward heard during the meal, while Audrey poked fun at her father for being too cautious, though it was clear how much the recent events had shaken them. "Do you think it really was the psychology alchemists behind those assassinations of officials and nobles?" Audrey casually asked, gently stroking Lilith, who was gnawing aggressively on a steak. "Given what you told me before, that they had been making early contact with various noble heirs, it's highly likely they were involved," Edward said thoughtfully. "But what I don't get is, why would the psychology alchemists do all this? Let's not even talk about their cooperation with the royal family before this. Forget the political entanglements. And ignore that Russian priest has been setting the stage for the tide of times, but this is Backlund, the domain of the goddess. Stirring up this much chaos is like shaking the anchor of the Evernight Goddess herself. Aren't they afraid she'll just smite them outright?" Audrey sighed. "Father said yesterday that if Lone's government can't stabilize soon, the chaos may spill into the military. And once it touches the armed forces." She looked at Edward gravely. "He's worried Faceac will seize the opportunity to start a war with Lone." Edward blinked, stunned. He muttered under his breath, "War. Could that be why Russian priest hasn't intervened at all until now?" In the original novel, he had orchestrated so many things, laying down countless preparations, all to bring about the ultimate war that would follow the tide of the times. And now. Holy crap. So that's what's happening. They always said Russian priests' tide of times was a reflection of World War I. But the First World War hadn't been sparked by a single event, it was the result of years of policy changes, deepening internal conflicts between old and new powers, widening class divides, and escalating tensions between nations. At its root was the imbalance of political and economic development. So if all those steps were skipped over entirely, wouldn't that be a problem? Edward slapped his forehead. Ugh, I'm being dumb. All those problems had already been festering in each country. The only thing missing was a spark to ignite the powder keg. In fact, in the original storyline, the war broke out just a year later. Damn, no wonder Medici is the embodiment of war. What are you thinking about? Audrey looked at Edward, who had sunk deep into thought, curiosity written all over her face. In the future you saw, was there a war? Yes. Edward nodded. The war broke out about a year from now. It started with an aerial assault, FASAC launching a surprise attack on Lone. She froze. So it really can't be avoided? Most likely, no, Edward said. Because this war isn't just about nations, it involves the gods themselves. Audrey recalled what she had heard during the Tarot Club meeting. Does it have something to do with someone in the lone royal family trying to ascend to Sequence 0? That's part of it, Edward replied. But the matter touches on far deeper layers, I can't tell you just yet. After all, it involved the scheming of the Evernight goddess and the Russian priest, not to mention the apocalypse and outer gods. It was far beyond what Audrey should know at this stage. What's your father planning to do? He doesn't seem to be putting all his chips on Lone, Audrey said. He's already secured escape routes in Intis, Lemberg, and even the southern continent. If war does break out, he'll choose whichever path offers the best advantage. Just like in the original novel. A textbook merchant response. The only question was, would he still be stabbed in the back by his beloved, little princess, when the time came? Well, there's no point fretting over something like this. Let's focus on protecting ourselves first. Anyway, I've given my parents magical pouches enchanted with undetectable extension charms. Each of them has a portkey to the Church of Evernight. If war really breaks out, they can hide inside and instantly teleport to the church. Edward added, and each of them also has a set of defensive charms. Exactly. Audrey then straightened her expression and said, all right. Now, tell me everything that happened to you these past few days. It all started with Klein's disappearance. 1 hour later. After hearing the full account, Audrey was silent for a long while. So, you borrowed that doll's luck to save my father, and that's how you provoked the King of Angels. Most likely, I already attracted his attention during the mental realm battle against that spectator demigod. She fell into deep thought. The true creator had that angel bring you back, just to say a few words to you. He's practically insane at this point. Who knows what logic a lunatic follows? Even as he said this, Edward couldn't help but recall what he'd seen before leaving the forsaken land of the gods, Sasser, and the very first blasphemy slate. But if the matter truly involved the true creator, why would he go to such lengths and roundabout methods? Sigh. If it weren't for Queen Mystic helping you out this time, facing him on alone would have been too dangerous, Audrey said with a sigh. If only I had her level of power. Edward smiled. Don't worry, I've already prepared a Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristic for you. Focus on digestion, you'll become a demigod soon enough. She nodded slightly. After a pause, she added, I think, you really should be honest with Queen Mystic as soon as possible. The more hope she places in you, the greater the disappointment when she learns the truth. It's not fair to her. I understand. But, revealing the truth now still felt too soon. So Edward had made up his mind, once he advanced to Sequence 4, he'd take Bernadette to the original island to meet Emperor Roselle. At that point, he'd come clean, and maybe letting her reunite with her father would help make up for it, even just a little. By the way, how far along are you in digesting your potion? About halfway. Edward sighed. If it weren't for the threat of Amon, I'd have made another trip to the City of Silver. I probably could have pushed it to 2/3 by now. Even though the knowledge he passed to Moon City was mostly just basic common sense, to those who'd been isolated from the world for millennia, it was all new and groundbreaking. And with such a massive population, the volume made up for the simplicity. What about the remaining half? How do you plan to digest it? Edward rested his chin on his palm. I've realized that spreading knowledge isn't the hard part, it's how to combine it with wandering. Audrey asked curiously, how's Queen Mystic doing with Rosaline now? Can she read his diary fluently? Probably not yet. Then, why not keep asking her for help? The sooner he advanced to Sequence 4, the sooner he could take Bernadette to see Roselle. Edward had no qualms about continuing to ask her for assistance. Woof. With a joyful bark, Susie came bounding in on light paws. She first trotted up to Edward and gave him a friendly woof of greeting, then nudged her head affectionately against Lilith. Lilith meowed in response, grabbed a piece of steak, and dragged it over to toss to her. Meow. She turned to look at Edward. All right, go on, but be careful. With a leap, Lilith landed lightly on Susie's back. The two little companions dashed out of the room together. Not long after, Hibbert walked in. Edward, you're back. Compared to their past encounters, Hibbert looked completely different, his face covered in stubble, hair disheveled, dark circles under his eyes, and yet, his deep blue eyes sparkled with clarity. Gone was the confident and composed young noble of old. Hibbert. Audrey's voice was full of heartache. You finally came out. I'm sorry for worrying everyone. He apologized quietly, walked to the dining table, picked up a steak and a glass of iced sweet tea, and began eating ravenously. Huh. With her spectator's perception active, Audrey suddenly noticed something. Hibbert's mental state was very active, completely unlike the depression she had expected. It felt like he had come to some sort of realization or made a firm decision. Burp. A few minutes later, Hibbert downed the last sip of iced tea, threw aside half-eaten bread, and, completely ignoring gentlemanly decorum, let out a loud belch. Then he looked seriously at his sister and future brother-in-law. I want to become a Beyonder. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 835 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 366, Chapter 366, Stay Away From Me. Even though she had been mentally prepared, Audrey was still a little surprised. After all, Hibbert had been groomed since childhood as the successor of Earl Hall, receiving a noble's education in every way. His conduct, habits, thinking patterns, and preferences mirrored his father's to a remarkable degree. For people like them, there was one rule they lived by: let others toil for the nobles. Why risk the danger of losing control from drinking potions, when one could just hire a Beyonder to do the job instead? If giving an order can solve the problem, why take action yourself? Hibbert wore a smile on his face, but there was no trace of humor in his eyes. What happened 2 days ago, I don't ever want to go through that again. I used to think this world had rules. I believed everyone had to follow them. Now I know, that was just wishful thinking on my part. So, I'm not going to foolishly cling to inflexibility anymore. I want to become a Beyonder. Edward glanced at Audrey and saw her give a small nod. He then asked, You do understand the risks involved in becoming a Beyonder, right? I do. And you also know that if you don't want to be under the supervision of the church or the authorities, your only option is to secretly become an illegal Beyonder. Hibbert replied without hesitation, Anyway, our family already has 2 illegal Beyonders. One more won't make a difference. He was, of course, referring to Audrey and Edward, his words clearly recognizing Edward as a member of the Hall family. All right then, Edward said, have you done any research on the various pathways? Do you have any in mind? Hibbert hesitated for a few seconds. Given my past experiences in life, I think the lawyer pathway would suit me best. After a pause, he added, What do you both think? Audrey agreed, I think the lawyer pathway fits you well too. Not to mention, Edward already had access to the complete formula for the pathway, thanks to the Black Emperor card. So, that's settled. Settled. 1 hour later. Earl Hall returned, his entire coat reeking of cigar smoke. When he saw Edward, he didn't say much, no long-winded speeches of gratitude or emotional outbursts. He had already heard the truth about his death and resurrection from his daughter. He simply looked at Edward, smiled, and said, Edward, welcome home. Meanwhile, in the Chorewood Burrow. As soon as Zio walked through the door, she saw Furs sitting on the sofa surrounded by big and small bags, clearly waiting for her. Her first reaction was, Furs isn't lying down. That's rare. What's going on? Furs immediately stood up and said seriously, Zio, this time we really have to leave Backlund. I just found out this afternoon, what happened in the suburbs is far more serious than we imagined. She took a deep breath and apologized, I'm sorry. It's my fault for dragging you into this. Zio blinked in surprise. But I just got a message that the investigation into the suburban incident has officially concluded. Huh. Furs was stunned. Could it be that they only stopped on the surface but are still doing things in the shadows? Zio scratched her messy hair. I don't think so. The message came from the church. Apparently, they reached some kind of agreement with the royal family. Furs frowned in frustration. But according to what I've learned, that incident isn't just a royal scandal anymore, it might even be God-related. God. Zio froze. Where did you hear that from? I have my sources. Zio immediately narrowed her eyes and stood on tiptoe, glaring at her. Come clean. You've been acting all mysterious lately, are you hiding something from me? Furs's eyes darted around nervously. Well. This has to do with Klein, doesn't it? This one actually doesn't. Wait, are you secretly dating someone? Furs looked utterly dumbfounded. Who the heck would I be dating? Klein. AF. Furs grabbed Zio by the shoulders and began shaking her furiously. What's gotten into your brain? I'm going to shake it all out of you. All right. I was just joking. Zio looked slightly disappointed. I thought someone had finally taken an interest in you. Zio shrugged. Anyway, it's your call, stay or leave, I'll go with it. First thought for a moment. I still think it's better to leave Backlund first, and observe the situation for a while. Where to? I'll head to Pritz Harbor again. Maybe Mr. Dorian's back by now. All right. By the way, before you disappeared the other day, you said you were going to open that letter. We'll talk about that later. Backlund's Northborough, Pinster Street. Late night, past 10 p.m. Leonard had gone to bed early, mainly to enter someone else's dream and play the role of a nightmare. In the dreamscape, he walked into a room 2 blocks away and immediately spotted a freshly baked cake on the table. Without hesitation, he helped himself to a slice. After all, this was a dream, no reason to feel guilty. He pushed open several bedroom doors in succession, looking for the dream's owner to chat with, but strangely enough, she was nowhere to be seen. Why couldn't he find her in her own dream? Just as he was muttering to himself, a stifled moaning sound came from the direction of the kitchen. Leonard's nerves instantly tightened. He pulled out his revolver and crept forward, gently pushing open the kitchen door. The moaning immediately became clearer and more intense. Even though he had seen this kind of scene before, Leonard still turned beet red and backed out in a hurry. Damn it. What's with these noble ladies in Backlund? Their dreams are either about cheating or being cheated on. And now they're doing it right in the kitchen. A mocking voice echoed in his mind. Hey, maybe you're just too pure. Leonard growled, I don't think being pure is a bad thing. Heh, I never said it was. I'm complimenting you. Just then, Palez's tone abruptly turned serious. Wake up. Someone's looking for me. Who? That same guy from last time. Leonard closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had woken up from the dream and returned to his room on Pinster Street. As soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, he saw that man already seated on the living room sofa. Leonard frowned. Sir, isn't entering uninvited a bit rude? Edward gave a polite apology. Sorry. 2 patrol officers were just passing by, standing at the door. This late would have looked even more suspicious. The old man wants to know, what do you want from him? Edward straightened up. Ahem, Mr. Palez, what I'm about to say, please don't be alarmed. Palez was taken aback, then laughed. Kid, I may not be in top form these days, but it's going to take more than a few words to scare me. Amon. The moment Edward uttered that name, Leonard visibly felt a shift in Palez's emotions. To put it bluntly, he was scared. Leonard was stunned. He was certain by now that the old man was at least at the angel level. Yet a single name had managed to rattle someone of that tier. Wait a minute. Could that terrifying enemy Palez had once vaguely mentioned actually be Amon? After a long silence, Palez asked in a low voice, why are you bringing that one up? Edward replied, to put it simply, I went to the forsaken land of the gods in the past few days and managed, through certain means, to capture a clone of Amon. But I'm not sure if he's really dead or not, so I came to consult you. Hold on. Even Palez nearly dropped his metaphorical jaw. You went to the forsaken land of the gods? And caught an Amon clone? Let's not talk about the forsaken land tonight. If you're interested, I offer premium subscription packages, Edward joked. And the Amon clone? He set his sights on me, tried to trick me, but I turned the tables and got him instead. Edward then briefly recounted the encounter. After hearing everything, Palez fell silent again, his wariness now fully activated. He was terrified that the guy in front of him might suddenly pull out a monocle. Because if Amon were really that easy to deal with, he himself wouldn't have ended up so miserable. You're not thinking I am Amon, are you? Edward caught on quickly and laughed wryly. If I really were him, why would I even be talking to you? I'd have already eaten you alive. Amon's nature has always been twisted. He delights in deception, giving people hope just so he can crush it with his own hands. Leonard repeated the old man's words, growing increasingly alert. Edward scratched his head helplessly. Well, if I'm not Amon, and I haven't been parasitized, do you think that sealed item could really hold him? And if he's still alive inside, how do I get rid of him? Why are you so sure that thing can hold him? Edward glanced at Leonard and pointed upward. Because that seal is related to a certain power that Leonard is not allowed to know about. Leonard, confused Pikachu face. But Palez got it. My advice. Turn it over to the church. Oh right. I can just sacrifice the box of the great old ones to the goddess. I understand. Thanks, old man. Edward stood up and said, I was hoping you'd have a way to deal with it yourself. A demigod-level Amon should be quite the nourishing treat for you, no. Forget it. I'm not lucky enough to stomach something like that. All right, I'm off then. Edward opened a traveler's door and stepped through. If he had suddenly pulled out a monocle at that moment, Pallas might have suffered cardiac arrest on the spot. Fortunately, he had no such role-playing urges tonight, and spared the Marauder Pathway's remaining conscience a heart attack. The moment the traveler's door closed, Leonard exhaled deeply. Old man, he's gone. Go to the cathedral. Huh. I said, go to the cathedral. Now. Got it. Leonard immediately threw on his coat and ran out through the back door. Old man, that Amon, is he your enemy? Yes. Is he, really that terrifying? To me, Amon is more frightening than any evil god in this world. Even more than the outer, ahem. All right. Stop asking. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 367, Chapter 367, Lilith prepares to advance. Early the next morning. After washing up, Edward summoned Phoenix and had it deliver a letter to Bernadette, informing her of his plan to hand the box of the Great Old Ones over to the church. By noon, she arrived in person, carrying the box. As far as I know, Backlund's St. Samuel Cathedral only has a Sequence 3 Archbishop, she said, placing the ornate box on the table. Are you sure he can deal with an avatar of the King of Angels? Edward replied calmly, that's why I plan to appeal directly to the goddess. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. You're a blessed of the Evernight goddess? Maybe. Bernadette nodded in sudden understanding. In that case, it should be fine. When's your next round of acting? In a few days. I need time to recover. She raised an eyebrow. You remember, don't you? You still owe me a story in Intis. Fine. Afterwards, Edward headed to St. Samuel Cathedral again. To his surprise, St. Anthony was still absent. Upon asking the bishop, he learned the high-ranking priest had departed for the church's headquarters, the Cathedral of Serenity, just the day before. Had Anthony gone against the goddess's will and been disciplined? Edward silently reminded himself, never truly trust the Evernight goddess as if she were Mommy Evernight. When your interests align, she won't mind treating you kindly. But once they diverge. Just look at what happened to the almost wiped-out demonic wolf family. Lighting candles and sprinkling various oils, Edward clasped his hands in prayer. I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of secrecy. I pray for the goddess's gaze. Just as he finished the third line, a violent gust of wind erupted in the room, scattering everything. Even Edward himself staggered backwards. Moments later, a line of glowing script appeared on the floor. The box of the Great Old Ones is tainted by the pollution from the stars. So even the Evernight goddess couldn't hold it. Edward stood amid the chaos, frowning. He then tried asking, what should I do with Amon's avatar trapped inside? Unfortunately, there was no further response from the goddess. He glanced at the ornate jewelry box on the ground. Well, great. Guess I'll have to deal with it myself. Which means both the box of the Great Old Ones and my painting frame are unusable for now. What a shame. In the original timeline, the box was already a rather awkward sealed artifact. But when combined with the frame, the two formed a deadly combo that could produce surprise kills under the right conditions. Now. All scrapped thanks to one Amon. As for the box's second layer, Exile, it could teleport both the user and the box to an unknown location. But it was far too random and relied too heavily on luck. And the third layer? Sure, I'm not afraid of corruption myself, but if I open the third layer and that stellar pollution spreads, who knows what irreversible catastrophe might result. So the best bet was to contact someone from the Abraham family and trade the box for another item. In the original story, they offered two sealed artifacts. One was some kind of painting scroll, not even worth mentioning, the other was the Staff of the Stars. Even if it overlapped somewhat with Edward's current powers, the Staff of the Stars still represented the beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 2 planeswalker, undeniably valuable. But the problem was, First still hadn't encountered the Abrahams in this timeline. So where was he supposed to find them? TCH, Christine, maybe. Either way, until that happened, he'd let Bernadette keep the box for now. Fog Sea. The Golden Dream rocked gently as it sailed into a reef-filled region of the Fog Sea. Any further, and even the newest steel ships from Lone would crash and sink, let alone this wooden vessel. The sailors worked the winches, slowly lowering a small rowboat into the water. There was only one passenger aboard, Christine, the girl who, after a brutal battle with Vice Admiral Dusk, had been found clinging to an enormous key deep in an underwater ruin. Standing at the ship's edge, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, asked again, Christine, are you sure you want to disembark here? Christine nodded firmly. The rest of the path, I have to walk alone. Where are you going? I don't know. Her eyes held a trace of confusion. She had first gone to sea chasing clues about the long-sunken Laurel. After tracking those hints across many months, she finally found something. Using a certain sealed artifact, she had descended into the ocean's depths, and truly discovered the legendary ship. But only part of it. What she found was just the midsection of the Laurel's cabin. The bow and stern were missing, cut off cleanly, as if sliced by an impossibly sharp blade. This wasn't wreckage from a crash, or something gradually corroded by time, it had been severed. Christine scoured the surviving cabin, but found none of what she was looking for. Only at the bottom did she discover an enormous key, the size of a 7-string harp. That was when the sealed artifact's side effects kicked in. Stripped of its protection, she quickly blacked out from the water pressure and lack of air. Yet somehow, she didn't die. Drifting in unconsciousness, she slowly became aware she had not perished. It wasn't until the golden dream hauled her back up that she finally regained consciousness. And in that moment, memories came rushing back. Wait, didn't I already die, years ago? The pain of her final moments, the despair as she drew her last breath, the suffocating darkness of the coffin, the silent burial underground, all of it came flooding back. And with it, a single, overwhelming fear. Why am I not dead? Why can't I die? What happened to me? Christine began frantically using astrology to divine her own fate. After several failed attempts, she finally discovered a faint trace. Using the massive key she had found as payment, she persuaded the golden dream to ferry her to the location she divined. "We'll wait nearby for one day," said Edwina, turning to head back to the captain's cabin. As she walked, she glanced down at the enormous black key in Christine's hands and fell into silent thought. After a while, she began to arrange a ritual. "I summon the messenger belonging exclusively to Edward, in my name." With a sharp screech, Phoenix cut through the air and flew out. Meanwhile, Christine rowed her small boat with difficulty, navigating through the reef-filled waters. When she turned back, the golden dream was already out of sight. At that moment, a thick mist rose up from the surrounding waters. She dropped the oars and stood up. Faintly through the veil of fog, she saw a massive island, half concealed in haze. Backlund, Empress Burrow, a small villa. When Edward returned from the cathedral, Lilith dashed toward him like a bolt, eyes shining as she shouted with excitement and pride. "Edward! I've finished digesting the potion of Instigator. I can officially advance to Sequence 7. Her wagging tail and glittering sapphire-like eyes radiated joy and anticipation, but also a hint of nervousness. Edward scooped her up in one swift motion. "Wow! Lilith, you're amazing. You're incredible." "Of course." She raised her chin proudly and nodded emphatically. "That means our dear Miss Lilith is finally ready to become a cat girl." Lilith tilted her head. "What's a cat girl?" "It's, a girl who's a cat." "Oh." She nodded as if having gained profound insight, then confidently extrapolated, "Then a girl who's a mouse is a mouse girl, and a girl who's a dog is a dog girl, and a woman is a human girl." Edward patted her head. "Well, if it makes you happy." Lilith looked up at Edward and asked in her usual crisp voice, "When do we get to become a cat girl?" "In just a bit." He set her down. "I'll go call Audrey over right now so we can brew your potion." "Okay." Lilith obediently plopped onto the sofa and started licking her little paws. "Come back quick." "Right away." With that, his figure blurred and vanished on the spot. Not long after Edward left, Lilith's ears twitched. She leapt up to the windowsill and opened the window. Looking outside, she called out. "Chrismona, what are you doing here?" A girl in a long black dress faded into view from invisibility. She smiled gently at Lilith and said, "I came to tell you, I'll be leaving Backlund for a while." "Huh? Why?" "Mother has awakened from her slumber. I need to go take care of her." "Oh, okay then." Lilith raised her little paw and patted Chrismona's shoulder with an air of maturity. Go on, go on." Suddenly, she remembered something and beamed. "Oh. Miss Lilith is going to advance to Sequence 7 soon." Chrismona's eyes lit up. "Congratulations, Miss Lilith." Lilith twitched her whiskers, but then a trace of concern crept into her eyes. "But, you said before that becoming more human might make me unhappy." "But being unhappy is only temporary," Chrismona replied gently. "There's much more happiness than sadness." "Really?" "Truly," she said, looking her straight in the eyes. "Then I'll believe you." Lilith reached into the small pendant hanging from her neck and pulled out a piece of dried mouse meat. She handed it over, "Here, for the road." Chrismona accepted it naturally. "Thank you, Miss Lilith, goodbye." The next second, she vanished. Just then, Edward's voice rang through the villa. "Lilith, we're back." "Coming." Susie bounded in energetically, tail wagging high, beaming with pride. "Miss Lilith, you're amazing. Advancing to Sequence 7 so soon." "That's right." Lilith responded instinctively, but then narrowed her eyes at Susie. "You're being fake." Huh. Susie looked like she'd just been struck by lightning. You already advanced to sequence 7 long ago. But, I also took the potion earlier than you, Susie explained. So from a timing standpoint, Miss Lilith is actually the better one. Oh. That's true. Lilith's face instantly lit up, grinning ear to ear. Audrey, watching Edward's doting smile, gave him a little poke and whispered, "You really shouldn't spoil Lilith this much in the future." Edward blinked. Why not? She's way too easy to coax, too quick to trust others, she's going to be tricked someday. He immediately placed a solemn hand on Audrey's shoulder. Then the task of being the stern mother is yours, Audrey. Note, 970 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 368, Chapter 368, Lilith turned into a tiny person. I absolutely refuse. Audrey rolled her eyes but quickly joined in, showering Lilith with praise. A few minutes later. 2 humans, 1 cat, and 1 dog entered the bedroom. Edward took out the ingredients Trissy had sent last time and began placing them one by one into the cauldron. Abyss demonic fish blood, agate pacic egg, jimsonweed juice, shadow lizard scales, daffodil juice, and purified water. These supernatural ingredients, whether solid or liquid, began reacting the moment they touched. In no time, the mixture had turned into a thick, blackish-red potion. Compared to the previous concoctions, this sequence 7 witch potion gave off an unusually pleasant aroma. It made one's heart flutter, as though it were tempting you to drink it without hesitation. TSK. Just the potion itself is already this alluring. Edward flipped a coin into the air to verify the potion's integrity. Once confirmed, he poured the liquid into a prepared glass vial and gently pushed it in front of Lilith. All done, Lilith. But instead of the earlier excitement and joy, Lilith now hesitated. She looked at the potion, then at everyone present. So, I really have to drink this now? Audrey offered encouragement. I'll be here to soothe your mind. It'll be fine. Susie chimed in too. I'm here as well. Edward gently stroked Lilith's little head. Go on, Miss Lilith, the smartest and bravest kitty in the world. She tried lifting the vial with her tiny paws, but it was just too slippery to get a proper grip. After a few failed attempts, Edward thought she was about to ask for help. To his surprise, the little one pulled out her miniature wand, cast a levitation charm on the vial, and tipped it toward her mouth, letting the potion slide in. She smacked her lips and muttered, "It smelled so good, but it doesn't taste like anything." At that moment, Edward, Audrey, and Susie watched her closely for any signs of change. Edward asked, "Lilith, how do you feel?" She tilted her head and let out a soft hiccup, "I don't feel any thigh." Before she could finish, her body suddenly began to twist. It wasn't a physical deformation, but more like that strange transitional state one goes through when using the animagus transformation. Her expression contorted in pain, and she collapsed onto the sofa, curling into herself with soft groans. Audrey and Susie immediately began placating her psyche, but it was clear Lilith's agony didn't stem from the potion's aftereffects, it was from the transformation of her form. Ah! Lilith shrieked and suddenly leapt from the sofa, stumbling as she hopped onto the bed. Then, she dove straight under the covers. The small bulge under the blanket began to swell rapidly, soon reaching the size of a full-grown adult. Then everything fell quiet. Just as they thought the reaction was over, the bulge began to shrink again, bit by bit, until it was only about half its original size. All 3 observers activated spirit vision to monitor her astral body. Edward, meanwhile, had his coin at the ready, prepared to intervene at any moment. Thankfully, after the second phase of transformation, Lilith's state finally stabilized. 10 or so seconds later, the lump beneath the blanket began inching toward the edge. Then, a small head poked out from underneath. She looked like a 6 or 7-year-old girl, with long, jet-black glossy hair, deep sapphire eyes, and rosy, delicate skin. An absolutely adorable and beautiful little girl. The 2 humans and the dog stared at her. She stared right back. A moment later, the little girl beamed. Miss Lilith has turned into a tiny person. A person is a person, what's with tiny person, came the collective internal retort from the 2 humans. Cheering happily, Lilith scrambled out from under the blanket, limbs flailing. Unsurprisingly, her newly transformed self was stark naked, except for the pendant around her neck and the anklet on her leg. But she didn't seem to grasp that at all. With a push of her legs, she launched herself off the bed, aiming straight for Edward's arms like she always did. Splat. She ended up like a frog in midair, landing flat on the ground. Edward hurried forward and scooped her up, wrapping her in a bed sheet before using transfiguration to transform it into a little dress. Lilith blinked, confused. Why couldn't I jump high? Susie explained earnestly, Miss Lilith, you're human now. You can't keep acting like a cat. Lilith didn't quite understand, but she was clearly shaken. So, I'm not a cat anymore. Edward set her gently down on the sofa. You're a fusion of cat and human, you're both. Can I still catch mice? Yes. Can I still eat mice? Also yes. Relieved, she let out a big breath. That's good then. Audrey leaned in to cuddle and pinch her. Wow. Lilith, you're so adorable now. Lilith's little cheeks were squished flat. She struggled and protested, Miss Lilith has always been adorable. Audrey mumbled, no wonder Edward gave you the assassin potion. If I had known, I would have given Susie the assassin one too. Edward and Susie. Lilith looked down at the little dress she was wearing and gave it a tug. Do I have to wear clothes now? Wait, where's my fur? She wriggled free from Audrey's embrace and began examining herself up and down. It's gone. My tail. She twisted to look at her backside and spun around on the spot. That's gone too. She looked down at her soft pink fingernails. My claws, gone. And my whiskers. Lilith collapsed in despair. All gone. Everything's gone. Susie gently comforted her, it's okay, that's just how humans are. But I'm a cat. Lilith protested. Without my claws, whiskers, or tail, how am I supposed to catch mice? Well, I could catch them for you. Susie offered. Edward and Audrey exchanged awkward glances, unsure how to console her. From a human perspective, Lilith's cat form was already adorable, but her little girl form was even more beautiful, cuter and more expressive. But for a cat, that's a different matter entirely. After a long while, Lilith finally came to terms with reality. She instinctively licked her little hand and sat crouched on the sofa, looking up at Edward. Edward, can I still turn back into a cat someday? Edward thought for a moment, then pulled out his wand. I can turn you back into a cat. Her eyes lit up. Oh, right. Do it now. With a gentle flick of his wand, Edward transformed the little girl back into a small black cat. Lilith immediately perked up and started bouncing around happily. Yay. I like this so much better. But her joy barely lasted 2 minutes before Edward cancelled the spell again, returning her to human form. Nope, Lilith. Since you've already become human, you need to start getting used to your new identity. Lilith pouted. But Miss Lilith thinks it's really hard. Edward crouched in front of her. You're the smartest kitty in the world. A little challenge like this. You'll handle it just fine. Right. As expected, she responded on reflex. When Lilith gets used to living as a human and can switch freely between human and cat habits, you can be whichever you want, human or cat. Doesn't that sound great? Edward patted her head. Think about it, Audrey and I can only be human. Susie can only be a dog. But you, Lilith, can be both. Isn't that amazing? Susie, okay, I know it's true, but I still feel offended. Lilith nodded earnestly. Miss Lilith is amazing. Yes, absolutely wonderful. Audrey smiled and said, Lilith, let's see what new powers you've gained from the promotion. Oh. She closed her eyes for a moment and sensed her body. I can turn invisible now, control black flames and frost, use mirror substitution and wand substitution, and I can also cast curses using blood, flesh, or fur. Audrey's brows rose in surprise. Curses using blood, flesh, or fur. She couldn't help but think of that high sequence which responsible for the great smog in Backlund. Edward noticed her concern. Don't worry. Lilith doesn't have to keep advancing to the higher sequences. And even if she does create disasters, she can choose very specific targets. Like picking off the scum of the earth. Only then did Audrey nod in agreement. At that moment, Lilith acted like she'd just received a new set of toys. She began testing out all her newly gained powers one by one, flames, frost, substitution techniques, zipping about with flashes of magic, leaving Susie wide-eyed in awe. The only awkward part was, she stayed on all fours the entire time, rolling, crawling, and pouncing like a proper kitten. Then, Lilith plucked a strand of hair from Edward's head and was about to test her curse magic on him. He instantly panicked and shouted, Stop! Huh? She looked up at him, confused. Do you even know what a curse is? Lilith tilted her head and said slowly, I kind of do, but kind of don't. Then she said proudly, that's why I need to test it. You really are my little heartbreaker. Testing a new power by sacrificing your dear old dad. Audrey couldn't help but laugh, then patiently explained it all to her. Ah. Lilith gasped and immediately dropped the hair. Then I won't try it. Edward scooped the crawling Lilith back onto the sofa. Lilith, from now on, you need to learn to walk upright, on your legs, not crawl around like that. She turned to glance at her behind and muttered in frustration, but without a tail, I can't keep my balance. That, you'll just have to get used to. Audrey pulled Lilith into her arms and smiled. Leave it to me, I'll teach Lilith how to walk properly. Edward clapped his hands. All right. Since Lilith became a little human today, let's celebrate with a feast tonight. Lilith, yay. Just then, with a chilly gust, Phoenix flew out from the spirit world and tossed a letter into Edward's hands. The woman who loves lecturing sent you a letter. Edward opened the parchment. It was from Admiral Edwina. The content was simple and clear. She had finished her prior business and was now inquiring about the matter concerning Grozel's travels. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Edward had written to Edwina previously, saying he'd uncovered a secret of Grozel's travels, mainly to help locate the final special coordinate he needed to ascend to Sequence 5. But she'd been busy and unable to respond at the time. Now that he'd already succeeded in reaching Sequence 5, there wasn't as much urgency to explore the book. After all, he still hadn't figured out how to deal with the lifespan issue for those inside the story. What do you think I should do? Edward looked to Audrey for advice. She pondered for a moment. Why not tell her the secret and method of entering the book first? But you don't have to go in right away. Yeah, sounds good. Edward nodded. Then I'll head over to her place for a bit. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 369, Going Home. Fog Sea. Edwina was true to her word. After waiting a full hour for Christine, she gave the order to set sail. Heading west, she planned to return to Lenberg for a while. She sat in the captain's cabin with a thick book open on her lap, flipping through its pages. Red-haired Helene rested her chin on one hand by the window, staring out at the endless ocean with an expression of sheer boredom. Suddenly, Edwina sensed something and looked up. The next second, both Phoenix and Edward simultaneously stepped out of the spirit world and landed on the Golden Dream. The sudden appearance of someone new caused the crew to tense up immediately. But once they saw it was Edward, First Mate Brew Walls broke into a grin and said, well, long time no see, Mr. Sparrow. Looking for Danitz? Too bad, he got off the ship a while ago and hasn't come back since. Edward raised an eyebrow. Where'd he go? Said he was off to play the conspirer. Didn't mention where exactly. Guess that whole incident really left a mark on him, Edward shrugged. But today, I'm actually here to see Captain Edwina. The captain. Brew Walls immediately grew more alert. What for? What for? The 7 or 8 nearby crew members who had been working immediately surrounded him, glaring with open hostility. Edward. Damn. I really can't with this ship full of simps. Mr. Gehrman. A surprised voice called out. It was a young man, little Carlo, the one whose bones had once been shattered head to toe. He ran up with a look of excitement, then bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. Thank you for killing that bastard senor. Thank you for saving me. Faced with his adoring gaze, Edward could only offer a few encouraging words before striding into the captain's cabin. Before Edwina could say anything, Helene blurted out, when can I get off the Golden Dream? Truth be told, Edward had completely forgotten about her. Seeing her now reminded him of Vice Admiral Ailment, Tracy. Last time, she'd had Alger deliver intel about the Demoness sect to him, which had indeed been helpful. And as for her desires, there were really only 2. First, to become a man again. Second, to find Helene. Thinking of this, Edward said, have you considered giving Tracy another shot? She actually treats you quite well. Helene's eyes went wide. No. Fine. Then the next time the Golden Dream docks, you can leave. What? Edward added, but think about it, if you still plan to wander the seas, you won't find many places safer than this ship. She bit her lip. But if I don't have freedom, what's the difference between being here and staying with Tracy? Whatever makes you happy. Edward motioned toward the door. I need to speak to Captain Edwina about something. Helene turned on her heel and left, making sure to shut the door behind her. Edwina looked at him curiously. You're a traveler now. That's right. Even with her typically stoic demeanor, Edwina couldn't help but be shocked by Edward's rapid progress. How long had it been? When they last met, he was still just a Sequence 7. And now, barely a month later, he'd risen 2 whole levels. This kind of advancement was unheard of. You are sure you fully digested the potions before advancing? Of course. I'm very fond of my own life, you know. Edward then pulled out Grozel's travels. I've figured out the secret of this book. Edwina's gaze sharpened. This was created by a high-sequence spectator. How high? As high as you can possibly imagine. He continued, on the surface, it's just a book, but within, it contains an entire world. If someone keeps it for long enough or gets their bodily fluids on it, they'll be pulled into that world. As he spoke, he flipped open the book and pointed out the figures other than Groel. These people were all drawn into the book over the past few millennia. Each time someone enters, a new page is added to record their story. In other words, when you enter the world inside, you become a character in the book and must join the protagonist, on an adventure. Edwina listened quietly. When he finished, she asked, "So, some of these people have been in there for thousands of years?" "Not necessarily all of them. And there's no way to get back out." "There is. You just have to follow the protagonist to the end of the story. Once you reach the conclusion, you're free to leave." Edward flipped to the back of the book. "There are still a few blank pages left. We'll need a few more people to enter." Edwina pondered for a moment. "When do you plan to go in?" Edward gave an apologetic smile. "Might be a while. A certain angel of the spectator pathway seems to have plans for this book." And that was indeed the truth. Even though he'd shaken off the influence of the mind dragon thanks to Bernadette's help, he didn't need to guess to know that he still had other tricks up his sleeve. Edwina didn't seem disappointed. "I understand. I'll be heading back to Lenberg soon," she added. "Looking into more clues about that painting. If I find anything, I'll let you know." Edward quickly thanked her. "I really appreciate it. Oh, and if it's not too much trouble," he added, "could you also help look into whether any members of the Edwards family from Roselle's era left behind clues, maybe something pointing to a primordial island?" "Sure." She agreed so readily that Edward felt a little guilty. "So," he offered, is there anything I can do to repay you?" "Knowledge. Any kind of knowledge." For those on the reader pathway, it was almost a given that they enjoyed preaching or teaching others. But the precondition to doing so was possessing knowledge that surpassed others. Their desire to pursue knowledge was in no way inferior to that of a mystery prior. Edward thought for a moment and said, "Are you interested in information about the forsaken land of the gods?" "Of course." Edwina's eyes lit up. "You know something about it?" "To be honest, I just came back from there." She was stunned again. Wasn't that a place even deities couldn't touch? And yet Edward was saying, he just came back from there. Her first instinct was disbelief. It couldn't be true. But then again, Edward had no reason to lie to her about something so absurd. She took a deep breath and, in a rare show of humility, sat like a student and said, "Please go ahead." Outside the captain's cabin, a group of overly curious crew members, who also wouldn't dare get too close, were racking their brains trying to catch a glimpse of what was going on inside. What were Edward and the captain talking about? Yet all they saw was Edward pulling out a blackboard, explaining something with chalk in hand. And their captain, Edwina Edwards, was sitting upright, seriously taking notes like a student. Everyone froze. In their minds, it was always their captain doing the teaching. When had someone else ever taught her? Suddenly, Orpheus burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, I get it now. I get it. If you want to conquer the captain, you first have to conquer her with knowledge. From this day forward, no one bother me. I'm going to start studying seriously." Everyone around him looked as if they'd been enlightened. Helene leaned against the railing, rubbing her temples helplessly. What is wrong with these people's brains? But in her heart, a thought surfaced, maybe Gehrman was right, staying on the Golden Dream might really be the best choice for me. Whoa. With a long, deep whistle, the steam train pulled into the Tingen city station, trailing black smoke behind it. Klein jumped down from the train, suitcase in hand. After nearly 2 months, he had returned, but this time, in a completely different appearance. Even if he stood in front of Benson and Melissa, they wouldn't recognize him. Yes. Just the night before, he had successfully advanced to Sequence 6, Faceless. Although he had already decided to take on the identity of a traveler and head out to sea, he still hesitated and chose to make a stop in Tingen. But even now, he hadn't fully decided whether to reveal himself to his brother and sister, or tell them the truth. Previously, he had been afraid that a miraculous resurrection would only bring them trouble. Now, he felt that simply being a Beyonder was enough of a burden in itself. But Edward's words had a point. If this world were truly peaceful and harmonious, then Benson and Melissa could live safe and happy lives as ordinary people. That wouldn't be so bad. But, was the world truly peaceful? Were ordinary people really safer than Beyonders? Not necessarily. Take the smog catastrophe, for instance. Its origins had nothing to do with ordinary folk. Just a mad emperor's attempt to become a god. Just a witch trying to digest her potion. And thousands of innocent people lost their lives without ever knowing why. And at times like that, only Beyonders even had a chance at survival. Could another Backlund-level disaster happen in Tingen again? No, it almost had. Tingen had already faced a similar disaster in the past, and it was only thanks to the Nighthawks that it had been averted. If not for them, who knew how many people would have died? As that thought deepened, Klein felt the scales in his heart gradually tipping. He gripped his suitcase tighter and followed the crowd out of the train station. Daffodil Street. Klein once again arrived at this familiar yet now strangely distant street. All around were rows of connected townhouses with polygonal, four-sloped roofs. The exteriors were a dull bluish gray, with tall chimneys rising up from them. He still remembered how happy his whole family had been when they first moved here, full of joy and hope. Finally escaping the lowest rung of society, they were ready to begin a better life. But because of Ince Zangwill, all of that had been destroyed. This time, before he could even exact his revenge, Ince had taken the initiative and killed him first. Thinking about this, Klein clenched his fingers tightly. Before he realized it, he found himself standing in front of Unit 2. The wooden door was just a few meters away, yet his feet felt like they were filled with lead. Maybe I should wait a little longer. Footsteps approached from behind. Then a familiar voice said, "Hello, sir. May I ask who you're looking for?" Melissa stood before him, a basket in her arms filled with long loaves of bread and some vegetables. She'd probably stopped by the market after school. "Melissa, why didn't you take the public carriage again?" The question almost slipped out. Klein forced a small smile. "Yes, I'm looking for someone." "Who?" Melissa added, "I know most of the people who live around here, maybe I can help." She glanced down at the basket. "But please be quick, I still have to get home and cook dinner." At that moment, Klein took a deep breath, removed his hat, and spoke in his original voice. "Melissa, I'm home." The basket slipped from her hands. Melissa stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 370, Your Kid's Already That Big. Fog Sea, aboard the Golden Dream. There actually wasn't much Edward could reveal about the forsaken land of the gods. After all, some of the more weighty secrets involving deities, he didn't think were suitable for Edwina to know. So instead, he focused on the environment, the lifestyle, and beliefs of the Moon City residents, and other relatively foundational topics. What he didn't expect was, for his potion to begin showing signs of digestion. It was faint, very faint, but definitely there. Thinking about it, that made sense. The common sense of the outside world was unheard of for Moon City residents, and the knowledge about the Forsaken Land was equally novel for outsiders. However, because this had strayed from the prerequisite condition of wandering, it only led to a minuscule amount of digestion. In that case, if I keep traveling and spreading knowledge of the Forsaken Land, the Beyonder world, and potions wherever I go, could a buildup of quantity eventually lead to a qualitative change? But then again, it's not like he could go around preaching about Beyonder secrets and potion knowledge freely. Not to mention, Klein's ritual as miracle invoker required, returning a forgotten history to the present. If knowledge of the Forsaken Land spread far and wide, could the City of Silver and Moon City still be considered forgotten history? Edward didn't dare take that risk. So the safest way forward was to teach this knowledge without letting it become too widely known. A moment later, Edward's eyes lit up. "Hey, I've got it. As expected of me. Miss Edwina, may I ask, do you know how, or where, I could encounter a large number of pirates?" The question took Edwina aback. She thought for a few seconds before answering. The annual pirate conference, the former biome, and a number of resupply islands along the Fog and Berserk Seas trade routes, all of them have quite a few pirates. Edward frowned slightly. Why the former biome? Edwina gave him a long, unreadable look, as if debating whether to speak. Ah. Right. Got it. Only then did Edward realize the whole mentally unstable man assaults the governor's mansion incident, that had been his doing. So if I just travel along the sea routes, I'll run into pirates regularly. That depends on luck, Edwina replied. Most pirates drift aimlessly at sea, looking for targets. They don't stay docked somewhere waiting for you. She paused. So rather than seeking pirates out, it's better to draw them to you. For example, if a ship full of goods and treasure sets sail from the southern continent toward Lone, it'll attract all kinds of pirate ships along the way, each one hoping to score big. Edward's gaze sharpened in thought. That gave him an idea. I understand. Thank you. Back in Backlund, Edward headed straight for the Hall household and shared his thoughts and plans with Audrey. Since Earl Hall had more or less tacitly approved of their relationship, the two no longer had to hide in her room. Instead, taking advantage of the rare sunny day in Backlund, they strolled together through the villa's garden, chatting as they walked. After hearing him out, Audrey asked, "So you're heading out to sea again? What about the original plan?" "It'll have to be scrapped," Edward said. "From what I've experienced so far, digesting the potion efficiently and quickly requires either passing on knowledge to high-sequence individuals or sharing particularly substantial knowledge. Neither of those are all that difficult on their own. But once you factor in the wandering requirement, things get trickier. A wandering mentor isn't meant to stay in one place preaching all day, it's about constantly moving, constantly passing things on, leaving footprints behind wherever you go. According to the old plan, I'd set sail from Lone, travel through Fainapotter to Intis. There'd be plenty of wandering and plenty of people to share with. He spread his hands. But the issue is, what can I share with them? Magic. I'd love to, but others can't just pick that up. Beyond their knowledge or potion theory. The churches would murder me in broad daylight. As for modern science or tech, well, that's not something you can teach in a single conversation. That left him with just one option. Information about the Forsaken Land, the mystical world, and potions, pure, arcane, mysterious knowledge that was unfamiliar yet intriguing to the average person. Easy to understand. Easy to circulate. And most importantly, attention-grabbing. Audrey asked, "So when do you plan to leave?" Casually, she added, "I can ask Father to arrange a ship for you, maybe fill it with tens of thousands of pounds worth of cargo, just so you can cruise around the sea." Edward scratched his head. That feels a bit too deliberate. Doesn't really match the wandering part, does it? To him, wandering could be summed up as no set destination. No fixed path. Going wherever the wind took him. Occasionally stopping, but never settling. The people he met, the events he encountered, purely random. Just like his experience in the Forsaken Land. I plan to head out from Pritz Harbor, pick a ship at random, then disembark at some port mid-route. After that, I'll switch to another ship, and just keep going like that, until the potion is fully digested. Audrey's eyes sparkled. That sounds so fun. I really want to go too. You can. She hesitated, then said, "Let me wait a bit longer. After everything that's happened lately, Mother still hasn't calmed down. I should stay and keep her company. Once she's all right again, I'll come find you. Deal." Ha ha ha. Try and catch me if you can. Just then, a bright, bell-like laugh rang out. It was Lilith, sprinting on her two little legs with pure joy, giggling as she ran. Susie followed closely beside her, while behind them several maids, including Annie, chased after her in panic. Their faces were full of worry. After all, rumor had it that this little girl was actually Lady Hall's secret child from an affair outside the household. Just a few days ago, the Earl and his wife had been furious about it. Even the young master had shut himself in his room, sulking for 2 straight days. But in the end, what could they do? The child was already running around the house, what else could the Earl and his wife do but pinch their noses and accept reality? Just look, today, the Wildman their daughter had picked up outside had strutted confidently into the Hall estate. Ah, how pitiful those noble young men of Backlund were, the ones still chasing after the young lady of the Hall family. Edward. Lilith barreled into Edward's arms, grinning proudly. Miss Lilith has learned to walk and run just like a human now. And none of them can catch me. Impressive, very impressive. She held out her 2 pale little hands. When are you going to teach me how to make rat steak and braised rat meat? Edward thought for a moment and said, "I think Lilith should start with steak and braised lamb first. Once you've mastered making those deliciously, then we can try the rat dishes. Otherwise, all the rats you work so hard to catch might go to waste, right?" Her eyes blinked slowly. Really? Of course, Edward said immediately. That way, Lilith won't just be the smartest cat. Huh. She tilted her head curiously. You'll also be the smartest human. Lilith's eyes lit up like a blooming flower. That's right. Miss Lilith is the smartest human. The smartest cat girl. Audrey turned sharply to Edward. Cat girl? Just a nickname. She leaned in closer and whispered, "Don't think I don't understand. I've heard about how some nobles like their women to wear fake cat ears and tails, and roleplay as cat girls. Where have you been hearing these things? TSK, young lady, your thoughts aren't very pure." Edward leaned toward her and whispered in her ear, "Actually, compared to a cat girl, a dragon girl is much better." Audrey froze. Her ears flushed bright red in an instant, though she kept her expression composed and huffed, "Mr. Edward, I believe you're in dire need of therapy." She motioned with her hands. Preferably the electric kind. Buffed, ha ha ha. Edward burst into laughter. Just then, Phoenix swooped down once more. Someone's looking for me again. Edward caught the letter and opened it, then turned to Audrey. "Klein invited me to dinner." Audrey blinked. "All right, so." "In Tingen. Tingen City, 2 Daffodil Street." It was just past 7 p.m. The homes along this street were illuminated with dim, yellow gas lamps. The aroma of dinner drifted lazily from kitchen windows, teasing the appetites of late-night passers-by. Edward carried a small bundle of fruit and gifts. Holding Lilith's hand and with Audrey beside him, he knocked on the door of the Moretti household. A moment later, the door opened, and Melissa appeared, her expression wary. Her eyes were slightly red, it looked like she'd recently cried. She was clearly caught off guard upon seeing Edward. It took her several seconds to recognize him. Mr. Edward. Good evening, Melissa. Ah, good evening. Melissa stepped aside. Please, come in. You don't mind that I brought family, do you? Edward asked with a polite smile. Ah. Of course not. Only then did she notice Audrey and Lilith. Her heart skipped a beat. Wow, she's so beautiful. Is this Mr. Edward's partner? He's really lucky. Unlike Klein or Benson, who are both still single. Inside the house, Klein and Benson were seated at the dining table in awkward silence. Benson had returned home nearly an hour earlier. The moment he walked through the door, he saw his deceased younger brother sitting on the couch, chatting with their sister Melissa. His first reaction. He thought his exhaustion, juggling work and night classes, had finally made him hallucinate. He even joked about it to Melissa. But then, he noticed Melissa and the hallucination both staring at him with the same strange look. Before he could finish processing, Klein walked up and hugged him. Only then did it hit him. This isn't a dream. Klein was really back. But how could that be? Someone who had been dead for 2 months, how could they just come back? So, he wasn't hallucinating. He was dreaming. Then Benson gave himself 2 hard slaps across the face. Klein and Melissa had rushed to pull him down onto the couch, and Klein had given him a short, simplified version of the truth. And yet, even now, an hour later, Benson was still struggling to process it. Klein didn't blame him. Compared to their young, vibrant sister, Benson, the reliable workhorse, had a worldview far more set in stone. His acceptance of the unknown was, understandably, limited. So when Edward arrived, Klein looked like he had found salvation. Edward's here. He can help me. His voice trailed off as he stared at Lilith in astonishment. What the hell? It's only been a few days, and your kid's already that big. Note, enjoy the extra chapter vote if you like the chapter so far. Chapter 371, Siblings. Klein knew that Beyonders could pass on excess Beyonder characteristics to their offspring. But no one had ever told him that children of Beyonders grew this fast. The last time he heard of something like this, it was from a gourd baby in a folktale. Good evening, Klein. Good evening, Mr. Moretti. Benson quickly stood up. Just call me Benson. So you're the Edward that Klein said saved his life. Edward had visited here once before, but Benson had been working late that night, so they hadn't met. Benson glanced at Audrey and Lilith. Are these your wife and daughter? Wait, this little girl looks 6 or 7, but these two are only about 17 or 18. Hang on, why can't I do this math? Klein quickly came over and whispered, Hey, what's the deal with that little girl? Audrey smiled and answered first, That's Lilith. Lilith looked up at Klein. Why are you staring at Miss Lilith? Lilith. Who's Lilith? Klein stared wide-eyed at the little girl in the dress. She's not, could it be, oh. He finally got it. And then, he burst into wild laughter in his mind. Ha 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 ha. I thought you fed the cat an assassin potion because of your preferences, like you were raising a catgirl for, reasons. But it turns out, you raised a daughter. PFFFF, ha 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 ha. But then his gaze landed on the stunning Audrey standing beside Edward. Wait a second, he's already dating the most dazzling gem of Backlund, the daughter of Earl Hall. Damn. If I drank a clown potion right now, it would probably dissolve in my mouth from how bitter I feel. Just then, Melissa stepped forward and called out, Everyone, don't just stand there, come, take a seat. Edward set down the fruit basket and gift box in his hands. We came in a hurry. These fruits and pastries are for you, Melissa. Melissa initially wanted to refuse, but recalling how Klein had described Edward's relationship with him, she accepted it with a polite, thank you. Then Edward pulled out a small glass bottle and handed it to Benson. This one's for you. Benson was surprised and waved it off. There's no need, really, I can't accept that. Edward smiled. It's not anything valuable. Still, I really can't. It's a hair growth tonic. It can treat almost every kind of hair loss. Benson accepted it in silence, then said seriously, thank you. The Moretti family dining table had always been sized for 3, so it suddenly felt rather cramped with 6 people gathered around. Melissa noticed this and stood up awkwardly. There's still soup simmering in the kitchen, I'll go check. Klein quickly stopped her. It's all right, Melissa. There's something I want to talk to all of you about. What is it? It's about my resurrection. I didn't tell you the real truth earlier. Benson's expression turned solemn. Which part? Klein looked earnestly at his brother and sister. It's true that I was working for a government agency, and my fake death was part of a mission. But, I left out some other things. He thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers with a sharp pop. The next second, the living room light bulb exploded with a small flash. Melissa and Benson both jumped in shock. Then the light vanished into a puff of flame, and Klein calmly stepped out from the bedroom. I've been hiding a side of this world that ordinary people aren't aware of, the beyonders and mystical side. The moment he spoke the truth, Klein felt a heavy burden lift from his heart. And under his siblings' stunned gazes, he began explaining the fundamentals of the mystical world, its structure, its dangers, and its truths. From initial shock, to dazed silence, to eventual dawning comprehension, Benson and Melissa gradually pieced together the strange occurrences they had witnessed or heard about in the past, those accidents that the authorities had always explained away. Only now did they realize how those bizarre incidents made perfect sense in light of Klein's explanation. Originally, I didn't want to involve you in the Beyonder world, Klein continued. As I said earlier, the essence of a Beyonder is madness and eventual loss of control. But a few days ago, the Great Smog incident in Backlund changed my mind. Melissa was surprised. You mean the Great Smog of Backlund? Didn't the newspapers say it was caused by toxic gas emissions from the factories? No. Klein's eyes burned with anger. Those thousands of deaths were caused by a single Beyonder. The siblings' expressions turned pale with fear. Yes, Klein said gravely. That's how fragile ordinary people are when facing a Beyonder. Thousands died without even understanding what killed them. Among them were the elderly, children, fathers, and mothers. Some were having dinner at home. Some were just finishing a hard day's work and heading home. Others were simply out for a walk. And just like that, they all died. Klein's eyes bore into his siblings. So I thought, if something like that were to happen here in Tingen, right next to you, how could you possibly survive? Benson and Melissa sat in silence. Just imagining the scenario Klein described made their hands tremble slightly. Audrey, meanwhile, thought again of her father, how close he had come to dying in that same smog, and of the bloody numbers in the newspaper. She clenched her hand into a tight fist. Edward gently squeezed her hand and added, also, Lone's current political climate is incredibly unstable. Many believe the Fasak Empire may use this opportunity to launch a war against us. That means more chaos, and more danger, is on the way. Benson's tone turned grave. So, Klein, are you saying you want Melissa and me to become like you? He looked toward Edward and Audrey, like you all, Beyonders. But, isn't it already too late? Klein spoke with firm conviction. No. Doing something is always better than doing nothing. As he said this, he handed a slip of paper to Edward. Edward, I need you to do me a favor. Edward blinked, took the note, and opened it. Written on it were just 2 words, acting method. Klein had once sworn an oath before the goddess never to reveal acting methods to those who didn't already know them. But at the same time, he couldn't just have his brother and sister drink the potion and be done with it, so he thought of having Edward deliver the teachings on his behalf. Of course, if Edward had also sworn a similar oath, then Miss Justice could do it instead, she'd have no problem with that. No problem, Edward said. After spending so long playing the role of a wandering mentor, Edward had grown quite accustomed to lecturing others. Under the astonished eyes of the siblings, he transformed a chair into a chalkboard and began teaching them about potions, pathways, and the concept of acting. Benson and Melissa listened intently. Lilith, meanwhile, glanced at the two of them with barely disguised smugness. A sense of superiority welled up in her heart. Miss Lilith already knew all of this. These two foolish humans are only learning now. Soon, the lesson ended, and it was time for the always anticipated pathway selection. Melissa didn't hesitate much. Just like in the original storyline, she chose the savant pathway. After all, her understanding of the Beyonder world was still fuzzy, but she was already very familiar with machines and mechanics. Benson, on the other hand, was visibly torn. Not that he wanted to be indecisive, it was just that, compared to his sister who had a clear talent for engineering, he had no particular strength to rely on. His abilities were average across the board. In other words, he was painfully ordinary. But he didn't stay stuck in indecision for long. Instead, he suddenly smiled like he'd figured something out. I'll choose the warrior pathway. Klein said the reason he wants us to become Beyonders is to help us better handle emergencies and stay safe, Benson explained. And warriors gain superhuman strength and agility right from sequence 9. So if we ever do face danger, I can just scoop Melissa up and run. He added, plus, the acting method for warriors is pretty simple and straightforward. I think even if I want to climb to a higher sequence someday, I might have a shot. Everyone blinked in surprise. Well, that's certainly one way to look at it. Melissa, flustered, muttered, so doesn't that just make me a complete burden? Seeing that both Benson and Melissa had made their choices and accepted the truth of the supernatural world with relatively calm minds, Klein let out a long breath of relief. Great. Then the next step is for me to get you both the potion formulas and ingredients as soon as possible. Edward raised his hand. I've got them already. Huh. Klein immediately remembered, Edward had once gone on a buying spree for potion formulas and low-sequence Beyonder ingredients. All right, how much for both? As he spoke, a flicker of guilt crossed Klein's face. After all, the cash in his pocket right now was the £5,000 that Edward had offered as a sacrifice to the Fool's Blessed. Using Edward's own money to buy ingredients from Edward felt just a little awkward. I'll give you a deal. £500 for both formulas, plus £800 for all the ingredients, total, £1,300. Klein flinched, feeling a pang of pain in his chest. But before he could even respond, Melissa beat him to it. She slammed the table and shouted, "How much?" Benson echoed in a daze, £1,300. His current weekly salary was less than £1.10 solely, which added up to about £6 a month. A year, with bonuses, he might make £80 total. £1,300 was over 16 years of wages. Melissa's face went pale as paper. She shook her head repeatedly. No, I don't want to be a Beyonder anymore. With that kind of money, I could buy a huge house in the Desi Bay and live out the rest of my life in peace and comfort. Edward chuckled. But once you reach sequence 6 and become an artisan, just selling a single mystical item you make might get you £1,300. Melissa's eyes sparkled. Really? Of course, Edward said confidently. If your skills are good enough, people will come to you with the materials and pay you thousands in fees just to craft something. He laid out several mystical materials in front of them. So you see, this is all just your initial investment. Melissa took a deep breath. At that moment, she finally understood. Klein wanted her and Benson to become Beyonders for their safety, and under those circumstances, money shouldn't be the main concern. But still. She glanced over at Edward, then asked timidly, "Mr. Edward, I do have a small question." "What is it?" She raised a hand and started counting on her fingers. "You said, the formula and materials together cost £1,300, right? With £500 for the formulas. That means, can we just buy the materials and skip the formulas?" "Edward, you sly little fox. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 372, Watching the Sea at Night. Audrey couldn't help but burst into laughter. Klein looked both exasperated and amused. "Melissa, that's not how deals work in the Beyonder world. Yes, buying both the formula and the ingredients from Edward at the same time might give you the illusion that you're wasting money on the formula. But if you separate the two, you'll realize, without the formula, we wouldn't even know what materials to buy, or in what proportions to mix them. This kind of thinking is actually dangerous in the Beyonder world." Melissa quickly realized her mistake and blushed in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I understand now." Next came the potion brewing and consumption. With Audrey nearby to help placate and stabilize their emotions, the entire process went quite smoothly. Within just a few minutes, the siblings had successfully become a warrior and a savant, respectively. And the effects were immediate. Benson, previously a mild-mannered office worker with no time for physical training, suddenly felt a surge of power coursing through his body. His strength had transformed. Melissa, on the other hand, discovered that her memory had become extraordinary. Knowledge she'd studied long ago came vividly and effortlessly back to her mind. At that moment, they both understood why becoming a Beyonder was so expensive, because it was worth it. The changes it brought were simply unimaginable. Klein then taught them the foundational knowledge related to rituals, leaving behind a book for learning the Hermes language. He instructed them to master it as soon as possible. This wouldn't be difficult for either of them. With her new abilities as a savant, Melissa found memorization easier than ever. And Benson, who, in the original timeline, had managed to pass the civil service exam while working full-time, also had impressive learning abilities. However, Melissa sensed something from Klein's tone. "Klein, are you leaving again soon?" Benson immediately turned toward him. Klein nodded. He couldn't exactly mention all of his plans, so he simply said, "I have something very important to do. I'll be heading out to sea for a while. You two stay in Tingen. Live your lives well. Stick to your roles and act properly. If you run into any problems, you can summon Edward through a ritual." As he said that, Klein couldn't help but think of that headless lady in the spirit world. Maybe it really is time I had my own personal messenger. Though the siblings were reluctant to part with him, they didn't protest. "Ah, Lilith's hungry, let's eat," Edward suddenly said. Lilith, who had been dozing off nearby, perked up immediately and huffed, "Miss Lilith is not. You're the one who's hungry." All right, I'm hungry," Edward conceded. With the little one bringing a touch of cheer to the group, the siblings' heavy mood lifted a little. "Ah. My stew. Melissa suddenly remembered and dashed to the kitchen. Lilith hopped off the chair and ran after her. From the kitchen came their voices. "What's in the pot?" "Lamb, carrots, and potatoes. Smells so good." "Yeah, Klein taught me how to make it." "Can you teach me too?" "I can, but aren't you a bit too young?" "No, I'm not. Miss Lilith wants to learn." "Well, all right. But I want to switch the lamb for something else." "What?" "Rat meat." By the time dinner ended, it was almost 9 o'clock. Though Klein was reluctant to leave, things to do weighed on his mind. In the end, he decided to leave with Edward. And of course, farewells brought their own melancholy. Still, compared to the last time, when they'd suddenly received news that Klein had died, the siblings were far less devastated. "I'm planning to head to Pritz Harbor tomorrow," Klein said softly as they walked together along the quiet streets. "If I can get a ticket for the same day, I'll board immediately." Audrey was surprised. "Edward's heading out to sea too. Why don't you go together?" "But isn't Edward already a traveler? Does he even need a boat?" Edward shrugged. "I'm going out to sea to fulfill my role-playing. It's not about reaching a specific destination." Klein nodded in realization. "In that case, we can travel together." "By the way, Klein," Audrey said, "at the tarot meeting yesterday, you mentioned that Insanguil attacked you again." At the mention of Insanguil, Klein's face immediately turned grave. What he'd experienced wasn't just a simple attack, Ince had killed him. If not for the miracle granted by the being above the grey fog, he would have stayed dead. "It was Amon who found me first." Klein recounted the entire incident. Audrey listened wide-eyed, stunned. "Mr. World, you encountered the King of Angels." "I suspect he was targeting the Fool," Klein said quietly. "The first time, it was the sun. The second time, it was me. And both times, it happened right after we prayed to the Fool." She frowned. "But when we discussed him, the Fool didn't say anything." "Klein, that's because I didn't know anything either." Edward fell silent, deep in thought. Amon's early appearance was clearly detrimental to Klein's development. That's why the goddess had decisively intervened at the time. She might want to cultivate a worthy Lord of Mysteries, but she wasn't about to pit a Sequence 7 against Amon. That wasn't mentorship, that was suicide. But if she stepped in once to scare off Amon, what about next time? Klein was about to leave Backlund and head out to sea, and that wasn't the goddess's domain. If Amon struck again, the Tarot Club might soon become the Monocle Club. Sigh, I wonder if she'll place a veil of secrecy over Klein to keep Amon from tracking him again. The mind of a god is unfathomable, who knows what she's thinking? Klein, on the other hand, was rather easygoing about it. When it comes to Amon, the only thing we can really do is pray that he loses interest in us. Overthinking it won't help. As for Insanguil, this time, I think he's come back to take revenge on a few of us, me, Leonard, the captain, and Edward. I've already confirmed with the captain that he hasn't encountered Ince yet. Same with Leonard. So I was the first one he went after. Klein continued, even though we're aware of him now, he's still hiding in the shadows. No one knows when he'll suddenly pounce. There was something he didn't say aloud. As far as Insanguil was concerned, he, Klein, was already dead. That meant the remaining targets for revenge were just the captain, Leonard, and Edward. Edward gave a cold snort. Let's just hope he shows up soon. In the original timeline, Insanguil annihilated the Tinjin Nighthawk squad and stole St. Selena's ashes, transitioning to the Sleepless Pathway. But this time, he hadn't gotten anywhere near those ashes. If he had advanced to Sequence 4 anyway, where did he get the materials? Back in Backlund, Klein parted ways with Edward and the others. Before leaving the city, he wanted to say goodbye to Furs. Their time together in the book world had made her one of Klein's few genuine friends. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the address Furs had given him, he found it empty. Peering through the window, he saw the room in complete disarray. It was clear she'd left in a hurry. Klein immediately understood, she must have taken his advice and moved out as soon as she returned. Now, if he wanted to contact her again, he had two options: go through the Fool. But they hadn't exchanged identities during the Tarot Club, so that'd be a bit awkward. Alternatively, he could ask Edward to use his messenger. Another messenger. Klein sighed, maybe it really was time he got one of his own. Perfect timing. He needed to say goodbye to Mr. Azek anyway before leaving Backlund. He could ask about messengers while he was at it. Returning to the inn, Klein pulled out the bronze whistle and gave it a gentle blow. Moments later, a terrifying, gigantic skeletal messenger appeared, extending a fan-sized bony hand. The instant it received the letter, its entire form crumbled into countless bones and vanished. Phew, finally, I can get a good night's sleep. But just as Klein lay in bed, a faint but persistent whisper echoed in his ear, a prayer. He grabbed a pillow and slammed it over his head, which did absolutely nothing to block the sound. Arg. Klein bolted upright, utterly exasperated. A god who works as hard as me. Probably never existed before, and never will again. Despite his complaints, he still got out of bed, stepped counterclockwise 4 steps, and arrived above the gray fog. The crimson star symbolizing the sun flickered softly. Little Sun was kneeling reverently, hands pressed together at his forehead. Great fool, may I request to meet with the hanged man? There are some matters I wish to consult him on. TSK. The most honest member of the Tarot Club chooses to trust the most scheming one. Truly, perfectly reasonable. Meanwhile, Edward returned with Audrey and Lilith to the small villa in Empress Borough. The moment they entered, Lilith bolted ahead, leaping onto the couch using both hands and feet. She positioned herself in the same curled-up pose she used as a cat, rear in the air. MMMM. Still the comfiest like this. She yawned and began licking her tiny hands. The two glanced at each other, but said nothing. It was her first day, as a human, and she'd already done exceptionally well. They sat together on the sofa, shoulder to shoulder, saying nothing for a while. Eventually, Audrey turned slightly, looking at Edward from just a few inches away. Are you going to sleep? Sensing her gaze, Edward looked back. What's up? I want to see the ocean. Huh? Edward blinked, confused. You want to see the ocean? At this hour? What's there to see in the dark? But since the girl had spoken, Edward smiled and took her hand. Where would you like to go? Anywhere. Then. After a moment of thought, Edward opened a traveler's door. Let's go. Lilith immediately sat up. Miss Lilith wants to go too. Then let's all go. He scooped up the little one, took Audrey's hand, and stepped into the vibrant spirit world. Even though she'd experienced traversing the spirit world before, Audrey still looked around in awe. The surreal sights dazzled her. Lilith snuggled into Edward's arms, her eyes reflecting the multicolored brilliance all around them. Her little hands reached out instinctively, trying to touch the near and distant wonders. But only a dozen seconds later, Edward led them out of the spirit world, onto a dark, quiet beach. A salty breeze rushed toward them. In the distance, waves lapped the shore. Above, stars sparkled in the night sky, mirrored by glimmers on the sea's black surface. We're here, Edward said, setting Lilith down. This is Byam's most famous beach. Last time we came, it was during the day. Wah! Lilith ran ahead, laughing and shouting with excitement. Audrey simply stood there, gazing at the sea. The wind played with her golden hair, casting a faintly seductive aura about her under the scattered starlight, so different from her usual demeanor. Moments later, she grasped Edward's hand and walked forward. When a wave splashed against her legs, she suddenly realized, oh, I didn't take off my shoes. But then again, it didn't matter. The cold seawater washed over her calves, making her shiver slightly. She bent down and dipped her hand into the water, feeling the soft sand swirl between her fingers, ticklish, soothing. Ah! Lilith ran around gleefully, chased by the waves. As a cat, she normally hated water. But now, in human form, she was beginning to see the fun in it. Edward watched Lilith for a moment, then turned his gaze to Audrey, then up to the sky. Tonight was a waning moon. That made the stars shine brighter, more beautiful. Unfortunately, whether it was the moon or the stars, in the world of the Beyonders, they were nothing short of deadly. Note, 170 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 373, Chapter 373, Confession. Splash. A handful of cool seawater splashed onto Edward's face. Audrey asked, what are you thinking about again? Your forehead's all wrinkled up. Nothing, just, zoning out a little. She gave a deliberate huff. Humph. You're zoning out even when you're with me. Edward scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. Audrey turned her gaze back to the glimmering sea in the distance. Thank you, Edward. Huh. She took 2 steps forward, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted, I said, thank you, Edward. Why all of a sudden? Audrey turned around, a bright smile lighting up her face. No particular reason, if I really have to give one, then thank you for keeping me company tonight to watch the sea. Does that count? Edward nodded seriously. It counts. She waded closer through the water, stopping right in front of Edward, blocking the starlit sky behind her. No, at this moment, she outshone even the stars above. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe and, to Edward's stunned surprise, gave him a light kiss on the lips. Maybe because of the sea breeze, her lips were cool to the touch. The moment was brief, so fleeting that Edward didn't even have time to register the taste. She wrapped her arms around him in a gentle hug. Thank you. Edward stiffened for a moment before he hugged her back. After a while, he took half a step back, gazed at the girl just inches from him, and said seriously, "Audrey, will you be my girlfriend?" Audrey clearly froze. Then she pursed her lips and said helplessly, I really am silly, huh? Huh. She puffed up her cheeks. I thought we already were. Edward was silently cursing himself for being an idiot, but she suddenly burst into laughter. Okay. Pritz Harbor. As the largest and busiest port in the Lone Kingdom, Pritz Harbor saw a constant flow of people and goods. Every few minutes, a cargo ship departed the docks, and another came in, fully loaded. These ships carried Lone specialties, either heading south along the coast to Dicey Bay and from there to Fainapotter and Intis, or southeast to the Rorstad Archipelago, or even further to the southern continent. Passenger ships, by contrast, ran far less frequently. After all, few people were willing to risk pirate-infested seas just for a pleasure cruise. Inside a cafe, Klein stood by the window in a light-colored vest and white shirt, occasionally glancing outside toward the port where several cruise ships were docked. These were the only ships scheduled to depart Pritz Harbor today. Since arriving at the port over an hour ago, Klein had already seen several ships leave. Yet Edward still hadn't shown up. This made Klein grumble inwardly. These lovey-dovey couples are always a hassle. They just have to be all clingy before parting ways. Unlike me, one bag, solo trip, come and go as I please. So free, so unburdened. With a sigh, Klein returned to the walnut table, downed the rest of his coffee in one gulp, and pulled out a piece of stationery to write a letter to Mr. Azek, detailing the events of the past 2 days. Lastly, I have a question. Is there any way to remove the lingering spiritual pollution from a solidified beyonder characteristic? I'm about to embark on a voyage. I wish you success in your journey to recover your memories, and wish myself safe travels as well. Your student and friend, Klein Moretti. Then, he took out the bronze whistle, but just as he was about to blow it, a sudden chill crept up his spine. He instinctively glanced around. Thankfully, this time, no monocle-wearing mage-robe demon popped out of nowhere. After handing off the letter to the massive skeletal messenger, Klein took out a pale yellow identity document. This was a necessary item for buying an official ticket on a long-distance voyage. He had asked Miss Sharon to help him get it through formal channels. The photo on the ID was his current appearance, a rugged pirate hunter named Gehrman Sparrow. Of course, this name was a playful mix of inspiration from Bloodborne and Pirates of the Caribbean, a sort of homage. When Miss Sharon had first heard the name, she visibly froze, seemingly surprised. But after some hesitation, she didn't comment further, though Klein had momentarily worried that this name, too, had somehow been corrupted by Emperor Roselle's infamous naming touch. Ding ding. At that moment, 2 girls, one tall and one short, pushed open the cafe door and stepped outside. The shorter girl wore a long dress and looked awkwardly uncomfortable in it. The taller one was dressed in a more form-fitting outfit, her long hair tied simply in a ponytail. She seemed to be aiming for a sharp, valiant look, but no matter what, she couldn't quite hide the laziness in her bones. How could Klein tell? Because the moment he laid eyes on the tall one, he recognized her furs. Which meant the shorter girl was clearly the Miss Zio she often mentioned. Their disguises, were they trying to be undercover? That was so unprofessional. Zio elbowed Furs gently and whispered, "Furs, don't you think our disguises are a bit too obvious? We look totally fake." Furs muttered back, "I know. But Emperor Roselle once said, to deceive, one must do the unexpected." Zio rubbed her forehead with a sigh. "Ugh, I just want to know when I can finally take off this damn dress." Furs gave her a once-over, then pinched her chin thoughtfully and grinned. "Honestly, I think you look great in a dress. Why do you always insist on wearing that night training uniform?" "Force of habit," Zio replied offhandedly. In truth, before her father's death, Zio had been the very picture of a noble family's pampered princess, wearing pretty dresses and basking in her parents' love. But after that happened, her once happy life had been brought to a sudden halt. And when it resumed, nothing was ever quite the same again. As they spoke, the two of them crossed several streets and returned to room 2215 of the inn they had rented in Pritz Harbor. The moment they stepped inside, Furs immediately rushed to the window, pulled back the curtain, and peeked through a narrow slit toward the house across the street. Yes, they had rented a room directly opposite Dorian Gray's home. 2 days ago, upon arriving in Pritz Harbor, they'd visited Dorian's house and noticed faint signs of someone having recently returned. This led them to suspect that the elusive Mr. Dorian Gray had come back for a brief stay. So, on a whim, they decided to rent a room nearby and keep watch, planning to return to Backlund only after confirming that all was safe. Unfortunately, 2 days of surveillance had yielded nothing. The house remained deathly silent, with no signs of movement. Zio slouched on the bed, absent-mindedly swinging her legs. After a while, she stood up and headed for the door. "I'm hungry. I'll go grab a couple of Desi meat pies from the shop by the entrance." Furs quickly said, "Bring one back for me too." Zio nodded and opened the door to leave. As she turned, she saw a man dragging a suitcase step into the room next door. The man had an average build, with disproportionately large arms, but what caught her attention was his aged, weathered face, enough to make her glance back at him a couple more times as she passed by and headed downstairs. Room. The disguised Dorian Gray entered, set his suitcase down, and immediately went to the window. He drew the curtain tightly and peered through the gap at the house across the street, his former residence. A week ago, when a sudden influx of unfamiliar faces had appeared in Pritz Harbor, Dorian had left out of caution. Now that things seemed to have quieted down, he had returned, only to find a handwritten note left behind by Furs. Naturally, he didn't trust it outright. He had considered using divination, but feared it might lead him into a trap. So he had promptly left again. But after wandering around for a few days, he remembered a detail from his brother Lawrence's last letter, that his health was deteriorating. That thought brought new hesitation. What if the note was telling the truth? What if Lawrence had truly passed away, and before his death, entrusted someone worthy with his belongings and letters, someone now trying to reach out to him? After wrestling with his thoughts, Dorian had decided to return to Pritz Harbor and rented the room across the street, intending to observe in secret. After a long silence, he finally pulled the curtains shut, sat down on the chair, and took out a pocket watch engraved with the Abraham family crest. With a heavy sigh, he muttered, "Ah." It was past 9 o'clock by the time Edward finally arrived, leading Lilith, whose face was full of curiosity, into the cafe. Immediately, they saw a man with ordinary features, black hair, and brown eyes, his face bearing a somewhat scholarly air, dressed in a linen shirt. He waved them over. "Klein." Edward walked up to him. Klein cleared his throat and, in the characteristic voice of the world, declared, "Ahem. From now on, please refer to me as Gehrman Sparrow." Edward fell into silence. Back when he first picked that name to play the part of a lunatic, it had just been a bit of a joke. He'd thought it was clever and silly. After all, Klein had plenty of time before actually setting sail. But now, in the blink of an eye, Klein had gone out to sea. And he'd really adopted that name, Gehrman Sparrow. Had he truly never heard that name before? I mean. Edward was about to speak, but swallowed his words at the last moment. Not because he wanted to mess with Klein, but because the identity of Gehrman Sparrow was now infamous across the 5 seas. If Klein could successfully embody such a seasoned persona, wouldn't that accelerate his potion digestion? Of course, inheriting this identity also meant inheriting its dangers. Risk and reward always came hand in hand. So, after thinking it through, Edward said, "I've got an idea for your faceless persona." "Oh." Klein raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Turn into a woman." Lilith perked up instantly, staring at Klein with shining curiosity. "You're going to become a woman too?" Klein gave her a helpless look, then slid the plate of cake toward her. "Thank you." Lilith happily picked up a dessert spoon and began eating with delight. Over the past 2 days, she had slowly discovered that as a human, food tasted far better than it ever had before. Edward went on, "From what I understand, becoming a faceless requires deep, immersive disguise, truly becoming another person and gaining feedback from that role. The greater the contrast between you and your assumed identity, the more difficult the impersonation, and the stronger the feedback. Think about it. What identity could be more drastically different from yours than a woman?" Klein frowned slightly. "Why do I feel like you just want to see me cross-dress? I've got the most dazzling gem in Backlund sitting in my house. Do you really think I'd waste time fantasizing about you in a dress?" Klein gave Edward a wink. "Actually, I can turn into Miss Justice if I want to. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 374, Chapter 374, A Familiar Diary. Edward instinctively leaned back, giving Klein a deadpan stare. Klein burst out laughing and waved his hand. All right. If I ever find my acting progress stagnating, I'll seriously consider your suggestion." He paused. "What about you? Are you planning to use your real identity?" "Not necessarily," Edward shook his head. "I can change my appearance and identity whenever I want. I don't need to play a faceless, so I'm not required to impersonate someone at that level of depth." Klein's eyes filled with envy, but then he remembered, once he digested the faceless potion, he'd be able to change his appearance freely too. Sob. Just then, a ship's horn blew from the harbor. Another steamer was setting sail. Klein took out his pocket watch for a glance and said quickly, "It's already 9:30. We've got to get to the ticket office soon. If we're late, we won't be able to buy tickets for today's voyage." Edward pulled out 3 tickets with a grin. "Relax, Audrey already had someone buy them for us. White Agate departs at 10. Having a rich heiress for a girlfriend sure has its perks. One of these days, I ought to have Mr. Fool ask her to fund me directly." Though the thought crossed his mind, Klein knew full well he didn't have the face to actually go through with something like that. He stood up, lugging his suitcase. "All right then, let's get going." We'll probably still need to go through security and queue up. Then a sudden thought struck him. Unless you're going to say Miss Justice arranged for a VIP lane or bought luxury cabins for us. Nope, Edward shrugged. When Audrey had someone buy the tickets, there weren't even first-class cabins left on the White Agate. They only managed to get us 2 second-class rooms. How much? I'll pay you back in a bit. £10. Edward also rose as he spoke. Lilith, having only eaten half her cake, quickly held it up with both hands. Edward, can I take this with me? Of course. But you might want to store it in your little pendant first. Okay. 10 minutes later, the 2 men and 1 little girl arrived at Rose Pier. The White Agate loomed before them, massive, at least from a human's perspective. Back when Audrey's people bought the tickets, they'd had 4 ships to choose from. But Edward had picked the White Agate immediately. After all, in the original timeline, this was the ship Klein boarded when he left port. It was aboard this vessel that he met those people and events that set him on the path to becoming the Lord of the Mysteries. Unfortunately, this time Klein was setting out several months early. And the sea was already more chaotic than before, due to his own influence. Who knew what encounters awaited him now? Still, according to the plan, Edward would be parting ways with Klein before too long, and likely wouldn't witness what came next. The moment they stepped onto the deck, a cold sea breeze hit them in the face. Both of them shivered, instinctively tightening their collars. The mood to enjoy the ocean view vanished in an instant. Just then, a group of men in black coats and semi-tall bowler hats walked over, faces alert. They subtly blocked the entrance to the ship's interior. One of them stepped forward and offered a polite apology to the surrounding passengers. Apologies, everyone. This will only take a moment. Following that, a dozen or so elegantly dressed noblewomen descended the gangway in groups, chatting and laughing as they entered the ship. Their voices trailed off cheerfully. The black-coated men followed them into the cabin in silence. Only the men who had apologized remained. Just as he was about to enter, his gaze fell on Klein's face. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. Pardon me, friend. Klein was momentarily caught off guard but stayed in character, responding with aloof neutrality. What is it? May I ask, are you an adventurer? The men quickly added, forgive me. I should introduce myself first, I'm Aldrich. I used to serve in the Lone Navy as an officer. After retiring, I became the head of a private security company. Klein frowned slightly. And? Aldrich explained earnestly, here's the situation, sir. My current assignment is to escort a group of clients safely to a resort at Desi Bay. Unfortunately, due to the recent heavy smog incident, over half of my staff fell ill, and a few others happened to be in the East Borough and didn't survive. That's left us critically understaffed for this operation. He went on, so I'm hoping to recruit a few capable individuals to assist us. Klein asked bluntly, if you're short on manpower, why not just cancel the job? Aldrich gave a bitter smile. The contract's already signed. If we back out now, the penalty fees would be astronomical. Klein shook his head. Sorry, I'm not qualified for bodyguard work. You'd better find someone else. Of course. Sorry to bother you. Aldrich doffed his hat with a respectful nod and turned to leave. Throughout the entire exchange, he hadn't spared Edward a glance. Why didn't he ask me? Edward asked in puzzlement. Klein chuckled and pointed at Lilith. Who'd try to hire a young father on vacation with his daughter to serve as a bodyguard? Fair point. Edward reached out and patted Lilith's head. The little girl looked up at him and asked, What's wrong, Edward? Nothing. Just thinking how wonderful you are, Lilith. She nodded without hesitation. Of course. Miss Lilith is the best. Watching their sweet little exchange, Klein muttered, Honestly, why didn't Miss Justice come along with you? It'd be nice to have the whole family together. Her mother was badly shaken a few days ago, Edward explained. Right now isn't a good time for her to travel. Only then did Klein remember what Justice had said at the Tarot Club, her brother had nearly killed her father. That kind of incident must have been terrifying for both a wife and a mother. As they spoke, the 2 men stepped inside the ship. Guided by the diagram posted at the cabin entrance, they began heading toward their rooms. Edward. When they reached the door to their cabin, Klein couldn't help but speak again. I've been thinking about that security guy, Aldrich. Edward pushed the door open and turned his head. What about him? He's the head of a security firm, and just because he's short on people, he tries to recruit a total stranger. Don't you find that odd? Edward considered for a moment, then said, Maybe the offer was just a front. What if he was actually probing you? Probing. For example, testing whether you harbor any hostility, or trying to gather some intel about you. I'd wager that sort of conversation isn't unique to you, he probably tries it on anyone he finds threatening or difficult to read. Edward grinned broadly. Which means, whatever he said might not be true at all. Klein suddenly understood. That makes a lot more sense now. He turned the handle of the cabin door. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll head in and nap a bit, wake me up when it's lunchtime. All right. Once the door was closed, Lilith had already clambered onto a chair, placed her half-eaten cake on the table, and resumed eating. This room's not as nice as the one on the last ship. She said this while glancing around, spoon in hand. Of course not. Last time we had a luxury suite. This time it's just second class, and the ship isn't even as big. Edward walked to the window and looked out at the bustling pier, where sailors were loading food, fresh water, and other supplies essential for the coming voyage. Edward, eat. The little girl raised a bite-sized piece of cake to his mouth. Thanks, Lilith. Edward swallowed the cake in one go, then asked, have you thought about how you'll portray your witch persona? Lilith tilted her head, thinking. Not really. She had originally wanted to ask Chrismona, but that woman had vanished from Backlund, no idea where she went. Actually, our Miss Lilith is already a little witch. Don't you remember? Lilith quickly caught on and pulled out her tiny wand. You mean this? Exactly. So as long as you keep practicing your magic, using your powers, and combining them with the extraordinary abilities you'll gain after advancing, I believe you'll digest the witch potion in no time. But didn't you say I shouldn't use magic or powers recklessly around ordinary people? Edward wiped a smear of cream from her cheek with his finger. But most pirates don't even count as people. Her eyes lit up. You mean, I get to use pirates again to help me digest the potion? That's how I finished the last part of my instigator potion too. Lilith beamed inwardly, pirates really are the best. They helped Miss Lilith digest the instigator potion, and now they'll help with the witch potion too. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lilith jumped off the chair and hurried over. Miss Lilith will get the door. She opened it. Oh, it's you. Bernadette nodded and followed her into the room. You've reached sequence 7. Lilith beamed proudly. Yep, Miss Lilith is a human now too. Bernadette glanced sideways at Edward and then said to Lilith, so, you've turned into a child. Was Edward disappointed? Huh. She looked puzzled. Why would he be disappointed? Lilith ran over to Edward. Edward, why would you be disappointed? Edward chuckled and ruffled her hair. Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm not disappointed at all. The little girl immediately shot a glare at Bernadette. Humph. I knew you weren't a good person. Last time you tried to trick me into talking, and now you're trying to drive a wedge between me and Edward. You really do treat her like your daughter. A strange, unreadable glint passed through Bernadette's eyes as she stepped further into the cabin. The second-class room was tiny, just a few square meters. It was already a tight squeeze for Edward and Lilith, adding Bernadette made it feel downright cramped, like there was nowhere to even put their feet. Your Majesty. Edward stood and greeted her. He'd already informed her of his change of plans to travel by sea via Phoenix yesterday. Bernadette didn't seem to mind the cramped quarters. She simply sat back, and 2 pea vines dropped from the ceiling, forming a makeshift swing chair beneath her. I spent the past few days digging through records. There's very little public information about Amon. Her first words surprised Edward. He hadn't expected her to research Amon so seriously. The only thing I could find is that there was once a family called Amon during the 4th epoch. But strangely, there are no records of any family members. And in a few books my father left behind, there's mention of a high-sequence powerhouse named Zeradal. He seems to have referenced Amon, vaguely. He was clearly very wary of him. Edward asked curiously, why are you looking into Amon? Based on your previous descriptions, it's only a matter of time before Amon comes for me. Isn't it better to gather what intel I can ahead of time? She paused. Besides, there's still a clone of his in the box of the Great Old Ones. If I don't understand him, how can I deal with it? But Amon, sigh. Unless you can overwhelm him with higher sequence strength, knowing more won't help much at all. Has Mr. Fool ever mentioned Amon to you? She suddenly brought up the Fool, which made Edward freeze for a second, before he remembered that the Queen Mystic was now part of the Tarot Club too. Why do you ask? Bernadette thought aloud. Amon appeared when you triggered a reaction from that grayish-white barrier of mist. He was clearly very intrigued by it. And it was the Fool's power you borrowed to trigger that response, so I wonder, does the Fool know Amon? Bullseye. Unfortunately, the relationship between Mr. Fool and Amon might be the exact opposite of what you're imagining. Not to mention, he's currently napping in the room next door. Edward replied, in fact, Mr. Fool hasn't mentioned Amon to us. Maybe you could try praying to him and asking yourself. Bernadette nodded but didn't continue the topic. Instead, she pulled out several yellowed sheets of parchment and handed them to Edward. These are the last few pages of notes I've got on hand. Help me translate them. Huh. Edward blinked. I thought you were planning to learn Rosaline and read them yourself. My father left me tons of notes. There's no need to rush through a few pages. Fair point. He accepted the diary pages and casually flipped through them. The very first line read, "Today, I met a woman. She seemed very strange and wouldn't stop following me. I got so annoyed, I beat her up." Huh. This entry feels really familiar. Note, 320 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 375, Chapter 375, Cheek. Edward continued reading. I've been here for so many days now. So boring, even more boring than before. The food's terrible, I don't like it here. That woman has been following me for over 10 days now. I've beaten her several times during that period, but she still refuses to leave, or even talk. What a strange person. Today, that woman finally spoke. I thought she was mute. She told me her name. At this point, Edward finally remembered, this was from the diary pages he had found in the gang leader's safe after eliminating this Manger gang. These pages were suspected to be from another Transmigrator, a predecessor like himself. Unfortunately, he had only read the first 2 pages before Bernadette suddenly showed up and took the diary away. Edward suspected that was when she began keeping an eye on him. He carefully turned to the second-to-last page. The first 4 words instantly made his pupils shrink. Her name is Cheek. Cheek. Edward leaned in and double-checked. It really was Cheek. Cheek, such a seemingly ordinary name, was by no means ordinary in the world of Lord of the Mysteries. It represented a sequence 0 true god, the primordial demoness. But, the diary described a woman named Cheek who followed me around and was even beaten up by me several times. These short sentences carried a surreal, almost postmodern absurdity that made Edward's brain lag for a moment. After a beat, a thought popped into Edward's head, could it just be someone with the same name? After all, the true names of deities were highly secret in this world, especially those of evil gods like Cheek. Hardly anyone would know. So it wouldn't be odd if someone happened to choose that name unknowingly. But wait. Cheek was a male name. Why would a woman be called that? That's just suspicious. You seem to have read something unbelievable. Bernadette asked. It is rather unbelievable. Let me finish reading first. Edward rubbed his forehead and continued reading. Ugh, still bored these past few days. Every day is just eating, sleeping, and hitting Cheek. Finally got out of that endless wasteland today and saw people again. They told me this place is the Solomon Empire, a land ruled by gods. But all I want now is a proper feast. The feast sucked. Cheek seemed to enjoy it though, so I beat her up again. Humph, she said she's my underling, yet dares talk back to me. Last night, Cheek suddenly came to ask me about the formula for the Demoness of Despair potion. How should I know? She insisted I'd seen all the witch formulas before. I asked where I supposedly saw them, and she said, a gray-white stone tablet. Oh right, I have seen one like that, but I couldn't read any of it. To stop Cheek from calling me illiterate, I beat her up again. Haven't written in a while. Half a month ago I was ambushed, would have died if Cheek hadn't blocked the attack for me. I've decided I'll stop beating, crossed out, beat her less. She's now officially promoted from my underling to my little sis. Been recovering these past few days. While half-dazed, I suddenly remembered that stone tablet again. Still had those unreadable symbols, but somehow, I could suddenly understand them. Perfect timing. Since I don't know how to thank Cheek, I'll just give her the Demoness of Despair formula. The diary entries ended there. Edward stared at the last page, lost in thought. He now fully confirmed that the Cheek mentioned here was indeed the future primordial witch Cheek. And at the time these entries were written, she had only reached sequence 5. Damn, this Transmigrator predecessor sure woke up a long time ago, huh? There wasn't a specific date in the original novel for when Cheek became a god, but based on what we know, she likely ascended sometime during the early 4th epoch. The 3rd epoch belonged to the ancient sun god, there were no records of the primordial witch then. But by the time of the 4 Emperors' War in the 4th epoch, Cheek already existed and had even teamed up with the underworld emperor, Salinger, to unleash the Pale Disaster. So going by the timeline, this diary must be from early 4th epoch, and Cheek probably ascended with help from that Transmigrator predecessor. That gray-white stone tablet mentioned. Most likely one of the blasphemy slates. It's unclear whether it was the first or second, or how exactly the predecessor accessed it. Edward turned to Bernadette. I believe even if you can't yet read Rosaline, you can still tell that these notes didn't come from Emperor Roselle. Bernadette nodded slightly. That's right. And that only makes me more curious. She explained, I've seen many forgeries before, imitations of Rosaline. But they were always crude. Even when I didn't know the language, I could still tell they were fakes. But these few pages are different. Edward sighed inwardly. As Bernadette became more fluent in Chinese, it was only a matter of time before she realized what he had intentionally left untranslated. Honestly, most of Roselle's salacious escapades wouldn't be that big a deal. He could always say he'd done it to preserve her good image of her father. After all, it's not like I would be socially ruined. Wait, unless she really starts treating me like her dad, then what if she flips out and backstabs her old man? And what if she asked about the other transmigrator? Maybe I should just come clean. Tell her, hey Bernie, I may not be your dad, but I'm kind of like your dad's peer. So just call me uncle from now on. You're thinking about how to make up a convincing story, aren't you? Bernadette suddenly said. No such thing, your majesty. Edward cleared his throat and said, the person who wrote these pages should be from the same place as Emperor Roselle. Her eyes flickered slightly. Home. Eh? Edward was startled. In the original story, she only learned the true meaning of home from Klein. How could she know it this early? Could it be that she asked Mr. Fool during her time in the Forsaken Land of the Gods? That's right. Edward decided to be straightforward. But from the context of the writing, it seems to describe events from the early 4th epoch. The author mentioned traveling abroad and arriving at the Solomon Empire of that time. He also met someone. He hesitated a moment before continuing. That person's name was Cheek. Bernadette paused in surprise. The primordial demoness. More precisely, Cheek before she became a god. According to these pages, she received her sequence 4 potion formula from the diary's author. Her deep blue eyes grew more profound. That's a truly astonishing revelation. After a few seconds, she asked again, so, this so-called Rosaline language wasn't invented by my father, it came from their homeland. Well, yes, that's probably the case. Bernadette gazed steadily into Edward's eyes. And what about you? How is it that you know this language? Are you also from this home? I am. Edward fell silent for a few seconds, then said in a low voice, so, if you've misunderstood me in any way before. There's no misunderstanding. She cut him off calmly. Bernadette stood up from the swing chair. 2 days from now, I'll return to Emerald City to retrieve more of my father's journals. They're stored in my palace on Rasha Island, part of the Fog Sea. Since you won't be heading to Intis anymore, why don't you come to Emerald City instead? As for the next 2 days, keep using your spare time to teach me Rosaline. With that, her figure vanished, swallowed by a towering stalk of pea vines. Edward, she's gone now, came Lilith's voice. Edward looked toward where Bernadette had disappeared, briefly lost in thought. They had practically laid everything bare just now, so why did Bernadette insist there was no misunderstanding? And even invited him to her private palace? What was she really thinking? I've got no clue at all. Huo. At that moment, the white agate's whistle blew. The ship gave a slight jolt and began slowly pulling away from the pier. By midday, the warm sun had driven off the chill of late autumn. Though the deck still had a biting wind, many passengers came out to bask in the sunlight. Edward and Klein picked a spot near the railing, enjoying the sound of the waves lapping against the hull as they ate lunch. Lilith ran about without a care, curiously inspecting everything. When she saw flying fish leap from the sea, she even struck a dramatic pose as if preparing to dive after them. The whole scene was peaceful and comfortable. Klein couldn't help but think, if only this trip really were just a vacation, how nice that would be. Edward read his expression and chuckled, we've only just set out. But think about it, every day from now on, all you'll see is endless ocean and sky. And the ship's not exactly spacious. Won't it get boring fast? That's true. Klein nodded. But I looked at the White Agate's travel schedule, basically, it stops at an island every 2 to 3 days. So it shouldn't be as bad as you say. He paused, then asked, we should arrive at Demir Harbor by tomorrow afternoon. Are you planning to disembark and change routes there? Edward's fingers intertwined as a thought struck him. Why don't you divine it for me? Should I get off at Demir? As the anchor of fate in this world, Klein's divinations were certainly worth consulting. What do you want me to divine? Then Klein realized something. Wait a sec, you can divine for yourself. Come on, who can out-divine a seer? My pitiful skills would only make a fool of me. I feel like you're being sarcastic. Klein pulled out a citron crystal. So, what exactly are you asking? Just, should I disembark at Demir Harbor or not? Hey now, you do know divination doesn't work well with vague questions like that, right? Edward pulled out a gold coin and handed it over. Then don't divine. Just flip this. Heads, I get off. Tails, I stay. Either way, the coin is yours. Klein squinted, accepting the coin. Well, if you're this determined to give me free money, I won't say no. He held up the coin for Edward to see. Watch carefully. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 376, Familiar Faces. Ding. The gold coin flipped high into the air. Klein raised both hands and caught it midair, then slowly lifted one palm to show Edward. Tails. Edward chuckled. Looks like we'll be traveling together a bit longer. Just then, a group of well-dressed women, clearly upper-class ladies, emerged onto the deck, accompanied by laughter and lively chatter. Some hurried to the railings to gaze out at the open sea, others found seats to rest, and a few, having spotted the adorably curious Lilith, flocked around her at once. Aldrich and his fellow bodyguards fanned out, keeping a vigilant watch on every passerby. When Aldrich caught sight of Klein, he gave a slight nod in greeting. Klein furrowed his brows slightly. That's odd. What is? Edward asked. Well, as I understand it, people usually hire bodyguards for protection against pirates when sailing, but these bodyguards seem suspicious of everyone on board. He cast a glance at two nearby men seated together with drinks. Those two are bodyguards too, but they're clearly much more relaxed. Maybe it's because their employers are all women. Edward mused. You know, lots of people on board, and women tend to be more cautious. Yeah, that's not impossible. Just as he said this, Klein's brow twitched. Someone's watching us. Who? Those two noble women sitting over there. I think they've been glancing this way since they got on deck. Edward grinned. Maybe it's that ridiculously handsome face you conjured up, it's made their hearts flutter. I don't know about fluttering, Klein muttered, but I think they're actually looking at you. Edward turned his head, and locked eyes with the two women. Though they were dressed like noble ladies, they couldn't have been older than their mid-20s. Their elegant attire and refined demeanor lent them an air of aristocracy. The two young women held his gaze for a moment, then leaned toward each other and whispered, bursting into laughter. One of them even waved at Edward. Klein immediately shot him a look. You rascal. Isn't having a stunning girlfriend at home enough for you? Now you're out here flirting, too. Edward looked deeply wronged. I don't even know them. To his surprise, the two women began walking over. The one who had waved smiled brightly. Hey there, it's been a while. Edward blinked. Have we met before? They both burst into laughter. You don't remember? It was at Lady Akasha's private hot spring. When she brought you in, the two of us were already there relaxing. Ah. The other girl teased. What, you didn't recognize us just because we're wearing clothes this time? Klein. Miss Justice, I'm filing a complaint. It suddenly clicked for Edward, he had met them briefly before. If not for the enhanced memory that came with becoming a Beyonder, he might never have recalled it. Oh, so it was you too. Afraid Klein might let his imagination run wild, Edward quickly explained the situation to him. But that only raised a new question. What was a man like you doing in a women-only hot spring in the first place? Are you two on vacation? Edward asked, changing the subject. They giggled. Yup. Backlund's getting colder by the day, so we're heading to the Desi Bay for a holiday. It's not just a vacation, one of them added with a sly grin. If we like it there, we might not return to Backlund at all. Edward glanced toward the other women scattered across the deck. Why are you all traveling together? And, without any male companions. We're modern women, one of them said proudly. It's just a vacation, why would we need men tagging along? Fair point. So, where are you headed? She asked. Edward shrugged. Nowhere in particular. Just wandering. Why not come with us to the Desi Bay, then? We'll see. Suddenly, Edward frowned in confusion. Wait, isn't the White Agate headed to Byam? Why are you taking this ship to get to the Desi Bay? Oh, the direct tickets were all sold out, one explained. We're stopping at Demir Harbor first, then transferring to another liner that'll take us the rest of the way. Just then, Aldrich, who'd been standing a short distance away, walked over. Ladies, it's time to return for lunch. Got it. Hey, would you two care to join us? One of them asked Edward. We're sitting with a whole table of beautiful women. Edward was about to respond when he noticed someone approaching from near the ship's railing, Bernadette. She was strolling leisurely, dressed just as she had been the day they first met, a modest, drab dress, an old leather hat on her head. She looked for all the world like she was simply admiring the scenery. Seriously. If I hadn't felt your gaze just now, I might have actually believed that. Do you trust your dear old dad so little? Edward sighed inwardly, then smiled politely at the two girls. We've just had lunch, so we'll have to pass. Ah, all right. But you have to join us for dinner, okay? As they turned to leave, one of the girls, the brunette, looked back over her shoulder. By the way, I'm Olivia, and she's Sophia. Edward cleared his throat. Klein. Once the women had rejoined the rest of their party and returned to the cabin, Aldrich stepped forward again. Mr. Klein, do you know those ladies? Klein. Edward said, I wouldn't say I know them. We've only met once before. Aldrich seemed a little disappointed. I see. Apologies for disturbing you. The moment he left, Klein lunged forward and grabbed Edward by the neck, shaking him furiously. Speak. You brat, how often have you been using my name to get up to this kind of thing? I haven't. I only did it now, just messing with you since you were right there. My lifelong reputation, ruined. No, you never had one to begin with. Just then, Lilith's voice chimed in. Edward, what are you two doing? Klein let go of Edward. Just joking around. He turned toward Lilith, and froze. What happened to you? Lilith's little face was covered in lipstick marks, scrunched into a miserable frown. She huffed, clearly indignant. A bunch of women suddenly ran over. They kept hugging me and kissing me, but Miss Lilith can't just hit them, you know. It was so annoying. Edward pulled her closer and began wiping the lipstick off her cheeks. Next time something like that happens, call for me. I'll come rescue you. Okay. Klein muttered dryly, you just want an excuse to be the one they hug. Backlund, at the luxurious estate of the Hall family. Audrey hadn't gone to see Edward off this time. He was traveling with Mr. World, after all. If she had stood at the docks bidding him a sentimental farewell, it would have felt overly dramatic. Besides, in Mr. World's eyes, Edward was a traveler. He could return to Backlund in an instant if he wanted to. Audrey sat in the dining room, holding a steaming cup of coffee. She took a gentle sip, letting the aroma bloom between her teeth. It was a rare day off for Earl Hall. He ate lunch while flipping through the newspaper, though lately the papers had been dull, mostly noble gossip and petty trivialities. The Great Smog incident had only occurred days ago, yet coverage of it was already spreading through every channel, clearly a result of intentional pressure from higher up. As for what had happened outside Backlund city limits, not a single report. It was as if it had never happened at all. Earl Hall finally put the paper down. The ship Edward boarded should have set sail by now. Audrey glanced at the clock. Yes, it left a while ago. Then she asked, Father, the king has been calling on you frequently these days. Is something going on? Stability, he replied plainly. All he wants now is stability, to stabilize the court, the military, and foreign relations with Fasak and the other powers. Audrey nodded in understanding. And how do you see things? Lone is a great vessel, Earl Hall said slowly, but it's riddled with leaks, more than one. He paused thoughtfully. And it's the king himself who allowed those holes to form in the first place. He seemed to have a plan back then. Now that the ship's starting to sink, now he's panicking. As for what I think, that no longer matters. When Alfred returns in a few days, we'll decide whether the Hall family stays on this ship, or jumps. Then he looked at Audrey. Has Edward said anything to you? Him. Audrey couldn't help but smile faintly. He doesn't understand politics at all. His only advice to me was, to cling tightly to the Church of Evernight's thigh, in other words, maintain a close relationship with them. Earl Hall nodded, contemplative. After lunch, Audrey took a walk in the garden with her mother. When her mother grew tired, Audrey returned to her bedroom. A moment later, her maid Annie came in, holding out an invitation. Miss, someone just delivered this for you. Who? Viscount Glaint. Audrey opened the envelope. Inside was a formal, politely worded invitation. Miss Audrey Hall. You are cordially invited to attend a salon the day after tomorrow at 13 Enmeon Street, Hillston Borough. Audrey set the card down with an amused expression. Looks like Glaint hasn't been affected at all by the recent string of incidents. Susie stepped out from the corner. Are you going? It's a normal social function, I should attend. And I might pick up some insight into the current state of Backlund from the noble children there. Life aboard the ship was long, dull, and exceedingly uneventful. Klein discovered this for himself on the second day at sea. After the initial excitement and novelty wore off, the voyage became little more than an endless stretch of boredom. The White Agate was a large passenger ship backed by the military. It was equipped with powerful artillery and trained soldiers. Pirates with actual strength wouldn't bother picking a fight, and the weak wouldn't dare try. The sound of water splashing echoed against the hull, at once both loud and strangely silent. The sea seemed simultaneously vast and empty. Klein wandered the ship, sometimes pacing the corridors, sometimes stepping out onto the deck to gaze at the horizon. Other times, he would return to his cabin to revise his plans. It was the first time he truly felt time crawl. Eventually, he simply lay down on his bed, deciding to nap straight through to dinner. When he awoke, it was nearly 6 p.m. Feeling the emptiness in his stomach, he got up and stepped out into the corridor, heading for Edward's room. Flicking a coin to check, he confirmed that Edward wasn't inside. TCH. Don't tell me that guy actually did go have dinner with those noble ladies. Note, 450 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 377, Chapter 377, to Mr. Gehrman Sparrow. Klein first made his way to the ship's dining hall. The women from earlier were indeed gathered there, enjoying their meal together, but there was no sign of Edward or Lilith. So he took a detour up to the deck. From a distance, he could already hear hearty, boisterous laughter. When he stepped onto the deck, he saw Edward standing by the railing with 6 or 7 other men. Each of them held a bottle of beer, chatting and drinking with great enthusiasm. Lilith, holding a glass of fruit juice, stood off to the side watching them with wide, curious eyes, obviously interested in the beer. Even though she had already tasted it and found it unpalatable, her childlike curiosity refused to fade. "Yo, you're up," Edward greeted, waving as he passed a beer bottle over. "Fancy a drink to shake off the grogginess?" Klein accepted the bottle but sighed. "We Tingian folk don't usually drink right after waking up." That said, he still took a small sip to moisten his dry throat. He sat down beside Edward, eyes drawn to the sizzling meat cooking on a grill nearby. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he asked, "What are you grilling?" "Smells amazing." The pudgy chef laughed heartily and sliced off a piece. "Wanna try it?" "Thanks." Klein carefully pinched the steaming hot meat between his fingers, blew on it to cool it slightly, then popped it into his mouth. The moment he bit down, an indescribable richness flooded his senses. He swore, this was the most delicious roasted meat he had ever tasted across 2 lifetimes. Just then, Lilith said sweetly, "This is mermaid meat." "Huh." Klein froze mid-chew. "Mermaid. Wait a minute. Aside from maintaining my persona, why else did I agree to go out to sea this time?" "Oh, right. To find mermaids. And now, I've just eaten one." "Hold on, aren't mermaids technically closer to humans than beasts? Which means, did I just..." His stomach gave an uncomfortable churn. Edward noticed and chuckled. "She's pulling your leg. It's just a mutated type of fish, famous for how good it tastes. You're fine." This particular sea monster had received glowing praise in the original novel. Edward had long wanted to try it, but hadn't been lucky enough to encounter one during his previous voyage, a lingering regret. This time, maybe it was Klein's luck, or maybe the White Agate's captain was simply fond of such delicacies. In any case, just as twilight fell, Edward stumbled upon the crew hunting a sea monster. Naturally, he joined in and soon found himself enjoying its meat. He had to admit, it really was delicious. Reminded him of those deadly mushrooms from his previous life, toxic, but exquisite. Edward promptly asked the fat chef for another slice and ate it in front of Klein with obvious satisfaction. Only then did Klein relax and continue eating. In a low voice, he asked, "Why didn't you join those noble ladies for dinner? Didn't they invite you? Eating with a bunch of women is boring. Hanging out with the guys is way more fun, drinking, grilling, and bragging all at once." The men around them roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha. Oh, let me introduce you," Edward said. "This is Mr. Doran, the head chef aboard the White Agate. That gentleman there is Captain Eland Cag, everyone calls him, just Eland. A middle-aged man wearing a deep red coat, loose white trousers, and a standard tricorn captain's hat gave Klein a warm smile and a nod. "And that's First Mate Benjamin." Edward quickly introduced everyone present. "We were just listening to Captain Ireland tell stories about the pirate generals and lost treasures of the sea." Lilith raised her hand brightly. "Miss Lilith wants to be pirate king someday." Ha 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 ha. Cute kids always struck a chord with seasoned sailors, reminding them of their own families. Captain Eland grinned. "You may have a hard time becoming the pirate king, little one, but if you act fast, you might just become one of the pirate admirals." Lilith's eyes widened. First Mate Benjamin added, "That's right. Not long ago, Admiral of Blood Senior was killed, opening up a vacancy among the 7 generals. A few big-shot pirates have been trying to take over his fleet and position, but so far, no one succeeded." Edward leaned in. "Mr. Benjamin, do you happen to know where Senor's fleet is now?" No clue." Benjamin took a deep swig of beer. "But, I've got an old buddy who claims to have witnessed Senor's downfall firsthand. Maybe he knows. I'll ask if I get the chance." "Thanks." Edward gave him a polite nod. Even though he could tell Benjamin was likely bluffing, some courtesies had to be extended. After all, this was how men bonded. "All right, it's ready," the plump chef declared. Every piece is seared crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside. He expertly sliced the grilled sea monster meat and distributed it to everyone present. Thanks to Mr. Doran, we get to enjoy this feast, someone said. The chef laughed. Give the credit to Captain Eland, First Mate Benjamin, and Edward, they're the ones who helped catch the mermaid. He lifted a glass of beer from beside the grill. A toast to these gentlemen. To the gentlemen. And next, a toast to our lovely Miss Lilith. Lilith happily raised her glass of fruit juice. Then the chef turned to Klein, raising his glass again. And finally, a toast to Mr. Edward's friend. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. Klein picked up his beer and responded flatly, Gehrman Sparrow. To Gehrman Spar, wait, what? The chef's body jolted in surprise, staring at Klein in disbelief. The others around him had also turned to stare, expressions equally stunned. Klein was puzzled, but maintained a calm demeanor. Something wrong? He asked coolly. And no. Nothing at all. Captain Eland was the first to regain his composure. Feigning ignorance, he clinked glasses with Klein. To the great Mr. Gehrman Sparrow. The others quickly followed suit, raising their glasses to Klein before downing their beer in near-synchronized silence. Then they all began eating the grilled meat without a word. Klein clearly felt that the atmosphere had shifted. It had suddenly turned weird. He had no idea what had just happened and could only cast a confused glance at Edward. Edward gave a dry cough and leaned in to whisper, cough. I heard them talking earlier, apparently the name, Gehrman Sparrow, is really famous on the seas, you've got a reputation as a mad pirate hunter. Klein froze. That was the identity I designed for myself, a fanatical pirate hunter persona, but I haven't even started hunting pirates yet. So, I just happened to share a name with some big shot out at sea. Klein suddenly recalled how Miss Bodyguard had looked puzzled when processing his identification documents, as if she had something to say but ultimately held her tongue. The next day, she handed him the paperwork without comment. Damn. Now it all made sense. He thought himself clever for combining two famous names from his previous lives. Could it be that the Emperor had already transplanted their stories into this world long ago? Though sharing a name isn't that rare, having the same name as a notorious figure can be troublesome. What if I'm deep into playing my role, and someone just shows up looking for trouble? Should I go get a new ID made? Just then, Klein sensed someone covertly watching him. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Can I help you too? And no, the two men stammered as they jumped to their feet. We finished eating. Gonna go rest. With that, they all but fled the scene in panic. Klein was speechless. Huh. In that moment, he suddenly felt a subtle shift in his digestion of the faceless potion, some loosening, a sign of progress. A thought struck him, could playing the role of a famous person actually help with the digestion of the faceless potion? That must be it. The more famous someone is, the more people know them and scrutinize them. That makes portraying them far more difficult, especially those who frequently appear in the public eye. Klein quickly made up his mind. I'll first try to learn more about this Gehrman Sparrow before deciding whether to stick with this identity or abandon it. Across from him, Edward was silently warming his hands by the fire, his own thoughts swirling. As for the Gehrman Sparrow identity, he already had a plan. He intended to model it after how Klein had described the Dwayne Dante's persona in the original timeline, make it a shared alias. If Klein wanted to keep using it, fine. If not, he could always get a new identity later. By around 9 o'clock, the group had eaten and drunk their fill, and they each returned to their cabins for rest. Captain Eland watched Klein disappear down the hallway. His smiling expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep seriousness. First Mate Benjamin leaned closer. Captain Eland, that guy just now, was that really the infamous Gehrman Sparrow? Eland shook his head. I'm not sure. But he doesn't quite match the portrait I saw on the bounty notice. Benjamin let out a sigh of relief. Good. What are you afraid of? Eland snorted. According to the rumors at sea, this Gehrman Sparrow only targets pirates. Having him aboard might actually make us safer. Benjamin blinked. You're right. Either way, we'll pretend we don't know a thing. Just carry on as usual. If he is the real Gehrman Sparrow, we just make sure to get him safely to Byam. If he's not, then it doesn't matter. But, should we really not report this to Admiral Amirius? Officially, Eland was the captain of the White Agate, but in truth, he was a military man, and he knew full well how much Admiral Amirius loathed Gehrman Sparrow. Then why don't you go arrest him now? I'm not that capable. Exactly. Neither am I. Enough, go to sleep. Come morning, I want you to forget everything about tonight. Meanwhile, Edward and Klein returned to their cabins and quickly washed up, ready to sleep. Before bed, Edward prayed to Mr. Fool and retrieved 2 more cards of blasphemy. He used them to refresh all his beyonder abilities. Afterwards, he spent another hour teaching Bernadette Chinese. Once she left, he finally lay down and drifted off to sleep to the sound of the waves. City of Silver, the Berg household. For several days now, Derek had been walking around in front of Duck and the others, trying to draw their attention. Whether he had succeeded, he had no idea, but right now, all he could do was wait. After a full day of training, he returned home exhausted. He took a bite of the bland and unappetizing black-faced grass, grimaced, and hesitated for a long while before finally reaching under his bed. From beneath it, he retrieved the suitcase Mr. Tower had once lent him for offering sacrifices to Mr. Fool. Inside was the food that had been brought over during a previous sacrifice. Derek would occasionally eat small amounts of it to help neutralize the taste of the black-faced grass, but he was careful not to grow dependent on it. If he got too used to food from the outside world, he might no longer be able to stomach the City of Silver's rations. He hadn't returned the suitcase yet, not because he wanted to keep such a precious item, but because it represented hope. He still hadn't given up on the idea of escaping the Forsaken Land through sacrifice. Wonder if Mr. Tower managed to get out safely. Derek sighed. Of course, he was incredibly anxious about the outcome. But he'd restrained himself from asking Mr. Fool or Mr. Tower about it. Even when he discussed things with the hangman last time, he'd held back from asking. Because he understood, things had to be done one step at a time. The most urgent issue now was dealing with the corrupted members of the exploration team, and how to clear himself of suspicion afterwards. The hangman had tried to dissuade him last night, telling him to keep his head down and not worry about the corrupted teammates. Eventually, they'd slip up, and when that happened, the city elders would handle it. But Derek had refused. He loved the City of Silver. He loved everything about it. That's why he couldn't pretend nothing was wrong. What if the true creator used those corrupted members to influence the City of Silver and bring disaster? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock came at the door. Derek, we're planning to gather later to talk about the next expedition. You coming? The voice was bright and friendly. It was Duck. And we've got some delicious mushrooms to try. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 378, Chapter 378, The Gift of Queen Mystic. They're here. They finally couldn't hold back. At that moment, Derek was surprisingly calm. He swiftly pushed the suitcase back under the bed and concealed it, then turned to glance out the window. Right now, the frequency of lightning had dropped to its lowest, only one bolt every minute or two sliced across the sky, illuminating the air briefly. For most of the time, the entire world, including the City of Silver, was shrouded in deep darkness. Knock, knock, knock. Duck knocked 3 more times, his tone now slightly impatient. Even if you don't want the mushrooms, you still have to come to the gathering, right? We have something important to discuss. Derek let out a quiet sigh. Even if it was about planning an expedition, wasn't that something for the exploration captains or the elders to decide? What qualification did regular team members like them have to discuss such matters? Just a moment, he replied, then walked over and opened the door. Why didn't you light a candle? Duck glanced into the pitch-black room, frowning in confusion. I was asleep just now. Derek stepped back into the room. As he did, he slipped one hand into his hidden pocket and loosened the wall of spirituality around the iron box containing the all-black eye, allowing a narrow crack to open. He retrieved a candle and lit it. I'm not going, he said calmly. You can go ahead and discuss it without me. Duck still wore a smile. Why not? Are you deliberately avoiding us? I'm not. Don't we train together every day? But that's only in public. You've never approached us in private. Derek replied, but I never approached you in private before, either. Duck was momentarily speechless. A faint bloodshot haze appeared in his eyes. Then you can start now. Join us. We'll give you delicious mushrooms, give you power, give you the protection of the Lord. By the end, his arms were spread wide, his smile growing twisted and manic. I'll pass, Derek refused without hesitation. Duck's voice turned cold. Why? What? Why? Why won't you join us? Why? Why won't you eat the mushrooms? Why? Why are you rejecting us? Why? 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 Derek's heart was racing, anxiety mounting. But he clenched his teeth and answered, because I don't want to. As he spoke, he fully dissolved the spiritual wall around the iron box. A faint, indistinct whisper and an aura of evil and corruption began to leak subtly into the air. In that instant, the smile on Duck's face vanished. His expression darkened, and faint streaks of crimson flickered in his blue eyes. What did you do? Derek gripped the axe of Hurricane tightly, his gaze calm and focused on Duck. What did you do? Duck repeated the question. His voice was losing its human quality. What is that thing on you? What is that thing on you? What is that thing on you? Suddenly, bulges appeared all across Duck's tight black uniform, like a nest of venomous snakes slithering and squirming underneath his clothes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bloodied fleshy tendrils burst through the fabric and lashed toward Derek. Prepared for this, Derek dodged the strikes while swinging the axe of Hurricane with full force, slicing through several tendrils. He rolled to the side, and with his free hand, made a praying gesture before his mouth and nose. Silently, a column of flame-wreathed holy light descended from thin air, striking the writhing mass of flesh. Duck let out a scream of agony, and the blood-colored tendrils charred, snapped, and fell to the ground. At the same moment, the candle's faint flame flared violently, transforming into a mystical and illusory door. This was the scene Derek had rehearsed countless times in his mind over the past few days. With a faintly unreal creaking, the door of howling wind opened. Inside, countless indescribable transparent silhouettes floated, along with 7 pure beams of differently colored light. Above those lights lay endless gray-white mist, and the ancient palace that loomed over the fog. At that moment, the hidden observer in the room couldn't sit still any longer. He transformed into a black shadow and surged toward the two. But Derek suddenly pulled the iron box from his inner pocket and hurled it into the phantom door formed by the candlelight. In the next second, the iron box vanished. With a clang, the door covered in strange runes and markings shut tight, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Derek immediately collapsed to the ground, face contorted in a frenzied expression as he fainted. From his hand, a bizarre insect fell to the floor, one with 12 translucent rings encircling its body. Having dealt with the monstrous duck, the observer turned his gaze to Derek. His eyes widened in brief surprise upon seeing the strange bug on the ground. This is... Above the gray fog, within the towering ancient palace. As he toyed with the all-black eye, Klein suddenly saw the crimson star representing the sun swell with light, which condensed into a humanoid shadow. The power of the mysterious space was stirred ever so slightly. Through the illusory door, just before it shut, Klein saw the strange insect Derek had tossed aside, and let out a sigh of relief. So far, everything had unfolded just as the Hanged Man had planned. Duck's corruption would force City of Silver to re-examine the other team members. The worm of time Derek left behind would serve to make City of Silver's high-ranking figures aware of Amon's existence, while also neatly shifting Derek's evil god of faith over to Amon's image. As for Derek himself, whether he could survive the suspicion that followed would be entirely up to him. With that thought, Klein picked up a paper figurine and tossed it toward the crimson star representing the sun. When all that can be done has been done, when every effort has been made, then all that's left is to await the will of fate. May the result be a good one. The night passed uneventfully. By the next day, life aboard the ship had grown increasingly dull. Granted, the White Agate did have a billiards room, a bar, and even a casino among other forms of entertainment. Klein and Edward had gone to explore these venues, only to discover they weren't particularly interested in any of them. Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. Klein was quite interested in winning money at the casino. Unfortunately, after a few rounds, he ended up losing several solely. Sure, he could have used Beyonder powers to cheat, but since everyone on board was just an ordinary passenger looking to relax, using supernatural abilities to win their money would have felt rather low. So, after making the rounds, Klein returned to the deck where Captain Eland and First Mate Benjamin were lounging, and casually struck up conversation. Through small talk and leading questions, he attempted to gather more intel on Gehrman Sparrow, as well as sea rumors and legends. As for news about Gehrman, naturally, Eland and the others weren't about to say anything reckless in front of the man himself. But when it came to legends of the sea, even though they found it odd that the fearsome Gehrman Sparrow was asking about such things, the sight of Lilith wide-eyed and brimming with curiosity softened them up. Eland chuckled and said, "There are plenty of legends about the sea. The most common are treasure legends, though most of them are rubbish." He laughed. The 6 most famous stories are repeated the most often. Ranked first is the Death's Key. They say somewhere in the hidden reaches of the Berserk Sea, a treasure left by death awaits someone with a special key to unlock it. But no one knows what the key looks like, or where it might appear. Second place goes to the Fountain of Unaging, supposedly located deep within the Sonia Sea. According to rumors, one of the 4 kings, the king of immortality Agolito, once drank from its waters. Lilith blinked. "Does it taste good?" "Ah." Eland was momentarily speechless. Most people would care whether drinking from it would actually make them young forever, not how it tastes. Definitely a kid. So he laughed and replied, that you'd have to ask the king of immortality himself. But, that pirate king has been around for ages. I caught a glimpse of him once, back when I served in the Navy, briefly, in the storm strait of the Berserk Sea. He didn't show the slightest sign of aging. Then he grinned. Actually, the legend I've always longed to uncover is the one about the sunken Laurel. Over 100 years ago, that ship was carrying millions of pounds worth of gold, jewels, and valuables the kingdom had acquired from East Balam. But it went off course and sank somewhere between the Berserk Sea and the Sonia Sea. It hasn't been found to this day. Klein's heart raced wildly. Millions of pounds. That was a mind-boggling fortune. If I found that treasure, I'd drink one potion and throw out another, just to flex. Edward, hearing the sunken laurel mentioned again, raised an eyebrow. According to the rumors, the ship was loaded with treasure, but Christine had insisted it carried the Abraham family's relics, and that Russian priest kept pestering him to find it. Who knows what sort of secrets are hidden in there? Don't get curious. Don't go poking around. 9 times out of 10, it's a trap. After thinking for a moment, Edward asked, Mr. Eland, do you know which direction we might head in to increase our chances of running into pirates? Why would you want to run into pirates? Oh, well, I've always heard about pirate admirals and the 4 kings. Just curious, is all. He made up a casual excuse. Before Eland could respond, Benjamin clapped Edward on the shoulder and laughed. You young folks are always drawn to the sea, to freedom. You hear a few stories, get excited, and set sail. Then you start idolizing pirate generals and the 4 kings. You're too green. At the end of the day, those so-called pirate generals and kings are still just pirates. When faced with the Navy's warships and cannons, they'll tuck tail and run. Take our white agate, for instance. Even though we're just a passenger ship, we're equipped with the very best cannons in loan and manned by top soldiers, Benjamin said proudly. Even pirate admirals and kings wouldn't dare pick a fight with us. So if you really like the sea, why not follow me, Benjamin? I'll show you firsthand how those so-called fearsome pirates panic when they face us. Edward smiled politely. Clearly, Benjamin's competitive spirit had been stirred. He suddenly stood up and declared, if you don't believe me, let those pirate admirals and 4 kings show up now. I'll show them how. His words choked mid-sentence. He shot to his feet, expression shifting rapidly from smug to stunned, and then to pale horror. That's. Captain Eland burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, don't tell me your jinx actually summon pirates. Relax, even if pirates do show up, the white agate has nothing to fear. But sweat dotted Benjamin's forehead. But, that flag, it's the Dawn, the ship of the Queen Mystic. Eland's face darkened immediately as he snapped his head toward the horizon. There, several nautical miles away, a ship had silently appeared, its black hull faintly tinged with hues of yellow. Painted upon its vast sail was a radiant sigil symbolizing the dawn. The other people on deck began to stand up as well, some stunned, some confused, others terrified. While the ship itself wasn't especially large compared to the white agate, the pressure it exuded was even more intense than any lone warship. After all, it was the flagship of one of the 4 kings, the personal vessel of the Queen Mystic. Klein's nerves instantly tensed. His hand instinctively moved toward his gun, only for him to pause. Wait, that's not right. Not only is the Queen Mystic technically one of my followers now, but given her connection to Edward, there's probably nothing to worry about. Edward, meanwhile, looked genuinely puzzled. That really is Bernadette's ship. Even if she's returning to her palace, isn't this a bit over the top? Why bring her flagship here just for that? Benjamin finally snapped out of his daze and tried to flee, but Eland grabbed his arm. What are you doing? I'm going to raise the alert. Prepare for battle. Eland's face was grim. You don't seriously believe the white agate can stand up to the Queen Mystic, do you? Send orders, cease all resistance immediately. Why yes, sir. Benjamin bolted away. By now, both the passengers and crew had noticed the dawn. Most of them didn't recognize the ship or know who the Queen Mystic was, but they did understand that a pirate ship was approaching. Panic, screaming, and chaos erupted across the deck. Lilith asked curiously, what's wrong with them? Eland moved quickly, trying to calm everyone down. Don't panic. Remain calm. Everyone return to your cabins immediately. Leave the rest to us, I promise no one will be harmed. As he barked orders, he motioned for the crew to maintain order and sent his officers to communicate with the Dawn using signal flags. Meanwhile, Klein whispered, what's going on? Edward shook his head. I have no idea either. In any case, stay alert. Soon, all the passengers had been ushered back into the cabins. Only Captain Eland, his officers, Edward, Klein, Lilith, and several dozen crew members remained on deck, nervously watching the Dawn approach. It was then that they noticed another ship trailing behind it, a smaller pirate vessel. When the 2 ships drew within 7 or 8 meters, the Dawn came to a halt. A middle-aged man wearing spectacles stepped out onto the bow. With a courteous smile, he called out, my apologies for the disturbance. He swept his gaze across the deck and asked, may I ask, who is Mr. Edward? SHFF. Eland, Benjamin, and the rest turned to stare at Edward, their faces filled with astonishment. Edward stepped forward, puzzled. That would be me. The middle-aged man smiled. I am the first mate of the dawn. I've been sent by Her Majesty, Queen Mystic herself, to deliver a few gifts to you. Note, 575 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 379, Queen Mystic's script. Whoosh. Everyone was even more shocked now. One of the 4 kings' personal vessels had gone to all this trouble just to deliver a gift. Who was this Edward, really? Edward frowned. A gift. Lilith, delighted, asked, is there one for Miss Lilith too? Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded with a smile. It's that pirate ship following behind. There are over 50 heinous pirates aboard. Her Majesty the Queen said you might need them. What the hell kind of a gift is a bunch of pirates? Edward fell silent for a few seconds. Is that all? Did Her Majesty give any other instructions? The middle-aged man was about to shake his head when something seemed to strike him. He glanced back at the crew of the Dawn, and all of them shouted in unison. The entire crew of the Dawn wishes Mr. Edward fair winds and smooth seas on this voyage, swift advancement in his path, and a warm welcome awaits you at Emerald City, as decreed by Her Majesty the Queen. Klein, standing to the side, was utterly speechless. This synchronized voice, these coordinated expressions and gestures, to an outsider, this looked less like a greeting and more like a royal entourage hailing the return of the king himself. In just one moment, Edward's toes clenched in his shoes with second-hand embarrassment, his soul screaming inwardly, stop. Please, just stop. But to Captain Elland and the others, it was an entirely different story. This Edward, whom the Queen Mystic was personally awaiting in Emerald City, had to be someone of a similar rank. A true big shot. And they had been drinking and chatting and joking around with such a person. Benjamin, in particular, was drenched in cold sweat. Roselle the Great was right. Powerhouses really do love playing the pig to eat the tiger. This is just diabolical. Well, the gift has been delivered. We'll be off now. Until we meet again. With a wave of the first mate's hand, the Dawn turned sharply and vanished in a blur, leaving behind a group of stunned onlookers staring at Edward with wary expressions. After a long pause, Captain Elland finally spoke. Sir Edward, what should we do now? Edward pinched the bridge of his nose helplessly. Just pretend none of that happened. Carry on with your duties. What the hell is Bernadette playing at this time? I'll go check that ship, Edward muttered. Lilith chimed in immediately, I want to come too. Edward gave Klein a nod, then took Lilith's hand and vanished with a flash, reappearing aboard the pirate ship. Elland and the others stood in silence for a while before ordering everyone to disperse and strictly warning them to forget what had just occurred. On the pirate ship, dozens of pirates were bound tightly with ropes, lying sprawled across the deck. Perhaps they'd already been disciplined before. These men, notorious for their crimes, were now quiet as mice, each of them wearing a look of dread. Lilith glanced around curiously. Edward, why did Bernadette give you a bunch of pirates as a gift? To help me act and digest. Edward had already discussed his plans for this voyage with Bernadette. Simply put, he would aimlessly wander the seas and seek out pirates, imparting as much occult knowledge as possible, whether shareable or not, and then eliminate them. This would fulfill both the wandering and passing on knowledge aspects of his potion pathway, while also avoiding the dangers of spreading too much mystical knowledge, like formulas, potion laws, methods of acting, or the details of the Forsaken Land. Originally, Edward had worried about the randomness of encountering pirates in the vast ocean. In typical Bernadette fashion, she solved the problem in the most direct way possible, by delivering a ship full of pirates straight to him. But, can I really digest the potion this way? Edward cast the Imperious Curse on a few pirates and ordered them to steer the ship to trail far behind the white agate. Then he and Lilith returned to the passenger liner. On the deck stood only Klein. No, not quite. Another key figure had just turned her gaze in their direction with calm detachment. Bernadette. She was leaning against the railing not far from Klein. Her eyes slid from Klein's rigid, motionless form to Edward, and Klein immediately exhaled in relief. As absurd as it sounded, even though the Queen Mystic was now technically a member of the Tarot Club, meeting her in person gave off an entirely different pressure. Especially when he remembered how he'd snatched the Black Emperor card right in front of her, it still left him feeling a bit guilty. Edward hesitated for a few seconds, then walked over and whispered in resignation, Your Majesty, may I ask, what on earth was that all about? Bernadette countered with a question of her own, well. How did it feel? How did what feel? A renowned, powerful woman, feared across the seas, personally sends her men to deliver you a gift. In front of everyone. You become the center of attention, the topic of every whisper. Edward. A script like that, Bernadette continued with a faint smile, should be right up a man's alley, no. She turned to Lilith. What do you think, little one? Lilith scratched her head. Miss Lilith doesn't get it. Bernadette went on, seemingly undeterred, if only conditions had allowed, I'd have had you first humiliated by some clownish villain, mocked by the crowd, your friends worried sick, then I'd make my entrance, crush the enemy, and redeem the moment. The dramatic effect would have been perfect. What the hell kind of cheesy power fantasy script is this supposed to be? Klein, who had been eavesdropping on the side, was practically covered in metaphorical black lines. Wait a second, are you two role-playing? And are the rest of us just background NPCs in your little play? Bernadette arched an eyebrow. You don't seem satisfied. Was the script too crude? Not immersive enough? I'll revise it next time. Edward immediately threw up his hands. No, no, please don't. Spare me. She gave a faint smile. All right, I'm heading back to Emerald City. Don't forget, you promised me you'd visit. Wait, you haven't told me. Before he could finish, pea vines dropped from the sky like curtains. In the next instant, Bernadette vanished without a trace. Hey. Edward let out a long sigh, more convinced than ever that this version of Bernadette was very different from the one he'd come to know in the original novel. Klein walked over and patted him on the shoulder, his face practically glowing with gossip. Edward, your relationship with Queen Mystic is really not simple, huh? I knew it. No wonder she risked herself going with you to the Forsaken Land last time. Edward massaged his temples. Yes, my relationship with Bernadette is complicated, but probably not in the way you're imagining. You're reading too much into it. I'm not even of age yet, and she is a senior over 100 years old. If we're talking age, I wouldn't even qualify to be her grandson. What kind of relationship do you think we could possibly have? Edward scoffed. To be honest, our connection is purely transactional, some mystical knowledge in exchange. Simply put, she needs something from me. Klein gave him a skeptical look. Does Miss Justice know about all this? Then he grinned, baring his teeth. Edward, you wouldn't want Miss Audrey to hear about your little affair with Queen Mystic, would you? Edward, can this guy stop acting like he's writing a scandal column? Back inside the ship, every crew member they passed looked at Edward differently now. Some were curious, others confused, some outright shocked, but most were quietly terrified. The stairs made Edward increasingly uncomfortable, so he waved a quick goodbye to Klein and teleported himself back to the pirate ship. Once aboard, he undid the ropes binding the pirates. Predictably, most of them attempted to resist the moment they were freed, only to be instantly bound again by chains that twisted and reformed from Edward's own clothing. After he treated a few particularly bold pirates to a taste of mind-numbing agony, the rest quickly fell into line, cowed by the screams of their comrades. Edward stood on the quarterdeck, looking down on the kneeling group below. From this moment forward, I'll be teaching you some precious and esoteric mystical knowledge. Those who already know what this is, know its value. And for those who don't, you'll understand soon enough. I need all of you to listen carefully. If you don't understand something, ask. Don't pretend you get it when you don't. Understood. The pirates looked around at one another, unsure of what this fearsome man was after. But in the face of death, all they could do was respond in unison, understood. Edward gently lifted the small black cat on his shoulder. This is Miss Lilith. She's my assistant, a bona fide witch. Lilith lifted her chin proudly. That's right. The pirates gasped. The cat talked. Now then, Edward said, conjuring a massive blackboard out of thin air, let's begin with the 22 paths of potions. He assumed the familiar bearing of a university professor and began his lesson in earnest. He started with the 22 potion paths, moved on to various potion formulas, and then delved into the laws of acting. Some of the pirates, those who'd never had contact with the mystical world, started out completely lost, then gradually gained clarity. Those who had heard rumors about Beyonders, on the other hand, grew more and more excited. According to the whispers they'd picked up over the years, these potion-related secrets were priceless, something that, if sold, could make them rich beyond their wildest dreams. Now that we've covered potions, Edward continued, let's talk about the legendary Forsaken Land of the Gods. First, we'll start with how it came to be. That brings us to the ancient sun god. He abruptly paused. A chill ran down his spine. The moment he mentioned the ancient sun god, he felt a creeping sense of impending doom. Without hesitation, he switched gears. Let's talk about the Moon City and City of Silver instead. By the time the orange-red sun sank beneath the horizon, Edward had finished explaining everything, both what could be said and what shouldn't have been. The pirates stared at him in a daze, as if their worldview had been utterly dismantled and rebuilt. Most of them were even starting to feel like their brains had grown larger somehow. And in that moment, Edward clearly sensed a sign of progress. His potion had begun to show signs of digestion. It wasn't much, but slow and steady effort would eventually lead to transformation. Edward looked out at the pirates and nodded in satisfaction. I'm glad. You listened carefully, and you absorbed everything I taught. Once I fully digest this potion, I won't forget the contribution all of you have made. One pirate cautiously raised his hand. Teacher, are you a beyonder of the reader pathway? Is that why you need to teach others in order to complete your acting and digestion? Edward gave him a thumbs up. Smart. Not only are you learning quickly, you're applying knowledge and making inferences. I hereby name you class monitor. The pirate beamed. Thank you, teacher. Thank you. And as class monitor, Edward continued with a smile, I need you to take the lead in doing something. Lilith. Lilith jumped out of Edward's arms. With a flick of her wand, he released her from the transfiguration spell, and she turned back into a little girl. Though they had just spent hours listening to mind-breaking occult theory, the sight of her transformation still left the pirates wide-eyed. Lilith casually tossed a stick of wood to the ground, waved her wand again, and turned it into a dagger. Edward said calmly, I need you to take this knife and cut a shallow line across your own throat. Don't worry, just a surface wound. A little blood will do. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 380, Midnight Abduction. Another pirate couldn't wait to speak up. You're collecting our blood for some kind of ritual or curse, right? So that we'll always obey you and never betray you. You're now the vice class rep. Lilith threw over another dagger. All right, everyone, let's begin. The two class reps glanced at each other, then without hesitation, each drew a shallow line across their neck and squeezed out a few drops of blood. Good. The class reps have completed their demonstration, now it's your turn. Lilith waved her wand again and conjured a dagger in front of every pirate. She placed her hands on her hips and asked sternly, Tell me, who is Miss Lilith? The pirates responded in unison, She's Professor Edward's teaching assistant. And what else? A real, genuine witch. Very good. Lilith nodded in satisfaction. Go on, then. The pirates looked around at each other, hesitating. But once a few of them took the lead and cut themselves, the others followed suit, reasoning that being subjected to supernatural influence was still better than dying outright. Once Edward confirmed that every pirate had cut themselves, he nodded solemnly. I will always remember your contributions. The next second, his eyes flashed, magnify plus distortion. A wave of sequence 3 power swept across the deck, warping the shallow wounds on their necks into fatal ones. In the blink of an eye, the pirates dropped like cut wheat stalks in a storm, one row after another, collapsing silently as they drew their final breaths. Bernadette's first mate had made it clear when these pirates were delivered, they were all heinous criminals. Edward had no qualms about killing them. He stood up and transmuted their corpses into stone, then sunk them into the depths of the sea. All done. Time to go back and eat and rest. Miss Lilith could eat a whole cow right now. All right, I'll watch you do it later. Lilith, 0-0. Later that night. After dinner and some idle chat with Klein, Edward returned to his room to sleep. Who knew how much time had passed? Edward suddenly jolted awake, eyes wide open, staring up at the wooden ceiling bathed in crimson moonlight. His spiritual intuition was warning him, something was going on outside. He glanced at his pocket watch. 3:26 a.m. At this time, only the night shift sailor should be awake on the white agate. But the disturbance seemed to be coming from outside the ship. Thinking it over, Edward pulled out his invisibility cloak and threw it over his shoulders. Just as he was about to apparate away, Lilith, who had been sleeping belly up, suddenly opened her eyes. Edward, where are you going? Something's happening outside. I'm going to check. I'm coming too. But bringing you along would be. You can turn me back into a kitty, she tilted her head matter-of-factly. Right. That was a lapse in creativity. As soon as she turned back into a black cat, Lilith instantly perked up, zooming around the bed a few times like she was on an indoor racetrack. Then she darted into Edward's arms and raised a tiny paw. Let's go. Let's go, Edward mimicked her tone, and with that, he uprod silently to the highest point on the white agate, surveying the surroundings from above. Before long, he spotted a small passenger boat tucked in the shadow of the ship's hull. Pirates again. Edward's heart leapt with anticipation. He silently glided down from the high point, using the air resistance to slow his descent and land soundlessly on the smaller boat. At the moment, a makeshift wooden bridge connected the two vessels. Under someone's direction, several figures were walking across it from the white agate, carrying what looked like blankets. Wait, no, there were people rolled up in those blankets. Looking more closely, Edward immediately recognized the leader, Aldrich. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a bodyguard from some security company? Creeping around like this in the middle of the night? Definitely not the behavior of a guard. Edward quietly followed two of them into the cabin of the smaller ship, which was a modest passenger vessel. The people bundled up in blankets were being placed into separate rooms. He opened one of the doors at random and pulled the blanket aside. Inside was a woman, one of the noble ladies, most likely. Room by room, he checked, 12 women in total. This was either a kidnapping or human trafficking. Frowning in confusion, Edward exited the cabin and returned to the deck. By now, Aldrich had started instructing the others to dismantle the bridge connecting the two ships. Under the blood-red moonlight, Edward spotted someone still standing on the white agate's deck, just Eland. The hell? Edward was stunned. Even someone with such bold eyebrows and righteous eyes turned out to be shady. Sneaking around like this in the dead of night. But wait, wasn't this captain supposed to be one of the more upright characters in the original story? Eland gave a small wave. The small passenger boat began drifting away from the white agate. As the crew filed into the cabins, Aldrich stayed on deck, seemingly double-checking something. After a few minutes, he let out a sigh of relief and turned toward the cabin. At that moment, Edward's eyes narrowed, and with a thought, he twisted the direction of the ship's motion, forcing it to rapidly reverse course, back toward the white agate. The abrupt movement nearly made Aldrich lose his balance. His face darkened immediately. He pulled out a revolver and rushed back toward the helm, just as a few of the other crew members burst out of the cabin, shouting toward the wheelhouse. X. What the hell are you doing? A man wearing a navy cap poked his head out of the cockpit, completely baffled. It's not me. I didn't touch anything. The ship, it's sailing backwards on its own. Everyone froze for a second before rushing to the side of the ship to take a closer look. Sure enough, the ship was retreating. Boss, our ship is moving backwards. It's really going backwards. With a grim face, Aldrich watched as the white agate grew closer and closer. After a brief moment of thought, he suddenly raised his head and called out, "May I ask which honorable guest is playing tricks on us? Could you please step out and meet us?" Edward was just about to reveal himself when he saw Aldrich suddenly signal to his subordinates. Immediately, 6 or 7 men moved in to encircle an area stacked with barrels. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Klein, who was hiding behind the barrels, grew anxious. If I had known earlier, I should have woken Edward when I first heard the noise. He had been startled awake by some strange sounds and followed them quietly, only to discover people sneakily transporting things off the white agate. His first instinct had been to make noise and alert everyone, until he saw the ship's captain among them, and then noticed what they were moving, human-shaped bundles wrapped in quilts. Was this human trafficking? Klein, still fuming from a similar incident not long ago, followed them stealthily, intending to get the full picture before warning Edward. But the moment he boarded the smaller vessel, it started sailing away. This completely caught Klein off guard. A dozen people organizing a covert mission in the middle of the night, colluding with the white agate's captain, and going through all this trouble, just to kidnap a handful of people. Are you sure this is even profitable? At that moment, Aldrich suddenly sped up, grabbing a massive barrel nearby and hurling it at Klein's hiding spot. Bang! A burst of flames erupted as Klein jumped and teleported away to another location. Aldrich's men opened fire immediately, but Klein blinked out again, disappearing after 3 rapid jumps. Stop! Aldrich raised a clenched fist, signaling his men to cease fire. He spoke in a loud voice, "My friend, I don't know why you've infiltrated our transport ship. We mean you no harm. If you come out now, I'll even give you a small boat to row back to the white agate. But if you don't, I'll have to treat you as an enemy, and we'll fight to the death." No response. In that case. Aldrich brought his fist down with force. His subordinates stepped forward. Just then, the leading bodyguards suddenly fell into a state of frenzy, dropping their weapons and running wildly. This was the chaos caused by the creeping hunger's psychiatrist ability. Klein blinked again, repositioning himself. Aldrich seemed to anticipate where Klein would land and dashed toward that direction like a phantom. But a few steps in, a sharp pain exploded in his head, nearly causing him to stumble. Clenching his jaw, he pushed through the mental assault and fired his revolver several times. The first bullet hit a ball of flame. The second missed entirely. The third bullet hit Klein squarely, but his body suddenly shrank and flattened into a paper figurine. In the next moment, Klein reappeared behind Aldrich, snapping his fingers to release an air bullet. Aldrich rolled aside just in time, dodging it, but before he could stand up, another psychic assault followed, then a wave of shock and madness. Klein blinked again, clearly intending to finish the job. Just then, a female voice called out, "What's going on?" A brown-haired woman in a beastskin cloak walked out from the cabin, looking half asleep and rubbing her eyes as she gazed at the chaotic scene. "Aldrich, what are you all doing?" Klein immediately stopped his actions. "This situation isn't quite what I thought it was." Aldrich, clutching his head in pain, hurriedly motioned his men to gather and protect the woman at the center, whispering, "Miss Olivia, someone has infiltrated our transport vessel. I fear he's..." Olivia jumped, frightened. Didn't you say this plan was foolproof?" Aldrich replied, "It's no use talking about that now. Please return to the cabin, we'll handle this." "Oh, okay." The woman quickly pulled her cloak tighter and, escorted by 2 guards, returned inside. Throughout the entire exchange, Aldrich kept his eyes locked on Klein, noting that he hadn't taken any action, which led him to a certain conclusion. "Sir." Before he could finish, Edward suddenly removed his invisibility cloak and said casually, "Good evening, Mr. Aldrich." The sudden voice startled everyone. Guns immediately turned toward Edward, only to transform into hissing vipers in their hands. With terrified yells, the crew dropped their weapons and scattered to avoid the snakes on the floor. Another flash of fire, Klein blinked to Edward's side and gave him a small nod. "You came too?" "Yeah," Edward replied, "heard a noise, came out to check, didn't expect to see this. I wasn't sure if it was kidnapping or human trafficking. But now." Seeing both of them clearly now, Aldrich's face changed drastically. He forced a bitter smile. "Gentlemen, this is a misunderstanding." "Oh." Edward raised an eyebrow. "We really are bodyguards from a security company," Aldrich said earnestly. "Our job is to escort those 12 ladies safely to their destination. But due to certain reasons, someone's trying to kill them, very likely with a trap waiting up ahead. That's why we decided to switch ships and change routes in the middle of the night." Klein frowned, but who would go out of their way to target such women? Aldrich was silent for a few seconds before replying, "That's the employer's secret. I can't reveal it. But I swear to the gods, those women are innocent victims caught in something bigger." Then he added, "You can confirm all this with my employer shortly. But before that, could we get our ship moving again?" Edward snapped his fingers. The passenger ship jolted sharply, then resumed sailing away from the white agate. Klein looked at Edward in awe. To change the direction of an entire ship so effortlessly, just how strong was he? Later, Aldrich invited them into the cabin and served them hot coffee in the lounge. A few minutes later, the brown-haired woman, Olivia, approached them. "Klein," she called. Klein blinked, but quickly realized she was looking at Edward. His face darkened. Olivia, initially looking nervous, brightened up the moment she saw Edward. "Was it Miss Akasha who sent you to escort us? I knew seeing you during the day wasn't a coincidence. Note, 705 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote." Chapter 381, Aftermath of the Assassination Incident. Edward was stunned. What did that vampire countess have to do with this now? No, it's just a coincidence. Edward directly shattered her fantasy. "Can you explain to us what exactly is going on?" Olivia glanced at a few of the nearby crew members. Aldrich immediately waved them out of the room and followed them out himself. "Have you heard about the assassination that happened in Backlund a few days ago?" Edward nodded. "Yeah, I heard about it. They said all the victims were prominent nobles and officials." "That's right." Olivia hesitated for a while, then said with a bit of embarrassment, "The 12 of us were actually mistresses of those dead bigwigs." Edward and Klein were stunned. Lilith, nestled in Edward's arms, held back her urge to ask what a mistress was. "So, after those important people died, their successors worried that we might have overheard some scandals or secrets while being with them. So, they wanted us silenced. Luckily, we were at Miss Akasha's private bathhouse when it happened. She saved us. After learning about our situation, she contacted Aldrich's security company and used her connections to get us aboard the White Agate and away from Backlund." Edward was genuinely surprised. That Akasha was unexpectedly righteous. Our escape only made things worse in the eyes of the nobles. It seemed to confirm we knew something, so they sent people to hunt us down. If it weren't for Aldrich, we might not have even made it onto the ship. But Aldrich said that with only their security company's power, it would be hard to fend off endless assassins. That's why he thought of secretly transporting us away at midnight, so during the day, we made a big show of things to make it look like we were traveling openly on the White Agate. We wanted others to think we were headed to Demir Harbor to transfer onto a passenger liner toward Desi Bay, when our actual destination was Bansi Harbor. Edward's eye twitched. "Wait, you're going to Bansi Harbor?" "Yes, why?" I heard something happened there recently." "Why would you go there?" Olivia blinked, confused. "I haven't heard anything. Isn't Bansi Harbor one of the main supply stops on the way to Byam?" Edward was surprised, so the Church of the Storm didn't raise Bansi Harbor to the ground like in the original story yet. "Klein, what happened at Bansi Harbor?" Olivia asked cautiously. "Actually, one of our girls is from Bansi, so we thought it would be better to go somewhere familiar rather than end up completely lost in a strange place." Edward thought for a moment. "Let me put it this way, going to Bansi might be worse than letting those nobles kill you." Klein frowned. What happened at Bansi Harbor? He remembered that the White Agate was also supposed to stop there. The residents of Bansi worship a certain evil god. The island is very dangerous. With just that sentence, the two instantly understood. Olivia grew anxious. "Then, where can we go?" Honestly, there aren't many truly safe places out on the sea. Almost every island has pirates prowling nearby. A group of young women like you will always attract the wrong kind of attention. Olivia looked dazed. Then, what should we do? If I had to name one place, Byam might be relatively safe for now, because some pirates recently pissed off the governor there, so anti-pirate crackdowns have intensified. Just not sure how long that'll last. Klein silently muttered, what pirates provoked Byam's governor? Wasn't that you, Mr. Tower? At that point, Edward asked, since you said Akasha arranged your escape, why didn't you choose Fainapotter? The vampires seem to have a strong presence there too, right? Or maybe the sanguines in different countries didn't really associate with each other. Miss Akasha did want us to go to Fainapotter, but we wanted to try a new environment. Seems like they got too comfortable being mistresses and hadn't seen the cruelty of the world yet, heading off into pirate-infested seas like it's a pleasure cruise. But hey, it's hard to reason with someone who's set on dying. And since they'd only met a few times anyway, Edward didn't say more. All right. Since this really was a misunderstanding, I suppose we overstepped. He glanced at Klein. Let's head back. Back. Olivia blinked. You're going back to the White Agate. How? The two men exchanged a look and said at the same time, we'll swim. They then found Aldrich, who was leaning against the cabin door, ready to leave. Unsurprisingly, Aldrich extended another invitation, this time directly to both of them. I'm willing to offer half of the commission fee for this job if the two of you are willing to stay and help. Edward, forget it. Klein, how much? The two of them spoke almost at the same time, but Klein quickly composed himself and said nonchalantly, I was just curious, how much did these noble women pay to hire you? Aldrich saw a glimmer of hope. Altogether, they pooled £2,500. If we can get them safely to Bancy Harbor, 1,000 of that goes to you. So much. Klein almost blurted it out. No wonder they were willing to become mistresses, being able to casually pull together that much money. He had to admit, he was tempted. After all, Bancy was already a stop on their route. Earning £1,000 just by taking a detour. That was practically a gift. But the moment he recalled what Edward had said about Bancy's danger, he suppressed the temptation and replied in a cold tone, sorry. I've got other matters to attend to. Aldrich sighed. All right, I'll have someone take you two back. No need. We can. Just as Edward was about to open the traveler's door, several flashes of fire suddenly lit up in the distance. Boom. 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 A barrage of cannon fire rang out. Black cannonballs shot toward them from a ship whose silhouette could barely be made out. Aldrich quickly pulled out a monocular and took a look, then said in shock, pirates. That's impossible. At this time, how could we just so happen to run into pirates? Edward twisted the trajectory of over a dozen cannonballs, sending them splashing harmlessly into the surrounding sea. Casually, he remarked, judging by how ready they were, they've been waiting a while. Someone leaked your movements. Impossible. My men have followed me through life and death, they'd never betray me. Aldrich immediately shouted, prepare to fight back. But his bodyguards looked around in confusion, all our guns turned into snakes earlier. Oh. The pirate ship closed in rapidly. Even from afar, the jubilant shouts of the pirates could be heard. Klein snapped to attention, ready to assist, but then noticed Edward looking excitedly at the incoming pirate ship. Why do you look so happy? He asked. Hey, did you forget why Bernadette gifted me a ship full of pirates? I came out to sea for pirates. By now, the pirate ship was within a dozen meters. A pirate with a tricorn hat drew his cutlass and shouted, kill all the men, and bring the women back for a pleasure. Ha ha ha, never thought I'd see the day I shared the same interests as Backlund's noble lords. Oh. Ropes were flung from the pirate ship, latching onto the passenger vessel. The pirates tugged hard, pulling the two ships together. Some of them, unable to wait, leapt over prematurely, only to be instantly shot dead by Aldrich and his men. Aldrich urgently called out, gentlemen, we've lowered the lifeboats, take those women and escape. We'll hold them off. The pirate with the tricorn hat laughed wildly. Escape? To where? You two look fresh-faced, who knows, maybe someone in our crew likes your type. Klein. Edward strode forward and shoved Aldrich aside just as he was about to shoot. Step back. Don't hurt my precious little pirate XP babies. Aldrich shouted in shock, are you insane? In the next second, every weapon in the hands of pirates and bodyguards alike turned into ropes, which slithered up their arms and swiftly bound them from head to toe. The pirate captain's face changed. Tough nut. Retreat. Without hesitation, he jumped overboard, only to be rebounded in midair by an unseen force and slammed back onto the deck, where ropes instantly wrapped around him. In less than 30 seconds, the entire pirate crew, dozens of them, lay scattered across the deck in utter disarray, tightly bound. It wasn't just Aldrich and the bodyguards who were dumbfounded, even Klein couldn't help feeling a twinge of dread. At that moment, Edward hopped onto the pirate ship and called over to Klein, "Looks like I can't stay on the White Agate anymore. I'll just take off from here. What about you? Coming with me, staying here, or want me to take you back to the ship?" The "go with Edward" option was immediately ruled out by Klein. This voyage was supposed to be for mermaid hunting, and more importantly, for role-playing and growth. But with Edward around, how the hell was he supposed to grow? And playing a persona in front of someone who knew you well? Embarrassing. Returning to the White Agate, though. He glanced at the women trembling in the corner, several of them were quietly sobbing in fear. Klein hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'll stay. And earn a bit of coin while I'm at it." "All right. Be careful." Edward used magnify and distortion to rapidly steer the pirate ship away. As he left, he suddenly thought of the coin Klein had tossed earlier in the day. Tails, not supposed to disembark at Demir Harbor. Turns out the true meaning was, they'd leave before even reaching Demir. What a destiny compass. Once the pirate ship had disappeared into the horizon, Klein stepped up to Aldrich and said coldly, "I want 1,500 pounds. Aldrich froze, then broke into a delighted smile. "Done. No problem." After a pause, he asked, "By the way, how should I address you?" Klein grinned. "Gehrman Sparrow." Aldrich's smile froze on his face. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 382, Fire Fist Ace. On the pirate ship. Edward sat cross-legged on a conjured sofa, watching the dozens of pirates kneeling on the deck before him. The tricorn-hatted pirate looked up at Edward and snarled, "If you've got the guts, kill us. Our boss will definitely avenge us." Edward raised one finger. "First of all, I have no intention of killing you." He raised a second finger. "Second, may I ask, who exactly is your boss?" "Our boss, of course, is the man who strikes fear across all four seas, the one to whom even the four kings bow, moody and unpredictable, Gehrman Sparrow. And I am his number one lackey, Fire Fist Ace." First time hearing someone proudly call themselves a lackey. Sure, that flattery felt nice, but when the hell did I get a gang of underlings like this? Fire Fist Ace. Could it be pirates recruited by Danitz? But even if Danitz gave up on simping and quit the Golden Dream, there's no way he'd gather a bunch of clowns like this, right? "You'd better let us go now, or else." Imperio. Edward flicked his wand, casting the Imperious curse. "Your real name?" The pirate captain replied in a daze, "Clarence Dale." "Why are you impersonating Fire Fist Ace?" "I was ordered by our boss to do it, to stir up trouble using that name." "Who's your boss?" "Captain of the Red Crow." "What's his name?" "Alan." "This ambush just now, was that Alan's idea?" "No. We overheard by accident. Rumor was that a few mistresses of noblemen in Backlund had absconded with a large sum of money. To escape their master's wrath, they'd be sneaking off the White Agate in small boats last night." "Was that intel from someone on the White Agate?" "No. Not from them." Edward raised a brow. "Then who?" "Don't know. Just another pirate. We heard it 4 days ago while drinking in a bar on Demir Island." 4 days ago? That early? A secret escort plan arranged by a Backlund security firm had already reached a pirate bar on Demir Island 4 days in advance. How was that even logical? And this was all for just a few noblewomen's mistresses. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Edward let out a sudden chuckle. "Why do I care so much? I came out to sea to be a guiding light and mentor to pirates, to enlighten them with precious knowledge, and to act out the role of a wandering instructor for potion digestion. Besides, didn't Klein stay behind? Whatever happens, he can handle it." With that, Edward conjured a massive blackboard and grinned. "All right, everyone. It's time for a baptism of knowledge." The next day, aboard the White Agate. "Captain, just Eland looked at Benjamin again and asked, are you sure you've checked everywhere?" "Really? We searched thoroughly. It's like they just vanished." Eland's face darkened with a mix of suspicion and realization. As an old comrade of Aldrich, Elvin had agreed to help him even before the White Agate set sail, partly out of loyalty, and partly because he didn't want anything to happen to those women on his ship. Sigh, let's just hope those two weren't after the women. After all, one of them was Gehrman Sparrow, and the other, someone tied to Queen Mystic herself. A true big shot. Eland shook his head and walked away. Moments later, 2 figures stepped out from a rift in the spirit world. One wore a silk top hat and a black tailcoat. He had bronze-toned skin, an average build, black hair, and brown eyes. The other wore a simple black outfit, and her once short hair now reached her ears. It was Azek and Priscilla. Thank you, Mr. Isaac, Priscilla said sweetly, bowing her head in gratitude. Isaac gave a gentle smile and walked to the edge of the deck, gazing out over the sea. Priscilla tapped her forehead and asked, "Well, did you find her?" A dark sigil, the gate of the underworld, glowed on her brow. With a surge of wind, Medici appeared, clad in blood-stained black armor. He frowned and sniffed the air, glancing around. Not sure. She's using some method to mask her aura. We'll have to get closer to be certain. He gave Priscilla an annoyed glare. You're the one who's been slowing me down. Hands on her hips, Priscilla shot back, "Wanna test me? I can have Mr. Isaac send me back to Backlund right now." You. Medici fumed, but couldn't think of a retort. Fine, it's my fault for getting delayed. Happy now. Hee hee, that's more like it. Priscilla smugly waved her hand. Come on, I'll help you search. Ha ha ha. Medici's totally under this girl's thumb. Is this really the same Medici we once knew? Ha 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 ha, how pitiful. Sauron and Einhorn were the first to jump out and mock. Medici crossed his arms and snorted, how about one of you take over my body and you try standing up to her? Let's see who dares defy her then. The two old geezers immediately fell silent. Cut the crap. Just don't end up fooling around again only for someone else to swoop in and steal the prize. That'd be a real embarrassment. That was you fooling around. I was asleep. I was asleep too. So the embarrassment's yours, times two. Medici, F******. At that moment, Isaac, who had been watching the horizon, suddenly spotted a black shadow on the vast blue sea. It was a black sailing ship. A pale white sail bore the symbol of a black tulip, and the hull itself was pitch dark with a faint sickly green sheen. A glimmer flashed in Isaac's eyes. He vaguely sensed something unusual. Just then, the ship abruptly turned, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Isaac murmured, that ship, it seemed to hold something very important to me. He glanced at Priscilla, who was still looking around curiously. In the end, he gave up on chasing after it. Cecil Harbor, a relatively small harbor on the Berserk Sea, had once been a resupply point for early loan fleets. But with the construction of Demir Harbor and Bansi Harbor, it had gradually faded from the main shipping routes, now only frequented by small passenger and cargo vessels. Under normal circumstances, it might have become completely abandoned in a few more years. But due to the recent attack on the governor's mansion incident in Byam, a large number of pirates had been forced to flee and scatter across nearby islands, unexpectedly breathing new life into Cecil Harbor. Early that morning, the harbor was bustling as usual. Locals prepared for voyages, and drunken pirates and travelers still lingered in their stupor from the previous night. At this moment, a young man with a black cat perched on his shoulder leapt off a small wooden boat and stepped onto the island. It was Edward. The night before, after finishing his lessons, Edward had decisively eliminated all the pirates. In other words, on just the second day of his voyage, over 100 pirates had graduated under Edward's intense crash course in knowledge, and promptly set sail for the afterlife. His potion digestion had progressed significantly as a result. Truly a productive outing. Having exhausted himself through the night, Edward rented a room at an inn as soon as he landed and fell sound asleep. He slept until late afternoon. What finally woke him was the smell of roasting meat. Sitting up, he saw Lilith crouched before a small grill, earnestly rotating 2 dried mice skewers over the fire. Every so often, she would pinch a few spices and sprinkle them on top, completely absorbed in her work. Edward twitched at the corner of his mouth. No matter how adorable a child may be, once they start acting like a brat, they're nothing but trouble. Starting a fire to roast meat inside an inn. What was going on in her head? At that moment, Lilith turned around with a bright smile. You're awake. Miss Lilith's grilled meat is almost ready. She picked up a piece of roasted mouse and sniffed it. Smells so good, come eat. Seeing her face full of anticipation, Edward paused for a few seconds. In the end, he dismissed the idea of scolding her, and instead flicked out a gold coin. Will eating this roasted mouse be harmful to me? The coin landed with the number facing up, no. Sigh, he'd rejected her kindness so many times already. He didn't have the heart to reject her anymore. Things I do to keep my daughter happy. Just this once, he'd indulge her. Edward walked over, sat beside her, and took the roasted mouse she handed him. Closing his eyes, he took a bite. Immediately, the rich, savory flavor of grilled meat filled his mouth. He opened his eyes in surprise. This is surprisingly not bad. She must have been secretly practicing how to roast mice for quite some time now. Wah! Lilith was overjoyed, flailing her arms with excitement. Edward finally ate mouse meat. Edward and Miss Lilith finally ate mouse meat together. Today is officially the best day of Miss Lilith's life. I told you. Mice are the tastiest food in the world. After declaring this, she took a bite of her own skewer with satisfaction. But soon, her brows furrowed. She stared at the roasted mouse in confusion. Ah. Something's wrong. Edward looked puzzled. What's wrong? It just doesn't taste as good as before. Lilith hesitantly examined the meat, sniffed it again, even gave it a lick. It was the same smell and flavor, but it simply didn't taste as good as it used to. Maybe that piece was undercooked. Try mine. She took a bite of his skewer. Her little face scrunched up even more. Still not right. Could it be a different breed or quality of mouse? Nope. Same kind. The little one began pacing in circles, utterly flustered. So weird. Why is this happening? Same mouse, same recipe, why does it not taste as good as before? Edward was struck by a sudden realization. Could it be because she advanced to sequence 7 and became human? Turning from a cat into a human was more than just a physical change, it was a fundamental biological shift. Cats and humans had vastly different habits, preferences, and especially taste. Take cats' love for mice, for example. Scientifically, it's largely because mouse meat contains taurine, a compound cats can't synthesize themselves, which is vital to their health. So maybe Lilith's past love of mice wasn't just personal preference, but also influenced by her biology. This change in taste could be seen as a kind of evolution, but for Lilith, it clearly wasn't a welcome one. Watching the little girl stare blankly at the roasted mouse, lost and crestfallen, Edward's heart ached. He gently pulled her into a hug. There, it's all right. Maybe, it's just that being out at sea is affecting your taste buds. Really? Really? She blinked. But, Edward finally ate mouse meat for the first time, and I didn't even enjoy it like I used to. It just makes me feel really sad. No wonder Chris Mona said that turning into a human doesn't necessarily bring happiness. If even mouse meat is no longer the best tasting thing in the world, how can one be happy? Yes, Lilith had already guessed the truth herself. This change had everything to do with her transformation. Just like how, over the past few days, she'd found things like steak, lamb, and even bread much tastier than before. Sigh. Edward really isn't that bright, she thought to herself. Still thinking it's the meat or the environment's fault. No, from now on, she would have to pretend that mouse meat still tasted amazing, so Edward wouldn't worry. Lilith made up her mind. Edward, I suddenly think the mouse meat tastes great again. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 383, what use are you? Edward raised his brows in surprise. Really? Really? Lilith nodded fervently. And did you notice? Miss Lilith didn't get seasick at all this time on the boat. Oh. That's impressive. Right. Thinking back to how adorable and pitiful Lilith had looked the first time she was on a ship, Edward couldn't help but chuckle. Edward, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing because Lilith is just too cute. Exactly. The cutest in the whole wide world. Exactly. After finishing their grilled rat skewers, the two, one tall, one small, walked hand in hand out of the inn, leaving the innkeeper blinking in stunned confusion. They had gone in as a man and a cat, how had they come out as a man and a little girl? What are we doing next? Lilith asked. Edward thought for a moment, then looked toward the bustling tavern not far away. Let's check out the bar first. On the sea, if you wanted to gather useful intel quickly, there was northwest better place than a tavern, where all sorts of riffraff gathered. Outside the bar, a wall plastered with wanted posters caught the eye. The largest among them was the bounty for Gairman Sparrow. Edward hadn't been to sea in a while, and to his surprise, the bounty had quietly climbed to £380,000. He strongly suspected this had something to do with the numerous people impersonating him. As they stepped into the bar, they were immediately greeted by a thick cloud of cigarette smoke and the stench of sweat. A group of burly, rough-looking men, pirates or something close, were drinking and chatting loudly. In a corner, 4 or 5 well-dressed young men were laughing and joking, clearly out of place. From their carefree chatter, it wasn't hard to deduce that they were noble scions on some kind of adventure, drawn by romantic notions of the sea, treasure, and legends. Barkeep. 2 more bottles of Sonia blood wine. The young man in the black windbreaker flicked a few gold coins onto the counter, which rang out with a crisp jingle. The surrounding pirates immediately turned to look, their eyes filled with undisguised greed and bloodlust. The young nobles, however, seemed completely oblivious, still laughing and toasting away, unaware that, in the eyes of the pirates, they were little more than walking sacks of gold. Edward's arrival went largely unnoticed, except by the bored bartender polishing glasses behind the counter. When he saw Edward, he visibly froze for a second, as if wanting to speak but hesitating. Edward, Lilith said directly, pointing at the men, that guy is sneaking glances at us. The atmosphere in the tavern turned slightly awkward. And no, I wasn't sneaking glances, the bartender stammered. Edward walked over. One juice. One beer. You know me, he asked casually. He was using his real face, not Gairman Sparrow's, so by all rights, no random pirate on some remote island should have recognized him. I'm an informant for the Dawn, the bartender whispered while pouring the drinks. Sir Edward's name and appearance have already been circulated throughout most of the Dawn's network across the sea. Edward took a sip of his beer and fell silent for a few seconds. And? The bartender blinked. And, what? I mean, Queen Mystic, she told all of you to recognize me. And then what? He smiled faintly. She told us you're one of us. That if you ever need anything, we're to help you however we can. All right then. Edward set down his glass. I need you to help me round up and trap every heinous pirate on this island and the surrounding waters, all at once. That's going to be difficult. Edward raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say I can come to you if I need anything? And now I am, and you're saying it's difficult. Then what the hell's the point of having you around? Lilith nodded while sipping her juice. Exactly. The bartender was speechless. Isn't this the same as asking me to take on Queen Mystic herself? Either way, it's impossible. At that moment, a loud slam of a table echoed behind them. You little punk. Say that again if you dare. Edward turned to see a man wearing a pirate's tricorn hat gripping a boy by the collar and shouting in his face, spitting with fury. You believe I won't kill you right here? The boy was wearing a servant's uniform and held a serving tray. He glared back defiantly. What did I say that was wrong? All pirates deserve to die. The pirate let out a furious laugh. Ha! Good, good, good. Then why don't you ask around, how many people in this bar aren't pirates? Ha 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 ha. Most of the crowd around them burst out laughing. The bartender finally stepped in. Apologies, everyone. Your drinks tonight are on the house. The kid's young and doesn't know any better, don't lower yourselves to his level. For your sake, fine. The tricorn-hatted pirate let go of the boy's collar and patted his cheek lightly with his other hand. But how about you say that again for me, huh? What did you just say about pirates? The boy's face turned pale, but he still grit his teeth and said, they all deserve to die. Then go ahead and die right now, you little shit. The pirate raised a hand the size of a dinner plate and swung it straight toward the boy's temple. But just before the slap landed, mere inches away, a long, calloused hand caught his wrist midair. It was the young man in the black windbreaker, one of the 4 nobles from earlier. He looked to be in his early 20s, with dazzling blonde hair and clear lake blue eyes. Handsome, even by aristocratic standards. You nosy little. Smack. Arg. The pirate screamed in pain as his wrist was fractured on the spot. The black-coated youth shoved him aside with casual ease. Get lost. You. Several other pirates jumped to their feet, eyes full of murderous intent as they glared at the young man. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, several of the pirates clutched their heads and dropped to the ground, howling in agony. Then, with a series of sharp cracks, deep, bleeding welts split open across the backs of a few more. A beyonder. The pirates' expressions changed drastically, and they retreated at once. Seeing that the young man didn't follow up with another attack, they hurriedly helped their injured comrades up, shooting venomous glares at him as they scrambled out the door. TCH. Still too young, the bartender shook his head and sighed. When dealing with pirates, if you're going to make a move, you either crush them completely or you kill them outright. Letting them crawl away like this. They're absolutely going to come back for revenge. That bunch are some of the most vicious scum out there, vindictive to the bone. TSK, those young nobles are in for it now. Edward rolled his eyes. Aren't you a pirate? How come you talk like you're not part of the same lot? No. I'm an informant for the Dawn. And the Dawn's owner is none other than Her Majesty, the Great Queen Mystic. Isn't the Queen Mystic also a pirate king? The bartender was momentarily choked speechless. If anyone else had said that, he'd have taught them what it meant to insult one of the 4 kings. But this guy. Forget it. You're the boss. Whatever you say goes. So, based on what you said, those pirates who just ran off will definitely be back, with reinforcements. Edward asked suddenly. Most likely, yes. They might not be from the same ship, but since they were all humiliated by the same person, it's only natural they'd band together. He paused, lowering his voice. Not to mention, they've already had their eyes on those 4 young nobles for a while now. Honestly, those brats are complete greenhorns. Flashy clothes, loud voices, flaunting their wealth like they're begging to be robbed. Sure, they're beyonders, but sheer numbers still count for something. Wouldn't be surprised if they ended up leaving their lives on this island. So that means multiple pirate crews might gather in one place. Edward chuckled. And look at you, calling yourself an informant for the Dawn. What you claimed you couldn't do, they just managed effortlessly. So tell me, what use are you to Queen Mystic? Bartender. What the hell is this logic? Elsewhere, the boy who'd been saved by the black-cloaked youth rushed to thank him profusely. The young man, however, frowned. What were you thinking? Saying something like, all pirates deserve to die, in a place full of pirates, are you trying to get yourself killed? The boy clenched his fists. My family, they were all killed by pirates. The black-cloaked youth fell silent for a beat, clearly thrown off. Then all the more reason to keep yourself alive, he said at last. Wait until you have the power to avenge them. Don't throw your life away for a few words. But I couldn't take it, the boy said, voice trembling. They were bragging just now about how many people they've killed, how many women they've raped, like it was some kind of glorious achievement. People like that don't deserve to live. The young man gave a cold snort. You'd better focus on figuring out how to stay alive first. With that, he returned to his companions, said something in low tones, and the four of them burst out laughing. A few moments later, they grabbed their bottles and left the bar together. The bartender couldn't hold back any longer. You idiot. What are you still standing around here for? Go follow them. You want to die in here? I sure as hell can't protect you. The boy snapped out of it, shot the bartender a grateful look, and hurried out the door. Edward looked at the bartender with a flicker of surprise. You really don't seem like a pirate. The bartender smiled. Told you. I'm an informant for the Dawn, not a pirate. Fine then. Thanks, informant pirate. Edward tossed a few coins onto the counter and strolled out. Lilith mimicked him, saying sweetly, thanks, Mr. Informant Pirate. Bartender. Are you freaking kidding me? Note, 855 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 384, Unexpected. As they stepped out of the tavern, Edward spotted the boy jogging after the four nobles. He paused a moment, then followed at a distance. The group quickly noticed someone trailing them. The young man in the black windbreaker stopped and frowned. Why are you following us? The boy looked a little embarrassed. After a moment's hesitation, he confessed honestly, the bartender just now said, if I didn't stick with you, I'd be dead. The black-cloaked youth glanced past him toward Edward and Lilith. And what about you two? You've been watching us from the sidelines since earlier. Edward replied, you offended those pirates back in the tavern. They're bound to retaliate, I thought I'd come along to lend a hand. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added, oh right, I'm an adventurer. An adventurer? The youth gave Edward a long look, then turned his gaze toward Lilith. His expression softened slightly. We appreciate the sentiment, he said flatly. But you don't need to worry about the pirates. We're boarding a ship soon and leaving this place. Leaving? Edward blinked. Well then, best of luck to you. As for you. The youth turned to the boy. Come with me. Thank you, thank you. As the group walked off into the distance, Lilith turned to Edward, curious. We're really not going with them. Of course not, Edward grinned. But we can beat them to the dock. With a twist of space and a pop, the two of them operate directly to the harbor, entering a weathered, near-deserted terminal building. Compared to the bustling ticket hall at Pritz Harbor, Cecil Harbor's station was eerily quiet. The place had been semi-abandoned for years. These days, the occasional ship only stopped in to restock supplies. And lately, with pirate activity rising, most of the incoming traffic didn't bother with buying tickets anyway. At the Seoul ticket window, they inquired and got their answer, next civilian passenger vessel wouldn't arrive for another week. With nothing else to do, the two of them sat down on the steps outside, watching dockworkers and passing vessels come and go. Half an hour later, 5 figures appeared in the distance, heading straight toward a small white passenger steamer docked nearby. When the young man in black spotted the pair sitting on the steps, he looked briefly surprised, but said nothing. Just then. Wah. Lilith burst into exaggerated sobs. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Edward gently patted her head, coaxing in a soft voice, we'll go. Just one more week and the next passenger ship will come. We'll go home then. No. I don't want to. I'm scared. There are pirates everywhere. I'm scared. There, it's all right. Wah, sniffle, sniffle, wah. One of the girls in the group looked visibly sympathetic. She started to say something, then held back. Meanwhile, the black-cloaked youth's brow creased into a sharp line. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply before saying coldly, enough. You want to tag along so badly you're using a child as a prop. Edward blinked. What? We're headed to Byam. If it's on your way, come along. Edward's face transformed, confusion gave way to surprise, and finally to joy. He scooped Lilith up into his arms and walked over quickly. "Thank you. Really, thank you." The black-cloaked youth didn't even glance at him. His gaze drifted instead to Lilith's tear-streaked, faked face and pitiful expression. He said flatly, "The sea is dangerous. If you don't care about your own life, fine, but don't drag a child into your recklessness." "You're one to talk." Edward thought it, but didn't say it. Instead, he replied earnestly, "You're right. I won't make the same mistake again." Humph. With a cold snort, the youth turned and walked away. The girl who had earlier shown sympathy now stepped forward. She pulled a candy from her pocket and handed it to Lilith. "Here. Big sis got you something sweet. Don't cry anymore, okay?" Lilith glanced at Edward. Seeing him nod, she obediently accepted it. "Thank you." The girl smiled and asked casually, "Where are you two from?" "Backlund," Lilith answered. The girl blinked in surprise. "What are you doing here, then?" "As far as I remember, it's been years since any route from Backlund passed through Cecil Harbor." Edward scratched his head awkwardly. "We got off midway through a longer journey. Took a few fishing boats and made a bunch of transfers before finally ending up here." "Wow, you've got guts." She looked like she wanted to say more, but in the end just muttered, "To borrow our leader's words, you've got too much free time and a death wish." She frowned. "I've seen a lot of thrill-seekers like you, but dragging a little kid into it, that's a first." "What about you guys?" Edward asked. "You don't seem like ordinary folk either." "We're not." Confidence flickered in her eyes, though she didn't elaborate. "Once we reach Byam, you two should find the next passenger ship and head straight back to Backlund. Of course, if you really want to become an adventurer, then leave the child in Backlund and come find me. I'll have your back." Thanks." Soon, the group boarded the small white passenger ship, the Crimea. The crew, already on standby, sprang into action the moment they were aboard. Within 10 minutes, the steamship began pulling away from the dock, setting sail southeast across the sea. Not long after the Crimea left harbor, 3 pirate ships that had been idling nearby also cast off, clearly tailing behind, making no effort to conceal their pursuit. And so, the small Crimea led the way, with 3 large pirate ships following close behind, all sailing into the vast and untamed Berserk Sea. At the stern of the Crimea, Lilith sat on the rail, eyes sparkling, fists clenched in excitement. "Edward," she whispered, "the pirates have all gathered. Is it time for us to make a move?" "Let's wait a bit longer," Edward said quietly. "Who knows, there might be even more coming." He looked at the 3 pirate ships in the distance as though he were gazing at treasure chests brimming with experience points. Suddenly, the voice of the young man in the black windbreaker rang out sharply, "How could you let her sit somewhere that dangerous? Don't you know how strong sea winds are? One slip and she could be overboard." He strode over quickly, lifted Lilith off the railing, and set her down firmly on the deck. Under the weight of the man's stare, Edward inexplicably felt guilty, like he'd committed some unforgivable sin. "Sorry," he murmured. The young man let out a snort. "You should be apologizing to her, not to me." "Right." Edward turned toward the confused Lilith and said awkwardly, "Sorry, Lilith." Lilith scratched her head, and replied in a small voice, "It's okay. But it was Miss Lilith who told Edward to lift me up there. Why is that man making Edward apologize to me? So weird." Just then, the boy from earlier pointed toward the horizon and shouted, "Sir! The pirates, they're following us. I see them." The black-cloaked youth's gaze remained steady as he looked into the distance. He called toward the helm, "Maintain acceleration." Aye. Soon, the Crimea shuddered slightly as its speed increased again. Yet, perhaps due to favorable winds, the pirate ships behind them maintained a consistent distance, trailing them steadily. The 2 sides held this strange formation for several more nautical miles, until the pirate ship suddenly surged forward, accelerating rapidly. Shouts of excitement and cheers erupted from the decks. Some pirates waved their weapons and howled, while others swung the ship's cannons around, aiming squarely at the Crimea. One of the young man's companions ran over, his voice serious. "Boss, we've spotted 2 more pirate ships closing in from both flanks. One of them's the Iron Blood, our primary target, and aboard is its captain, Fire Fist Ace." "Fire Fist Ace again?" Edward blinked in surprise. A smile crept onto the black-cloaked youth's lips. "Signal the fleet. It's time. All artillery, load up. The moment those pirates enter firing range, blast them out of the water." "Yes, sir." A series of flares shot into the sky, bursting into bright, colorful fireworks. "Doris, take them below. Make sure they stay safe." "On it, boss." The girl named Doris walked over. "This way, you two. Follow me." She took Lilith's hand and said gently, "Don't be scared, little one. It'll be over soon." Lilith blinked innocently. Miss Lilith isn't scared at all. What a brave and strong girl you are. That's right. At that moment, realization dawned on Edward. Wait, you lured those pirates here on purpose. The black-cloaked youth chuckled. What, did you really think just scuffling with a few low-level pirates back in the tavern would provoke this kind of full-scale retaliation? He smiled thinly. We've been setting this trap for days, arranging every step. This is the moment we spring it. They're all going down in one sweep. Your lone navy. Not exactly, the young man replied, eyes glinting. We're just doing an old comrade a favor. There was a trace of mockery in his voice. Why? Surprised. Then his tone turned cold. I don't care what you were planning or what your background is. I'm not interested in digging into your true identity. But for the sake of that child, if you sit still and stay out of the way, I'll guarantee your safety until we reach by him. Edward frowned slightly. So, you're planning to kill all the pirates? The youth shot back. What, leave them alive to keep preying on merchant ships and pillaging coastal villages? Edward felt a headache coming on. This isn't going at all how I imagined. He had thought he'd stumbled upon a few rash noble scions off on a rebellious adventure. He'd even been preparing for a moment of grand display, stepping in at a critical moment to defeat the pirates, leaving behind stunned expressions as he made a dashing exit. But now it turned out he'd walked straight into an anti-pirate operation. These seemingly reckless youngsters were no amateurs at all, probably elite operatives, if not full-blown officers. And the worst part is, all those pirate XP bags I worked so hard to gather are about to go to waste. What was he supposed to do? Just walk up and explain the truth. Hey, could you spare the pirates for a while? I need to teach them some mystical knowledge first. They'd definitely think I was insane. Before long, 3 warships appeared on the horizon. The pirate ships quickly noticed them, and without a moment's hesitation, began to turn and flee. Block them off. With that command, the Crimea veered sharply, cutting across their path and exposing its side-mounted cannons. The gunners swiftly loaded the weapons and took aim. But just as the cannons were about to fire, each of the 6 barrels shimmered strangely, twisting and warping. And then, pop. 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 They transformed into enormous balloons, which floated lazily up into the sky. The gun crew stared in stunned silence as their heavy weaponry bobbed upward, drifting higher and higher, farther and farther away. "Sea Commander," one of the gunners stammered. The cannons turned into balloons and flew away. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 385, another Fire Fist ace. It took a long moment before the crew finally reacted, panic erupting across the deck. What the hell? Even the normally composed and confident young man in the black windbreaker was visibly stunned. His eyes quickly flicked to Edward, who now held a short wooden wand in his hand, and his heart sank. "You did this," he barked. "Sorry," Edward said with genuine sincerity. "There were just so many XP babies. If I missed this chance, who knows when the next one would come." What? Before anyone could make sense of his words, all at once, except for Edward and Lilith, the clothes on everyone aboard the Crimea suddenly transformed into chains, lashing tightly around their wearers. The black-cloaked youth reacted instantly, flinging off his coat and activating Psychic Piercing and Whip of Agony in a flash of psychic light. The Mind Pierce sent a stabbing pain through Edward's skull, but the flog was effortlessly blocked by a Protego. Using that brief moment of distraction, the black-cloaked man leapt backwards to gain distance. With a wave of his hand, he cast Exile. A wave of overwhelming power surged forth, but the next instant, it reversed direction and slammed back into him. He didn't even have time to react before he was blasted backwards, flung through the air, his spiritual body writhing in agony. Magnify, steal. Edward gave him no room to recover. He immediately stole the man's current thoughts, followed by a chain of theft spells, stripping away every last trace of his beyonder abilities. Then, with a flick of his wand, Edward transfigured the man's now shirtless torso with another chain-binding spell, this time reinforced with a vitality-draining curse. It was only now that the black-cloaked youth's mind regained clarity, only to find himself shirtless, bound tightly in chains. His strength had vanished, his powers stripped, and even his body refused to obey. As for the rest of his crew, they had been restrained from the very start. One by one, they stared at Edward, expressions ranging from stunned to horrified to seething with fury. The black-cloaked man glared at Edward. "What the hell are you trying to do?" His heart seethed with rage, but more than that, confusion. Someone with this kind of power, why bother sneaking onto their ship and pretending to be harmless? Edward gave a polite bow. "No offense intended. What a mess. I was supposed to be the mysterious savior, dramatically rescuing everyone from certain death. How did I suddenly become the villain everyone wants to strangle?" I just need those pirates alive, for now. I've got something I need them to do. So I couldn't just stand by and let you all blow them to pieces. Sorry. The black-cloaked youth blinked. And then what? That's it, really, Edward replied honestly. When I came along, I was planning to wait until you got surrounded and were in real danger, then I'd swoop in and save the day, and whisk the pirates away afterwards. But, well, you know the rest. Everyone on deck. Edward coughed. Ahem, well, the chains binding you will automatically release in a bit. I'll take my leave now. With a wave of his hand, Lilith transformed back into a sleek black cat and swiftly climbed up onto his shoulder. She turned into a cat. Doris gasped in disbelief. The black feline lifted her chin proudly. Miss Lilith is a cat, Naya. Walking around with a cat, casting nonsense spells, completely illogical, like a lunatic. The black-cloaked youth, suddenly struck by a realization, stared at Edward. You're that madman, Gehrman Sparrow. Even though he'd spent most of his time in the southern continent, the name wasn't unfamiliar. After all, attacking a governor's mansion single-handedly was not something easily forgotten. Any officer in the lone military who wasn't a complete idiot had heard of that lunatic. The governor of Byam had even promised, anyone who took down Gehrman Sparrow would not only claim the bounty, but also receive a massive personal reward. Well then, Edward said with a smile. I've got things to do. Until we meet again. With that, he launched himself into the air, his body propelled like a cannonball, augmented by distortion and exploit, and rocketed toward the pirate ships in the distance. Back on the Crimea, the black-cloaked youth clenched his jaw and struggled to his feet. He stared into the horizon. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the pirate ships fell mysteriously silent. Then, without warning, they began converging, pulling together like synchronized dancers. Pirates from two smaller vessels swiftly transferred onto the largest ship, and together they sped off in the direction of the Iron Blood. As for the Iron Blood itself, it paused briefly in confusion before pivoting and sailing to rendezvous with the others. One man and a child, subdued 5 pirate ships and over 200 pirates, in under 10 minutes. Shock flickered in the black-cloaked youth's eyes. That level of strength. A demigod. But that guy didn't even look 20. Sure, age had no direct link to a Beyonder's advancement, but someone so young reaching that level. That was beyond rare. In all his years in the military, he'd never heard of such a case. Just then, the chains binding everyone twisted and shimmered, transforming back into clothing and falling limply to the deck. 3 of the man's companions rushed over. You all right, boss? He shook his head silently. Doris looked him up and down, then suddenly grinned. Wow, I didn't realize you were hiding such a great body, boss. Look at those muscles. Look at that definition. A wave of exasperation crept over the young man's face. He quickly picked up his discarded shirt and pulled it on. Shut it. Doris shrugged. So what now? Was this mission a success, or a failure? Failure, the young man said coldly. But this isn't over. He narrowed his eyes. I'll find that bastard again, no matter what. And when I do, I'll make him pay for what happened today, even if he is a demigod. Demigod. The 3 companions froze in astonishment. Just then, a sailor ran up in a hurry. Colonel Alfred. What are your orders? The young man, Alfred, replied calmly, set course back to Byam. On the other side, Edward had swiftly subdued all the pirates across the 5 pirate ships. After 3 coordinated trips, he transferred them all onto the largest of them, the Iron Blood. But even though the Iron Blood was the biggest, cramming nearly 200 pirates aboard made the ship suddenly feel cramped and top-heavy. Most notably, the waterline dropped dangerously low, making it difficult to navigate smoothly. Of course, this posed no real challenge to Edward. With a single engorgement charm, he enlarged the ship by a full ring of hull. Then, powered by exploit and distortion, he steered the vessel away from the area at breakneck speed. Once he was certain that none of the naval ships were pursuing, Edward deactivated his mystical abilities and turned to face the crowd of pirates now kneeling across the deck. Having witnessed Edward's terrifying power firsthand, none of them dared to move a muscle, barely even breathing. Especially after seeing that little girl, who kept switching between human and cat form, all while smiling with childlike innocence, deal with opponents without the slightest hint of mercy. Edward's gaze swept across the gathered pirates, before locking onto a red-haired man near the center. Fire Fist Ace. The pirate looked to be in his 20s, with features that somewhat resembled a native of the Rorsted archipelago. A thin strip of black tattoo ink peeked out from under his collar. The red-haired pirate forced himself to stay calm. Why yeah, that's me. I'm warning you, Gehrman Sparrow, the madman himself, is my boss. He's coming soon. If you don't want to die, you better run. Edward smiled. What a coincidence. I am the so-called madman Gehrman Sparrow. But I don't recall Fire Fist Ace looking anything like you. The redhead froze, staring at Edward in stunned disbelief. Why are you impersonating him? Edward asked as he stepped closer. Never mind, Imperio. Why did you pretend to be Fire Fist Ace? Redhead, because my boss told me to. And who's your boss? Redhead, he says he is Fire Fist Ace. Wonderful. Yet another Fire Fist Ace. Was this some kind of cursed Matryoshka doll gag? There were plenty of infamous pirates across the seas. So why did these people keep impersonating Fire Fist Ace and Gehrman Sparrow, of all people? Was it just a coincidence that he happened to run into all of them? Or was there something more to it? Why would he want you to impersonate himself? Redhead, no idea. Where is he now? Redhead, no clue. A whole load of I don't know. Edward released the Imperio's curse. The moment he did, the pirate's terrified expression returned in full. He vividly remembered how, just moments ago, he had been like a puppet, completely at the mercy of another's will, answering every question without resistance. His body trembling, he stared at Edward with wide eyes. Just kill me. Oh. Edward raised an eyebrow. That gutsy, are we? The redhead's eyes reddened. My boss will avenge me. Fire Fist Ace. Gehrman Sparrow. Edward chuckled. Did you already forget what I told you a moment ago? The pirate blinked, and then, his memory kicked in. Click. A cold revolver barrel pressed against his forehead. Then I'll be generous and grant your wish. The moment Edward finished speaking, the gun fired. The deafening roar of the gunshot burst through the air, temporarily deafening the redhead. The burning scent of gunpowder stung his nostrils. He felt a sharp pain at the top of his skull. But, I'm not dead. A second later, he gasped desperately, as if surfacing from drowning. Edward, still calm, slowly brought the revolver back to the man's forehead, only this time, the steel barrel wasn't cold. It was scalding hot. Still want to die? The redhead was completely overwhelmed by fear. He stared blankly at the barrel pressed against him, then lowered his head, trembling, silent. If you don't want to die, then help me steer the ship. Edward holstered the revolver. He hadn't spared the redhead out of sentimentality. He needed someone to act as a navigator, at least until he located the next batch of pirates. And while he was at it, he intended to figure out what the hell was going on with this never-ending parade of fake Fire Fist Aces. After a moment of silence, the redhead said quietly, "Where to?" "Anywhere," Edward replied. "Wherever pirates are plentiful. Take me there." Well, ever since your little incident in Byam, most of the pirates have scattered toward the surrounding waters of the Rorstad archipelago. Should we head in that direction? Doesn't matter. Understood. At that moment, Edward summoned his messenger, Phoenix. A glowing symbol pulsed briefly in the air before the creature appeared. Message recipient. Phoenix asked. Danitz, the blonde one. Do you know where he is? The first time Edward ran into someone impersonating Fire Fist Ace, it might have been a coincidence. But multiple impersonators, one nested inside the other. Even using your knees to think, you'd know something fishy was going on. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 386, Chapter 386, Danitz's Streak of Luck. Phoenix nodded. I know where he is. Go check what he's doing, Edward instructed. And ask if he's got anything he wants to tell me. Got it. Phoenix gave a cheerful chirp, then added, last time I went to find him, he was on an island. The moment he saw me, he signaled me to leave right away. Oh. Edward raised a brow in surprise. And you didn't tell me that. You were in a rush to send a letter to that woman who loves teaching people. Right. Well, help me figure it out this time. No problem. With a graceful flap, Phoenix tore open the fabric of reality and flew into the spirit world. Edward, meanwhile, conjured a massive blackboard and, like an emotionless machine, announced, next, I'll be imparting to you some rare and arcane mystical knowledge. It includes both profound secrets and precious potion formulas. Whoever can memorize and grasp this knowledge the fastest, will be rewarded. The pirates, already bewildered, looked even more lost after hearing that. Not that Edward cared. Without waiting for their reaction, he began. Let's start with the 22 potion pathways. The so-called pathways originated from the mysterious first blasphemy slate, which recorded all 22 paths to godhood. These pathways start from sequence 9 and end at sequence 0. The deities we now speak of are the sequence zeros of their respective paths. Later. As Edward lectured on, the pirates shifted from confusion to astonishment, and finally, excitement. The once misty and impenetrable world of mysticism was now unfolding clearly before them. Extraordinary abilities, the mystical potions to obtain them, the forsaken land of the gods that even deities could not step into. But unlike the other pirates, who were now visibly thrilled, the red-haired pirate's expression grew increasingly pale. Sweat streamed down his face. As a beyonder himself, he knew how priceless this information was. Just leaking a fraction of it would cause a massive stir out in the world. And yet this, Gehrman Sparrow, this man whose appearance didn't match any bounty poster, was freely telling all of it to a bunch of pirates. Yes, at this point, he was certain this lunatic really was Gehrman Sparrow. Because only he could be this unpredictable. Only he could be this illogical. And only he would do something this absolutely insane. Still, no matter how crazy Sparrow was, the redhead didn't believe someone like him would actually leak real, valuable knowledge. Which could only mean one thing. They were all doomed. But what could he do against a madman with such terrifying power? He was only a Sequence 8 provoker. What did he have to offer? Mock the men into killing him. He had already tried that. And after dying once, he no longer had the courage to try again. Tiana Island. The final supply port most ships dock at before reaching Byam. Originally, it was nothing more than an uninhabited island. Later, Lone had forcibly relocated some indigenous people from the Rorstad archipelago to build a supply hub here. Over time, those natives settled permanently. And it remained that way to this day. Deep in the jungle of the island, inside an underground base of the sea god's church, Danitz, now with red hair and a neatly trimmed beard, lay sprawled across a fur-covered chair, eyes closed in a meditative pose. He wore traditional Rorstad-style native clothing, his bronzed chest exposed beneath the open collar. The overall look gave him a roguish air of relaxed authority. Just then, a middle-aged man in ceremonial robes of the sea god's church rushed into the room, bowing with respect. Bishop Ace, the ritual preparations and materials are complete. When shall we begin? Danitz cracked an eye open and answered coolly, no rush. I'll check things over in a bit. As you command. The priest bowed and retreated, leaving Danitz alone once more. He shut his eyes again, striking a pose of aloof calm. But only he knew how hard he was internally panicking. Looking back on everything that had happened recently, there was really only one way to describe it. The polite version would be surreal. The real version. He'd just tripped and fallen face first into a pile of divine dogshit level luck. Danitz had finally learned what it really meant to go undercover, and somehow become the boss by accident. After ascending to Conspirer, he became painfully aware of how inadequate his strength still was. He didn't even have time to flirt with Edwina before he ran off the Golden Dream to start a new round of acting. He tried a few petty scams and little intrigues, but quickly realized this method was far too slow. Then came fate. He encountered a few members of the Sea God's Church under attack. After stepping in to help, one of the mid-tier leaders he saved immediately tried to recruit this righteous warrior into the fold. Only then did Danitz realize who they were, followers of the Sea God, a cult officially labeled as heretical by the Church of the Storm. He'd heard of them before. Claiming to fight against colonial oppression on behalf of the natives, while engaging in brutal, barbaric practices. Human sacrifice. Not uncommon. It was a real heretical cult. But Danitz, ever the quick thinker, immediately had an idea. The core of Conspirer lay in deception and scheming. If he could infiltrate this heretical cult, win their trust through cunning, and eventually bring the entire thing down from within. Now that would be the perfect act. So he agreed to the offer, concealing his power and joining the cult under the name Ace. And from there, his absurdly lucky career began. Day 2 after joining, the squad leader died in battle. With his last breath, he handed the group over to Danitz. Just like that, Danitz was the new leader. Shortly after, the branch was attacked by the Church of the Storm. Their bishop was slain on the spot. Most of the priests and clergy were wiped out. Danitz, who had no real faith in the sea god, used preserving strength as a reason to lead his squad to safety. Then, the cult sent a new bishop. Impressed by Danitz's decisive leadership, and in desperate need of competent people, he promoted him to priest. A week later, during an operation with the new bishop, Danitz performed admirably again and was elevated to high priest, managing much of the branch's day-to-day operations. He thought that was the peak of his unbelievable good luck. 3 days later, another attack. The new bishop died. Danitz, without hesitation, led the followers in retreat, and bumped into the grand bishop who'd come to reinforce them. Result. Another merit. Soon after, the cult relocated its base to Tiana Island. Danitz was officially appointed the new bishop of this branch, in charge of everything. In other words, he had become the boss of the Sea God's local church. Originally, his plan had been to eventually topple the organization. That would have made this the perfect conspirer act. But there was just one little problem. In all his life, Danitz had never heard of a cult leader who took down his own cult. How exactly would you even do that? What was he supposed to do? Just declare the cult disbanded on the spot? Report everything to the Church of the Storm? Or go full-on berserker and slaughter all the believers? The real dilemma was that after spending time among the Church of the Sea God, Danitz realized that while they were undeniably a textbook example of a heretical cult, their intentions were surprisingly simple and sincere. From top to bottom, all they really wanted was to use their faith in the Sea God to unite the people, resist the oppression of Lone, and liberate the Rorstad archipelago in pursuit of a better life. Most of the cultists weren't mad zealots or cold-blooded killers. They were just hopeless natives from the bottom rungs of society. Many of them clung desperately to their faith in the Sea God, praying only to scrape together a bit of food for their wives and children. Danitz had seen firsthand how hard their lives were. He understood their yearning to fight back against a cruel fate. And so, his heart softened. He decided to stay, just a little longer, and do what he could to help these poor souls. At the very least, he didn't want to send them off to die pointlessly anymore. And just like that, he was in too deep. The higher-ups in the Church of the Sea God suddenly announced they would be cooperating with the numinous episcopate, planning to use mass sacrifices among the faithful to invoke divine aid in striking against Lone's military presence in the Church of the Storm throughout the archipelago. And the one in charge of this operation? The bishop who had passed every test with flying colors, Ace himself. Danitz, upon receiving this command, immediately packed up what few belongings he had and prepared to bolt, only to bump straight into the Archbishop of the Sea God Church, who had arrived with the numinous episcopate to personally oversee the sacrificial ritual. At that moment, Danitz finally understood why the Church of the Storm had been hitting the Sea God cult so relentlessly in recent weeks. You're planning to perform live sacrifices and summon help from an evil god. What do you expect the Orthodox Church to do, not try to wipe you out? Even so, the Archbishop maintained full confidence in Danitz and left everything to him. But escape? That was out of the question now. And if he didn't flee? Then he'd be forced to lead hundreds of followers, men, women, and even some youths, into the sacrificial chamber with his own hands, offering up their lives to summon some unknown and terrible being. Danitz had, of course, considered seeking outside help. He thought of the captain. Of Edward. He even considered directly reporting the cult to the Church of Storm. But he failed on all fronts. While the Sea God Archbishop trusted him, the members of the numinous episcopate trusted no one. There was no opportunity to pass a message. So Danitz gave up. Then, in a moment of inspiration, or desperation, he came up with what could only be described as a half-baked plan. To avoid the Church of Storm discovering the sacrifice prematurely, he scattered some of the more loyal and capable cultists across the region, instructing them to stir up trouble using the names of either Gehrman Sparrow or Fire Fist Ace. The idea was to draw the attention of the authorities away from Tiana Island. But in reality, he was hoping someone, anyone, would follow the trail back to him. Maybe even Edward himself. Maybe the captain. But 2 weeks had passed. The date of the sacrificial ritual drew closer and closer. The cultists Danitz had sent out were doing great, stirring up chaos under the Gehrman Sparrow name. Rumors had even begun to spread that Gehrman was assembling a fleet to become the new pirate admiral. And Tiana Island? Utterly calm. Not a single ripple. The good news was, the Church of Storm and Lone's navy did seem to be distracted. The bad news was, the Church of Storm and Lone's navy did seem to be distracted. Danitz. He should have spilled everything to Edward's messenger the last time it showed up. But back then, no one had mentioned anything about a mass sacrifice. Now frustrated beyond measure, Danitz tore at his dyed red hair with both hands. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. The door opened, revealing the Archbishop, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in an ancient and worn ceremonial robe. Ace Bishop, he said solemnly. Danitz immediately stood. What is it, Your Grace? The Archbishop's expression was grave. Just now, Ralpha from the numinous episcopate detected a spirit world messenger attempting to breach the boundary. He suspects someone is trying to send a message to the outside. Danitz's heart dropped. Which means? The Archbishop stared straight into his eyes. There may be a traitor among us. Danitz froze, stunned. Shit. I'm done for. Aboard the Nameless. Klein lay on a luxurious bed in a cabin much better furnished than the one on the White Agate, staring at the endless stretch of sea and sky outside the window, thoroughly tired of it all. The small passenger vessel hadn't originally had a name. It had only been called the Nameless for the sake of convenience. It had been over 10 hours since Edward left. The women and the bodyguards on board, tense and fearful, had only managed to catch some sleep around noon, after exhaustion finally overcame their nerves. They'd all known this journey wouldn't be smooth sailing, but living through it had shown them that reality was far crueler than they imagined. Especially now that they were on a smaller boat, any passing wave could cause it to rock violently. Even those who normally never got seasick were starting to show signs of stress. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Klein leapt down from the bed and, the moment his hand touched the doorknob, he already knew it was Aldrich. In about 10 minutes, we'll arrive at Cecil Island, Aldrich reported. We'll rest there for the afternoon, stock up on supplies, and then head straight for Bansi Harbor in one go. Klein remained cold. They've really decided to go to Bansi. I'll say this one last time, once we reach Bansi, I'm not getting off this boat. No matter what happens. Klein trusted Edward's judgment. If Edward said Bansi was dangerous, then it was dangerous. Going there despite the warning was sheer idiocy. Aldrich sighed. I've tried to persuade them too. But, one of the ladies, her hometown is in Bansi. She insists on going to see it one last time, and maybe head to Byam afterwards, depending on the situation. Klein sneered, depending on the situation. If there really is a situation, they won't even have the chance to leave alive. Well, we've got another day or so, Aldrich said seriously. I'll try again to talk them out of it. If it comes down to it, we'll keep the ship a nautical mile offshore. I'll take a team in a smaller boat to escort them in. Klein gave a short nod. 20 minutes later, the Nameless docked at Cecil Island. It would remain there until early the next morning. By all rights, this was a chance for everyone to stretch their legs on land. But none of the women nor the bodyguards had the stomach for it. Only the logistics team responsible for resupplying disembarked. Naturally, Klein wasn't among those who stayed behind. As he exited the cabin, he spotted a few of the women leaning over the ship's railing, curiously peering toward the dock. Their faces were filled with interest, and they whispered quietly among themselves, but none of them made a move to disembark. The moment they noticed Klein approaching, they immediately stopped talking and lowered their heads, retreating into the ship. Klein sighed inwardly. Am I really that scary? Note, enjoy the extra chapter and, don't forget to vote if you liked the chapter so far. Chapter 387, Chapter 387, is Gairman Sparrow Edward. As soon as Klein set foot on the island, he felt that something was off, the surroundings were far too quiet. According to Aldrich, after Byam issued the pirate expulsion order, quite a few pirates should have gathered here on Cecil Island. Yet, there was no sign of such activity. He headed to the bar closest to the port, intending to gather some intel about the recent happenings at sea. But even this place was eerily empty, with barely a few patrons scattered inside. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed that the outer wall of the bar was plastered with bounty posters of all kinds. Among them was one for the King of the Five Seas, offering a reward of £800,000, as well as dozens of lower-level pirate captains with bounties ranging from a few hundred to a few £1,000s. The notices were arranged from top to bottom in layers, forming a chaotic but striking wall of wanted men. TSK. £800,000. Even Miss Justice's family would struggle to produce that much cash in one go. Klein clicked his tongue in awe, and in the next moment mentally sorted and memorized all the pirates he thought he could realistically handle. Very soon, his eyes fell on a bounty poster even larger than the one for the King of the Five Seas. The Moody Gairman Sparrow, bounty, £300,000. Beneath it was a sketch of a young man, handsome, refined, with a scholarly air about him. So that's Gairman Sparrow, huh? Not as handsome as the face I pinched together. Klein's gaze continued downward, reading the bounty notice's description of this major figure. First appeared hijacking 5 pirate ships, later released news of hidden treasure in Byam, luring a wave of pirates who were then captured and delivered en masse to the governor's mansion using unknown powers, triggering the infamous assault on the governor's office incident. Simultaneously, infiltrated and sank an ironclad warship docked at Byam's naval base. At the Pirate Congress, set fire to hundreds of pirate ships including those belonging to the 7 pirate admirals, took advantage of the chaos to kill Admiral of Blood Seigneur, and escaped unscathed from a demigod's pursuit. As Klein read on, the sense of familiarity grew stronger, and increasingly ominous, until he reached the line, killed Admiral of Blood Seigneur. Then he understood. This is talking about Edward. What the hell? So Gairman Sparrow is Edward. Wonderful. That explains why, when I first mentioned that name, he told me not to use it. Turns out it was his own alias. This guy was just waiting to watch me embarrass myself, wasn't he? Where's the washroom? I need to have a serious conversation with him. But wait, isn't this too much of a coincidence? I randomly came up with a name, and it just so happens to be the one Edward's using. Coincidence? Klein suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Aboard the Iron Blood pirate ship, Edward had been lecturing for 3 or 4 hours straight. Ever since Red Hair had heard the full formulas for the Hunter pathway from Sequence 7 up to Sequence 4, he'd been silently hypnotizing himself non-stop. Maybe teaching is just one of Gairman's personal quirks. Maybe he's fulfilling some unknown, higher purpose. Maybe he's recruiting powerful pirates to build a fleet and seize the now vacant pirate admiral position. All sorts of maybes flooded his mind. He had only one real thought left, as long as I survive this, maybe someday I'll become someone truly powerful on this sea, then I can lead the oppressed islanders to overthrow their chains and reclaim their freedom and future. Edward, meanwhile, could feel his potion digestion progressing as he looked over these XP babies, though with a slight tinge of regret. Shame. This is probably the best they can offer me. Still, there was no rush to eliminate them before finding a fresh batch of pirates. He might yet squeeze out a little more value using other methods. Just as this thought passed through his mind, a vast grey mist suddenly filled his vision. Upon the high bronze throne, the fool spoke calmly. Mr. World would like a word with you. I understand, Mr. Fool. The mist immediately dissipated. That hurried approach, Klein must have figured out that Gehrman Sparrow is me. Edward stood up. You all digest what I taught you just now, I'm going in to rest for a bit. Yes, sir. As soon as he stepped into the captain's quarters, he called out, Lilith, keep watch for me. Alrighty, she replied sweetly. Edward clasped his hands together and began to pray. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The infinite grey fog surged once more. In the midst of that crimson hue, Edward arrived at the grand hall of the Sapphira Castle. Klein was already waiting. Edward gave a nod toward the fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Then he turned toward his alt account, puzzled. Mr. World, you had something to discuss. Klein gave a cold snort. Mr. Tower, don't you have anything to say to me about this whole Gehrman Sparrow identity? Edward froze for a moment, scratching his head. Ah, you found out. I was actually planning to give you a surprise, you know. Surprise. Klein narrowed his eyes. You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself, didn't you? Ha ha ha, no, come on, not that bad. Edward burst out laughing. Actually, I was pretty surprised when you pulled out your ID with that name. Thought, wow, what a coincidence. But then I figured, since it's already such a weird coincidence, wouldn't it be more fun to let you discover it yourself? Klein glared at him. So you did want to see me make a fool of myself. Edward adopted a more serious tone. The way I see it, the Gehrman Sparrow identity was something I made up when I first went out to sea as part of my acting process. I never expected it to cause such a huge stir, to become this well known. But now, no matter how famous it's become, it's of no further use to me. Still, just letting it vanish feels like a waste. So I figured, why not turn it into a shared identity for our tarot club? Klein blinked. You mean? I mean that anyone in the tarot club who wants to use it, can. But they need to understand, while the name comes with advantages, they'll also have to shoulder the dangers that come with it. Klein frowned. So far, all I'm seeing are the dangers. Reputation always has its uses. Edward paused. But more importantly, for you, continuing to use the Gehrman identity helps with your faceless role-playing. Because compared to building up a brand new persona from nothing, Gehrman Sparrow already has an established reputation. As long as you can convincingly play the part and keep him active in the public eye, earning continued recognition, the digestion of your potion will go much faster. It's just like if you manage to successfully play the role of a king, a church pope, or someone even higher, and had everyone acknowledge that identity. Your potion digestion would accelerate immensely. Klein thought for a while, then hesitated. But, he's too famous. I'm not sure I can shoulder that level of attention with my current strength. Edward smiled faintly. Well, that's the nature of opportunity, it walks hand in hand with risk. You can take your time to think it over. Klein wasn't the kind of person who liked reckless gambles. He preferred planning ahead and acting with caution. But this time, he'd deliberately given himself the identity of a mad pirate hunter, precisely to leverage that contrast and expedite potion digestion. Thinking of that, his mind was already made up. Still, he added a safeguard for himself, if I ever run into an enemy I really can't handle, I'll call for you immediately. Haha, sure thing. Just bring money. Klein's expression turned serious. Actually, the reason I rushed to contact you through Mr. Fool was because, this whole thing feels too coincidental. Oh. Edward raised an eyebrow. Isn't it? Klein asked. I came up with Gehrman Sparrow by randomly picking two words and slapping them together. And yet it just happens to be the exact same alias you used before. Isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? I'm worried this is another setup. After all, in the book world, that feather quill reappeared. Even if it turned out to be fake, it has to be related to the real one somehow. That's why I had to speak to you up here in the grey fog. Ah, so it's a misunderstanding. Still, Klein's suspicion did remind Edward of something. Based on the events outside Backlund, it seemed the new owner of the feather quill was hostile to the lone royal family, or more specifically, George III. The good news? For the time being, Edward and the quill's owner could be considered allies. The bad news? He had zero information about that new owner. And if the other party had used him once, they could use him again. Even if their goal wasn't him, Edward had no desire to be anyone's pawn a second time. What exactly is Adam doing these days? Is he not going to intervene? Edward said slowly that Quill's influence only extends to a single city. Since you've already left for sea, unless the new owner is actually following you, it should be impossible for them to keep setting up scenarios like this. And if they are tailing you that closely, then the more they do, the more mistakes they'll eventually make. Once they slip up, it'll be much easier to deal with. Klein nodded. You've got a point. At this moment, Edward turned to face the fool with a solemn expression. If worse comes to worst, we can always pray to Mr. Fool for an angel's protection. Klein sighed inwardly. That paper angel I have is basically just a display piece. Still, he maintained Mr. Fool's mystique and answered in an even tone that can be arranged. Both men bowed in unison. Thank you, Mr. Fool. As the fool severed the connection, Edward returned to the Ironblood's captain's quarters. Lilith sat outside the door, wand in hand, watching the pirates with vigilant eyes. I'm back, Edward said gently. She immediately turned her head. Miss Lilith has been watching them very carefully this whole time. Great job, thanks for your hard work. Yup. Edward reached out and ruffled her hair. The strands were soft and silky, like fine silk beneath his fingers. Lilith tilted her head up, eyes sparkling sapphire blue. Edward, are we going to deal with them now? Her little face turned icy cold as she made a slashing gesture across her throat. Edward was speechless. Where'd you learn that move? Lilith thought for a moment, then answered casually, forgot. Maybe Susie taught me. Susie, you're the real little devil here. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 388, Forbidden Knowledge. Does Susie know she taught you that gesture? Lilith blinked innocently. Miss Lilith doesn't understand what you're talking about. Forget it, Edward sighed. Anyway, we don't have a new batch of trainees for now, so keeping these ones around might be good for some new experiments. As soon as Edward stepped out of the captain's cabin, the pirates nearby turned their gazes toward him, eyes shining with anticipation. I need 3 volunteers. He held up 3 fingers. I will teach them knowledge that is more secretive and more forbidden than anything they've encountered, knowledge that even many demigods may not know. But I must warn you, this knowledge comes with its own risks. The moment the words left his mouth, the pirates began whispering among themselves in hushed excitement. Within moments, over a dozen raised their hands, scrambling to volunteer. Me. Edward gave them a kind, benevolent smile. Very good. Fortune always favors the brave. You 3, then. He casually pointed at the 3 closest pirates and pulled them over with an invisible hand. Then, he opened the traveler's door and stepped through the spirit world, bringing them to a deserted island he had passed earlier. The instantaneous leap across hundreds of nautical miles left the 3 pirates stunned and ecstatic. They couldn't help imagining the day they too might wield such supernatural power, go wherever they pleased, rob whoever they wanted, kill, plunder, and vanish before anyone could react. The freedom would be glorious. Edward turned to Lilith with uncharacteristic seriousness. Lilith, what I'm about to say, you must not listen. Understand? Lilith nodded obediently. Okay. Though the little one could be rebellious at times, she clearly knew how to weigh the gravity of things Edward emphasized. He cast a muffliato spell on her, then tucked her into the leather pouch on his belt before turning back to the pirates. All right. Let's begin. The 3 pirates sat down in a row, faces solemn and attentive. Do you know, Edward began calmly, that in a little over a decade, the world will end. His opening line was like a thunderclap. This is not a metaphor. I mean a literal apocalypse. Lone, Phaenopotter, Phasac, the seas, the southern continent, everyone will die. The pirates froze. Sir, are you joking? Why would the world end? Edward pointed to the second pirate. MMH. I like students with curiosity. The world will end, he continued, because the outer gods are coming. Before they could ask more questions, Edward pressed on, you're probably wondering, what are the outer gods? To put it simply, they are deities from beyond this world, beyond Earth. They don't intend to exterminate humanity. But their arrival alone will bring about humanity's destruction. Because compared to them, humans are pitifully weak. Each outer god carries terrifying pollution. When they descend upon the earth, they don't need to do anything, their mere presence spreads corruption so powerful that even gods may not be able to withstand it. Ordinary people and beyonders either die instantly or mutate into horrific, twisted creatures. And all this could happen in a single moment, the instant of their arrival. That's all it takes for everything to be wiped out. Just like the crimson moon currently hanging in the sky, it's already been occupied. It's no longer a moon, but a dreadful outer god. Soon, the planet beneath our feet may meet the same fate. As Edward continued, the pirates' expressions began to contort. Their eyes reddened rapidly, bloodshot veins creeping across their scara like cracks in glass. They weren't afraid. They were being corrupted, in real time, by the weight of the knowledge. So, then, Edward said, holding up one finger at a time, how many outer gods are there? The son of chaos. The primordial hunger. The circle of inevitability. The goddess of fate. The supernova dominator. The inextinguishable ravings. The monarch of decay. The high-dimensional overseer. The mother tree of desire. And finally, the most powerful among the outer gods, the mother goddess of depravity. Boom. The pirate in the middle exploded. He burst like a rotten fruit, his flesh and blood spraying outward and drenching the other two in crimson gore. Fortunately, Edward had anticipated this and warped the spray away just in time. But the other two pirates began mutating almost immediately. One of them grew blood-red tendrils and slips of paper from his mouth, his eyes, his nostrils, even his pores. The other's belly ballooned outward like an inflating bladder. Ah! Their screams were agonizing. It was clear they were moments away from becoming something inhuman. Incendio. Scarlet flames surged across both their bodies. But oddly, even though they were just ordinary people, the spell, imbued with mystic spirituality, couldn't incinerate them outright. Instead, the fire was gradually suppressed as their mutations deepened. The transformation was amplifying. Twisting. Boom. The next instant, the flames surged again, consuming them completely in their violent struggle. They were reduced to nothing. Not even ash remained. Edward flicked a coin and watched it spin through the air. When it landed, the result showed no traces of lingering pollution. Only then did he let out a slow, heavy breath. Phew, so this is the knowledge-based corruption of a great old one. Although the original novel repeatedly emphasized that knowledge is poisonous, that knowledge corrupts, it never truly showed what that meant. But now, Edward had seen it with his own eyes. And almost at the exact moment those three pirates began mutating, Edward also felt the potion within him digesting further. Judging by the degree of progress, it was no less effective than the hours he'd previously spent lecturing on occult theory. In other words, that entire ship of pirates could offer him another round of experience gains. But, would that be too risky? Who could say if the outer god's corruption might directly create a demigod-level abomination? Edward opened the pouch and let Lilith out. The moment she emerged, she looked around inquisitively. Where are those three people? They're dead. Dead. Her eyes immediately lit up with curiosity. How'd they die? They listened to knowledge they shouldn't have. Got corrupted. Mutated into horrific monsters. And then were put down. Edward tugged lightly on her soft pink cheeks. Is Lilith curious now too? Want to hear it for yourself? No, no. I don't want it. Lilith frantically waved her hands, retreating in mock horror. All right. Time to go back. He took her tiny hand, and with a single step, they teleported back onto the pirate ship. The moment their figures reappeared, the gossiping pirates fell silent and turned to stare. Where were the three who'd been taken? Edward didn't bother sugarcoating the truth. Unfortunately, the three of them didn't survive the forbidden knowledge. Uproar. Gasps rippled across the crew, but more than fear, the predominant reaction was disbelief. How could someone die just from listening to knowledge? Edward said calmly, that's the way the mysticism world works. Danger and opportunity always come hand in hand. If you're lucky enough to withstand the corruption of taboo knowledge, your future will be limitless. If not, well, that's just fate. Most of the pirates looked lost and unsure. Only a few, like Red Hair and the other Beyonders, hunched in corners, not daring to breathe too loudly. Edward said flatly, that's enough for today. Tomorrow, if any of you believe you might be one of the lucky ones, come find me. Let's just call you Red Hair. Red Hair jumped in fright and quickly stepped forward. I'm here. When's the next time we'll run into other pirates? Red Hair wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, it's pretty rare to just run into other pirates out at sea. But we can head towards some islands that are known pirate haunts. Good. You make the arrangements. Edward walked to the edge of the ship and gazed out at the shimmering ocean. In his heart, a decision was forming. If we can find a new batch of pirates, then there's no need to risk teaching outer god knowledge. But if we keep sailing without encountering anyone, then I'll just have to take the gamble. Fortune lies in peril, after all. Although it wasn't his first time watching the sunset at sea, Edward still found it breathtaking. The orange-red sun sank into the horizon, half submerged by the ocean, dyeing the skies and sea in brilliant hues. It was nothing short of majestic. Lilith sat on the railing, resting her chin in her hands and watching flying fish leap out of the waves. She kept trying to summon them with the Accio charm, but, unfortunately, none of her attempts succeeded. Edward suddenly recalled an old theory he'd read online in his past life. Some believed that the sun in the Lord of the Mysteries world, that same sun that rose and set every day, might actually be the eternal blazing sun himself. The thought struck him as hilariously absurd. Occuses, the eternal blazing sun. Backstabbed the ancient sun god, devoured his divine essence, schemed against the other 6 deities, and after all that, just to hang himself in the sky, burning non-stop 365 days a year. So that's why you have your followers obsessively praising and worshipping you. Just to ease your own psychological imbalance. What a joke. Just then, the air nearby split open with a sudden rip, and a cold aura surged out. Phoenix burst forth from the spirit world. Its feathers were ruffled, its aura disordered, it looked like it had just survived a brutal battle. Edward's expression changed. What happened? I went to find that blonde kid, Phoenix said as it landed on a lantern post and began preening its feathers with its beak, but a demigod spotted me. A demigod. Around Danitz. No. They were all on an island. That demigod was in the middle of preparing a sacrificial ritual. I sensed something deeply disturbing. It paused and added in a more human tone, in your human terms, it felt like the aura of an evil god. Edward froze. An evil god? Danitz? How could he possibly be connected to an evil god? At this point in the timeline, Danitz hadn't even met Klein yet, he had no chance of coming into contact with the Fool, let alone other beings of that level. What about Danitz, the blonde kid? Is he okay? I don't know. I didn't see him. Phoenix shook its head. The space around the island is extremely unstable. I couldn't directly navigate the spirit world to reach him. After a pause, it added, voice firm. But he's still alive. Good. As long as he's alive. Note, 165 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 389, Chapter 389, Miss Lilith doesn't want to be a good person. Edward wasn't some emergency responder. He wasn't about to go rushing off to help every person in trouble. You know where you just went? Tiana Island, Phoenix replied. Edward fell into thought. All right, then I need you to go find Edwina and tell her what's going on with the blonde guy. Okay. Lilith had been watching the spot where Phoenix vanished. Now she turned to Edward and asked, Edward, when can I travel through the spirit world too, like it does? Just go wherever I want. Ah. That detail hadn't been explicitly explained in the original novel. But the demoness of unaging Katerina, a sequence 3, did seem able to use mirrors to teleport, maybe that counted as a kind of spirit world traversal. So he replied, probably not until sequence 3. Lilith immediately pouted. Ugh. That's gonna take forever and ever and ever. Why not try learning apparition in the meantime? I tried. It's so hard. Edward pulled her close and smiled. Then just wait until I finish digesting this potion and don't have to drift around anymore. Wherever you want to go, I'll take you. If I can teleport, then it's basically the same as you being able to teleport, right? The little one turned her head away with a humph. Yeah, right. I don't believe you. Even after you digest sequence 5, you'll still have sequence 4. And after that, sequence 3. You're never gonna be free. Lilith spoke like a kid whose dad was always too busy with work to spend time with her, and had heard one too many, next time, I promise, excuses. Edward pinched her cheek. Even if I have to keep playing roles non-stop, I can still carve out some time, right? Want me to sign a contract with you right now? Lilith shook her head. No need, then Miss Lilith will believe you one more time. Just then, a thought struck her. Wait a sec, if that bird can travel through the spirit world, couldn't we use it to make a teleportation artifact? Phoenix, who had just poked its head out of the spirit world, froze mid-flight, uncertain whether to keep emerging or retreat entirely. This evil little cat. All I did was steal one steak from you a long time ago, and now you want to turn me into a magical item. Edward rapped Lilith lightly on the head and said to Phoenix, don't listen to her nonsense. What did Edwina say? Phoenix huffed, she said she doesn't know either. The blonde guy just told her he was going ashore to begin his conspirer roleplay. They haven't been in contact since. I see. Edward stretched lazily and then waved Red Hair over. The men quickly scurried up. Mr. Sparrow, sir. You called. You said your boss is Fire Fist Ace. Yes. You sure about that? Red Hair hesitated. I don't know for certain. I was just following orders from above. Above? Who's that? Red Hair's expression turned conflicted. Edward said coolly, do I need to use my powers again to force a proper answer out of you? Panic flashed across Red Hair's face. I'm a follower of the Church of the Sea God. I only became a pirate captain by chance. Not long ago, I suddenly received an order from the church. We were told to claim allegiance to either Gairman Sparrow or Fire Fist Ace, and to stir up as much trouble as possible. The Church of the Sea God. But their God was just a Sequence 3 sea serpent driven insane. Why would they give such an order? Why? I don't know. But I heard I wasn't the only one. There are others. Word spreading across the seas that Gairman, you, sir, are forming a fleet to become the next pirate admiral. Edward was speechless. So this is the plan you all cooked up for me, huh? If he had to mingle in the pirate scene, he'd at least aim for 5th Pirate King status. Pirate Admiral. That was a bit too weak. You know where Tiana Island is? Red Hair nodded quickly. Yes. It's not far from Byam. How long to get there from here, at best? 5 or 6 days. Edward raised a brow. That long. Red Hair gritted his teeth. 4 days. We can make it in 4. I never said I was going there. Edward waved a hand. Go on, back to your duties. But Red Hair didn't leave. He hesitated, then spoke cautiously. Mr. Sparrow, there's something I didn't tell you. Oh. Before you captured me, I sent a signal to other Church of the Sea Gods pirate ships in nearby waters. They might show up soon. Edward's eyes lit up. Oh. And what kind of reward do you want for that? Red Hair was stunned. Can you still contact others from the ship? Yes. Red Hair explained, with a live sacrifice, we can get a response from the Great Sea God. We use the fish in the ocean to relay messages. And how do they pinpoint your location? Same thing, through sacrifices. The fish help lock in the position. Edward rubbed his chin. So your sea god is actually pretty useful. It's like having a divine GPS on this vast, endless ocean. Sea god navigation, always at your service, huh? Red Hair had no idea what Edward meant but laughed along nervously. Edward suddenly chuckled. You being so honest, means you don't plan on returning to the Sea God Church. Red Hair was quiet for a long moment. I just want to stay alive. I don't want to die. I've learned the potion formulas from sequence 7 to 4 on the Hunter pathway. I know the incredibly rare acting method. I've heard so much priceless occult knowledge. If I can just stay alive and grow stronger, I could do far more than any high priest of the Sea God Church. All right. Edward nodded. Then next, I only need you to do one thing, keep offering sacrifices to your sea god non-stop. Use them to summon every pirate you can reach in the surrounding area. Use tempting bait. Things like, a sunken ship full of gold, ancient ruins, a fat merchant vessel loaded with cargo, anything that'll get them to come. As for the sacrifices, feel free to use those pirates outside. Red Hair clenched his fingers tightly. I understand. Go. Edward watched Red Hair grab another pirate and head into the hold, then muttered to himself, why do I feel like, my behavior's starting to look a little not like a good guy's? Lilith chimed in instantly, you shouldn't be a good guy. Why? Because good guys get bullied by bad guys. That's very reasonable. Exactly. But that's still not a good reason for you to become a bad kitty. Okay. Chris Mona had always told Miss Lilith never to be a good person. But now Edward wouldn't let her be a bad one either. So, should she be good or bad? Sigh. Being a cat was hard. Miss Lilith let out yet another sigh. Aboard the Nameless. Early the next morning, Klein was woken by the sharp, panicked scream of a woman. Something had happened. But he wasn't surprised at all. It felt just like those detective novels he used to read. When a bunch of people were gathered together, especially on a journey, things going too smoothly was what felt unnatural. Klein got dressed, put on his hat, and wrapped a thick scarf around his neck. Before stepping out, he lightly flicked a coin. It landed with the number side up. No danger. The moment he stepped outside, he saw a crowd gathered about 6 or 7 doors down. 3 or 4 bodyguards stood around the entrance, peering into the room with shock on their faces. Klein became alert and walked over slowly. The bodyguards automatically parted to let him through. What happened? He asked casually. One of them answered grimly, Miss Adelaide from room 6 is dead. It was Miss Olivia, who came to wake her for breakfast, who found her. What was the cause of death? The guard hesitated. Hard to say. Klein entered the room and saw Aldrich bent over beside the bed, examining the body. Klein walked up and, upon seeing the corpse, finally understood the expressions on the guards' faces, and why the cause of death was hard to say. The body lying on the bed had skin as pale as ash, completely bloodless. What should have been soft, youthful skin was now shriveled like tree bark, clinging tightly to the bones. It was a mummified corpse, her skeletal face still frozen in the terror of death. Aldrich straightened up. Every drop of her blood was drained. Drained. Klein echoed. Look here. Aldrich stepped aside and pointed to the visible bite marks on the corpse's neck. Klein raised an eyebrow. Done by a vampire? He'd heard of vampires long ago. And he'd met Emlyn, a self-proclaimed member of the Noble Sanguines, through the Harvest Church. Through their interactions, Klein had come to understand that the vampires living in Backlund had long since reached a mutual agreement with the church and the state. Feeding was allowed, but never at the cost of a human life. He hadn't expected to encounter what seemed to be a vampire murder while out at sea. Aldrich shook his head, expression heavy. What worries me is, if it was a vampire, then it's likely still among us, and could strike again at any moment. Do you have any suspects? Klein asked. Aldrich gave a bitter smile. No idea. Klein thought for a moment, then said, from what I know, even when vampires feed, there's no need to drain someone dry and kill them. This seems excessive. Please step outside and keep watch. I'll see if I can find more clues. Understood. Aldrich nodded and swiftly exited, closing the door behind him. Klein clicked his teeth together lightly, activating his spirit vision. Just as I thought. Her spirit has already dissipated. Thankfully, this wasn't a real detective novel. He didn't have to go around gathering clues and solving the case the hard way. Klein stepped back a few paces, pulled out the appropriate ritual materials, and after a series of incantations, he sat down amid the cool air and distant fragrance surrounding him, softly chanting. The cause of Miss Adelaide's death. The cause of Miss Adelaide's death. As he chanted, Klein slowly sat down on the sofa. His eyes turned black, and he leaned back, swiftly slipping into a trance. In the hazy, illusory world, he saw Miss Adelaide lying quietly in bed. Perhaps due to the stuffiness of the room, she'd pushed aside the blanket, revealing her thin nightgown and a large expanse of pale skin. Just then, the door creaked open silently. A shadowy figure entered and suddenly lunged onto her, one hand covering her mouth while the other bit into her carotid artery. Blood gushed, and the figure drank greedily. As Adelaide's blood drained away, her life force faded rapidly. Her once soft and supple skin shriveled at an alarming rate until she became the mummified corpse now lying on that bed. The shadow stood up, then turned to reveal its face, blood still dripping from the corners of its mouth. It was Olivia. The vision shattered. Klein's eyes flew open as he awoke from the dream. Olivia, the same woman who had approached Edward aboard the White Agate, one of the two women who had come to him voluntarily. She was also the blonde Klein had seen exiting the cabin during his infiltration the day before. And now, she was also the first to discover Adelaide's corpse. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 390, whoever comes, I'll bleed them dry. So the saying's true, the culprit always returns to the scene of the crime. Klein looked once more at the wide-eyed corpse of Adelaide. After a moment's hesitation, he slipped on his gloves and gently closed her lifeless eyes. Sorry I couldn't prevent your death, but I promise, your killer will be caught. When he opened the door, he found Aldrich standing across the hall with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. How'd it go? I know who the killer is. Aldrich blinked. You do. Klein's tone remained even. Divination. Aldrich nodded in sudden realization, then lowered his voice. Who? Olivia. He froze for a beat. Olivia. You seem surprised, Klein noted. Aldrich hesitated before replying, this bodyguard commission we're on, it was actually initiated by her. In other words, she's my true client. A faintly cold smile tugged at Klein's lips. Then what do you plan to do about your blood-sucking, murderous employer? After a few seconds of silence, Aldrich finally said, I'm not a police officer, nor a member of the church. I've no obligation to arrest her. As long as I can restrain her and prevent her from killing again, that's enough. Klein said quietly, don't forget, she's likely a vampire. And vampires are, at minimum, sequence 7. From their interactions the previous day, Klein had already determined Aldrich to be a weapon master, a sequence 7 on the warrior pathway. Among the bodyguards, there was also a sequence 8 pugilist, along with 2 sequence 9s, a hunter and a sailor. Aldrich fell into thought, then said, I'll try speaking with Miss Olivia first. If that doesn't work, then I'll use force. Klein absently ran his fingers over the thin, skin-like glove on his left hand. Do as you please. Bang. 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 3 pirates exploded into a mist of blood and flesh. The remaining 6 or 7 immediately underwent all sorts of bizarre mutations, but they, too, were instantly swallowed by brilliant scarlet flames and burned to ash. The entire sequence had been swift and seamless. Edward clapped the dust off his hands and returned to the pirate ship. The moment he stepped through the traveler's door, he was met with the sight of all the pirates lowering their heads in silence. The excitement and bravado they'd shown earlier were completely gone. No surprise there. Anyone would grow wary after watching their companions get taken away one by one, only to never return. Some of the braver pirates with a bit of strength had tried resisting. But Edward hadn't even needed to lift a finger. Lilith had handled all of them effortlessly. Now, this group of pirates feared Lilith, the dwarf witch, even more than they feared Edward. After all, none of them had actually witnessed Edward kill anyone. But Lilith. She'd slain more than a dozen right before their eyes. Yes, they all believed Lilith was actually a dwarf. Edward turned to Redhair with displeasure. It's already been over a day since you spread the word. And you've been performing follow-up sacrifices every 2 hours since. So why hasn't anyone shown up yet? Redhair replied in a small voice, they're already on their way. So far we've confirmed 8 ships headed this way. They should start arriving later this afternoon and into the evening. You're sure? Positive. Edward paused to gauge the digestion rate of his potion. If he could draw in 7 or 8 ships full of pirates every day, then he'd be able to fully digest the potion in less than a month. But that was wishful thinking. Even a child could tell that wasn't sustainable. That meant the dissemination of outer god knowledge needed to proceed in tandem. If he could infect each pirate with some of that knowledge, it should speed up digestion by at least another third. That thought gave Edward a burst of motivation. He stepped forward and, using his invisible hand, dragged 5 more pirates from the group. They immediately began struggling in terror, begging for mercy, but not a trace of pity stirred in Edward's heart. Compared to the atrocities these pirates had committed, robbing and murdering for years, dying in a daze from hearing a story was practically a kindness. Edward raised his wand and bound the remaining 40-something pirates. Otherwise, he was sure they'd try to jump overboard the moment he left. As usual, they arrived at the island. Edward landed with the 5 new pirates and went straight into his routine. Do you know, this world is on the brink of doomsday. Yes, it's those outer gods again. What are outer gods? They're evil deities that come from beyond this world. For example, the Son of Chaos, the high-dimensional overseer, the Mother Tree of Desire. Bang. Bang. 2 pirates exploded on the spot. Of the 3 remaining, one twisted into a mass of fleshworms, another grew a single eye so large it nearly burst through his skull, and the third transformed into a writhing tree of blood and meat. As expected, based on his repeated tests, the type of corruption was typically linked to a specific outer god. The ones most often responsible seemed to be the fallen Mother Goddess and the Mother Tree of Desire. Just as Edward raised his wand to dispose of the 3 monstrosities, they froze. Then, right before his eyes, they began to disintegrate, inch by inch, like chalk being wiped from a blackboard. Almost simultaneously, Edward felt the spirituality around him begin to tremble violently. He spun around, and saw a familiar face standing just a few meters away. A woman in a simple robe tied with a bark belt, barefoot, her presence serene yet somehow commanding. It was Ariana, the servant of concealment. Why is she here? Isn't the sea supposed to be Leodaro's domain? But this time, she looked very different from their previous encounters. Gone was her usual calm and detachment. Instead, her expression was strange. Something between shock and unreadable complexity. Lord Edward. She said directly. Ariana wasted no time. You've clearly acquired knowledge of the outer gods. You're aware it carries dangerous corruption, aren't you? Edward nodded. I am. But perhaps I enjoy the protection of certain deities. This corruption doesn't seem to affect me. He paused. And I've cleaned up the corrupted pirates. There's no hidden danger left. But. Ariana sighed softly. You mention the outer gods far too often. That alone doesn't just invite their corruption, it risks attracting their gaze. Edward froze. You're not telling me they can project their power here just through that, are you? Ariana shook her head. I don't know. But my lord hopes you'll stop. But I. Her demeanor returned to its usual serene stillness. Of course, you're free to continue. If you do, however, my lord will revoke your concealment. And then, the next one to find you will be a servant of the Lord of Storms. Edward was left speechless. Seriously? You're a divine-level being, and you're threatening a humble little sequence 5 like me. Understood. Thank the goddess for her protection of secrecy. Left with no other option, Edward drew a sacred symbol of light across his chest in resignation. Good. Take care, Ariana said simply, and turned to leave. Wait, Lady Ariana. Edward called out quickly. Could I borrow a few more minutes of your time? Then, with practiced ease, he conjured a blackboard, a desk, and a row of chairs. Smiling warmly, he said, May I have the honor of sharing some knowledge with you, things you may or may not already know. Ariana was silent for a few seconds before sitting down at the desk. Go ahead. Are you familiar with the forsaken land of the gods? I am. The legends of the ancient sun god. I've heard them. Then, do you know how the ancient sun god was backstabbed, and how that led to the birth of the seven gods? Ariana gave him a long, meaningful look. No. But I'd advise you not to speak of it. Oh ho, the goddess doesn't want me exposing her dark history, is that it? Fine. Then I'll just give you a simple and basic astronomy lesson. You probably don't know about the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, or the 8 planets, right? Go on. All right. So, the land we're standing on, it's actually a massive planet. Just like the sun and the moon in the sky. In eras even older than the first epoch, it was called Earth. Truthfully, while the scientific development in the world of mysteries was not particularly advanced, there were individuals who possibly understood planets and the cosmos better than modern Earthlings. For instance, those on the apprentice pathway, planeswalker, could freely roam the universe and set foot on any planet. But first, there were very few who could ascend to that level. Second, after Mr. Door was exiled, it had been over 1,000 years since anyone had reached that sequence. And now, the night sky was occupied by outer gods. The knowledge surrounding it had been corrupted. So, most people's understanding of the universe was extremely limited. It took Edward over 20 minutes to wring out every last drop of astronomy knowledge he had. Once he was finished, Ariana vanished without a word. And his potion digestion hadn't budged in the slightest. Edward seriously suspected she already knew all of that, and had only pretended not to, just to stop him from leaking even bigger secrets. Ugh, not only am I banned from spreading outer god knowledge, but I didn't even gain any benefit from it. What a loss. Let me think, there's got to be another way. Just then, Lilith's voice came from within the leather pouch. Edward, are you done yet? You're being super slow this time. You hear that, Edward? I can't hear anything right now, and I don't like this feeling. Edward. He quickly opened the pouch, lifted the Muffliato charm, and brought her out. Sorry. Someone came to see me. Who was it? She asked, blinking wide-eyed and looking around. Ariana. The lady in the black robe. Remember her? Lilith nodded immediately. I remember. Last time she even asked you to divine what I'd eat for dinner. What did she want this time? She told me to stop spreading those forbidden truths you're not allowed to hear. Why? She said, it's too dangerous. Edward took her hand and teleported back to the pirate ship. Looking over the bound pirates on deck, tied up like squealing pigs, Edward gave them a sunny smile. Good news, everyone. I've decided to stop feeding you any more forbidden knowledge. A wave of silent jubilation swept through the pirates. They exhaled in pure relief. Edward raised his wand. But, I've come up with something new. Magnify, Obliviate. Note, 275 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 391, Chapter 391, Admiral Hell crashes the party. Silver-white light surged like a tidal wave, swallowing everyone in its path. Edward erased the last 3 days of these pirates' memories with a single, crude, and brutal sweep. As the light faded, the pirates gradually regained consciousness amid their fragmented recollections, only to find themselves tightly bound. One by one, they began to shout in fury. Who the hell tied me up? Don't you know I'm with Gehrman Sparrow? My boss is Fire Fist Ace, let me go. What the hell happened? Who ambushed us? Damn it, somebody, help. A few unfortunate souls seemed to have been turned half-wit by the Obliviate spell, dazedly mumbling, with vacant eyes. Edward made a gesture to the redhead who was staring at him with a deathly pale face. You've got 3 minutes. Get them quiet. I'm resuming the lecture. I understand. Of course the redhead had realized his subordinates had lost all their memories. And just the thought of himself losing the knowledge of potion formulas, acting methods, and occult theory, it made death seem preferable. Just then, Edward's brow twitched. He spotted 2 or 3 dark shapes approaching from the distant sea. Phew, finally, more XP delivery boys, he murmured. At that very moment, 3 pirate ships, responding to the redhead's earlier signal, converged in the area. Strangely, each ship had a red-haired man walking out from its deck. You got word from Eruzur too? Yeah. What did he say? He said he found a treasure-filled underwater ruin around here. Same for me. Hey, that's weird. The message I got said he was attacked. Eh? Maybe he found the ruin first and then got ambushed. Are you 2 idiots? If he really found an underwater ruin, wouldn't he have stopped the ship to explore? But his vessel hasn't stopped moving at all. So you're saying, something's off. What do we do then? Still head over. Split up, approach from 3 directions. the moment anything seems off, we open fire. Got it. The three redheads quickly reached a consensus. But just then, the surrounding sea began to boil, shuddering violently. A mass of illusory light appeared ahead of them. After a dozen seconds, the light spun rapidly inward, collapsing in on itself from a single point, constructing a pair of massive bronze double doors, blurred at the edges. The door's surface was etched with strange and arcane markings, radiating an indescribable aura of depth and deathly stillness. Creak. The bronze doors shook, then cracked open just a sliver. Boom. With a thunderous crash, a massive, green-tinged black warship burst through the gate, ramming directly into the center pirate ship. The wooden vessel shattered instantly. The pirates aboard didn't even have time to scream, some plunged into the sea with the debris, while others were directly crushed into blood mist by the massive ship's prow. Even the red-haired captain aboard that vessel was instantly killed. That's the Black Tulip, Admiral Hell's ship. Some sharp-eyed pirates recognized the sigil emblazoned on the ghost-white mainsail, a single, blooming black tulip. Panic followed. At the front of the Black Tulip's captain's cabin, a blurry figure appeared, rapidly elongating, taking the form of a tall man in a silver-white mask and an exaggerated tricorn hat. This was Ludwell, the most powerful of the 7 pirate admirals, popularly known as Admiral Hell. He tilted his head slightly, and another figure stepped out from behind him. Also red-haired, but his skin was deathly pale, and his entire body radiated the stillness of death. Clearly, he had long since become a living corpse. This the place? The ruins of death. Ludwell quickly shook his head. No. It's fake. Behind the silver mask, twin ghostfire pupils flickered into life, signs of repressed fury. Yesterday, following the guidance of his black-ringed finger, Ludwell had traveled through the underworld into the fog sea. But the moment he exited the realm of the dead, a tremendous sense of danger had struck him, so much so that he immediately turned and fled. Later, in order to suppress the ring's negative effects, he had hunted down a random pirate ship, slaughtered its crew, and raised some of them as undead. From those reanimated pirates, he learned of a message, an alleged discovery of a sunken ruin tied to death himself. As a sequence 5 on the death pathway, how could he resist? But now, it was clearly a lie. Suddenly, Ludwell spread his arms wide. At that instant, the Black Tulip erupted with motion. The undead on board, shadows, wraiths, skeletons, and ghouls, all leapt into action. Some jumped onto the neighboring ships. Others plunged into the sea to slaughter the pirates struggling there. The slaughter began in earnest. Cries of agony rose and fell like waves. Ludwell simply watched, expressionless. To him, this was not about hate or bloodlust. This was sacrifice. Feeding living souls to hell, offering them to the gods. Before the massacre even ended, he gave a lazy wave of his hand. His undead minions, skeletons and zombies, instantly returned to their posts and began steering the massive warship straight toward Edward's ship in the distance. Just then, a burst of crimson flame fell from the sky, aimed straight at the Black Tulip. Ludwell once again opened his arms. The bronze gate to the underworld reappeared and swallowed the firestorm whole, letting it pour into the realm of death. Then, from within the gateway, countless undead beasts charged forth, twisting, howling, and wailing. The remaining wraiths and shadows joined them, reversing course and forming a black tide that surged toward Edward's ship. In the sky, Edward blinked rapidly from spot to spot, flashing across the air, exploiting air resistance to simulate temporary flight. Then, his right hand began grasping repeatedly at the air. Magnify, steal. In an instant, Edward had acquired 4 or 5 abilities from the death pathway: spirit communication, resurrection, both undead and skeletons, language of the dead, and others. Immediately, he began muttering a string of awkward, guttural, grating syllables, completely unintelligible words that sounded more like shrieking chaos than language. The undead creatures that had been swarming toward him suddenly stopped in their tracks, caught in confusion, their minds disrupted. Clack. Edward landed on the deck, facing Ludwell. His expression was grim. I waited all this time for my batch of XP fodder, and you just waltz in and wipe them all out. Go to hell. A blast of green Avada Kedavra surged from his wand, rocketing straight toward Ludwell. Ludwell hastily stepped back and yanked an angry wraith in front of himself. Splat. The wraith disintegrated instantly. But 7 or 8 more killing curses followed in rapid succession. Ludwell tried to repeat the move, but his intent was twisted. Instead of dodging, he stumbled into the oncoming curses. At that crucial moment, the dull black square ring on his left index finger flickered faintly, and Ludwell snapped back into control. He immediately rolled several times along the deck to avoid the fatal curses, then sprang up and yanked the rapier from his waist, slashing through the air. The next moment, the intricately carved bronze door shifted positions, sliding in between Edward and Ludwell. From within the gate, dozens of indescribable eyes opened, flayed, bloody arms reached out, greenish-black vines adorned with baby faces slithered forth, and palms with gaping, toothy mouths clawed through the opening. Edward tried to steal again, but the gate of the underworld wouldn't budge. He suddenly remembered that damn ring on Ludwell's hand wasn't ordinary. It was deeply tied to the god of death himself, an extremely high-level artifact, and it was granting amplification to the gate's power. Fine then. Edward slashed his wand and unleashed a massive fiery dragon of wrath, which roared as it slammed into the gate's opening, trying to hold the horrors at bay. Then he flashed behind Ludwell in a blink. Magnify plus steal, he snatched Ludwell's current conscious thought, then used transfiguration to turn him into a wooden stick. Sectum sempra. The stick split in half midair. Then came a killing curse. And distortion. Arg. Ludwell, returning to human form seconds later, let out a guttural scream. His body had been split in two, but not a single drop of blood flowed. He was already more dead than alive, a creature of the underworld. Still, he had been mortally wounded. If not for the death ring, he'd be dead already. Raising his left hand, the ring on Ludwell's finger emitted a sinister, eerie glow, then brightened dramatically. Whoa. The towering bronze gate expanded, growing larger and wider in a blink, to the point where even the dragon of fire couldn't hold it back anymore. From its yawning depths, a swarm of undead spilled out, surrounding Ludwell, shielding him as they began retreating toward the gate. The wrathful dragon incinerated dozens, but there were too many. Driven by the ring's command, these undead were fearless, suicidal, stalling for time so Ludwell could escape. Edward bombarded them, Thunderstrike, Fiendfire, Light of Holiness, more than 10 wide-range spells in succession, but for every one he killed, more surged out. So this guy wants to play dirty, huh? Edward frowned tightly, then an idea sparked in his mind. The air beside him ripped open. Phoenix burst out of the spirit world, wings flaring. I need that bastard dead, the one in the middle of the undead swarm. Any way you can do it. Phoenix's eyes glinted. Without a word, it shot forward, fading to near invisibility as it slipped through the horde of undead, and vanished. Seconds later, the undead guarding Ludwell suddenly snapped back to awareness, abandoning their shield formation and flying back toward the gate of underworld. At the same time, the massive bronze door began shrinking rapidly, then slammed shut. Phoenix soared back toward Edward, clutching a black ring in its beak, Ludwell's ring. It hovered in the air and dropped the ring into Edward's palm. All his power came from that ring. Now that it's yours, he's finished. Easy for you to say. I just tried stealing it how many times? And failed every time. Yeah, this bird's not simple. Now that the undead had dispersed, some retreating to the underworld, others fleeing, the unprotected Ludwell plummeted from the sky, landing on the black tulip. He didn't move again. Is he dead? Unless you completely kill an undead being, Phoenix said, no matter how badly wounded they are, they'll regenerate eventually. It's just a matter of time. Edward narrowed his eyes. Then, for godlike undead creatures like the Phoenix ancestor, Greg race, does that mean even if they die, they can still come back? Phoenix shook its head. Don't know. They stared at each other for a few moments. Then Edward looked down at the ring in his hand. You sure you're not interested in this? Phoenix tilted its head. I mean, don't you want to eat it? Edward raised the resurrection stone ring on his other hand. The way you keep eyeing this one. No. Eating the thing wouldn't do anything for me. Now that was strange. This death ring had once been the fallback plan for the underworld Emperor Salinger's resurrection. It was definitely high tier, yet this bird showed no interest. Edward couldn't help but wonder what exactly Phoenix wanted from the phoenix feather it had consumed, or why it was so obsessed with the resurrection stone ring. What was it trying to gain? The two of them landed aboard the black tulip. Edward raised his wand, ready to end Ludwell once and for all, but Phoenix said, you actually don't need to kill him. Oh. As long as I hold onto this ring, the bird said, I can have absolute control over him. Whatever I command, he will do. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 392, Miss Sloth. Edward was slightly startled. The suppression of lower sequences by higher ones on the death pathway. Phoenix nodded. Exactly. All right then, I'll leave the ring with you for now. This guy's yours to handle. Once Klein advanced to sequence 5, he could just sell the men to him as a puppet. In a way, that would be returning him to his rightful owner. For now, help me check if there's anyone still alive on those 3 ships. Edward rubbed his temples as he glanced at the corpses and wreckage floating around. If not for Ludwell barging in out of nowhere, he'd already be halfway through launching his next education campaign. All he wanted was a few pirates to help digest his potion. Why did a pirate admiral have to show up himself? If Ludwell had brought along 7 or 8 ships full of pirates like Senior did, that would have been fine, but this guy didn't even bring a single living crew member. Wasn't that just screwing things up? He suddenly froze. Ariana had left just moments ago, and Ludwell showed up right after. That couldn't be a coincidence, right? Edward's gaze returned to the Black Death Ring. This was, after all, one of the keys to entering Death's mausoleum in the Berserk Sea. Only when Azek entered the tomb would the Evernight goddess have a chance to seize control of the artificial death, i.e., the uniqueness of the death pathway. And only by gaining that uniqueness could she feign weakness after absorbing Death's authority, thereby luring the god of combat into launching a divine war. Once the god of combat made his move, the goddess could unite with Lilith to slay him and seize the god of combat's authority. A chain reaction, each link triggering the next. But with Priscilla's appearance, Azek seemed to be on a different trajectory than in the original timeline. Would he still meet Ludwell and obtain the Death Ring as before? Would he still enter the tomb? So, was all this orchestrated by the goddess? But she wasn't of the spectator pathway. Could it be the Russian priest? That's it. The Russian priest's so-called tide of the era was a continent-sweeping war, and the eventual fall of the god of combat. Faceak's final decision to start a full-scale war wouldn't just be about geopolitical tension. It was also the god of combat trying to shake the Evernight goddess's anchor, thus initiating a divine battle. The immediate trigger for the god of combat was the goddess seizing the uniqueness of Death pathway, realizing that if he didn't strike soon, there'd be no second chance. Now, everything seemed to be happening ahead of schedule. Which meant the goddess would also need to obtain Death's uniqueness earlier. Thinking about this gave Edward a headache. He'd long accepted the idea of being manipulated by the Russian priest, but when it actually happened, it still left a bitter taste. No one liked being someone else's puppet. Looking back over the past few days, long stretches of inexplicable calm, sudden intrusions, bizarre coincidences, was someone following him the whole time, laying these plans? But wasn't this kind of plotting a little too rough compared to before? It all came back to power. Power was the only solution. Before long, all the surviving pirates had been gathered onto a single ship. Out of the original 100 or so across the 3 vessels, only 30-something remained. Not a single captain survived. Edward winced. Over 100 precious XP bags, all gone. Having witnessed Edward casually kill Admiral Hell Ludwell, the remaining pirates were as obedient as lambs, kneeling on deck in perfect silence and awaiting their fate. Phoenix, take him back to the spirit world for now. All right. The bird grabbed the unconscious Ludwell and disappeared into the spirit world. Half an hour later, Red Hair's ship arrived and pulled up alongside them. The moment he saw the jet-black tulip emblazoned on the sails, his heart sank. That was the symbol of the Hell Admiral's flagship. And the only one standing on deck was Gehrman Sparrow. That could only mean one thing. Another pirate admiral had fallen at Gehrman Sparrow's hands, and this time, it was the strongest of them all. Get them on your ship, Edward ordered. Yes, sir. Back aboard, Lilith was sitting cross-legged on the railing, waving at him. Edward, Miss Lilith watched over them very carefully for you. They're still exactly the same as when you left. A bunch of pirates knelt frozen on the deck, literally. With a glance, Edward saw they'd all been hit with a full-body petrification charm. Moving. Yeah, right. The newly arrived pirates, having no idea what was going on, simply mimicked the others, kneeling without daring to breathe too loudly. Mr. Sparrow. Red Hair approached cautiously. That black tulip ship, how should we handle it? Edward gave it a moment's thought, then activated his spirituality to cast a shrinking charm, shrinking the black tulip into palm-sized scale and stuffing it into his suitcase. It was a pirate admiral's flagship, after all. Should fetch a good price, right? Wait a second, if he ever ran into a naval battle again, there'd be no need to burn enemy ships with fiend fire. Just shrink them. Quick and clean. This divine act of magic left all the surrounding pirates gaping in awe. Edward dusted off his hands like he'd just done something trivial, then smiled at them. All right, everyone, today's mystical knowledge lecture begins now. Backlund, Hillston Borough, 13 Somnolent Street. With Annie's support, Audrey descended gracefully from her family's luxurious carriage. She was here today to attend the salon that Glaint had invited her to a few days earlier. Based on past experience, such salons were typically attended by noble sons and daughters, so Audrey had reluctantly donned an elaborate ball gown. Beautiful, no doubt, but somewhat stifling and cumbersome. Glaint was already waiting at the door. He gently took her hand and offered a formal air kiss, smiling warmly. Welcome, Audrey. Good evening, Glaint. He led her and Annie through a corridor to a lavish reception room at the rear of the house. A good number of guests had already arrived, speaking in hushed tones. The conversations revolved around only two things, the Great Smog and the assassination. Audrey's arrival drew many turning heads. This time, however, it wasn't solely because of her beauty. As one of the few major figures to survive the assassination unscathed, Earl Hall, her father, had quickly become one of His Majesty's most trusted and relied upon individuals, faintly rising to become one of the most powerful men in Loan. Audrey smiled graciously as she exchanged greetings with the other guests. Taking a glass of juice from Glaint, she asked with a hint of curiosity, "What's today's salon theme? Music? Painting? Or just casual gossip?" Glaint clinked his glass lightly against hers, grinning. "Today, I wanted to explore something new. Something more meaningful." "Oh. What is it?" He took a sip of red wine and replied, "Psychology." Audrey froze. The smile on her face vanished. "What?" Glaint didn't notice the subtle change in her expression and continued enthusiastically, "Last week I visited Backlund University and met a lady there, an expert in psychology. She demonstrated some rather fascinating aspects of the discipline, and I thought, why not invite her to host a psychology-themed salon?" Audrey was silent for a moment. "Pardon me, I'd like to visit the lavatory." "That way." Glaint pointed hurriedly. Audrey handed her glass to Annie and walked away, neither fast nor slow. At that moment, she felt a gaze fall upon her. To be fair, many people had their eyes on her, but this one stood out. It was distinctly probing. She turned and saw a woman standing by the window with a glass of red wine in hand. She wore a deep violet dress, her soft brown hair slightly curled and cascading over her shoulders. Her features were exquisitely refined. She looked to be around 26 or 27. A languid air clung to her like a veil, her entire demeanor radiating weariness and lethargy. Even her deep blue eyes shimmered with fatigue, as though she might fall asleep at any moment. "She looks like Miss Furs." The thought surfaced unbidden in Audrey's mind. But almost immediately, she sensed a fundamental difference between the two. Furs' laziness was simply that, plain sloth. As Edward would say, she was a salted fish content to lie flat. But this woman before her exuded a very different kind of indolence, one born of existential ennui, the apathy of someone who had seen through everything and lost interest in it all. At that moment, the woman yawned and walked lazily toward her. "Miss Audrey Hall." Audrey nodded politely. "I am. May I ask who you are?" "Just call me Althea. My current identity is..." She pulled a slip of paper from her pocket and began to read off it, expression flat. "Graduate student in psychology at Backlund University. Born into a merchant family in Fanepotter. Recently moved to Backlund for academic reasons. Residing in the North Borough." She paused, as if suddenly aware of how ridiculous it sounded. No need to go through the rest. Audrey was momentarily dumbfounded. "Oh, right." The woman, Althea, patted her forehead lightly. "Almost forgot. I'm the new regional coordinator for the psychology alchemists here in Backlund. I'm currently trying to reassemble the members recruited or absorbed by my predecessor. But so far, I've found that 90% of them are either in prison or under house arrest. You're only the second one I've managed to locate." "Ugh," she sighed. "What a pain." Audrey kept her mind as blank as possible and said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, Miss Althea." "Just Althea. The word miss makes it sound like I'm getting old." "Althea," Audrey corrected herself. "My former tutor, Miss Escalante, did mention the psychology alchemist to me, but she never actually invited me to join." She hesitated, then added, "She disappeared a few days ago. I tried looking for her, but found no trace." Althea smiled faintly. "Regrettably, she's dead. And before she died, she left behind quite the mess for the psychology alchemists." She paused. Though her gaze appeared drowsy, it suddenly sharpened and locked onto Audrey. "But you said, you haven't joined us." "No, I haven't," Audrey confirmed. In the next instant, Althea took a step closer. Her half-lidded eyes grew faintly oppressive as she stared down at her. "Then tell me, why are you already a Beyonder? Note, 415 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote." Chapter 393, Chapter 393, The Witch Hidden on the Ship. Audrey jumped in fright. "How do you know that?" she blurted out in surprise. The moment the words left her lips, she hurriedly clamped a hand over her mouth. I. Althea simply watched her performance in silence. After a brief pause, she waved her hand casually. "That's enough. I'm only in Backlund temporarily to fill in the numbers. Everything that happened before today. I can't be bothered with it." She looked at Audrey and said plainly, "Miss Hall, I'm now officially inviting you to join the psychology alchemists. Interested?" Audrey was taken aback. "No. Assessment. Didn't I tell you?" Althea gave a lazy smile. "You've already been assessed." She extended her pale, slender hand. "Then, welcome aboard." Audrey hesitated for a few seconds before taking her hand. "Thank you. It's an honor." On board the Unnamed. Klein stood coldly by the cabin window, his eyes warily fixed on the blonde woman seated across from Aldrich, ready to act at a moment's notice. At first, Olivia responded to Aldrich's barrage of questions with bewilderment and fear. But gradually, her emotions settled, until she suddenly grew calm and said in a detached voice, "I killed Adelaide." Just like that, an open confession. Aldrich drew in a deep breath and asked in a low tone, "Are you a vampire?" "You could say that. Ever heard of the first embrace?" "I was fortunate enough to receive one from a noble sanguine," Olivia answered with eerie serenity. "But why kill Miss Adelaide? You didn't need to drain her to death just to feed, did you? I'd gone too long without blood. I was near the edge of losing control, my mind, my senses, my will. I didn't regain awareness until after I drained Adelaide dry." She lowered her gaze. "I deeply regretted it. But regret can't undo what's been done. So I quietly returned to my room, and pretended to discover her death only this morning." Aldrich's expression grew complicated. "Miss Olivia, for the safety of everyone else aboard, I must place you in solitary confinement and restrict your movements. Do you have any objections?" "None." Aldrich glanced at Klein, then lowered his voice. "As long as nothing else happens on this voyage, I'll let you disembark at Bancy Harbor." Olivia's eyes remained lowered. "Thank you. All right. Come with me." Aldrich opened the door and left with Olivia, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Klein waited half a minute before walking out of the room himself. As he descended to the lower deck, he noticed several cabin doors cracked open just a sliver. The so-called ladies of high society were all peeking nervously out, eyes filled with curiosity and apprehension. When they spotted Klein approaching, they hastily slammed their doors shut. Back in his room, Klein took out a yellow crystal pendant and murmured under his breath, "Olivia was the one who killed Adelaide. Olivia was the one who killed Adelaide." The yellow crystal began to spin rapidly in a clockwise direction. Klein gave a light flick of the wrist and caught the crystal in his palm, frowning slightly as he muttered, "Why, does something still feel off?" It wasn't a suspicion about the case itself, but a vague, instinctive premonition, a warning from his spirituality. With that thought, he sealed the room with a wall of spirituality, then took 4 steps counterclockwise to ascend above the grey fog, seating himself in the bronze chair that represented the Fool. He manifested a piece of parchment and wrote the same divination statement again. Olivia was the one who killed Adelaide. He chanted it 7 times in his heart. The yellow crystal once again spun clockwise. So, Olivia really was the killer. Klein narrowed his eyes. Still uneasy, he performed another divination. The cause of Adelaide's death. Leaning back, he closed his eyes, and soon saw the exact same scene from his earlier dream divination by her corpse. So, was I just overthinking it? Klein rested his chin on one hand, tapping lightly on the bronze tabletop with the other. After a moment, he wrote a 3rd line on the parchment. What did Adelaide experience before her death? He closed his eyes once more and entered the dream. In that hazy, illusory world, Klein once again found himself inside Adelaide's cabin, just like during the previous divinations. She lay on the bed, seemingly asleep, peaceful and still. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. She sat up abruptly and began to cough violently. Cough. 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 10, maybe a dozen coughs in a row, then she went silent. Her body still convulsed with coughing, but not a sound came out. She clutched her throat with both hands, her face rapidly draining of color as her breathing grew labored and desperate. Then, at a certain moment, her body collapsed limply onto the bed. Her chest rose and fell with ever-weakening breaths. 30 seconds later, a shadowy figure crept quietly into the room, and sank its fangs deep into her neck. Schlick. Klein's eye snapped open, his heart pounding in his chest. That sequence of reactions Adelaide displayed just before death, he'd seen it before. On the day of the Great Smog incident, those who had inhaled the toxic mist had exhibited the very same symptoms before dying. This was the effect of a witch pathway beyonder. A plague, released to reap lives through disease. In other words, Adelaide had already been infected with a witch's pathogen before Olivia attacked. Even without Olivia, she would have died. And, coincidentally, Olivia appeared, draining Adelaide of her blood before the disease could finish the job. The cause of death shifted from sickness to blood loss. These so-called noble mistresses were far more than they appeared. One was a vampire. Another, a witch. And who knew what else might be hidden among them? Klein gently massaged his temples. At the moment, he didn't care whether Olivia's presence was pure coincidence or a calculated move to take the blame. As Aldrich had said, they weren't the police or the church. It wasn't their job to hunt down murderers or uncover the full truth. But the fact that a witch was hiding on board suddenly put him on edge. If I follow the persona I've created for Gehrman Sparrow, shouldn't I be storming out there right now, confronting those women one by one, and forcing the witch to reveal herself before striking her down? No. Gehrman may be mad, but he's not stupid. As long as that witch doesn't pose a direct threat to me, why invite trouble? Even if I were to act out of justice, I'd need to know what sequence that witch is first. Still, the fact that she's hiding her identity suggests a few possibilities. 1. She's low sequence and lacks confidence. 2. She's injured or otherwise in poor condition. Or 3. She's concealing herself to avoid attention from certain enemies. Most likely, all 3. With that, Klein exhaled softly, having sketched out a rough plan. Let's hope you stay quiet, and keep your head down. Just then, the crimson star that represented Miss Justice began to pulse, shrinking and expanding with a gentle rhythm. Klein leaned back and extended his spirituality toward the flickering symbol. Deep within the gray fog, he saw Justice with her hands clasped reverently in front of her chest. Mr. Fool, she prayed solemnly, I just encountered another member of the psychology alchemists. I suspect she's a mid to high sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway. I'm worried she may have implanted some hypnotic suggestion or mental command. I humbly ask for your aid in purification. Another member of the psychology alchemists. Klein's brows rose ever so slightly. He casually picked up a paper figurine and tossed it out into the gray fog, where it transformed into a golden angel with black wings. The angel descended and embraced Audrey gently. But nothing happened. Which meant, the spectator from the psychology alchemists hadn't tampered with her. Klein sent this observation, along with his conclusion, back down to Audrey. Soon, her voice echoed up from below. Thank you, great Mr. Fool. Klein tapped his forehead lightly. Ah, the great Mr. Fool, currently worrying about whether to risk taking on a new acting role. On the vast and stormy seas. Waves grew taller, and the wind howled louder. The pirate ship pitched violently under the swelling ocean. But none of this disrupted Edward's educational enterprise, nor did it dampen the pirates' hunger for beyonder knowledge. Compared to a few hours ago, when they had just dealt with Admiral Hell, the number of students aboard had doubled. More pirates had responded to Red Hair's signal and rushed over from nearby waters. Now, there were 3 more Red Hairs on the ship. All of them claimed to be Fire Fist Ace, threatening anyone who dared oppose them with vengeance from their boss, Gehrman Sparrow. Reality, however, swiftly taught them a lesson. Just like the others, they were soon kneeling obediently at the edge of the deck. To preserve Red Hair's uniqueness, Edward simply recolored the newcomers, turning them into orange hair, yellow hair, and green hair. And if 3 more showed up, he was ready to round out the set with blue hair, indigo hair, and violet hair. Perfect. That would make 7. The complete Calabash Brothers set. The swelling crowd made the ship increasingly cramped. Edward cast an engorgement charm to expand the vessel, finally making enough room for all these eager learners. All right, take a break. Edward tossed aside his chalk and flopped onto the sofa. I'll give you some time to digest everything I just taught. He sighed. As expected, wiping their memories and reteaching them doesn't accomplish much. Still, he wasn't too disappointed. This was just a whimsical experiment, no great loss if it failed. Just then, Phoenix flew in from the spirit world, bringing a letter from Audrey. The psychology alchemists. A lazy woman similar to Furs. Edward's thoughts immediately leapt to a character from the original work, one who only appeared once. A masked woman codenamed Sloth, one of the 7 counselors of the psychology alchemists. In the North Continent, the psychology alchemists had appointed a counselor to oversee each of the 7 major cities. Backlund, in Lone, had originally been under Vin Rambise's jurisdiction. After his death in the source material, Audrey was the one who eventually succeeded him. But now, it seemed Counselor Sloth had been sent to replace Vin Rambise instead. From Audrey's letter, this Sloth woman had instantly seen through her status as a beyonder, but didn't show any suspicion. Of course, that might just be an act. For now, Audrey had officially joined the psychology alchemists. On one hand, it was because they came to her directly, leaving her little choice. On the other, she saw it as an opportunity to investigate the mastermind behind the recent assassination attempt in Backlund. Edward folded up the letter, his expression darkening slightly. I need to accelerate my potion digestion. Red Hair. Red Hair jogged over quickly. Yes, Mr. Sparrow. Increase sailing speed and the frequency of sacrifices, Edward ordered calmly. I need more pirates. As many as possible, as fast as possible. With that, he shut the door behind him and entered the captain's quarters. Then he beckoned to Lilith. She floated over. What is it, Edward? We're going back to Backlund. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 394, Chapter 394, Miss Lilith is not a child. Back in Backlund, inside the luxurious Hall family villa. Susie lay sprawled across Audrey's bedroom floor, her eyes fixed on the direction of the bathroom. Suddenly, she scratched her chin with her hind leg. Click. The bathroom door opened. Audrey emerged in a set of close-fitting silk pajamas, slippers on her feet and her damp hair trailing over her shoulders. "Susie, that pose of yours is very unladylike," she commented. Susie looked a bit troubled. "But if I don't do this, I can't scratch my chin properly." She lifted a front paw. "Audrey, I'm still a dog. My limbs just aren't as flexible as a human's. How's your animagus training coming along?" At the mention of that, Audrey perked up with anticipation. After all, Lilith had turned into a little girl after advancing to Sequence 7, Audrey couldn't help but hope that one day Susie might too. Susie opened her mouth and revealed a mandrake leaf hidden beneath her tongue. "It's been nearly a month." Audrey clenched her fists, excited. "When the time comes, we'll have Edward take you to sea. It's easier to run into storms out there." Just as she finished speaking, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Audrey blinked. "Who is it?" "It's Miss Lilith," came the cheerful voice from outside. Susie shot to her feet, rushed to the door, and opened it skillfully. Her tail wagged furiously. "Lilith, why are you back?" In her lowly form, Lilith mimicked Edward's usual manner and patted Susie's head. "Because Miss Lilith missed Susie." Susie's eyes widened in surprise, watery and full of joy. "Really? Really?" Edward stepped into the room behind her, his gaze lingering on Audrey for a few seconds before he coughed lightly. "Those pajamas suit you." Only then did Audrey realize she wasn't wearing any undergarments beneath her form-hugging sleepwear. Her figure was outlined with uncomfortable clarity, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Still, she feigned composure and asked, "Why are you back? The psychology alchemists came to you directly. How could I not come check on things?" She snorted. "So that's the only reason." "Huh." Audrey glanced at Lilith, who was happily playing with Susie. Even Lilith knows how to make Susie happy. Edward. "All right, that one's on me. Emotional intelligence, 0. Way to go, Edward. I told you in the letter, didn't I? That new supervisor from the psychology alchemists didn't seem hostile." I still wasn't at ease. As he spoke, Edward flicked a gold coin into the air. "Has Audrey been hypnotized?" The coin landed with the numbered side facing up, no. Without pause, he asked, "Has Audrey been mentally influenced?" Again, the answer was no. One by one, he divined various phrases and scenarios, ultimately confirming that Audrey had not been subjected to any beyond her abilities. That's strange. Even if she means you no harm, it's unlikely she'd do nothing at all. Audrey rested her chin on her hand, watching Edward work so seriously. Either she suspects I have someone backing me and doesn't want to alarm us, or she really is just as lazy as she seems and simply can't be bothered. Well. That sloth woman from the psychology alchemists had only appeared once in the original novel, never revealing any defining personality traits. Edward honestly had no way to assess her character. So instead, he gave a stern warning, "No matter what, from now on you must pray for the fool's protection every time you go out." Audrey nodded. "I understand. But, what can I offer in exchange for the fool's protection?" She looked troubled. "I'm not like you, I haven't accumulated a stockpile of merits. How about, I ask the fool if you can borrow some of mine?" "That's not right." Audrey waved her hands. No, I'll think of something myself." "All right." After a moment of hesitation, Audrey asked, "By the way, if this woman really did come to investigate the deaths within the Backlund division of the psychology alchemists, then can we assume that someone else was behind the attempted assassinations?" Edward nodded thoughtfully. "From what you wrote in your letter, quite a few members committed suicide the moment MI9 arrived. That kind of behavior strongly suggests hypnosis." "Exactly. And if someone managed to hypnotize so many members of the spectator pathway at once, if it wasn't the alchemists themselves, then there's only one possibility I can think of." Their eyes met, but neither of them voiced the name in their hearts, the Quill of Al-Zahad. Considering what had happened outside Backlund recently, it was clear the Quill's new owner was trying every method to sabotage George III's ascension. This assassination plot might have been just another part of that scheme. This matter, you shouldn't get involved in it any deeper. Let the psychology alchemists handle it. All right. A long silence followed. From time to time, one would sneak glances at the other. "Are you heading back to sea later?" Audrey finally asked. "MHM. My acting's been going smoothly these past 2 days. Right now, I'm leading a ship full of pirates to find more pirates. And you just left them behind to come back here, won't that be a problem?" "Not really." Edward coughed lightly. "Then, you should get some rest." "I'll just go." "All right." He opened a traveler's door. But just then, he stepped forward and gently pulled Audrey into a hug, chuckling, "How could I leave without one last hug?" "Just a hug?" she asked. Edward froze. "What?" Audrey suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, rose up on her toes, and kissed him lightly on the lips again, only this time, it didn't end in just a fleeting touch. In the corner of the room, Lilith frowned and tried to push away Susie's paw, which was blocking her view. Why won't you let me look? Children shouldn't see things like this. Miss Lilith is not a child. Susie whispered, but right now, you are a child. Lilith puffed out her cheeks. Susie, you mean it? A moment later, Audrey pulled back with a flushed face. Then, good night. Good night. Edward took a step back and said solemnly, I'll finish digesting the potion as soon as I can. I'll be waiting for you. With that, Edward stepped into the traveler's door and vanished. Lilith, still sitting beside Susie, stared blankly. Huh? I haven't gone back yet. Miss Lilith's still here. Audrey giggled, scooped the little one into her arms, and rubbed her cheek vigorously against Lilith's soft face. Then you're sleeping with me tonight. Ah. Edward, save me. The following day, the pirate ship sailed at full speed without stopping. Throughout the day, more than 10 pirate ships arrived, bringing nearly 500 pirates in total. Naturally, Edward didn't keep expanding the ship's size to house them all. Instead, he wiped the recent memories of the earlier batches of pirates and returned them in groups to the newly arrived pirate ships. Or at least, that's what Red Hair and the others saw. In truth, the moment they were far enough away, Edward would take a brief bathroom break, and then teleport back to quietly eliminate every last one of them. No loose ends. And so, the XP dummies aboard the ship were replaced batch after batch. Eventually, Edward even boldly raised a new flag over the vessel. The SS Knowledge. Wherever it sailed, precious mystical knowledge would follow. With that, Edward's potion digestion as a wandering mentor reached the final third. And then it stalled. Not that the method had stopped working entirely, it was just that the speed of digestion had plummeted. After sending off a few more groups of pirates, Edward finally pinpointed the issue. It was because he'd killed the people he was teaching. Passing on knowledge wasn't just about leaving my mouth and entering your ears. True transmission was when your mouth passed that knowledge on to others. The best way to spread knowledge was to ensure more people knew it. But the problem was, much of what Edward taught shouldn't be spread around freely. Sitting alone in the captain's cabin, Edward rubbed his temples in frustration. Lilith handed him a glass of juice. Edward, have some juice. Thanks, Lilith. She cupped her glass with both hands and took a dainty sip. You're worrying about potion digestion again? Yeah. He leaned back in the chair, legs crossed, gazing through the orange juice toward the horizon, where the red moon was gradually rising. It was still dusk, and the sun hadn't fully set, but the crimson moon had already hung itself in the sky. It painted the entire sea in mesmerizing hues. Lilith tilted her head and sighed. Miss Lilith is also worried about digestion. I try my best every day to act as a witch, but the potion still digests so slowly. Have you been keeping a proper record of your acting principles? She paused, then answered slowly, well, I just make sure to use magic and witchcraft in front of people, so they all see me as a witch. Edward nodded. Your thinking isn't wrong, but you're missing a few key elements. Like what? Symbolic behaviors. Most people don't define a witch simply as a woman who uses magic. There's usually a spooky or sinister element to it. Remember the story I told you about Snow White? Lilith immediately nodded. Yes. Snow White fell into a coma after eating the witch's red apple. Exactly. That's what I mean by symbolic behaviors. They're recognizable and universal. When people see them, they instantly think witch. Oh. Realization dawned on her face. She whipped out her little wand, pointed it at her juice glass, and whispered, Flavitus. The glass instantly transformed into a shiny red apple. Then she skipped outside, just in time to cross paths with Red Hair. Lifting the apple, she beamed at him, here, have an apple. Note, 520 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 395, Alfred, again. Huh. Red Hair blinked in confusion, then quickly said, thank you, Miss Witch. Lilith nodded in satisfaction. She reached into her pendant and took out another item, transformed it into an apple, and ran toward another pirate. Here, eat an apple. Then another. Here, eat an apple. And another, here, eat an apple. Edward sighed and rubbed his forehead. He couldn't bear to watch. At that moment, Red Hair stood cautiously at the door. Mr. Sparrow, we just spotted smoke signals on an uninhabited island ahead. It looks like there are some pirates on the beach sending out distress signals. Should we go take a look? Edward raised an eyebrow in surprise. Pirates are this helpful and united now? Of course not, Red Hair replied honestly. But in situations like this, no pirate would pass up a potential opportunity to survive. Well, fair enough. Edward walked out of the captain's cabin and took out his monocular to peer at the distant island. A white column of smoke was rising straight into the sky before dispersing. On the beach, about 7 or 8 people were waving their arms and shouting desperately. Well, we're heading that way anyway. Let's take a look, more XP fodder never hurts. Understood. Redhair gave the helmsman a signal. The SS Knowledge shuddered, then adjusted its course toward the island. Edward, meanwhile, took out a green crystal and let it hover above his palm. Heading to that island is dangerous. He repeated it 7 times. The green crystal began to spin counterclockwise. Just as he put the crystal away, screams rang out from the deck. Startled, Edward turned toward the sound. Over a dozen pirates were clutching their stomachs, writhing on the ground in agony, howling in pain. He looked over and saw Lilith still handing out apples. He stared, dumbfounded. Lilith, did you poison the apples? Redhair, who had just taken a bite, immediately spit it out and silently tucked the apple into his pocket. Lilith shook her head, utterly confused. Nope. Then how? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lilith casually pick up a stick from the ground and transform it into another apple. Right. He'd forgotten a very important detail, Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Transfiguration cannot produce edible food. To be precise, you can transfigure something to look like food, but it's just an illusion. If swallowed, the transfigured item will revert to its original form. Meaning, those pirates groaning in pain right now likely had wood, glass, rocks, or some other random crap in their stomachs. What a tragedy. Edward suddenly remembered the juice Lilith had given him earlier. Lilith, the juice we drank earlier, that wasn't transfigured, was it? Nope, that was from Audrey. She packed it for Miss Lilith before we left. Thank the gods. Edward exhaled in relief and waved his wand to knock the moaning pirates unconscious. Redhair, clean them up. Understood. Edward then took Lilith aside by the hand. Lilith, from now on, no more transfigured food. Ever. Her eyes widened. Why not? Do you know that food created by transfiguration can't be eaten? Huh? Why not? Edward thought for a second. Let's just call it a flaw in transfiguration magic. But I've transfigured food before. I turned a dried fish into a rat, and then I ate it. What did you use as the base for the transfiguration? Dried fish. Food to food, that might actually be okay. But it didn't taste very good. Lilith shook her head, her long black hair swaying. Anyway, just remember, never transfigure food again, okay? Okay. She nodded, but then her face lit up with joy. Oh. Edward. I just digested a portion of my potion. Edward went silent for a moment. Well, happy accidents still count, right? 20 minutes later. The SS Knowledge reached the waters near the uninhabited island. The people who had been waving for help were gone. Only a messy trail of footprints remained on the beach. Mr. Sparrow, Redhair asked warily, those people are clearly suspicious. Should we still dock? It's fine. Take us in. Soon, the pirate ship reached the shore. Edward jumped down with Lilith, landing gently as he floated to the ground. Redhair followed with a dozen armed pirates, climbing down the gangplank behind them. The smoke came from the center of the island. Edward flipped a coin for divination, again, no danger. Let's go see what sort of tricks you pirates have up your sleeves this time. Redhair signaled, and his men took the lead, machetes and sabers in hand, cutting a path through the brush. The group made their way into the dense undergrowth. A few minutes later, the surrounding shrubs rustled, and out came over a dozen disheveled figures. Leading them was a young man in a black trench coat, though his face was now caked in blood and dirt, completely obscuring his features. He crouched low, gesturing quickly to the others behind him. The group split into 3 units and sprinted toward the pirate ship. Each pulled out crude grappling hooks made of vines and sticks and hurled them expertly onto the ship's railings, climbing up like it was flat ground. The young man in the black coat was the first aboard. As he leapt over the edge, what he saw stopped him in his tracks. Dozens of pirates sat on the deck in neat rows, straight-backed and alert. To him, they looked like students. He couldn't be bothered to analyze the bizarre behavior of these pirates. The young man in the black coat simply thrust his hand forward and barked, "Speaking is forbidden on this ship." Then, with a wave of his hand, his team fanned out and pointed their guns at the seated pirates on the deck. This sudden development left the pirates momentarily stunned. But then they turned toward their would-be attackers, with strange expressions on their faces. These idiots were actually trying to hijack Gairman Sparrow's ship. Were they looking to die? The pirates' eerie calm sent a chill down the black-coated youth's spine. Clearly, the true master of this ship was no ordinary figure. No pirate would remain this unfazed with a gun pointed at them unless their backer was someone terrifying. But now that things had progressed this far, there was no turning back. He signaled again, and his subordinates quickly raised the sails and took control of the helm. The pirate ship slowly began pulling away from the island. On the island, Edward and his group had to spend quite some effort traversing the terrain before they reached the island's center. What they found there made them pause. A massive object lay crashed among the trees and boulders. The rising white smoke was coming from its burning wreckage. It was a deep blue airship, or what was left of it. Now, it lay torn apart, scattered across the jungle. The surrounding ground was littered with corpses, some dressed as ragged pirates, others wearing military uniforms. Through the still deflating balloon, one could just make out the emblem of the lone military. Judging from the uniforms and emblems, it wasn't hard to conclude, this was an airship that had belonged to Lone's armed forces. How did something like this fall from the sky? Edward looked up at the fading smoke trail above. Just then, Lilith returned after scouting the area. Edward, they're all dead. She handed him a small object she had picked up from one of the bodies. Look, I found this. Edward took it and examined it, a small feathered serpent pendant. On the southern continent, feathered serpents were symbols of divinity, tied to the bloodline of death and the Eggers family crest, and they were also sacred to the numinous episcopate, and the Church of Death. Pirates, soldiers, and numinous episcopate. Now that was an interesting combination. Just then, Red Hair came running from the edge of the forest, panting. Mr. Sparrow, someone's taken our ship. Edward's expression barely changed. Any clue who they are? Judging by their clothes, they don't look like pirates. Aboard the SS Knowledge. Now that the island had shrunk to a black dot on the horizon, the black-coated youth and his team finally breathed a sigh of relief. He released the silencing spell and turned to face the pirates on deck. Who's your captain? No idea. One pirate shouted loudly. Immediately, one of the intruders walked over and slammed the butt of his rifle into the pirate's face. Don't play dumb. I'll blow your head off. The beaten pirate spat blood and growled, we really don't know. We weren't part of this crew to begin with, we were kidnapped onto this ship. Another chimed in, but the guy who runs the ship calls himself Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow? The black-coated youth, Alfred, shrank back in shock. Him again. 2 days ago, Gehrman Sparrow had ruined a carefully laid plan Alfred and his squad had spent weeks preparing. What should have been a glorious victory turned into a joke, and Alfred's boasts among his peers became empty mockery. He had been stewing over it ever since, silently vowing to one day settle the score. And now, barely 2 days later, they crossed paths again. But, the problem was, Alfred was still no match for him. He quickly turned and looked back toward the island, now just a speck on the horizon. That distance, surely Gehrman can't pull the same stunt he did last time, right? Why did Gehrman Sparrow kidnap you? He asked cautiously. To attend class. This time, the answer came as a chorus of enthusiastic voices. Alfred froze. Class. He vaguely remembered hearing something like this before. Gehrman had said he needed to keep some pirates alive, for class. That's right. I didn't believe it at first either, that the infamous Gehrman Sparrow was a lunatic, but he really is. The moment he brought us aboard, he started teaching. He taught us all kinds of extraordinary knowledge, potion formulas, stuff about the Forsaken Land, everything. Let us go, and we'll pass everything we learned on to you. Alfred's thoughts churned. He had a theory now. That Gehrman Sparrow was likely acting. And among all the known pathways that required the sharing of knowledge to progress, wasn't that the reader pathway? Still, that wasn't his concern. He had more pressing matters, he had to get to Byam, or everything would fall apart. He dragged over a chair and sat down in front of the pirates, revolver in hand, and said coldly, I need 5 people to work for me. Anyone willing, raise your hand. Silence. Not a single hand went up. Alfred's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned dangerous. Just then, a small hand shot up from the group, accompanied by a crisp, childlike voice, I volunteer. A little girl, no older than 6 or 7, stood up with her hand raised high. Miss Lilith is willing. Alfred's pupils contracted. Without thinking, he pointed his revolver at her. But in the very next instant, the revolver in his hand transformed into a fresh, crimson rose. Lilith giggled, is this flower a gift from Miss Lilith? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, Gehrman Sparrow, we're not done yet. The others finally snapped back to their senses and instinctively raised their guns. But with a soft clap of Lilith's hands, all their weapons instantly turned into ropes that coiled around and firmly bound them. A few of the Beyonders reacted swiftly and flung away their firearms, only for their very clothes to transform into ropes as well. Alfred quickly retreated to a corner, skillfully using the flog ability to snap the ropes off the few subordinates closest to him. Then his eyes darted about like lightning, scanning for Gehrman's location. Just then, his black trench coat began to warp and shift. He instantly thrust a hand forward. No transformations allowed here. The coat's changes immediately ceased. His face darkened as he made another gesture. Imprison. Layer after layer of transparent walls and a thick, viscous liquid flowed toward Lilith, sealing her in. But the moment they touched her, she dissolved into a beam of moonlight and vanished. She reappeared a moment later, flickering through space in rapid succession as black bullets of flame burst from her fingertips. Alfred dodged while unleashing multiple flog bursts, extinguishing the fiery bullets midair. But Lilith was already summoning a frost spear in her hand. Just as she prepared to hurl it, a sharp pain suddenly pierced her skull. "Ah!" she cried, collapsing onto the ground. The frost spear, only half-formed, shattered into a shimmering spray of ice across the deck. Yet Alfred didn't advance or press the attack. Instead, he stared intensely at the figure that had just appeared beside her, who was now gently helping her up. Gehrman Sparrow. Edward raised his eyebrows, genuinely a little surprised. "Well, fancy running into you again so soon. Aren't you with the Navy? What are you doing marooned on some deserted island and stealing my ship on top of that?" Alfred's face was taut. "I have no desire to make enemies with you. I only hijacked your ship to reach Byam as soon as possible. I need to stop a catastrophe in the Rörsted archipelago." Edward pulled out the feathered serpent pendant. "This, related to the Numinous Episcopate?" "Yes," Alfred answered immediately. "The Numinous Episcopate plans to conduct a terrifying sacrificial ritual on an island near Byam." Edward tilted his head. "So what? You want me to just drop you off at a nearby island? If you do, I'll request Admiral Amirius to revoke your bounty." Edward's brows lifted slightly. "And what makes you think a Navy admiral would take orders from you?" Alfred's reply was solemn. "It's not about me. If the ritual is stopped, Admiral Amirius will have to reconsider." He added coldly, "I won't waste breath on talk of mass casualties. Just know that if this goes through, the lone military's influence in the Rörsted archipelago will take a devastating blow." Edward was genuinely surprised. Just what the hell is the Numinous Episcopate trying to do? Alfred hesitated briefly, then asked, "Have you heard of the sea god cult in the Rörsted archipelago?" "Of course. Recently, they've made a pact with the Numinous Episcopate. The sea god cult supplies the congregation, while the Numinous Episcopate performs the ritual. The sea god cult thinks this is a way to wipe out the Navy and Church's presence in the archipelago. But in reality, the Numinous Episcopate has its eyes on the very god the sea god cult worships." Edward frowned. "What do you mean, has its eyes on? You mean they're trying to replace him?" "Precisely." Alfred's tone was grim. The majority of the archipelago's native population, nearly 90%, worship the sea god. The Numinous Episcopate plans to usurp this divine mantle, seize the faith of the people, and replace the god they revere. Ah. Now Edward understood. After the original god of death perished, the royal family of the Balam Empire and the upper echelons of the Numinous Episcopate were inspired by the bizarre phenomenon of the hidden sage suddenly reviving with a full personality. They sought to do the same, to artificially resurrect death. Such a being, however, would require not only divine power, but faith. And in the original timeline, the Numinous Episcopate had in fact succeeded in this plot, only to have the fruits of their labor snatched away by the Evernight goddess. So now, it seemed they were accelerating their plan to manufacture a god, using the faith of the Rörsted natives as fuel. But why now? What had triggered them to take such a reckless gamble? Could it be, had his butterfly wings stirred winds that reached even the southern continent? Edward narrowed his eyes. "And how do you even know all this? This has to be incredibly top-secret information." Alfred replied, "I wasn't even supposed to be involved. I was just hitching a ride on a returning lone airship from the southern continent. I only stopped near Cecil Island briefly to visit a few old comrades. And that's when the botched operation happened." He bit the last few words harder than necessary. "After that, I resumed my return trip to Lone, just as planned. But yesterday, our airship was attacked midair and crashed. Right after that, a demigod from the Numinous Episcopate showed up and tried to eliminate us. Luckily, the Church of Storms arrived just in time and forced the demigod to back down. They left us stranded on that godforsaken island." Edward blinked. "The Church of Storms didn't see you guys?" "No," Alfred replied grimly. "That saint didn't give a damn whether we lived or died." "All right then." Alfred continued, "After we crash-landed on the island, we finally figured out why the Numinous Episcopate's demigod attacked us. Somehow, there was an extra person aboard our airship. He was dressed like a member of the Numinous Episcopate but claimed to be a lone military spy. He had been transmitting intelligence to the outside world when he was discovered, and they immediately sent people after him. To escape, he used a sealed artifact and smuggled himself onto our ship. But that only brought the demigod's wrath down on us too. At this point, Alfred's face twisted with frustration. Edward let out a thoughtful "oh." So all the information you just gave me came from that undercover agent? Yes. Alfred's tone was serious. Gehrman Sparrow, you only need to drop me off at the nearest island with a telegraph station, and your bounty will be lifted. You don't need to do anything else or take any risk. It's a guaranteed win for you. Edward rubbed his chin in thought. Of course, what he was mulling over had nothing to do with the bounty, he couldn't care less about that. What intrigued him was the Numinous Episcopate's plan, which had sparked a new idea. He didn't know exactly how the Numinous Episcopate intended to replace the sea god, but in the original storyline, Klein had done exactly that. He replaced the sea god simply by taking the sea god's trident after the sea serpent died. And with that trident, one could transmit messages to the sea god's followers. So what if, just what if, instead of sending divine edicts, he sent out educational content? Hey, wouldn't that basically be long-distance remote learning? With the huge native population of the Rorstad archipelago, it might be more than enough to help him digest the remaining third of his potion. But still. In the original timeline, the sea god Calvetua died only because the Moses ascetic order located an elven ruin and removed the Book of Calamity. That caused Calvetua's form to collapse, and after being seriously wounded by the Sea King of the Church of Storms, the god went mad and died, leaving behind the sea god's trident. However, right now, no one from the Moses ascetic order had made a move, and Edward had no idea where that elven ruin even was. With those thoughts in mind, Edward turned toward Alfred with a warm smile. I agree. Alfred froze in place. But I'm not taking you there myself, Edward continued. Instead, you can have this ship, and all the pirates on board. Most of them were the targets you were trying to hunt down last time anyway. Think of it as returning stolen goods to their rightful owner. Edward smiled. In exchange, I want you to tell me where the Numinous Episcopate and the sea god cult plan to carry out the sacrificial ritual. You were in such a rush to get to Byam, surely you know the location, right? Alfred's brows furrowed. What are you trying to do? That's not your concern. A long silence followed. Then Alfred answered, Tiana Island. Tiana Island. Edward raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Danet stationed there? Oh, so the evil god Aura that Phoenix mentioned must have been the Numinous Episcopate's doing. They were really going all out with this man-made god business. A sudden realization dawned on Edward. So this is why the goddess, or perhaps that Russian priest, was so eager for me to retrieve the death ring from Admiral Hell. All right then. From this moment on, the ship is yours. As he spoke, Edward waved his wand, erasing the memories of the past few days from the pirates. Then he flicked his wrist again, summoning the traveler's door, and gave Alfred a friendly wave. See you around. Alfred blinked, stunned. You're a traveler. He suddenly realized something. Wait, you could have just taken me directly. But before he could finish, Edward and Lilith had vanished through the portal. Alfred exploded in rage. He grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it across the deck. Gehrman Sparrow, you damned bastard. You son of a... Just then, the pirates, who'd just had their memories wiped, emerged from their confusion and, as if by some unspoken cue, erupted into chaos. Alfred's face darkened. He immediately rushed forward and ruthlessly knocked out several of the leading troublemakers. Working in tandem with his subordinates, they swiftly subdued the remaining pirates. Half of them were dumped into the sea, while the rest, just over a dozen, were kept behind as laborers. Colonel, what's the plan now? Alfred coldly replied, what's the nearest island? Bansi. Bansi, that's the one with a telegraph station, right? Correct. Alfred didn't hesitate. Then we head for Bansi. Sir, yes sir. He turned and gazed out at the sea, dyed crimson under the glow of the crimson moon. His eyes gleamed with fury. Gehrman Sparrow, this isn't over between us. Note, 630 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 397, Chapter 397, A Duel with Sea King John Cotman. Edward brought Lilith back to the deserted island. Red Hair and the other pirates were obediently sitting around a campfire on the beach, waiting patiently. He hadn't sent that black trench coat-wearing guy back to the nearby islands, not out of malice, but because if that guy got to send out the telegram, the military would also become aware of what was happening on Tiana Island. And right now, Edward had no idea what exactly was going on over there. If the Navy ended up dispatching a full fleet, perhaps along with the demigod governor, it was entirely possible they'd flatten the island before he could take advantage of the chaos. As soon as the pirates saw Edward, they quickly stood up. Mr. Sparrow. Edward nodded. Do you know what your sea god cult is planning to do on Tiana Island? Red Hair shook his head. No idea. Edward then took out several ceremonial items and tossed them onto the ground. Pray to your sea god. Huh. Edward's tone was calm. Tell your god that the sea god cult members on Tiana Island have betrayed him, and they're plotting to stab him in the back with someone else's help. Red Hair was visibly shocked. No, that's impossible. The inner circle of the sea god church is absolutely loyal to the sea god. There's no way they'd betray him. Edward looked at him steadily. Really? And what about you? Are you still loyal to the sea god? Red Hair didn't hesitate for even a second. Of course. Interesting. Edward smiled. In that case, you should be even more eager to pray. I'm telling you the truth, an actual ritual is happening on Tiana Island, one that could threaten your god. As for whether or not it's true, well, your mighty sea god can decide that for himself. Red Hair thought about it and realized this did make some sense. So he knelt down, clasped his hands together, and began to pray devoutly. Blessed of the sea and spirit world. Guardian of the Rorstad archipelago. Ruler of the undersea creatures. Master of tsunamis and storms. The great Calvetua. He looked over his shoulder at Edward, who said in an even voice, the sea god cultists on Tiana Island have formed an alliance with the numinous episcopate. They intend to use the cult's power to kill the sea god and take his place. Red Hair clenched his teeth and added, your devout follower has discovered that the believers on Tiana Island have betrayed you. They've joined hands with the numinous episcopate and plan to do you harm. As soon as the words left his mouth, the flame on the candle rapidly expanded, transforming into an illusory gate, its surface inscribed with all manner of mystical symbols and sigils. From within came the sound of surging waves, and a deep, rumbling growl. Behind the gate, an immense presence began to stir, radiating a dangerous and terrifying aura. Red Hair was startled. What's going on? I just prayed to the sea god. Why would he open the gate of sacrifice? Lilith's eyes went wide. Wow. That's a huge snake. Edward immediately swept Lilith into his arms and activated the Emperor's new clothes. Roar. The furious bellow became louder and clearer by the second. Behind the illusory gate, that enormous form writhed in rage, and the oppressive sense of danger intensified. Boom. The shimmering gate burst open, and a near-tangible hurricane surged forth from within. A split second later, a gaping maw, like a massive, blood-stained basin, rammed against the gate. Its teeth, longer than a human arm and slightly curved, gleamed with a sickly pale white as it violently tried to tear through into the material world. A shrill howl followed, so loud and piercing it shattered the senses. Red Hair, being closest, was struck hardest, blood poured from his ears, nose, and eyes, and he was hurled backwards like a rag doll, slamming into the ground. Edward teleported far away just in time, but even then, a lightning bolt shot from the gate and struck him. Fortunately, the Emperor's new clothes absorbed the hit completely. Edward raised his voice, Calvetua. Instead of raging at me, why don't you go check on Tiana Island? If you wait any longer, your own followers might succeed in helping outsiders kill you. Roar. The massive figure grew even more agitated. Its mouth opened wider, and seawater surged inward from all directions, collapsing into a terrifying vortex inside its throat that radiated tremendous suction. The surrounding pirates had no chance to resist. One by one, they were sucked in and swallowed by that gaping maw. Soon, it was Red Hair's turn. He clawed at the ground with his fingers, desperately trying to resist the suction, but it was sand, and completely useless. Save me. Save me, Mr. Sparrow. Red Hair's body was lifted into the air and drawn toward the vortex. His last hope was to plead with the only person still standing, Edward. I can't die. I'm not supposed to die. I've memorized so many potion formulas and supernatural secrets. I'm the future hope of the Sea God Church. I'm the hope of the Rorstad Archipelago's people. Truth be told, Edward hadn't expected any of this. He'd only meant to test the waters, to see how the sea serpent would respond to a sacrificial warning. If it caused the numinous episcopate some trouble, even better. But he never imagined the sea god would react this violently. He had watched Red Hair pray once before, asking the sea god to help transmit a message, and back then, the god had been coldly professional, like a bureaucrat doing a paid job. So why was it so angry now? Could it be that it had already sensed something? While Edward pondered this, Red Hair was finally swallowed whole by the vortex. With a final scream, his body was torn to shreds, vanishing into the sea serpent's monstrous maw in a cloud of blood. Strictly speaking, Red Hair had real potential. Over the past 2 days, he'd actually been quite helpful to Edward, enough to be considered someone who had turned over a new leaf. But that didn't change the fact that he'd once burned, looted, and murdered. As a devout follower of the sea god, he had merely obeyed orders from above, becoming a pirate to fulfill his faith. Yet for those whom he had robbed or slaughtered, he was nothing but an irredeemable demon. So now, being devoured by the sea god, you could say he died as he deserved. Just then, the vortex inside that gaping maw began to sparkle with streaks of lightning, quickly condensing into a brilliant, silvery white thunderball, densely intertwined with arcs of crackling electricity. Boom. The beast spat it out. The thunderball exploded into dazzling lightning bolts that rapidly spread outward, forming a sea of lightning that painted the entire island in a wash of silver-white brilliance. By now, Edward had already teleported to a spot far from the island. From his vantage point, he could clearly see how that silvery ocean of lightning swallowed half the island in one sweeping blast. Tisk, say what you want about the sailor pathway, but after becoming a demigod, their special effects are really something else. Half a minute later, the lightning dispersed, and the distant island was once again swallowed by darkness. Edward tossed a gold coin to confirm safety, then returned to the island. What greeted him was scorched earth, as if the land had been plowed by divine wrath. Trees still burned from the residual lightning. That illusory gate, along with the sea god Calvetua behind it, was long gone. I wonder if that sea serpent will throw a similar fit on Tiana Island. Edward grinned. Time to uphold the eternal spirit of our tarot club. Byam, City of Generosity, Cathedral of Waves. This was the largest storm cathedral in the entire Worsted archipelago. Its architecture was classical, tall stone columns, sweeping arches, and a massive dome flanked by twin bell towers. It was the residence of Sea King John Cotman and other core members. Their duties included spreading the faith throughout the region, and more importantly, suppressing the sea god cult still followed by the archipelago's natives. Lately, though, the sea god cult had been keeping a low profile after a string of defeats. But just as things began to quiet down, the sea suddenly swarmed with pirates claiming to be Gehrman Sparrow and Fire Fist Ace. This enraged Sea King Cotman beyond reason. He barely paid attention to the sea god cult anymore, spending every day flying around in fury, hunting down this so-called Gehrman Sparrow. Crash. The silence of the night was suddenly shattered by the sound of breaking glass. Seconds later, lights lit up inside Waves Cathedral. Bishop Jace hurriedly rushed in and followed the trail of broken glass to find a stone-wrapped note lying on the floor. To Lord John Cotman. Our last battle was far from satisfying. I'll be waiting for you at Tiana Island. Show up if you are a man. Gehrman Sparrow. Jace stared at the note, his expression turning strange. This thing really looked like a letter from a kid picking a fight on the playground. Was this Gehrman Sparrow for real? Did he really think a single scrap of paper would be enough to provoke the mighty Sea King, the true ruler of the Worsted archipelago's beyonder world? 2 minutes later. With a deafening boom, Sea King John Cotman soared into the skies, a streak of wind and lightning headed straight for Tiana Island. Bishop Jace watched as his lord disappeared into the horizon, and only after a long pause did he mutter under his breath, I suppose you could call that sincerity. Tiana Island. Danitz lay on a soft bed, the crimson moonlight seeping through a small ventilation slit above, tinting the room a glowing red. He tossed and turned, completely unable to sleep. Tomorrow was the final day. The sacrificial ritual, organized by the sea god cult and presided over by the numinous episcopate, was about to begin. The entire island was now under strict lockdown, with absolutely no margin for error allowed. 2 days ago, the numinous episcopate had discovered an undercover agent hiding in one of the sub-chapels. Danitz had nearly pissed himself, thinking he'd been exposed. Then their demigod had gone off to chase that spy, leaving the place in temporary chaos. Danitz realized this might be his one and only chance to escape. He didn't even pack, just bolted for his life. But as he snuck out of the cult's perimeter, he discovered he wasn't the only one with that idea. Right in front of him, he watched as one of the escapees suddenly grew feathers covered in yellow oil stains, then shriveled into a dried corpse in just under 30 seconds. Danitz had no choice but to quietly return the way he came, putting on the face of a calm bishop, and successfully quelling the chaos, earning yet another compliment from the archbishop. Then he went straight back to his room. And he had stayed there ever since. Suddenly, he sat up in bed, pulled out a sheet of parchment and a steel pen, and began to write. Dear Captain. By the time you read this letter, I'll probably be dead. But I wanted to tell you how I truly feel before I go. It was a farewell letter. But more than that, it was a love letter to Edwina. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 398, Chapter 398, The Spirit Ritual. To be honest, Danitz had no idea what would actually happen once the sacrificial ritual began, but based on everything he'd seen over the past few days, his outlook was deeply pessimistic. For all these years, thank you for taking care of me. Please accept this as the final expression of my love before I die. He finished the last sentence, then hesitated for a moment before adding. Of course, I'd much rather have a chance to say it to you in person. Yours faithfully. Your loyal first mate. Danitz. Danitz folded the parchment solemnly and tucked it into his chest. Taking a deep breath, he whispered to himself, "Let me admire the moon one last time before I die." He looked up, just in time to see a dark cloud smother the crimson moon. He immediately cursed out loud, "Seriously? I don't even get to look at the damn moon before I die. That's just cruel. I swear, if I ever." Rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to quake. Roar. An enraged roar echoed through the night. Looking skyward, he saw the black clouds churning above, laced with silver lightning that burst in unison, turning the world into a blinding silver-white blaze. These overwhelming disturbances shook all of Tiana Island awake. Deep beneath the island, at a massive altar built from bones and corpses, the numinous episcopate demigod was seated in silent meditation. Now he abruptly stood, a chill creeping into his heart as he turned to face the terrifying aura emanating from outside. Could it be, the Sea King from the Church of Storms has arrived? 2 days ago, while pursuing a traitor, he'd had a brief encounter with Sea King John Cotman. Of course, he'd been forced to flee in embarrassment at the time. Though he was certain the traitor had died, he couldn't guarantee that the men hadn't leaked the Tiana Island plan beforehand. The safest route would have been to abandon the ritual, relocate, and start over. But that would mean throwing away months of preparations, and within the numinous episcopate, not everyone was on the same page. The artificial death faction had spent a tremendous amount of resources and favors to win the chance for this trial run. Relocating and starting over simply wasn't feasible in time. So he'd rushed back to Tiana Island and ordered the sea god cultists to accelerate the ritual. The past 2 days had remained eerily calm, and now everything was ready, just a few more hours, and the ritual would be complete. Artificial death would descend, replacing the sea god. But now, of all times. He turned and strode out of the underground ritual chamber, just in time to see the sea god cult's archbishop running toward him in alarm. "Lord Ralph, what's going on outside?" The numinous episcopate demigod Ralph replied calmly, "I'm not sure yet. I'll go investigate. If it really is the military or the church, I'll hold them off as long as I can. I need your people to start the ritual, now." The archbishop froze. "Start early? Wouldn't that be dangerous?" Ralph gave a cold chuckle. "If we don't start early, we might never get the chance at all. Victory or defeat, Rorsted's future now lies in your hands." "Understood." The archbishop quickly composed himself, nodded, and turned back down the corridor, urgently gathering the sea god cultists to initiate the ritual. Meanwhile, Ralph traversed the spirit world and emerged on the island's surface. The skies above Tiana were now choked with rolling thunderclouds, torrential rain hammering the earth. Blinding lightning flickered like serpents among the clouds. Roar. A massive phantom door had opened between raging storm clouds and the sea. Behind it, the writhing shadow of a titanic creature bellowed again and again, slamming against the illusory gate, its aura a violent, chaotic storm of wrath and destruction. "That's the sea god worshipped by the cult." Ralph's expression twisted in shock. Wasn't that thing just a beast that swallowed a Beyonder characteristic and luckily evolved into a Sequence 3? Why is its presence even more terrifying than that of Sea King John Cotman? Boom. Bolts of lightning erupted from the illusory gate, forming a dense electrical net above Tiana Island. Paired with the downpour, the web of lightning came crashing toward the sea god cultists below. Fortunately, most of them had taken shelter underground, so this first wave of divine lightning didn't cause too many casualties. But Sea Serpent Calvetua soon realized this. It began trying to shift the sacrificial gate underground, only to discover it faced the same problem that had stumped Phoenix. The area down there was in complete chaos. Unable to descend through the ritual gate, the sea god made its choice. It would force its way into the real world. Right here. Right now. Ralph immediately understood its intention and raised his hand. With a gesture, he opened a massive gate of the underworld, through which a flood of undead surged forth, skeletons, ghosts, and decayed monsters swarming toward Calvetua in a suicidal frenzy. One side was a Sequence 3. The other, Sequence 4. But Calvetua was manifesting in a half-real, half-spiritual state, caught between the physical world and the spirit world. It couldn't unleash its full power. As a result, it actually found itself slightly overwhelmed by the tide of undead. Ralph exhaled a long breath, tension draining from his chest. He knew very well that his strength couldn't match this sea serpent, but thankfully, his goal wasn't to defeat it. As long as Calvetua couldn't fully descend, its power would remain limited. And if it couldn't descend, then this battle was already won. The moment the thought surfaced, a new flash of silver lightning burst across the sea in the distance, rapidly approaching. Illuminated by the thunderous light, Ralph immediately recognized the man clad in the Church of Storm's priestly robes. It was none other than Sea King John Cotman. Almost at the same moment Ralph recognized him, the Storm's archbishop, like a silver spear, came hurtling through the rain and lightning, appearing right in front of Ralph in the blink of an eye. Boom. The skies above Tiana Island lit up again in a sea of blinding white. "Where's Gehrman Sparrow? Get out here." Cotman floated in the sky, wreathed in storm and fury, his hair, thick as ropes and wriggling like tentacles, whipping wildly around him. His entire body radiated pure, unfiltered rage. Gehrman Sparrow? Ralph was stunned. He had heard the name before, but why was the Sea King coming after him for it? He didn't even know the guy. Not talking. The silver lightning surged behind Cotman like an incoming tsunami. Then I'll kill you first. What the hell kind of logic is that? Do you even hear yourself? But before he could say anything more, the gate of the underworld that Ralph had maintained collapsed with a thunderous roar. With the stream of undead severed, Sea Serpent Calvetua immediately began slamming against the ritual gate again. Cotman's eyes suddenly gleamed with delight. I've been searching for you for so long, and you show yourself like this. Wonderful. Excellent. Elsewhere, Edward, cloaked in his invisibility gear, was watching from afar as the Sea King initiated a 1v2 against both the numinous episcopate demigod and the Sea Serpent, and held his own without even faltering. Of course, Edward knew that while Cotman was powerful, he wouldn't be able to kill both a demigod and Calvetua all by himself. If that were possible, the Church of Storm would have wiped out the sea god cult years ago. In the original timeline, Calvetua only died so quickly because it had lost the Book of Calamity. But Edward couldn't steal that book, nor could he be sure Cotman would manage to finish the job here. So, if he wanted to replicate Klein's method, he'd have to pin his hopes on numinous episcopate's ritual. Using his dowsing rod, Edward quickly located Danet's position, then made his way toward it, trekking deep into the rainforest until he came upon an entrance leading underground. He activated concealment and followed the path, marveling as he went. These cultists must have studied civil engineering. How long did it take them to dig out a network like this? It's practically a spider's web. Whoa. Suddenly, Edward paused, something felt off. He hadn't encountered a single person the entire way. If not for the fresh footprints on the ground, he might have suspected everyone had already evacuated. In cat form, Lilith curled up in his arms, her blue eyes wide and gleaming. Edward. Are these the rat tunnels you told me about before? They're so long and deep and huge. There must be so many mice here. But just as she said that, her ears twitched. Her fur bristled all over as she suddenly tensed. Edward, something's up ahead. Something scary. Edward's expression shifted immediately, though he still felt nothing himself. He stopped. What kind of scary thing? I don't know. She shook her head quickly. It just feels terrifying. Edward hesitated. Was Lilith reacting to the aura of the ritual tied to numinous episcopate's evil god, or was there another hidden powerhouse in these tunnels? His mind turned quickly. Phoenix whistled through the air and reappeared. Something wrong, oh. So you're here already. The bird hovered midair, peering into the tunnel ahead. Yep, that's the evil god's aura. It's getting thicker. Someone's using a ritual, a sacrificial ritual, to let its power leak into reality. Take me there. With Phoenix leading the way, Edward dashed after it. Within 2 or 3 minutes, he too began to feel the sinister pressure in the air, like countless tiny needles pricking at his skin. Then, chanting began. A strange, ancient melody echoed faintly through the tunnels. Edward instantly recognized it. It was just like the song Priscilla had chanted when she'd been kidnapped and made to perform a spirit dance for the numinous episcopate. At the same time, in a vast and empty underground space, over 1,000 people were kneeling in silence. Most were sea god cultists, members of the resistance. In the center, surrounded tightly by them, a dozen or so men and women in black robes danced wildly around a massive coffin, performing their grotesque, ritualistic steps. Around the coffin were ominous golden relics, tainted with a malevolent aura, and hundreds of feathered skulls. At the perimeter flickered a circle of pale yellow candles with dancing flames. The ritual platform itself wasn't styled after numinous episcopate's usual iconography. In fact, it looked almost like an enlarged version of the one Redhair had used to pray to Sea Serpent Calvetua. Even the kneeling sea god worshippers around the platform were chanting Calvetua's prayers, following the beat of the ritual dance. Danitz knelt among the others, but unlike them, he wasn't caught in a frenzy of religious ecstasy. Instead, he remained highly alert, carefully monitoring every movement around him. Wrapped around his wrist was a bracelet made of white bone fragments, a sealed artifact handed to him by the archbishop just before the ritual began. If any outsider interfered with the ceremony, it would be Danitz's job to use it and eliminate the threat. On the surface, he'd thank the archbishop for his trust. But in truth, now that he'd advanced to conspirer, his insight had improved drastically, and from the archbishop's expression, he could clearly read the man's true intention. This sealed artifact. It was almost certainly the suicidal kind, a self-destruct device. By giving it to Danitz, the archbishop wasn't trusting him to protect the ritual. He was sending him to die. Note, 750 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 399, Chapter 399, Artificial Death. Even if I'm destined to die one day, it will only be for the one I love the most. As for you lot, you think you're worth my life? Screw off. From the very beginning, Danitz had been secretly observing everything, scouting for the best chance to escape. Meanwhile, the dozen or so members of the numinous episcopate were kneeling before the massive coffin, wildly shaking their heads as they chanted. The essence of death. Lord of the dead. Final home to all living beings. Please accept our faith. Accept our sacrifice. We beg you to descend upon this land of despair. And purge these filthy souls. A pallid green mist, blended with white and filled with an unsettling chill, began to seep out from the coffin, spreading outward in waves of malevolence. The first to be touched were the inner circle cultists, those kneeling closest to the coffin. Their life force drained away in an instant. One after another, they collapsed, lifeless. At the same time, the ominous aura emanating from within the coffin grew thicker and heavier. From the cracks in the coffin lid, white feathers, tinged with yellowish oil stains, began to sprout. They gathered and wove together, extending upward until they tore open a rift in the very air itself. From that gash, a violent presence poured out, silver-white lightning arcing through the void. Peering into the rift, one could vaguely make out a dark, ancient ruin, filled with collapsed or crumbling buildings. And curled up in its midst was a massive figure, roaring in fury as it released devastating storms and thunder. It was the elven ruin where sea god Calvetua had taken refuge. But the white feathers didn't stop after tearing open the rift. As more and more sea god cultists perished, the feathers continued to slip through the rift and infiltrate the ancient ruin. Inside the ruins, the sea god's guardians, who had once been slumped against stone pillars, suddenly stirred. Their movements were stiff but quick. They stood, only to sprout the same white, oil-stained feathers. Then they turned, raising their weapons against their own comrades. By the time Edward arrived at the massive ritual chamber, this was the scene that greeted him. He quickly grasped what the numinous episcopate was trying to do. They intended to forcibly corrupt sea serpent Calvetua using the authority of an artificial death, reshaping him into the form of this man-made deity. After that, the believers of the Rorstad archipelago, still thinking they worship the sea god, would unknowingly redirect their faith to death instead. And the more belief it received, the faster the artificial death would resurrect, eventually becoming a true deity. That meant the sea serpent would become a pseudo-avatar of the artificial death. Which also meant, Edward's entire online class scheme would go straight down the drain. His gaze swept rapidly across the cultists, trying to locate Danitz, but there were just too many people. All were kneeling with heads bowed, chanting devoutly. It was impossible to pick him out quickly. That idiot, don't tell me he's actually been brainwashed into a real believer. Phoenix, if that rift closes, can you still take me to that ruin? Edward didn't receive a response. He turned to look. Only to find Phoenix staring fixedly at the coffin, its pitch-black pupils filled with overwhelming desire. Edward quietly inched a few steps away. Fortunately, the bird's moment of longing passed as quickly as it came. What did you just say? Edward narrowed his eyes. What were you just staring at? That coffin, no, more accurately, the place it connects to. There's something very important to me in there. Something important to it. Did it mean the artificial death? Normally, high-level entities on the death pathway heavily suppress those beneath them. From what Edward had seen so far, Phoenix's power was definitely no higher than Sequence 5. But when faced with an artificial godlike being with a near Sequence 0 presence, not only did it not get suppressed, it showed desire. Could it be, this bird really is the resurrection fallback plan of the Phoenix ancestor Greg race? Does the Evernight goddess know about this? If she does, what does she think? If she doesn't, and this causes problems when she tries to claim the death domain later, will she blame me? Edward shook off the chaotic thoughts, clearing his mind. He asked again, I asked, if that rift closes, can you still get me to the ruin? Yes. Phoenix nodded decisively. I can trace the aura left behind by those feathers. I'll find it. So, as long as that sea serpent dies, Edward would be the first to reach the elven ruin. But the real question was, how do I kill it? Edward immediately swung his wand, casting the Imperious Curse toward the nearest cultists. But the spell was abruptly blocked midair by an invisible wall. Cautiously, he stepped forward and jabbed his wooden wand out. Again, it struck against a transparent barrier. As expected. There's no way numinous episcopate would leave their ritual unprotected. Edward pulled out a few coins and, as he tossed them forward, activated Magnify plus Cull. A low hum followed, buzz, as the coins struck something, and massive ripples spread outward from the point of impact. Through the disturbance, Edward vaguely caught sight of ghastly white bones, interlocked and twisted into an enormous spherical bone wall, sealing off the sea god believers and numinous episcopate members beneath it. Why are these bones so tough? Phoenix replied, their power comes from the coffin. From the coffin. Then the source is artificial death. Even though this artificial entity couldn't yet compare to a true king of angels, it was at least on the level of sequence 1. How the hell are we supposed to break through that? Meanwhile, in the Elven ruins, Sea Serpent Calvetua, who was still locked in a long-range clash with Sea King John Cotman, suddenly sensed something. Its territory had been invaded. Furious, it released bolts of thunderous lightning aimed at the encroaching feathers. A huge swathe of the white, oil-stained feathers was scorched by the lightning. They writhed and curled backwards, as if in pain. But with each new wave of cultist deaths, the feathers revived, pushing forward inch by inch toward Calvetua. This development was clearly unexpected for Calvetua. Despite having once accidentally consumed a high elf's Beyonder characteristic and ascended to sequence 3, it had spent most of its existence in a state of semi-madness and loss of control, with little understanding of the Beyonder world. It had no idea what these strange feathers were, only that they were extremely dangerous. More dangerous than that damnable old enemy outside the rift. The reason Calvetua had erupted with such fury tonight, insisting on descending to Tiana Island to wipe out its own believers, was precisely because it had sensed this terrifying, deadly presence. Now regaining a trace of clarity, Calvetua made a decisive choice: it would abandon its descent and immediately retract its spirituality. The sacrificial gate leading to the outside world had to be shut down, so it could concentrate on fighting the feathers invading its realm. But John Cotman wasn't about to let that happen. They were both sequence 3 on the sailor path, and this was the perfect chance. The Sea King surged with spirituality and helped maintain the illusory gate on Calvetua's behalf, while simultaneously ramping up his assault as the Sea Serpent diverted its focus. The battle on Tiana Island grew so intense that even people far away in Byam could feel the world-shaking tremors. Calvetua suffered heavy damage, giving the feathers even more opportunity to invade. As the power of artificial death encroached closer, even Calvetua's scales began sprouting white feathers in patches. It went berserk, tearing feathered flesh from its own body with savage fangs, until it was covered in deep, gaping wounds. But with its incredible regenerative ability, all the injuries visibly squirmed and healed within seconds. Cotman, observing all this, sneered coldly. No wonder Gehrman Sparrow lured me here. You lot from the Numinous Episcopate must have planned to use my fight with this serpent to help you gain control over it. You're quite the schemers. Ralph, panicked inner voice, I didn't. I don't even know that damned Gehrman Sparrow. Stop spouting nonsense. But Cotman ignored him. His eyes flicked across the dense forests of Tiana Island like lightning. Then, with both hands, he formed 2 silver-white thunder spears and hurled them violently downward. Ralph's expression changed dramatically. He gritted his teeth and was forced to open another gate of underworld for defense. In the underground chamber, Edward had tried every form of magic and Beyonder ability he could think of against the skeletal bone wall, but nothing worked. Just then, a violent tremor shook the area. The air suddenly became humid. Thick mist rolled in from all sides, and arcs of electricity crackled overhead. It felt like standing inside a thundercloud right before a storm. Boom. The next moment, a thunderstorm exploded. Silver lightning engulfed the entire underground passage in an instant. Edward shielded Lilith with one arm and clutched Phoenix with the other. Wrapped around his body was an intangible Emperor's new clothes, protecting him from the damage. A few seconds later, the light faded. Everything within the tunnel had either been incinerated to ash or scorched black by the extreme heat. Even the earthen walls had a faint glassy sheen from crystallization. Even the bone wall had sustained noticeable damage. A few more strikes like that, and it might just collapse completely. That's the true power of a sequence 3 sailor pathway Beyonder. No frills. Just pure, violent destruction. Of course, it probably helped that lightning has bonus effects against undead creatures. Unfortunately, there was no second thunder strike. And Edward's cloak wore off before anything else happened. Looks like this wall draws power from artificial death, but it hasn't reached sequence 1 yet. Then, let's try one last thing. An illusory book flipped open in Edward's mind. He turned to a page showing a blood-stained long spear, the Spear of Longinus. With sequence 3 magnification, this strike would be almost as powerful as Bernadette's original. Let's hope it works. Edward recalled his encounters with those on the death pathway. Zangwill, Ludwell, the worst part of dealing with them had always been the wave after wave of undead they summoned to serve as meat shields. Now the Numinous Episcopate had taken that a step further by crafting an undead-based barrier. These poor undead souls really are the unluckiest bastards. Edward muttered under his breath. The blood-scented spear began to coalesce in his hand. But just before it fully took shape, a sudden thought struck him. He cancelled the ability and turned to Phoenix. Where's that ring? Phoenix opened its beak and spat out the black, square ring they'd obtained from Ludwell. Edward caught it and held it in his palm. Then he slowly extended his hand toward the bone wall. And passed right through it. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 400, Chapter 400, Why Do Humans Worship the Gods? With a single step forward. The next second, Edward, along with Lilith and Phoenix, passed through the invisible bone wall without resistance. As expected. Magic defeats magic. And only the power of death can counter the power of artificial death. The moment Edward stepped onto the altar, the numinous episcopate members who had been wildly performing their death dance suddenly froze mid-movement, all turning to stare at him. Their faces were pale, deathly so, like corpses long deceased. Their pupils were pitch-black voids. At the same time, the sacrificed sea god followers, who had dropped dead moments before, also began to twitch and rise, letting out guttural growls as they lunged at Edward like crazed undead. TCH. I'm still visible even with an invisibility cloak. With a flick of his wand, Edward summoned Raging Fiend Fire, reducing the first wave of undead into ash. Multiple spells and Beyonder abilities were launched in rapid succession, sweeping toward the cultists. More than half of the dozen-plus numinous episcopate members were killed instantly, while the rest narrowly dodged behind the black coffin, using it as cover. The survivors began sprouting feathers, transforming into grotesque, feathered monsters smeared in yellowish oil. Their movements grew sharp and agile, and in the same moment, they launched an aggressive assault toward Edward. Phoenix. Edward began blinking across the battlefield while tossing the death ring back to Phoenix. The creature hesitated for only a moment before flaring its wings and charging toward the feathered abominations. Suddenly, a strange scene unfolded. A few of the feathered monsters from the numinous episcopate bowed low, prostrating themselves before Phoenix and kissing the floor. Even after being warped by the power of the artificial death, they instinctively obeyed the hierarchy of the death pathway. A lower sequence must submit to a higher one. Edward paused and turned to look at the dimensional rift torn open by the feathers. In just a few short minutes, under the double assault of Cotman and the artificial death, Sea Serpent Calvetua had sustained increasingly severe injuries. If it focused on defending against Cotman's attacks, it was overrun by feathers. If it resisted the feathers, it was drained by Cotman, who was maintaining the sacrificial gate with precision. At this rate, even if Calvetua hadn't lost the Book of Calamity, it might still fall here tonight. But something else puzzled Edward. The sea god cultist standing nearby had clearly seen what was happening. They could tell numinous episcopate was turning on Calvetua. So why weren't they resisting? No. Not all of them were blind. Some of the sea god cult's hierarchy, especially those who collaborated with the numinous episcopate, likely knew exactly what was going on. They just didn't care. After all, faith is rarely ever simple. I worship you because I believe you will protect me, bless me, bring me hope. But what has Calvetua actually brought to the native peoples of the Rorstad archipelago? In all these years? Nothing. Only primitive, bloody sacrifices. So why should I continue to worship you? Why not place my faith in a God who actually delivers? And thus came the Numinous Episcopate Alliance. In the world of the mysteries, those who rise to power are never fools. Roar. Calvetua bared its fangs, mouth crackling with electric light, and bit into the invading feathers within the ruins. With a violent thunderclap, the feathers, manifestations of the artificial death's power, were torn to shreds. But that brief moment of triumph came at a terrible cost. A thunderous lightning spear shot through the sacrificial gate, piercing deep into the ruins, launched by John Cotman. It slammed Calvetua against a stone wall, nearly severing its body in half. The sea serpent screamed and writhed in agony. Even with its potent regenerative powers, this level of injury was almost beyond repair. Meanwhile, back at the altar, the severed feathers had triggered another wave of deaths among the sea god followers. A new flood of feathers sprouted from the black coffin. But this time, they changed direction. Rather than continuing toward Calvetua, the feathers swerved, locking onto a new target. Edward. Bang. A torrent of feathers soaked in yellowish oil poured out. And with it, a black shadow shot from the coffin, beelining toward Edward. Thanks to the violent fluctuations of spirituality, Edward was warned in advance. He blinked to the side, twisting the shadow's trajectory with a spell midair. At the same time, he unleashed a massive Avada Kedavra charged with multiple spiritual magnification. Crack! The dark green killing curse struck the black shadow head-on. It let out a shrill scream, then crashed to the ground, twitching for a few seconds before falling still. Edward approached carefully, finally getting a good look at the creature. It was a feathered serpent, about the length of a human arm. Its scales were black with a green sheen, feathers grew from between its scales, all tainted with pale yellow filth. Each feather sprouted a phantasmal black vein that extended and pulsed faintly. Hisses. More hissing emerged from the coffin. All around, the sea god worshippers withered, their vitality draining into undeath. Dozens of feathered serpents slithered forth from the feather-covered coffin, each flicking out an inky black tongue and fixing their gaze on Edward. A chill crept up Edward's spine. Most of these creatures were only arm length, and while their sequence wasn't immediately clear, Edward could feel the threat radiating from them. Without hesitation, he launched a sea of fiend fire. The illusory book in his eyes flipped once more. He summoned the blood-slick form of the Spear of Longinus and hurled it directly at the coffin. Boom. The blood-stained spear shot forward with unstoppable momentum, obliterating the black coffin and everything inside it, including the feathered serpents, down to the last trace. And yet, where the coffin had once been, a black vortex now remained. From within it, feathers and feathered serpents continued to pour out, as if from a bottomless pit. A fresh wave of sea god cultists collapsed lifelessly, drained of their vitality. Edward realized that he could no longer afford to worry about whether these followers were innocent or not. If he didn't eliminate them now, artificial death would continue drawing power from their life force, fueling an endless cycle of strength and death. So, he tore off his invisibility cloak and shouted, "Danitz! I'm giving you 30 seconds to run. After that, I'm going on a killing spree." 30, 29. Hiss. Dozens of shadowy, black streaks streaked toward him. Edward quickly activated his defenses, blinking rapidly through the vast underground chamber, casting spells and beyonder abilities with high frequency, managing to destroy one or two feathered serpents along the way. But the black vortex seemed inexhaustible. For every one serpent Edward killed, 3 or 4 more emerged. Soon, he was being chased by over 100 of them. Phoenix attempted to use the authority granted by the Death Ring to suppress the serpents. But the effect was limited. Whenever one group was suppressed, another broke free, and Phoenix was forced to run back and forth like a frantic firefighter, barely keeping up. Meanwhile, Danitz, who had been waiting for an opportunity all this time, grew increasingly anxious as he watched wave after wave of sea god cultists fall dead. At this rate, even if no one came to force him to retrieve the sealed artifact, he'd eventually be reduced to sacrificial fodder like the rest. Then, without warning, the cultists stopped dancing. Half of them dropped dead inexplicably, and the remaining half suddenly grew feathers and began attacking the air itself. Danitz was confused, until a large black and red bird flew by overhead. Instantly, the mutated cultists cowered, kneeling down and kissing the floor. Ah! That bird, is that Edward's messenger? Phoenix had undergone quite a transformation recently, from pure black to a mix of black and red. Danitz couldn't be sure, so he decided to wait and observe. Just then, the archbishop kneeling beside him turned and spoke, "Bishop Ace, it's time to show your loyalty to the Church of the Sea God. Use the sealed artifact granted to you by our Lord. Kill the intruder." "Archbishop, the intruder you speak of, is it the bird?" The archbishop shook his head. His pupils suddenly turned into void-like black holes. "The god tells me, the intruder is cloaked in invisibility. Find him. Kill him. Do so, and you shall become the next high priest of the Church of Sea God." Danitz looked utterly baffled. "But, if he's invisible, how am I supposed to find him?" Just as he finished speaking, Edward's voice rang out again. "Danitz! I'm giving you 30 seconds to run. After that, I'm going on a killing spree." Danitz's heart jolted. "It's Gehrman, no, Edward. He came for me. Did he notice all those fake, Fire Fist Ace, doppelgangers outside and come in to save me?" Danitz was nearly moved to tears. "Quick! Kill him! Kill him!" The archbishop's face contorted, black veins bulging hideously across his skin. "Kill him! Yes!" Danitz slowly stood up, fixing his eyes on Edward, who was still dodging dozens of black serpents. All around him, the cultists echoed the archbishop's words. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Their insanity spread like a plague, infecting all those who heard it. Even the ones who had been kneeling and chanting their sea god prayers rose up one by one, their eyes now pitch black, all turning their gaze on Danitz. "Kill him! Kill him!" The repeated chanting echoed endlessly in his ears, like voices bouncing through a cavern, digging deeper and deeper into his mind. Then, somewhere deep in his soul, a voice whispered, "Unlock the bone shard bracelet. Use its power. Kill Edward." Danitz's pupils turned completely black. Like a puppet, he silently untied the bracelet of bone shards from his wrist and raised his hand, aiming straight at Edward. "Duh. Nitz, stop F** King standing there, just run." Edward's voice was faint and choppy, as if coming from miles away. "Kill him! Kill him!" The archbishop and the cultists' voices, by contrast, were loud and persistent, as if someone whispering sweet, sinister nothings right next to his ear. Danitz moved. One step, then another. He slowly advanced toward Edward. Electric arcs flickered over the bracelet. Feathers began to sprout from his wrist, creeping up his forearm and spreading across his body. Then suddenly, Danitz's eyes flashed with violent, manic defiance. "Shut the hell up!" Whoosh! 2 blazing white spears of fire erupted from his hands and hurtled forward. Boom! In an instant, the area fell silent. The archbishop and 6 or 7 sea god cultists were all impaled through the chest, their ribcages scorched with smoking black holes. The pitch-black madness in their eyes faded instantly, replaced with astonishment. They didn't even have time for dying words before they collapsed lifelessly. Danitz gasped heavily, then turned to look at his left arm, now covered in feathers. With gritted teeth, he grabbed a clump and yanked it out. Blood sprayed everywhere. The pain pierced straight through to the bone. His vision went black for a second. When it cleared again, he saw that the feathers he had ripped out had already regrown, and had spread to his shoulder and chest. Yeah, I'm definitely dead this time. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 401, The Death of Sea God Calvetua. Danitz could still clearly remember the horrifying scene of the other cultists dying covered in feathers. And now, his eyes turned into a bright sea blue, and his expression twisted into something wild and feral. 5, 4. Edward's countdown was nearing its end. He pulled out a goblet of sequence 6-level liquor, downed it in one gulp, and channeled every ounce of spirituality in his body. Then, all of a sudden, he saw Danitz take off running toward the black vortex. Just a few meters from it, Danitz tore off the bone shard bracelet from his wrist. And in that instant, a violent thunderstorm erupted, exploding into silver-white lightning. At the same time, a massive black hand, covered in feathers, stretched out from the vortex, lunging toward Edward. Boom. A beam-like bolt of lightning shot down from above, piercing directly into the vortex, unleashing a force even more terrifying than the one Sea King Cotman had used earlier. That feather-covered giant hand, just 2 or 3 meters from reaching Edward, suddenly froze, and then just as swiftly retracted, along with the black vortex, which vanished into thin air. At that same moment, all the feathered serpents chasing Edward instantly withered, falling like oil-stained feathers drifting in the air. Nice one, Danitz. Edward had just begun to praise him, when he noticed something wasn't right. Danitz's expression was twisted with madness, and his exposed left arm was now embedded with translucent white bone shards, looking almost like scales, no, snake scales. Meanwhile, the dimensional rift to the elven ruins, now stripped of artificial death's power, began closing rapidly. But Danitz dropped onto all fours and sprinted toward it like a wild beast. Distortion. Edward had no idea what was happening, but he reacted instantly, twisting Danitz's trajectory with his ability. Danitz was flung backwards in the opposite direction. But he immediately flipped over and sprang up again. As he turned to look at Edward, he opened his mouth wide. And inside, silver lightning began to crackle at the back of his throat. Edward froze for a moment. What the? That's the sea serpent's move. Whoosh. A blindingly hot beam of violent lightning blasted from Danitz's mouth. Edward barely blinked away in time. But even that brief distraction gave Danitz the opening he needed. He leapt through the closing dimensional rift in the very last instant, vanishing from sight. Phoenix. Take me to that ruin. Edward shouted at once. Phoenix Dove grabbed him by the shoulders and tore through space, diving into the layered brilliance of the spirit world. Everything around them became both real and unreal, strange and surreal. Above them, 7-colored light hung in the sky like some divine chandelier, bathing the spirit world in its glow. On either side, Edward could faintly make out various bizarre and terrifying spirit world creatures. Suddenly, Phoenix went into a steep dive. Within seconds, a ruined structure came into view, its outline flickering and half-hidden in the depths below. Outside the ruin floated a gigantic jellyfish-like spirit world creature, its translucent tendrils coated in slime, drifting slowly outward and enclosing the nearby space as its domain. At the tip of each tendril was a white skull, its hollow eye socket swaying eerily as the jellyfish drifted. Clearly, this was a powerful spirit creature. But Phoenix ignored it entirely and charged straight through with Edward in tow. Startled, the jellyfish flailed its tendrils in panic and quickly parted the way. The next instant, Edward passed through a curtain-like veil of nothingness. The air around him instantly grew thick and heavy. Rippling waves shimmered on all sides, caused by the deep blue seawater that filled this entire region. At the seabed lay a crumbling, shadowy ruin, its buildings were either fully collapsed or half-sunken, ancient and eroded. This was the place where the sea serpent had hidden, a boundary between the real world and the spirit world. Inside the ruins, chaos reigned. Collapsed structures were strewn everywhere. All around were fallen sea god guards, their bodies covered in feathers. Edward stepped onto the staircase, ascending without any resistance, entering the ruined structure beneath a half-collapsed pillar. The first thing he saw was a massive sea serpent, so large it was nearly beyond comprehension. Its entire body was coated in slick, blue-green scales, patterned with ancient runes that matched the markings carved across the ruins. It lay coiled in the vast hall, taking up a full third of the space, like a blue-green mountain, rising and falling with each breath. But it was covered in wounds. Some torn open and bleeding, some stripped to bare white bone. The worst was the spot 2/3 down its body, nearly cleaved in half, held together by just a few strands of sinew, twitching and writhing. This was the sea god worshipped by the Church of Sea God, Calvetua. Sensing Edward's presence, the serpent opened its eyes. It looked at him coldly, but the madness that had once filled its gaze was now gone. Yes. It was still alive. But just barely. Its breathing was weak, each one spaced out by 10 or 20 seconds, soft and powerless. The contrast between this and its earlier godlike might was almost absurd. At that moment, Lilith, who had been tucked safely in Edward's arms, poked her head out and said, "Wah. Big snake." Edward gently patted her head, signaling her to stay quiet. Even though Calvetua was on the brink of death, Edward didn't lower his guard one bit. He remembered from the original storyline how this bastard could still unleash devastating destruction even in its final breath. CRRRCK, CRRCK, CRRRK. Just then, an unsettling sound of chewing and crunching rang out, like teeth grinding against bone. Edward cautiously stepped in the direction of the sound, and saw Danitz, with his fiery red hair, crouched beside one of Calvetua's wounds, gnawing on its flesh. His eyes glowed with a blue-green light, his mouth was stained crimson, and his teeth were sinking deep into muscle and sinew. The once sporadic snake scales on his left arm had now spread into a dense patch, each one a miniature replica of Calvetua's own shimmering blue-green scales, engraved with strange patterns. In other words, Danitz was undergoing sea serpent transformation. Or worse, Calvetua may have used some unknown method to attempt resurrection through Danitz. With that realization, Edward acted immediately. He used Invisible Hand to snatch Danitz away, then transfigured a set of chain-shaped bindings to restrain him. Without hesitation, he poured a large bottle of emetic potion down his throat. Blurg. The effect was immediate. Danitz fell to the floor, retching violently, spewing out the bloody meat he had just consumed. The changes to his body visibly regressed. Edward didn't have time to confirm whether the danger had passed, because the supposedly dying Calvetua had begun to glow again, streaks of blue-green lightning flickering across its enormous body. Edward didn't hesitate. He fired off a stunning charm, knocking Danitz unconscious. Magnify, distortion. He distorted Calvetua's already mortal wounds to aggravate them further, then enlarged a coin and launched it like a cannonball toward the creature's massive head. Followed by a heavily empowered killing curse, laced with concentrated spirituality. Roar. The 2 consecutive strikes sent Calvetua into howling agony. It thrashed wildly, letting out a piercing shriek so sharp it nearly burst Edward's eardrums and made his spiritual body tremble. Lilith screamed in pain, covering her ears. Even Phoenix collapsed, overwhelmed by the sonic force. Emperor's new clothes. Edward quickly used the 3rd recorded instance of the Emperor's new clothes ability. A second lance of Longinus, radiating a pungent metallic bloodlust, formed in his palm. Go. Calvetua opened its jaw wide again, forcing out the last remnants of its vitality to form another devastating lightning sphere. Magnify. Distortion. Edward distorted its spell casting, dispersing the half-formed thunder orb. In the next instant, the blood-stained spear struck Calvetua's colossal skull. After a brief clash of resistance, it pierced through with a burst of crimson light. But even this didn't kill it. Calvetua thrashed like a frenzied eel thrown into boiling oil, flinging itself across the ancient ruins. Its enormous tail and skull slammed into collapsed pillars and broken walls, wreaking further havoc. Then it roared again, the surrounding seawater rushed into its mouth, forming that same terrifying vortex it had conjured before, one that could devour everything around it into the abyss of its black throat. Distortion. Edward tried once more to twist Calvetua's intention. But this time, it failed. With no choice, he blinked next to Danitz, stuffed him into the leather pouch, then hoisted the unconscious Phoenix from the ground. Another 2 quick teleports brought him to the entrance of the ruins. Yet even from this distance, the deadly pull of Calvetua's final struggle could still be felt, growing stronger by the second. Edward gritted his teeth, countering the suction with spatial abilities, while continuing to unleash spell after spell, wearing down the last shreds of Calvetua's life force. His spirituality was draining fast. He downed 2 more goblets of Sequence 6B under characteristic infused wines. Were it not for the massive haul of traits he'd taken from Moon City, he would have collapsed by now. He could already feel the dizzying onset of intoxication. Another drink, and he'd probably black out. Fortunately, this battle wasn't endless. After over 10 minutes, the suction abruptly vanished. Calvetua, head pierced and eyes dim, crashed to the ground. From its throat came a long, low, wailing roar, filled with resentment, pain, fury, and madness. It echoed endlessly. The dying howl of sea god Calvetua. Ding. Edward flicked a coin into the air, confirming the serpent was truly dead. Only then did he walk back into the hall, standing before the mountainous corpse of the sea god. Finally. He exhaled in relief, then pulled Danitz out of the pouch. The snake scales on Danitz's left arm were still there, a massive patch, but thankfully, they no longer seemed to be spreading. Edward flipped a coin again and asked, Is Danitz in danger right now? The result, number face up. Negative. He wasn't satisfied. Another flick. Has Danitz been contaminated by Calvetua? Head side up. Yes. Contaminated, but not in immediate danger. Edward hesitated. Then performed a third divination. Will Calvetua resurrect through Danitz? Note, yep, we accidentally skipped a chapter, but I've fixed it. So now, you get a bonus chapter for free. LOL. So keep voting. Chapter 402, Believe in Me, and take online classes. The coin landed with the number side up. A negative result. Edward let out a breath of relief. That meant Danitz was only lightly contaminated, not in any immediate danger. He didn't rush to wake Danitz. Instead, he turned and walked toward the golden goblet buried under the rubble, carefully retrieved it, and tucked it into his pouch. Then he found a flat stone platform and sat down, patiently waiting for Calvetua's beyonder characteristic to precipitate. Roughly 7 or 8 minutes later, the scattered remnants of extraordinary power on the ground began to stir, whirling into a violent storm. They converged in the grand hall and were finally absorbed into a single white fong that had straightened and hardened. At that moment, Calvetua's massive corpse collapsed like rotted sludge, disintegrating completely. And the fong that had absorbed all the traits transformed into a scepter, which now stood silently embedded in a partially toppled pillar. The white bone staff was topped with numerous tiny aquamarine gems, some of which shimmered with hues of inky black and sunlight gold. The sea god's scepter. After tossing another coin to confirm the area was safe, Edward donned a glove and carefully approached the scepter. Before his hand even made contact, layers of illusory prayers rang out by his ear. His vision blurred with hallucinations. He saw kneeling worshippers, heads bowed in pious prayer, and rebels sobbing hysterically before the crumbling idol of Calvetua. Of course, the Church of Sea God had traitorous figures, like that archbishop who was willing to sell out his god to serve his goals. But far more numerous were the faithful natives, believers who had nothing else but their faith. The rising tide of ethereal prayers echoed in Edward's mind, causing a stabbing headache. But it was still bearable. He reached out and grasped the midsection of the pale scepter. The hallucinations instantly grew clear. The whispers in his ears turned real. He saw a bald man in a wheelchair, fallen to the ground, crawling desperately toward a self-shattered statue of Calvetua, chanting the honorific title with lifeless despair. He saw a man with a blue-green sea serpent tattoo, bowing fervently before another bleeding idol, smashing his forehead against the stone until it was bloody pulp. Even more vivid were the countless native worshippers in the slums of the Rorstad archipelago, hiding in their homes, weeping silently, praying in numb desperation. At that moment, Edward suddenly understood why the sea god's archbishop had chosen to cooperate with the numinous episcopate. Hundreds of thousands of natives in the archipelago had pinned all their hope on Calvetua, sacrificing through primitive blood rituals, hoping this so-called god would deliver them from their miserable fate and resist the oppression of the church and loan. But the truth was, this so-called sea god was merely a lucky beast, utterly incapable of providing real salvation. So then, why not replace it? Replace it with a stronger, greater, more divine being who might actually help them. Thus, he made his pact with the numinous episcopate. Huff. With force, Edward pulled out the sea god's scepter. Countless glowing motes drifted around it, each one seemingly tied to a single praying soul. The staff's milky white shaft shimmered with radiance, both hypnotic and holy. He casually tossed the scepter into his leather pouch, then used invisible hand to seize Danitz and Phoenix. With a step, he teleported out of the ancient elven ruins. No need to wait for the Sea King to show up and complicate things. After a brief passage through the spirit world, Edward stepped out again onto the familiar deserted island. He lay down on the soft sand, spreading his arms wide. Lilith darted out of his chest pocket. Edward. What's wrong? Nothing. Just overused my spirituality, I'm a bit drained. Headache, too. Oh. Let Miss Lilith help. Lilith shifted into her childlike human form, knelt beside him, and used her delicate fingers to gently massage his temples. To Edward's surprise, the sensation was soothing, his body relaxed, and a subtle drowsiness began to set in. But he sat up with a sigh. All right, we're not done yet. He took the sea god's scepter out again. After several rounds of divination and spirit channeling, he confirmed, it was essentially the same as in the original canon. It could summon tsunamis, hurricanes, torrential storms, and lightning strikes. It allowed its wielder to fly through the sky, walk along the ocean floor, and defy nearly all terrain restrictions. It was nearly indestructible. It ensured the bearer would never lose their way, as long as no stronger force interfered. It granted perfect balance, commanded sea creatures, answered the prayers of believers, and could even bestow sea monster-like power. In essence, possessing the sea god's scepter was equivalent to owning the might of a Sequence 3 Sailor Pathway powerhouse. It was undoubtedly a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Which made Edward wonder. If Calvetua could become a sea god and produce such a weapon just by digesting part of a high elf's beyonder traits, then what about the mysterious Book of Calamity? Could it also hold such incredible power? He tried to recall. In the original novel, the Moses Ascetic Order had discovered the ancient elven ruins on Simime Island. But the exact location wasn't revealed. Still, one thing was certain. It wouldn't be easy to find. If it were, the Church of Storms would have already located it after so many years. So, using the golden goblet I found in Calvetua's dwelling, could I divine the location of the ruins on Simime Island? Worth a try. Through spirit channeling, Edward had also learned of Calvetua's original plans for Danitz. Calvetua indeed had a very limited understanding of the Beyonder world. But it was acutely aware of one thing: after devouring a Beyonder characteristic, it had neither died nor lost control and transformed into a monster. It knew full well that its survival was largely due to sheer dumb luck. So for years, it had been searching for people with that same kind of luck. Danitz's meteoric rise through the sequences was impossible to miss. Naturally, it caught the attention of the Church of the Sea God, and thus, of Calvetua. Through the Archbishop, it had given Danitz a beaded bracelet, a fragment of its own bone imbued with its power, intending to use it as a slow, insidious means of corrupting him. The plan was simple: convert Danitz into a vessel it could possess, one bit at a time. Once Danitz was fully compatible, Calvetua would have him swallow its Beyonder spirituality, allowing it to resurrect in a new body. This would free it from its current state of madness and decay, and allow it to pursue further ascension through a human shell. Admittedly, the idea of a human swallowing raw Beyonder characteristics was laughable. But then again, for a lunatic with limited knowledge of the supernatural, this half-baked plan almost made sense. And who knows? If luck came through again, it might have actually worked. Unfortunately for Calvetua, the Archbishop's betrayal, the numinous episcopate's sabotage, and the Sea King's interference completely derailed its scheme before it even began. In the end, it had no choice but to forcefully control Danitz via the bracelet in its dying moments. But then Edward showed up and interrupted again. Calvetua perished in a final storm of rage and madness. TCH. Seriously, how the hell has Danitz had such ridiculous luck lately? Edward muttered to himself. It's like he's got a demigod, or even an angel from the fate pathway, blessing him 24/7. A coincidence? Damn it. There'd been way too many coincidences lately. But if it was someone's doing, wouldn't such manipulation feel a bit clumsy and obvious? The Sea God's scepter had 3 negative effects. It made its bearer increasingly irritable and aggressive. Every 20 to 35 minutes, it would drain the blood of both the wielder and everyone within a 1-kilometer radius. It constantly projected the voices and visions of its believers' prayers, which could easily overwhelm anyone without the mental strength of a demigod. The first and third were manageable. But the second? That one was a real problem. It wasn't that using the scepter was inconvenient, rather, just carrying it around was already dangerous. Edward could use the spectre ability of his resurrection ring, or transform into an obscurus with a Nimigus transformation to avoid the blood drain entirely. But, where was he supposed to store the damn thing? Items made with the undetectable extension charm weren't like the spatial treasures of cultivation novels, they weren't truly isolated from the outside world. So if he put the Sea God's scepter inside one, it would still affect the surroundings. Once he advanced to sequence 4, he'd gain access to the secret sorcerer's spatial abilities. Then he could make a true pocket dimension to store it. But until then. Edward scratched his head. So I really do have to sacrifice this to Mr. Fool, huh? It felt like no matter how much work he put in, he was always just making offerings for Klein. What a raw deal. I mean, I could ask Bernadette to hold onto it, but that's even less ideal. At least with Klein, I can get it back whenever I want. Bernadette's not going to follow me around all day. Edward was reluctant, but after pacing back and forth across the beach for several minutes without finding a better solution, and with the next blood drain cycle rapidly approaching, he made up his mind. Lilith, you and Phoenix stay here a while. I've got something to take care of. Why can't you bring Miss Lilith with you? She asked. Edward explained the negative effects of the Sea God's scepter. The little one waved her hand. Okay then, just come back quickly. Phoenix, I'll leave things here to you. Understood. Roarsted Archipelago. On an uninhabited island, Edward stepped through a traveler's door and immediately flipped a coin to confirm it was safe to use the Sea God's scepter here. Then he activated his Animagus transformation. His body twisted unnaturally, skin burning like it was on fire, melting into black smoke that spread rapidly from his limbs to his torso, and finally to his head. Bang. A surge of magic burst forth. Edward vanished. In his place hovered a shadowy obscurus in midair, a shapeless cloud of black mist. As surging destruction and dark emotions flooded his mind, Edward cast several recorded placate spells on himself in rapid succession, quickly regaining clarity. Then he reached out a tendril of smoke, scooped up the sea god's scepter from the sand, and stretched out his spirituality to touch the swirling lights around it. He connected with 20 or 30 of the glowing prayer points. And then, using the scepter, he summoned a mighty storm and lightning, projecting both his voice and image to those connected believers. Death is the beginning of rebirth. He paused, then added, I have returned. He would bring to the believers of the Rorstad archipelago a new sea god, a new blessing, a new hope, and online classes for all. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 403, Chapter 403, What a disgrace to all evil gods. Bansi Harbor. The Nameless dropped anchor at a location roughly half a nautical mile from the harbor shortly after 7 p.m., just as Klein had previously agreed upon with Aldrich. Since those women insisted on going to Bansi, so be it. Let them go. As for Mr. Klein himself, there was no way he would willingly march into a situation he knew to be dangerous. That kind of suicidal behavior simply wasn't his style. It had been 2 days since the murder that occurred that night. In that time, the witch in question had done absolutely nothing, just as Klein had hoped. That, of course, was a good thing. Once those women safely reached Bansi Harbor, this bodyguard assignment would be considered complete. Klein would receive his generous fee of £3,000, a reward he had essentially earned for doing next to nothing. Not that Klein felt the least bit guilty about it. That was just the nature of bodyguard work, sometimes dangerous, sometimes peaceful, it all came down to luck. Mr. Sparrow, are you really not coming ashore to look around? Asked Aldrich. Klein responded coolly, if I may, I suggest you don't go either. After several days of interaction, Klein had developed a relatively good impression of Aldrich. Perhaps it was because the man had once been a soldier, he was efficient, steady, and well respected by others. If not for the need to maintain his persona as Gehrman Sparrow, Klein suspected they might have gotten along quite well. Aldrich continued, the residents of Bansi Island have an unusual fondness for the fresh blood of animals. They supposedly learned from migratory elves to add salt to it, which makes the blood congeal into a unique jelly-like delicacy. Combined with a few of the island's native spicy condiments, the result is tender, flavorful, and a must-try for anyone who visits Bansi. Wait a minute, isn't that just blood curd? Klein was momentarily stunned. He furrowed his brow and voiced his confusion. Elves? Weren't elves supposed to be elegant vegetarians? Why would they be into blood-based cuisine? Yes, Aldrich affirmed. Rumor has it many elves used to enjoy congealed blood. Sadly, elves have long vanished from this world. Bansi Island is one of the few remaining places where you can still taste such a dish. Truth be told, Klein had harbored a nostalgic craving for the spicy blood curd hot pot from his past life. But there was no way he would risk his life just to satisfy a bit of culinary nostalgia, not even if doing so would be perfectly in line with his persona as a mad adventurer. He glanced again at Bansi Island, which loomed in the distance, shrouded in a faint mist, and shook his head. Forget it. Aldrich let out a sigh. Very well. At that moment, faint whispers of prayer brushed against Klein's ears. He turned to Aldrich and said, good luck to you all, before rising and returning to his cabin. In the seabed ruins, partially fused with the spirit world. When Sea King John Cotman arrived, all he saw was devastation, flesh and blood mangled into pulp, a giant sea serpent stripped down to bleached bone. Nothing else remained. Suppressing his fury, John Cotman released a surge of spirituality. A wave of seawater cascaded from above and spread across the half-collapsed hull, quickly settling into a still, windless mirror-like surface. Reflected in the water's surface was a vision of the past. A familiar figure drew a white-boned staff inlaid with aquamarines. That action stirred the surrounding seawater into a frenzy and caused the ancient ruins to tremble. Sparks of lightning erupted from John Cotman's entire body as he roared. Gehrman Sparrow. 4 steps in reverse, Klein ascended above the grey fog. He extended his spirituality outward to touch a deep crimson star that pulsed rhythmically in the void. A moment later, Edward's figure appeared within the grey mist. Honorable Mr. Fool, I've just acquired a sealed artifact roughly equivalent to Sequence 3. However, its negative side effects are terrifying. I was wondering if you could help neutralize them, or perhaps keep it in safekeeping. What? A sealed artifact on par with Sequence 3. Klein's heart skipped a beat. It had only been a few days, how on earth had Edward managed to obtain such a powerful item so quickly? But how was he supposed to deal with the artifact's negative effects? Unless, it was similar to creeping hunger, possessing some form of sentience that could be suppressed by leveraging the authority of the grey fog. As Edward's prayers echoed again, Klein extended his spirituality and opened the illusory door of sacrifice behind the bronze chair. Seconds later, a white bone scepter inlaid with tiny aquamarines materialized on the bronze table in front of him. Since they were above the grey fog, Klein didn't need to be overly cautious. He reached out and grasped the white bone scepter, only to be bombarded, almost immediately, by a cacophony of overlapping prayers in his mind. Startled, he instinctively let go. But the layers upon layers of phantom supplications continued unabated, drilling into his consciousness with a sharp ache. Klein quickly activated the gray fog's power to block the agonizing flood of prayers. Only then did he begin to examine the scepter in earnest. It didn't take long for Klein to discern the powers and side effects of the scepter, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As expected of a sealed artifact equivalent to Sequence 3, its abilities are truly formidable, and its side effects, equally deadly. No wonder Edward had been willing to entrust such a powerful weapon to him for safekeeping. The mere fact that it drained the blood of every living creature within a 1-kilometer radius every 20 to 30 minutes made it something no ordinary person could handle. Well, if I summon myself through the gray fog, I can remain unaffected by it, but it still risks harming innocent bystanders. But, why does the sealed artifact receive so many prayers? Klein's expression twisted into something rather strange. Counting carefully, the total number of true followers of the Fool shouldn't even reach double digits. And yet, this scepter seems to have tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands, of believers. Am I, the Fool, actually inferior to a mere scepter? What a disgrace to evil gods everywhere. Klein gave the sea god's scepter a light wave. Well, now that I have this thing, I finally look a bit more like an actual evil god. Next time a member of the Tarot Club seeks my protection, I won't be limited to just throwing out a paper angel. I can also offer up storms, lightning, and so forth. Judging by their power levels, the problems they encounter shouldn't exceed what this scepter can handle. Except, Edward. The moment Edward came to mind, Klein felt a mild headache. Strictly speaking, I'm only safekeeping the scepter for him, but in practice, I've basically been given full usage rights for the majority of the time. Edward might not know that, but Klein certainly did, and he couldn't pretend otherwise. In other words, he now owed Edward a massive favor. How the hell am I going to repay that? Klein ruffled his hair in frustration. After a moment of hesitation, he traced the extended spiritual connection and pulled Edward's spirit up into the space above the gray fog. Edward had just finished offering the sea god's scepter as a sacrifice to Klein and was preparing to teleport back to find Lilith and the others. But the next moment, the surrounding air became dense with mist, and in a blur, he found himself inside the palace of the Sapphira Castle. He quickly placed his right hand over his chest and bowed. "Good evening, Mr. Fool." "Good evening, Mr. Tower," Klein responded, allowing himself a trace of warmth. "I wonder," he asked, "could you tell me more about this scepter?" "Ah, you called it the sea god's scepter. What's the story behind that?" Edward paused to think before answering. "Mr. Fool, have you ever heard of the native inhabitants of the Rorstad archipelago? Most of them worship a deity called the sea god. MHM. Klein had indeed heard Aldrich mention this over the past few days during their idle conversations. He'd even wondered why the 7 churches, especially the Lord of Storms, the primary deity of the seas, would tolerate the worship of a rival, possibly heretical god among those natives. If it were up to me, I'd have wiped out that so-called sea god ages ago. How can one allow a rival to snore beside their own pillow? This scepter, Edward continued, was formed from the beyonder characteristic and teeth of that sea god after its death. Klein fell silent for several seconds. How did it die? Edward scratched his head, putting on an honest expression. I killed it. Klein's pupils involuntarily contracted. Excuse me, what did you just say? You killed a god. Even if it was an evil god, it's still a god, isn't it? As a fellow evil god, Klein felt an uncontrollable chill. Well, to be precise, I only delivered the finishing blow when it was already gravely wounded and on the brink of death. It? In Loanese, there were clear distinctions between he, she, it, and the divine he, thou, in some interpretations. Yet Edward had just used it to refer to a god. Do evil gods really have so little dignity these days? If not he, then at least use a proper he, won't you? Muttered a certain anonymous evil god in the back of his mind. Edward explained further, actually, the so-called sea god worshipped in the Rorstad archipelago was just a sea serpent that accidentally consumed a high-sequence extraordinary characteristic. Thanks to an absurd amount of luck, it didn't die or become a monster, and instead became a Sequence 3 extraordinary being. However, it remained in a semi-mad, half-deranged state for years, relying on the faith of the Rorstad natives to barely stay sane. Of course, the more crucial stabilizer was the Book of Calamity. For many years, the Archbishop of the Church of Storms in the Rorstad archipelago had been searching for its hiding place, until today. Edward then recounted the cooperation between the Church of the Sea God and the Numinous Episcopate, and the events that transpired after he lured Cotman to Tiana Island. Klein listened with wide eyes and an increasingly dazed expression. So you're telling me, you first enraged the sea serpent and drove it berserk on Tiana, then lured Sea King Cotman to join the fight. While 3 demigods were battling it out, you sabotaged the Numinous Episcopate's ritual, located the sea god's lair, and delivered the killing blow to seize the sea god's scepter. A textbook case of pitting tiger against wolf, redirecting calamity, and reaping the spoils as the fisherman. But Klein's scalp tingled. Why did you do all this under the identity of Gehrman Sparrow? Should I consider changing aliases while I still have time? Edward spoke again. Mr. Fool, because of the role I'm playing, I may need to request the scepter back from you quite frequently in the near future. I hope you won't find me too bothersome. He paused, then added, also, please help me inform Mr. World that if he wishes to digest the faceless potion more quickly, he may also request access to the scepter. Klein leaned back slightly, a look of intrigue spreading across his face. Oh. Mr. Fool, you must already know this, but the scepter doesn't just receive prayers from those who worship the sea god. It can also be used to convey will and divine intent to them. So. Klein immediately understood and said calmly, you want Mr. World to impersonate, or rather, to play the role of, the sea god. Exactly. Edward looked visibly nervous. Mr. Fool, would you mind? Why would I mind? What's the big deal about playing God? I'm a professional at this point. I'll convey your suggestion to him. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Klein's expression grew complex. It's me who should be thanking you, honestly. Note, 150 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 404, Chapter 404, TCH, Scumbag. After leaving the Sapphira Castle, Edward activated the traveler's door and returned to the deserted island where Lilith and the others were staying. Before offering the sea god's scepter to Mr. Fool, he had already used the artifact, while posing as the sea god, to announce his return to the believers in the Rorstad archipelago. He had also notified several core members of the Resistance, or rather, the Sea God Church, that he intended to begin teaching the faithful. Naturally, relying solely on the Sea God's scepter, Edward couldn't possibly deliver online lectures to hundreds of thousands of believers all at once. So, he had devised two plans. First, he would teach the core members directly, allowing them to relay the knowledge to the others, an approach that might even assist with potion digestion. If that didn't work, he'd limit the number of attendees per lecture and assume the identity of a blessed of the sea god to hold in-person teachings for the islanders. As for the content of these lessons, they would focus primarily on scientific knowledge, sprinkled with a bit of mystical theory. Most of the native inhabitants of the Rorstad archipelago were illiterate and far behind the mainland in terms of scientific understanding. Given their massive population, even the simplest, most practical scientific teachings could bring Edward enormous benefits. When he returned to the island, Lilith was sitting on the beach with her chin in her hands, staring blankly at the sea as it reflected the starlight. Phoenix lay curled beside her, its wide, pitch-black eyes fixed on some unknown thought. Danitz was already awake, though his face was clouded with worry. Just to be safe, Edward performed another divination and confirmed that Danitz was indeed unharmed and in no immediate danger. Lilith was the first to notice his return. She sprang to her feet and ran toward him at full speed. Edward, you were gone for so long. What do you mean? It was barely 15 minutes, Edward replied, then turned to Phoenix. Thanks, Phoenix. Could you do me a favor and deliver this letter to Klein? The letter explained Edward's plan to impersonate the sea god using the scepter and to educate the believers of the Rorstad archipelago. It also included a request that, if Klein received Mr. Fool's blessing to use the scepter, he must be careful not to blow his cover. Phoenix nodded and vanished. Lilith tilted her head upward and pouted. It was a long time. Miss Lilith was counting in her head the whole time. She got to several thousand. Edward immediately praised her. Wow, you can count to several thousand already. That's amazing. When I was your age, I couldn't even make it to 100. She beamed with delight. If she had a tail, it would have been wagging like mad. Yup. Miss Lilith is super smart. Yes, she is, Edward said, ruffling her soft hair. He then turned to Danitz. Still brooding about the meaning of life? Danitz forced a bitter smile. No. I'm wondering how much of it I have left. Edward's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Danitz raised his left hand, now covered in scales the color of blue-green serpentine. This arm of mine. Is it contaminated? I divined that already. Your luck is unusually good. It won't threaten your life, and there should be a way to cure it. Worst case scenario, you can always amputate. Danitz shook his head. No, it's not just contamination. Oh. He spoke solemnly. When a Beyonder dies, their Beyonder characteristic will separate from the body. If it's left unattended for too long, it can merge with nearby objects, turning them into mystical items, sealed artifacts. Are you being possessed by Edwina now? No. What I mean is, my left arm is the object that merged with the Beyonder characteristic. He clenched his fist, and a faint flicker of lightning danced across it. So now, my left arm is a mystical item. Edward stood frozen. What? That's even possible. But he quickly worked through the logic. Why not? Most people contaminated by a Beyonder characteristic either lost control and became monsters, dropped dead on the spot, or were transformed into a Beyonder of that path. In Danet's case, already a Beyonder of another path, he would, under normal circumstances, at best go mad. But maybe he had been fortunate enough that the characteristic treated his left arm as an independent object and fused with it, turning it into a sealed artifact. That probability is absurdly low. Unless, Calvetua's luck, when it was controlling Danet's, somehow transferred onto him. That's not necessarily a bad thing, is it? Danet sighed. In the short term, maybe not. But the longer I use it, the more the power inside will inevitably start to seep into the rest of my body. When that happens, I'll either die, or become a monster because of the conflict between two distinct Beyonder paths. Edward's expression grew serious. Is there still time to amputate your left arm? I don't know. This is beyond me. Edward muttered, thinking hard. You'll need a specialist for this. Who? I'm still figuring that out. See, from the perspective of sealed artifacts, you'd need someone from the savant pathway. But from the biological angle, it'd have to be someone from the apothecary path. Danetz blinked. Apothecary path? You mean Emlyn? Exactly. At that, Edward smacked his own forehead. Ah, right, where did you stash Emlyn's treasures? He's helped me out several times recently, and I promised I'd retrieve them for him. Danetz pouted. I just threw them into the clutter pile in his basement. I thought he'd have found them by now. So Emlyn hadn't even looked seriously. He really had abandoned the old flame for a new love, huh? TCH, scumbag. After mentally disparaging the vampire, Edward asked, so what do you plan to do next? Do you want me to introduce you to someone from either of those paths? I want to go back to the Golden Dream first. To see the captain and the rest of the crew. You really didn't need to say that last part out loud. Edward raised an eyebrow. Then, as if remembering something, he reached into his leather pouch and pulled out a folded letter. Oh, right. This dropped from you earlier. Danetz froze, quickly fumbling at his chest. His face turned bright red as panic crept into his voice. You didn't open it, did you? Take a guess. He forced himself to act calm. So what if you did? I was sure I was going to die at the time, so I just wrote a farewell letter. Ah, yes, of course. At most, it just contained some words of respect for the captain. Ah, yes, of course. And maybe some well wishes. Ah, yes, of course. Danetz erupted, can't you say anything else? Edward frowned and turned to look at him coldly. What did you just say? Danetz immediately straightened up and became painfully well-behaved. Slip of tongue. Please pretend you didn't hear that. Crap. I almost forgot, this man in front of me is the notoriously unpredictable and moody Gehrman Sparrow. I'm dead. I'm so dead. But just you wait, once I fully digest my Conspira potion and advance to Sequence 5, I won't have to be this scared of you anymore. Considering the Golden Dream was far too distant, Edward summoned Phoenix once again and entrusted it with escorting Danetz back to the ship. Before letting him go, Edward also handed him a portkey capable of teleporting to Backlund. Once you've seen Edwina, head to Backlund on your own and find Emlyn. Phew, Edward exhaled. What a long night. He turned to Lilith. Hungry. Starving. Edward pulled out a portable tent. Come on, let's cook. What are we eating? Grilled fish monster meat. Same kind we had on the white agate. I bought the leftovers and kept them frozen. Yay. Aboard the Unnamed. Klein finished a few slices of toasted bread, calling it a night's dinner. It had been almost an hour since Aldrich took the women ashore by rowboat. Now, on the entire massive passenger ship, only Klein and 3 or 4 sailors remained, those responsible for piloting and maintaining the vessel. Bored, Klein ascended once more above the grey fog. After summoning himself, he took on the Black Emperor's form through the card of blasphemy and tested the sea god's scepter out at a distance. Overall, he was quite satisfied. But without the buffering effect of the grey fog, the ceaseless tide of overlapping prayers began to wear on him again, unbearably so. Even Klein, with his strengthened spiritual body enhanced by the card of blasphemy and the copper whistle, could barely tolerate it. Ordinary Beyonders of the same sequence would probably go mad within minutes. After finishing his test of the sea god's scepter, Klein unsummoned himself and returned to the grey fog. He began contemplating how best to use it for playing the role of a faceless. Just days ago, Edward had said something about how, if ever given the chance, he'd like to impersonate an emperor, a pope, or even a god. And now, quite unexpectedly, it was Klein who was about to impersonate a god. Though Klein was already very experienced at pretending to be a god, there was a big difference between performing in the closed circle of the Tarot Club and facing an audience of hundreds of thousands. So, I need to thoroughly understand the Church of the Sea God first, its dogma, doctrine, objectives, and current situation. But to gather that kind of information, I'll have to go to the Rorstad archipelago myself and interact with the locals. Until then, I should tread carefully. With that thought, Klein extended his spirituality to touch the starlight clustering around the scepter. At once, a vivid scene unfolded before his eyes, and the murmuring hum of countless prayers became real. A thin, sallow-faced woman in plain clothes knelt before a shattered idol, whispering, "Great sea god, please, grant me a bit of food." She looked frail and utterly sickly. Yet the wish she offered was heartbreakingly simple. How could any god possibly respond to a prayer like that? Klein thought to himself. Especially considering what Edward said, that the original sea god was just a mad beast. He continued tapping into other points of starlight. Most of the believers were asking for peace and protection. Some, likely clergy, were requesting guidance. A few were like the first woman, begging simply for food. Klein curled his lip and muttered, if it were that easy to get food from a god, then divine blessings would really be cheap. Somewhere in the Rorstad archipelago. In a dilapidated hut, the same frail woman finished her daily prayer and slowly rose to her feet to go search for food again. She knew, deep down, that such prayers were futile. But it was the only thing she could still do. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly swept through the room, stirring the dust and forcing her to shield her eyes. When the wind died down, she opened them again, and froze. In front of the broken idol now lay several long loaves of bread. Stunned, she fell to her knees once more, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Thank you. Thank you for your gift. Praise be to you, sea god." And scenes just like this one occurred simultaneously across the Rorstad archipelago. Back above the grey fog, Klein set down the sea god's scepter and grumbled under his breath. "TCH. That food came from the great Mr. Fool, okay. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 405, peed on my own hand. I wonder if what I just did contradicts the sea god's original image or practices. I really hope I didn't mess it up. Klein withdrew his spirituality and left the world above the grey fog. He glanced at the ship's kitchen storeroom, where a huge portion of the bread was now missing. When Aldrich and the others returned and discovered that half the ship's bread had vanished, Klein wasn't sure what kind of conclusion they'd draw. Sigh, if only phones existed here. I could have just sent them a message to bring more on their way back. He pulled out his silver ritual dagger, dismantled the spiritual wall around the storeroom, and stepped out. He had chosen to perform the sacrifice here because carrying a huge pile of bread all the way back to his room would have looked far more suspicious. They're still not back. Checking his pocket watch, Klein walked toward the stern of the Unnamed, eyes trained on Bansi Island, now shrouded in a faint mist. Ah! Isn't that fog a lot thicker than before? And it looks like it's still getting denser. Before arriving at Bansi, Aldrich had warned him that the island was known for its unpredictable weather, to the point that it had earned the nickname, Weather Museum. Legend had it this oddity was tied to a local weather god once worshipped on the island. Klein had suspected that the evil god Edward mentioned might very well be that same entity. Bansi Harbor might be dangerous. Klein held up a pendulum crystal and softly chanted a divination statement. After repeating it several times, he opened his eyes and watched the citron pendant rotate in a clockwise direction, albeit slowly and with a small amplitude. There's danger, but it's within acceptable limits. So it shouldn't be too bad. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a scream pierced the silence of the night, sharp and panicked, followed closely by the unmistakable crack of gunfire. The sound came from the direction of Bansi Island. Something had gone wrong. Klein's heart sank. His fingers, resting against the railing, clenched slightly. The mist on the island was growing thicker and thicker. In moments, the once well-lit harbor had gone completely dark, swallowed in shadow like a land of the dead. So it really was the right decision not to go ashore. But then, a terrifying realization struck him. They haven't paid me yet. That was a full £1,500. Damn it. I should have made Aldrich pay at least part of the fee up front. Klein stared at Bansi Harbor, now thoroughly engulfed in fog. He watched as that same fog crept along the sea surface, slowly inching toward the Unnamed. His fingers began tapping rhythmically against the railing. Should he abandon the £1,500 and tell the crew to set sail immediately? Or risk going ashore to investigate? As he wrestled with the decision, a new idea struck him. Without hesitation, he ran back to his room under the puzzled gazes of the remaining crew. Once inside, he performed the now familiar ritual, prayed to himself, responded to himself, and summoned himself, then once again transformed into the black-armored, black-caped Black Emperor, sea god scepter in hand, and appeared over the ocean. Klein accelerated instantly, dashing out over the water to a spot 1 kilometer away from the unnamed. There, he raised the scepter. Storm. The moment the tiny blue-green gemstones embedded in the scepter lit up, the once relatively calm sea roared to life. One wave surged after another, each one taller than the last. Then, as if conjured from nowhere, a violent gale began to howl, stirring the pitch-black seawater and sweeping it in the direction of Bansi Harbor. Woo-oh! The piercing sound of the storm winds cut through the air. The fog that had been creeping over the sea was blown back along its path, forced to retreat. The gale pressed onward, pushing even the dense mist cloaking Bansi Harbor toward the island's interior. In less than 30 seconds, the fog had cleared from the port. It was once again visible beneath the moonlight, though the buildings on the island remained eerily dark. Klein seized the moment before the scepter's negative effects could manifest. Channeling his spirituality, he flew toward the harbor. He quickly spotted a group of people on the island being chased by over a dozen headless figures. But Aldrich and the women were not among them. Where did they go? Klein raised the sea god's scepter again. In the next second, lightning rained down from the sky, slamming into the headless figures. Amid the deafening thunderclaps, they were reduced to charred husks. Only then did the people being chased finally notice him. They looked up in disbelief at the figure hovering above the sea, a man clad in black armor and cloak, wielding a scepter. He loomed there like a god gazing down upon the mortal world, then vanished in a blink. A woman gasped, "The hero bandit Black Emperor. You know him?" "No. I just saw his information in the newspaper. I never imagined I'd encounter him here in Bansi Harbor." She murmured, "He appears when people are in danger, saves them from fire and water, asks for nothing in return, and disappears without a word. No wonder so many people admire him." Back above the gray fog, Klein massaged his aching temples. Even with a spirit body far stronger than most, the repeated use of the sea god's scepter had taken a toll. Maybe I really do need to reach sequence 5 to use this thing in extended combat. Muttering under his breath, he tossed the scepter into a nearby pile of miscellaneous items. Then he conjured a piece of parchment and wrote down a divination statement. Aldrich's current location. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and entered a hazy, dreamlike state. What he saw was Aldrich lying in a haystack, clutching his chest and throat, gasping violently for breath. That symptom, it was the witch's disease again. Klein attempted another divination for Olivia. He found her and the other women being shoved toward the shoreline by a group dressed like pirates. Pirates? Again. His expression shifted several times in rapid succession before he made a decision. If it was just pirates, then there was no need to be so hesitant. He immediately returned to the real world, ran out of the cabin, and shouted, "Set sail. Head for Bansi Harbor." A sailor looked at him, startled. "But the boss said." "He still owes me money," Klein said coldly. "I'm going to collect." Before long, the unnamed moved toward Bansi Harbor. When they were still 100 or 200 meters from shore, Klein snapped his fingers several times, conjuring flames that leapt across the water until he landed at the harbor. Then he pulled out his cane and used the dowsing method to quickly move in Aldrich's direction. He strode through the pitch-dark port, passed by the only building still lit, the telegraph office, and followed a winding side alley that twisted and turned until the path abruptly opened up. It led to a hillside behind the harbor. Far in the distance was a stretch of beach, and anchored just offshore was a black sailing ship flying a massive flag adorned with a white skull and crossbones. Through the haze of moonlight, Klein spotted ant-sized figures being marched toward the pirate ship. Advancing another 100 or 200 meters, he found Aldrich lying in the grass. Compared to the state he'd seen in the divination, the men now looked somewhat better. As expected of someone on the warrior pathway, physically resilient. The moment Klein appeared, Aldrich instinctively drew his revolver and pointed it, snarling, "Who's there?" "It's me. Mr. Sparrow." Aldrich was briefly stunned. Then, eyes brightening with hope, he struggled to sit up. "Please. Miss Olivia and the others have been taken by pirates. I beg you, please help rescue them." Klein looked down at him from above and said mildly, "Where's my 1,500 pounds? Aldrich froze, then gave a bitter laugh. "That much money? Of course I left it on the ship. I couldn't carry it on me." As he spoke, something occurred to him. He quickly added, "Mr. Sparrow, if you can rescue the ladies, the entire 2,500 pounds is yours." Klein's heart involuntarily skipped a beat, but he quickly frowned. "I don't get it. You went through all this trouble, risking your life, not even caring about the money. What's this really about?" Aldrich's expression froze for a second before he grew anxious. That I'll explain to you later. Please, just help them first." Klein studied him quietly for a few seconds and asked, "What do you know about the pirates who took them?" "Nothing." Aldrich shook his head. "We had just arrived at Miss Sophia's residence when we were attacked. It felt like the pirates were already lying in wait for us." Klein's frown deepened. Again with this kind of setup. Then how did you get injured? I wasn't hurt, Aldrich said. I suddenly felt weak all over, my throat was dry and burning, and I couldn't breathe, like I'd come down with a terrible illness. I think the pirate captain used some kind of beyonder power on me. The pirate captain? That surprised Klein. He had thought it was the witch hidden among the women who had acted. So, the pirate ship's captain is also a witch. Then what was the relationship between her and the one in the ladies' group? Were they enemies or allies? If they're allies, even if both are only sequence 5, I won't be able to handle them with just creeping hunger. The sea god's scepter could help, but the women are on that ship too. If I use it, they might all get drained to death. Better go take a look first. Klein started toward the pirate ship. Wait here. I'll give it a shot. But whether I succeed or not, the 2,500 pounds is mine. Before Aldrich could respond, Klein leapt away in a flash of fire. Under the cover of night, Klein quickly reached the beach and silently approached the black pirate ship. The women had already been herded aboard. He could hear their sobs from afar. Carefully, he slipped into the shadows cast by the hull of the ship. Lock them all in the hold, a woman's voice commanded. The speaker had black hair and wore a white linen shirt with beige trousers. Her figure was both commanding and alluring. Though her face wasn't clearly visible, Klein instantly sensed a subtle, dangerous allure emanating from her. She was undoubtedly the Witch Pathway pirate captain. The women were shoved along by the pirates and disappeared from view. So the witches in the ladies' group aren't working with this pirate captain. Interesting. That means there's still room to maneuver. As the women's sobs faded into the distance, the witch captain returned to her cabin. The black pirate ship raised its sails and slowly drifted away from the shore. Klein seized the moment and teleported aboard using flaming jump, landing in a shadowed, empty corner. He waited patiently until a lone pirate passed by, then stepped out in a flash, drew a paper knife from his pocket, and slit the man's throat in an instant. He caught the pirate's collapsing body, covering his mouth to silence him, and gently laid him down. Deep breath. That's it. Half a minute later, the pirate lay dead, eyes wide open in disbelief. Klein stripped off his clothes, stuffed the corpse into a nearby barrel, then rubbed his own face to shift his features, quickly morphing into the dead pirate's appearance. He walked out of the shadows as if nothing had happened. Barrow, you've been taking a piss for ages. Trying to slack off or what? A pirate carrying a bucket glanced over irritably. Klein wiped his hands on his pants and grunted, damn ship rocked midstream, I pissed on my own hand. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 406, Chapter 406, The Witch. As Klein spoke, he strode forward, pretending to wipe his hand on the pirate's clothes. The pirate immediately recoiled. Screw you. Stay the hell away from me. Klein chuckled and veered off to the side, all while carefully observing the layout of the pirate ship, where the crew was stationed, where the captain's cabin was located, and the entrance to the hold below deck. After one full circuit, Klein reached a conclusion. If he wanted to rescue the women, there was only one way, to eliminate the witch captain in one swift, overwhelming strike and use that shock to suppress the rest of the crew. Otherwise, once things devolved into a protracted fight, not only would he fail to save anyone, but he himself would fall into danger. With that in mind, he stopped stalling and strode toward the captain's cabin. He knocked on the wooden door. Captain. What is it? The reply was icy cold. Through the light shining from the cabin, Klein saw a silhouette approach the door. Creak. Just as the door opened, 2 bolts of lightning suddenly flashed in Klein's pupils. This was the psychic piercing granted by creeping hunger's herded soul. Tracy hadn't expected such a sudden assault the moment she opened the door. Her elegant jaw jerked upward sharply, as if she were about to let out a scream of excruciating pain. But the next second, her figure shattered like an illusion. The full-length mirror behind her cracked with a snap, then rapidly collapsed into shards that scattered across the floor. Mirror substitution. Tracy reappeared in the corner on the same side as the mirror. Klein, however, gave her no time to breathe. His left palm, gloved, pallid with a faint green hue, switched to zombie soul, muscles tensing, strength surging, and his fist slamming down like a hammer. Tracy rolled across the floor with agility that defied her gender and refined appearance, narrowly dodging the devastating blow. But in the same instant, 3 paper-formed throwing knives and an air bullet sealed off every path of retreat. Paw. Her figure abruptly shrank, transforming into a snapped black rod, then instantly reappeared in a diagonal corner. Her mouth opened slightly, and an invisible shriek rang out. From within her body surged a spectral, blue-tinged halo. Wherever it passed, layers of frost formed and spread outward in ripples. Simultaneously, more than a dozen black flames condensed into bullets and shot toward Klein. In an instant, they riddled his body like a sieve and began rapidly melting him. But his form turned into scraps of paper. When he reappeared, Klein was already back at the entrance of the captain's cabin. Creeping hunger shifted forms once again, and he raised both arms in a hug the sun gesture. Boom. A grand and radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, wrapped in golden flames, enveloping the entire captain's cabin. Sensing the terrifying divine aura, Tracy's expression flickered. A wave of faint blue light surged from within her, and with a fluid motion, she sealed herself within a massive, transparent crystalline shell of ice. The golden flame pillar dropped straight down the next moment, swiftly melting the thick block of ice, but it failed to truly injure her. Klein's eyes flickered. He knew it was time to retreat. Even with creeping hunger, this was still a Sequence 6 challenging a Sequence 5. A surprise assassination had failed to end it in the opening moments. Now that his opponent had stabilized, he'd be the one in danger if he lingered. Not to mention, the most terrifying part of a Sequence 5, which was her invisible and omnipresent diseases. Tracy's voice, slightly hoarse, rang out. "Who are you?" Klein grinned. "Gehrman Sparrow." Tracy's pupils contracted sharply. "Impossible." Her reaction caught Klein slightly off guard, but he didn't dwell on it. He immediately seized the opportunity to switch creeping hunger's ability again. Frenzy of the psychiatrist. Already emotionally agitated, Tracy nearly broke down under the attack and briefly lost all rationality. Snap. Klein snapped his fingers. An air bullet shot across the cabin, heading straight for Tracy's still twisted yet beautiful face. Suddenly, a thick, jet-black strand of hair lashed out, deflecting the air bullet off course. It struck Tracy's shoulder instead, tearing through flesh and exposing the white of bone beneath. Ah! Tracy screamed in agony. Black flames surged endlessly from her body, engulfing her completely. Without mercy, Klein struck again with frenzy, shattering the crystalline ice she had begun to condense for defense, pushing her once again into a state of mental collapse. Bang. 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 3 more air bullets, equivalent in force to rifle rounds, tore toward Tracy's pale, beautiful head. Got her. Joy flickered in Klein's eyes. But just then, a hand, smooth, delicate, and as white as jade, appeared in front of Tracy's face, intercepting all 3 air bullets. They struck the warm, soft palm, and failed to leave even a single mark. "Ah, child, you really do make me worry." A soft, melodious voice echoed in the air, its direction impossible to place. It sounded left, then right, ahead, then behind. In the next instant, a white figure materialized at Tracy's side. This newcomer was even more beautiful than Tracy, her features sweet and youthful, her charm restrained and playful, like a teenage girl who had yet to fully mature. Klein's heart missed a beat. His spirituality suddenly boiled over. The woman before him was at least a demigod. Bansi Harbor. 2 figures, one tall and one small, stepped out from the spirit world and appeared in front of the port's only still-lit building, the telegraph office. The taller one was a bronze-skinned, medium-built middle-aged man with dark hair and brown eyes. The smaller was a black-haired girl with a mischievous glint in her eyes and a bob haircut. Isaac Eggers, and Miss Death Priscilla. "Hey, finally found you," said Medici with a grin. The crimson-armored man, still stained with blood, looked cheerfully at the ominous building radiating danger. Then he stepped inside first. Priscilla followed, glancing curiously around. "You sure the person you're looking for is here? Isn't this just a telegraph station?" Medici's lips curved into a nostalgic smile. "But this is Bansi." The moment the 3 stepped into the office, their surroundings changed drastically. In just a blink, they had arrived on a desolate island. A long stairway rose to its peak, where a black iron chair stood. On either side of the steps were inverted candle holders, 41 on the left, 40 on the right. Where the wooden building had once been, now stood a massive sacrificial altar soaked with blood and strewn with white bones. Who knew how many had died there? Kneeling at the center of the altar was a woman with a pale face and labored breathing. She appeared gravely wounded, her body surrounded by mist-like, deadly pathogens. If Klein were here, he would immediately recognize her, one of the women from the Ladies' Circle. The kind that had remained utterly obscure from beginning to end, transparency among transparents. "You're quite good at hiding, Panatia," Medici sneered with arms folded. Lady Despair, Panatia, looked over calmly. "But in the end, you still found me, didn't you?" After the Great Smog incident, Medici discovered that the lone royal family had secretly handed the promised conqueror's beyonder characteristic not to the Demonist sect as agreed, but to one of their own witches. According to Medici's calculations, this transfer should have only happened when George III performed his advancement ritual to Sequence 0. But the sudden turn of events, the royal assassinations and political unrest, forced George III to seek powerful allies sooner than expected. The Demonist sect, clearly, was one such potential ally, and the only thing that could move them would be that very conqueror's characteristic. Upon confirming this, Medici went straight to Caterina. After a match of wit and power, Caterina admitted the characteristic wasn't with her. Following the trail, he eventually concluded that it had been taken by this Lady Despair, Panatia, the very same witch who had triggered the smog with unknown methods and then vanished entirely from all known locations. Medici had lost her trail, until he caught the faintest whiff of the Conqueror's aura aboard the White Agate. Chasing her scent across the seas, he finally arrived at Bansi Harbor and confirmed that the witch had hidden herself here. Heh, clever. Real clever, Medici chuckled darkly. You thought to use the aura of City of Calamity that still clings to Bansi to mask the presence of the Conqueror's characteristic, and then quietly smuggle it back to the witch sect's headquarters. Too bad your luck ran out. Did you forget whose territory Bansi used to be? Panatia smiled faintly, her expression serene. Why do you assume it was luck that brought you here? Isn't it possible we lured you in on purpose? Medici's eyes narrowed. Panatia let out a bitter laugh. I'm sorry to tell you, the characteristic you're after, it's not with me. I only learned the truth after entering this place, that from the beginning, I was the one meant to be sacrificed. Despite all my efforts, taking special potions to make myself undetectable, setting up multiple escape plans just to evade your eyes, and the eyes of others. Although a few unexpected things happened along the way, I still succeeded. But in the end, I realized, the more I did, the better I hid, the more suitable I became as bait. Because only then could I draw everyone's attention. So, even someone like you, a master of conspiracies and manipulation, still fell for it, didn't you? Medici's expression darkened, and 2 extra mouths suddenly sprouted from his cheeks. But before they could utter a sound, Medici forcefully suppressed them. Let's go. He turned to leave. You're not going anywhere, Your Excellency. Blood began to pour from Panatia's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Her hair writhed like a nest of serpents, transforming into venomous tongues lined with fangs. Her face and body twisted, smooth scales sprouting across her skin. Her frame swelled grotesquely as a rust-red poisonous fog surged toward them. Priscilla jumped in fright and hid behind Azek. Mr. Azek, she's going full mythical form already. Isn't she afraid of dying? Medici frowned. Forget the talk. Just teleport us out. Azek shook his head slightly. The space here is strange. I can't traverse the spirit world to leave. Because of City of Calamity's lingering influence. Medici flexed his fingers. Then we'll just have to finish her off first. His figure blurred as he dashed forward. His crimson hair trailed behind like burning flames. A fiery orange-red spear coalesced in his palm and, with a mighty throw, he shouted. Let's end this quickly. On the Black Death. The moment Klein confirmed the white-robed woman's identity as at least a demigod, he used Flaming Jump without hesitation. But this time, he only managed to land just outside the captain's cabin. He staggered, nearly collapsing. His strength felt completely drained. His chest burned like a coal had lodged inside it, agonizing and hot. His consciousness began to blur. But he didn't give up. He bit down on his tongue hard, using the sharp pain to stay awake, then stumbled toward the ship's edge. A few pirates tried to intercept him, he blasted their heads open with their bullets before they could get close. Katerina leisurely walked to the doorway. With a flick of her wrist, she sent out a fingernail-sized black flame, which instantly ignited Klein as he reached the edge of the ship. Whoosh! He turned into a charred paper figurine again. Moments later, bang bang bang, several air bullets flew straight for Katerina's head. This time, she didn't block them. She tilted her neck slightly and let them shoot past. Then came the sound of a splash. How interesting, Katerina smiled, cocking her head. So that was the Gehrman Sparrow you told me about. Even in a situation like that, he dared strike at me. He's certainly crazy enough. Just, not strong enough. The unspoken implication, you nearly got done in by this kind of trash. Pathetic. Tracy, pale and clutching her injured shoulder, remained silent. She was beginning to realize that man might not be Gehrman Sparrow at all. She had heard of people impersonating Fire Fist Ace and Gehrman Sparrow recently, but this one didn't seem quite like the others. If you ever let someone like this, Gehrman Sparrow, push you to the brink again, Katerina said coldly, I won't step in next time. Because. Smack. A bright red handprint appeared across her flawless cheek. Her head snapped back from the force. Instantly, black flames ignited around her. She spun, furious and alert, eyes scanning her surroundings. Who? Good evening, Katerina. A woman stepped out of the air as though she'd simply walked through a veil. She wore a long black dress and looked to be in her early 20s. Her skin was flawless, her face not strikingly beautiful but peaceful, with a quiet, gentle smile. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 320 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 407, Chapter 407, Still Alive. Katerina's expression shifted dramatically. Lady Crismona, you're not. Not what? Not supposed to be here because Judith was supposed to lure me away. Chrismona smiled faintly. Shouldn't you be more curious where Judith went instead? As a high-ranking member of the demonist sect, Katerina naturally understood the terrifying significance of the woman before her. Beyond the deity-like primordial demonists who occasionally issued divine edicts, the highest authorities within the sect were a pair of twin sisters. Chrismona and Judith, the divine twin daughters of the primordial demoness, revered as the foremothers of all high-ranking demonesses. However, during the War of the Four Emperors, Chrismona had mysteriously betrayed the demonist sect. She not only ambushed several key members of the sect but also repeatedly disrupted major plans. For instance, Trissy Cheek, the planned vessel for the descent of the primordial demoness, had been taken by her. She had also nearly slain Panatia during the recent Great Smog incident while trying to stop it. But wasn't she supposed to have been drawn away by Lady Judith? Why was she now appearing here? The sudden appearance of two stunning women aboard the pirate ship caused all the pirates to widen their eyes in shock. Those familiar with Tracy quickly averted their gazes, while the lower-ranked ones couldn't suppress the lust gleaming in their eyes. And then, their skin rapidly shriveled and blackened, cracking like stone and falling in chunks to the deck, where it shattered to dust. Cold sweat beaded on Katerina's forehead. The scene left Tracy genuinely stunned. This was the first time she had seen her mother lose composure so completely. Just who was this Lady Chrismona? A high-ranking figure in the demonist sect. But even high-ranking members should only command respect, not such raw, uncontrollable fear. At that moment, Chrismona extended her hand. Hand it over. Hand over what? Katerina drew a slow breath, calming herself. The conquerors beyond her characteristic the lone royal family gave to your sect. That was taken by Panatia. No. Chrismona shook her head gently. If I've come in person, it means I'm sure it's with you. Hand it over directly, or I'll kill you and take it myself. Choose. Katerina gritted her teeth. Lady Chrismona, if I really wanted to escape, could you stop me? You're free to try. Katerina's eyes flickered as if struggling violently within. Half a minute passed before she finally closed her eyes. The strength seemed to drain from her body. Tracy. Tracy nodded. Bearing the pain in her shoulder, she hurried down to the cargo hold below deck and soon returned, leading the group of women they had just locked up. All of them wore expressions of fear, not knowing what fate awaited them. Olivia, too, put on a terrified expression, though in truth she was secretly watching for a chance to escape. Just then, she saw a white-robed woman, so beautiful that even she couldn't help feeling her heart flutter, walking toward her. The woman reached out a hand. Olivia knew she couldn't wait any longer. Her right hand fingernails suddenly elongated, marked with mystical patterns and symbols. She slashed fiercely toward the woman. But the very next instant, her body froze in place. A layer of white-blue frost rapidly encased her, sealing her in ice. Chrismona hadn't even looked at her. Because Katerina's real target wasn't Olivia, it was the woman hiding behind her, Sophia, the one who had previously greeted Edward with Olivia. As Sophia stared in shock, Katerina's hand plunged into her chest and pulled out a crystalline, heart-sized organ that pulsed with life. Sophia looked down blankly at the empty cavity in her chest. Then her consciousness faded, and she collapsed lifelessly. Katerina held the still dripping beyond her characteristic, hesitated for a second, then tossed it lightly toward Chrismona. The latter glanced down, caught it lazily, and dropped it into a simple-looking bracelet on her wrist. Then she gave a small nod. Thank you. Goodbye. Tell Cheek I said hello. Katerina's eye twitched. Why me? I'm not even her daughter. Telling her hello for you, do you want me dead? Chrismona turned and stepped off the ship. Like a nymph from a wintry lake, she walked barefoot across the sea, each step conjuring a floating shard of ice beneath her foot, which melted into the water as soon as she passed. As her figure slowly faded into the distance, Katerina turned back to Tracy and said coldly, "This mission is a failure. Your chance to advance to despair is gone." Tracy's expression remained calm. "I'm in no hurry. Stay at sea and play pirate admiral for now. The demonist sect is likely to be swept into a lot of unpredictable chaos soon, keep your distance." "I understand." Just then, Katerina's figure faded from view and vanished from the Black Death. Tracy's expression became conflicted. Truth be told, she resented her mother deeply for forcibly transforming her into a woman. But she couldn't deny that her mother did have feelings for her. Still, I really would rather turn back into a man. On the other side, Chrismona strolled calmly across the sea, advancing steadily through the crashing waves as if she were simply walking along a quiet street. No one knew how long had passed when, all of a sudden, a rift opened ahead of her. Isaac Eggers stepped out from the spirit world with Priscilla, and Medici appeared the very next moment, ice cold as he glared at her. "Hand it over. Lord Medici." Chrismona offered a soft smile. "I've been expecting you." Just then, a tall figure emerged behind Chrismona. She had long, silky black hair and deep sapphire blue eyes that glittered like stars. Her attire was simple yet elegant, distinctly out of place in this era, and it accentuated her graceful figure. The moment she saw Medici, her beautiful face blossomed into a radiant smile. It's been a while, Medici. Rare for him, Medici's emotions surged violently. He whispered in disbelief. You're not dead. Lilith. The next day. As the sun slowly rose over the sea, signaling the start of a new week, Lilith came dashing out of the tent barefoot, laughing gleefully as she ran along the beach. Every now and then, she bent down to scoop up seashells, crabs, and other tide pool treasures left behind by the receding waters. By the time Edward stepped out of the tent, the little one already had her arms full. Grinning with pride, she ran back, boasting, Edward. Look how much I found. Then seafood it is for breakfast. Eat it. She froze for a second, then quickly turned her body away and exclaimed, No way. I'm going to raise them as pets. Edward narrowed his eyes with a smile. Are you sure you don't want to eat them? Nope. 20 minutes later. Lilith squatted in front of a campfire where a grill rack had been set up. She stared at the seafood roasting over the flames, drooling slightly. Why isn't it ready yet? Miss Lilith is starving. Edward mixed up a simple dipping sauce using the few seasonings they had, placing the bowl on a makeshift table. It's ready. Careful, it's hot. I'm not afraid. She extended her tiny hand, already wrapped in a thin layer of icy frost that insulated against the heat, and skillfully began eating the roasted crab. After they'd eaten their fill, Edward took Lilith with him and teleported directly to Byam. Their destination, the Amiris Leaf Bar on the island. Perhaps due to the early hour, there were only a few patrons inside. Some were slumped over tables, others sprawled out asleep, likely leftover drunks from the previous night. Edward walked in and, seeing the empty bar counter, knocked and called out, Anyone there? Are you open for business or not? Hey. After a moment, a sleepy-looking young man in a bartender's uniform walked out, rubbing his eyes. He still looked half asleep and confused. Ugh, who the hell's drinking this early? Yawn. He yawned again mid-sentence. Edward pointed at himself. Do you know me? The bartender blinked. Should I? Dawn. Huh. Edward shrugged. Thanks. Sorry to bother you. As Edward turned and walked out with Lilith, the bartender's grogginess gave way to irritation. He snapped, You've got to be kidding me. Waking me up this early just to ask if I know you. What are you, a gold pound or a gold coin? So what if I did? Ugh. Don't let me catch you again, you better believe I'll make you pay. Lilith, hearing the bartender's angry rant, turned back with puffed cheeks. Edward, he's yelling at you. Miss Lilith will teach him a lesson. No need, Edward replied sheepishly. It's my fault. If I were him, I'd be even angrier. Oh. Lilith tilted her head. So, what are we doing again? Looking for someone. Who? Someone from the Dawn, one of Bernadette's people. Oh. She nodded with a slightly confused look. Why not just send a messenger to Bernadette directly? Edward smiled. No need to bother her with something this minor. Let's go, next place. Soon, they arrived at another bar a few streets away. Fortunately, this one was already open, with staff tidying up for the day. Edward walked in as usual. The bartender immediately said, Sir, we're still cleaning up. If you're here to drink, please wait a little. Well. Edward cleared his throat. Do you know me? Dawn. Thanks. Before the men could respond, Edward took Lilith's hand and quickly left again. Then came the third, the fourth. By the time the clock neared 10:30, Edward once again emerged from a bar empty-handed. Just as he was about to ask again, a woman pushing a cart of fruit came walking toward him. She had sun-kissed brown skin, looking very much like a native of the Rorstad archipelago. As she neared, she glanced at Edward with a conflicted expression and sighed. Mr. Edward, must you really let all of Byam know that the Dawn has an informant here? Edward scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Sorry. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 408, Playing the Role of a Witch. It wasn't that Edward was deliberately making trouble for the Dawn or unaware of the stakes involved, it was simply that he truly needed their help for something important. I need a favor from you. The woman simply lowered her head and pushed the fruit cart under the shade of a nearby tree. Talk while you pick your fruit. Edward followed her over, casually picking up a banana and handing it to Lilith. She peeled it without hesitation and bit in with a big If she were in her cat form, she probably wouldn't have cared much for fruit, but now. A different story. How many people from Dawn are stationed in Byam, or rather, in the Rorstad archipelago in general? The woman jumped in alarm. What are you planning? Just to help me spread a message. Edward explained, I need you to stir up some noise, create buzz that ancient elven ruins have been discovered on Longtail Island and Tiana Island. The news needs to sound as credible as possible, enough to convince the churches and the military to divert their attention there. The woman frowned and thought for a moment. That's not too difficult. She didn't bother to ask Edward why. When it came to matters like this, the less you knew, the safer you were. Edward's reasoning was quite straightforward. Now that sea god Calvetua was dead and the elven ruins where he had hidden himself had been thoroughly raided, Edward hadn't forgotten there was still another ruin. That place, allegedly, contained an extraordinary item possibly no less valuable than the sea god's scepter, the Book of Calamity. Whether or not the book itself possessed any extraordinary powers didn't matter. If it even mentioned supernatural abilities in its content, then with the help of his silverfish, he could consume it and acquire those powers. The only problem. He still had to learn Elvish. Edward didn't know if the Church of Storms had realized this yet or already begun searching, so he figured he'd have Dawn spread some false information first, perhaps it would mislead or delay any serious investigation. Meanwhile, he would head to Simime Island and try to use the items he had recovered from Calvetua's ruins to assist in a divination search. Worst case. He found nothing. Best case. He struck gold. So, Edward asked, how long do you think it'll take for the rumor to take effect? The woman smiled confidently. If we're just talking about Byam, by tonight it'll be on everyone's lips. Within 2 or 3 days, the whole Rorstad archipelago will be buzzing. But if you want it to seem more convincing, we'll need to actually send people to those islands to investigate. That'll take a little more time. Much appreciated. Do I owe you any compensation? No need, she said, shaking her head. Her Majesty's orders were to fulfill any of your requests within our abilities. At that, she barely held back her curiosity. Just what exactly is the relationship between this guy and the Queen? Even Catlia, who was practically like a daughter to Her Majesty, didn't get this kind of treatment. Edward casually picked up 2 unfamiliar fruits and nodded in thanks, preparing to leave, but the woman called out after him, Hey, sir, you haven't paid. Didn't you just say? That's different, she said, righteous and unbothered. The fake news is on Dawn's and the Queen's tab. But these fruits. That's my money. Edward fished out a gold coin and handed it over. The woman beamed. Thanks, boss. Come again anytime. Edward walked off, holding Lilith's hand. Lilith clutched the banana peel in one hand and stared curiously at the yellow fruit Edward had just bought. Its skin was made of rough, jagged segments. At first glance, it kind of resembled a devil fruit. Edward, what is that? I have no idea. Is it tasty? Let me try. Edward peeled it open, tore off a piece of the white flesh, and popped it into his mouth. A look of bliss immediately overtook his face. Wow. So good. Pure sweetness, no sourness at all. The juice just bursts in your mouth. Lilith bounced in place. Let Miss Lilith try. Let Miss Lilith try. She took the fruit, tore off a large chunk, and stuffed it into her mouth with eager anticipation. Only for her face to instantly scrunch up. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried out, You are so sour. At the same time, Edward, who had been all smiles a moment ago, spat out the fruit with a tortured expression, though he was laughing gleefully. Ah. Lilith, teary-eyed, glared at him. You lied to me. Ah. The little one was fuming. She brandished the yellow fruit like a weapon and charged at him, trying to force it into his mouth. Edward turned and bolted, and Lilith chased after him, shrieking with righteous fury. The comical chase between what looked like a pair of father and daughter drew the attention of passers-by. Most couldn't help but smile warmly at the sight. By noon, after enjoying a hearty local-style meal at the largest restaurant on the island, Edward bought a nautical map of the Rorstad archipelago and quickly located Simime Island. Because the Berserk Sea overlapped and influenced the spirit world, one could use navigational coordinates from the physical world as a reference while traversing the disasters of the spiritual realm. Once he had a good grasp of the island's general location and how to teleport there, Edward lifted his fruit juice and exchanged glances with Lilith. She instantly turned her head away with a pout. Edward chuckled and rubbed her head, then looked around the restaurant. He had to admit, the fruit vendor's efficiency was astounding. In just the past hour, the patrons in the restaurant were already gossiping about a group of adventurers who had discovered ancient ruins on Longtail Island. Their chatter was animated and full of detail, as though the ruins truly existed. Many listeners were visibly excited, itching to set out themselves, maybe they'd even get lucky and strike it rich. At this rate, the whole city would likely be buzzing about it before nightfall. Even if the Sea King of the Church of Storms suspected the news was false, he'd almost certainly still go to investigate. After all, there was always that tiny chance it was true. And that meant he could head to Simime Island without interference. Although, there's still a couple of hours before the tarot gathering. Should I find somewhere safe to wait it out before heading over? TSK, speaking of which, I wonder if Klein will bring Lilith and Bernadette to the gathering this time. Finished eating, Lilith? Finished. Help me chill this. Edward handed over his juice. The little one stared at him in disbelief. Miss Lilith is still mad at you. But she still obediently grasped the base of the cup, channeling her frost abilities through her palm. Edward immediately showered her with unrepentant flattery. Miss Lilith is amazing. Of course. She responded instinctively. All right then, our Miss Lilith is so magnanimous, she wouldn't stay mad over a little joke, right? Lilith hurriedly replied, of course not. Let's go, then, time to take you on an adventure. Edward took her little hand, and the father-daughter pair walked out of the restaurant. Once they reached a secluded spot, they stepped into the spirit world, heading straight toward that deep, gloomy region. The howling wind shrieked from all directions, and even the residual gusts sent a bone-deep chill coursing through Edward's body, a cold that seemed to rise from his very soul. He quickly transformed Lilith back into her kitten form and tucked her safely into his coat. More dangerous than the icy winds were the occasional flickers of eerie lightning. Edward did his best to avoid them. A trip that would normally take a few seconds, maybe 10 at most, ended up taking nearly 7 or 8 minutes. When he finally exited the spirit world, Edward found himself on an island even more rundown and primitive than Byam. The harbor here had clearly gone years without maintenance, everything looked dilapidated. The island only had a modest-sized town. The locals all wore traditional native garb, and to avoid standing out, Edward changed both his and Lilith's appearance, their clothes, skin color, and facial features, to blend in with the locals. Huh. Lilith stood outside a shop window, staring curiously at her new reflection. Miss Lilith looks different now. Which one do you like more? She thought for a moment. I like both. No matter what I look like, Miss Lilith is always the cutest in the world. Haha, of course. Edward was just about to take her to find an inn and wait for the tarot gathering, when an angry voice echoed from the port. If you leave now, don't ever come back. Edward, Lilith, and the nearby onlookers all turned their heads. A local couple, both with darker complexions, seemed to be in the middle of a dramatic argument. The girl looked furious, the boy, dejected. Renee, it's not that I want to leave. I have nothing right now. I have to go out there and try to make something of myself. The boy was tall and lanky, his face full of internal conflict. The girl, with her flaxen hair tied back, glared at him. Try to what, exactly? The boy clenched the handle of his suitcase tighter and, after a long hesitation, turned and walked away. Winter. You coward. Renee shouted after him, her voice trembling with rage. The boy didn't respond. Head down, he made his way toward the dock. Watching them disappear, Edward frowned slightly. Their names, why do they sound so familiar? After a brief pause, his extraordinary memory kicked in. He suddenly remembered. Winter and Renee. 2 minor background characters from the original novel. They had only a few lines of appearance when Klein played the Faceless. As Edward recalled, the boy had left to become an adventurer in order to earn enough money to be worthy of the girl. But he ended up picking up an extraordinary characteristic and died from corruption. Klein had taken on his identity, returned to Simime Island, and said goodbye to the girl under the pretense of heading off on a long journey. Edward glanced at his pocket watch, then smiled and said, Lilith, tell me, what should a witch do in this kind of situation? Lilith bit her finger and shook her head. Dunno. Then listen carefully. Sometimes, when opportunity doesn't exist, you create it. When there's no demand, you create demand. He leaned down and whispered something in her ear. Lilith might not have understood fully, but she nodded enthusiastically nonetheless. Aboard the passenger ship at Simime Harbor. The boy named Winter sat on the deck, leaning blankly against the railing, his mind adrift. He truly liked Renee. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. But his parents had died young, leaving him with nothing. He had no idea what he could offer her. How could he ever give her happiness? That was why he had decided to leave home, head to Byam, or maybe even farther, work hard for a few years, and come back with enough money to confess and propose. Young man, you seem lost. A voice called out. An elderly woman approached, leaning on a cane. Her skin was rough and gnarled like tree bark, her deep wrinkles creasing her face, and her eyes bulging unsettlingly from their sockets. Huh. Winter quickly stood up. You're hesitating, uncertain, wondering whether to leave Simime or not, whether to entrust your future to the unknown path of adventure. You. The old woman paused, tilting her head slightly as if listening to something, then continued, in truth, what you want is to stay here. To stay with that girl. But you're afraid you can't take care of her, aren't you? What? How do you know that? Winter was startled, but then gave a self-deprecating laugh. Yeah, if I had enough money, why would I even need to leave? The old woman then produced a bright red apple from thin air. I want to make a deal with you, she said. If you eat this apple, I will give you enough money to live out the rest of your life happily with the girl you love. Note, 425 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 409, Concealment. What? Winter stared at the old woman in shock. Why, you're joking, right? I'm not joking, the old woman smiled. This is just a transaction. Each party gets what they want. Winter suddenly realized something. You're the legendary witch. Shoo. The old woman raised a finger to her lips. Winter's heart turned cold as he discovered his mouth had mysteriously disappeared. He panicked and reached up, only to feel smooth skin where his lips should be. Over 10 seconds later, his mouth returned. Winter gasped frantically, breathing hard for several moments. When he finally spoke, his voice was trembling. If I don't eat it, what happens? The old woman calmly retracted the apple. Then that's that. Seeing she was about to leave, Winter gritted his teeth and called out, wait. I want to know, if I eat the apple, what happens to me? Will I die? No, the old woman gave a chilling smile. But after your death, your soul will become part of my collection. Winter's heart skipped a beat. Then, why me? Because I like souls like yours, young, filled with love and belief. Sweet, nourishing, interesting. She added, forget it. I don't like pushing people into a deal. I'll just look for another target. As she spoke, she turned and walked away, her figure gradually fading into transparency. Like that little girl from earlier. She seems quite nice too. Little girl. Winter's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively reached out to grab the old woman, but the clothes on his body suddenly tightened, yanking him backwards. The next moment, a multicolored serpent tongue coiled around his neck, slithering up to his face and flicking its bright red forked tip at him. Winter immediately raised both hands and shouted desperately. I'll do it. I'll eat it. Oh. The old woman's form reappeared. She reached out with her withered, bone-like fingers, holding that alluring red apple. Then come. Winter took a deep breath and opened his mouth wide, biting into the apple and devouring it ravenously. He didn't stop until the whole fruit, including the core, was gone. Excellent. The old woman tossed a bulging bag to the ground in front of him. Through the open mouth of the sack, Winter could clearly see it was filled to the brim with gleaming banknotes, gold pound notes, no less. A rough estimate put the amount at several £100s. To an ordinary person, that was more than enough to live a comfortable life till death. From this moment on, your soul belongs to me. Now go, live your life to the fullest. The old woman grinned, baring yellowed teeth. Oh, and one more thing, there's no need to keep our deal a secret. You can tell anyone. If someone else wants to make a deal with me, I'll show up in due time. Of course, that includes you too. If your word brings me more souls, who knows, I may not even need yours anymore. Hee 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 hee. With a series of sinister, rasping chuckles, she vanished into thin air. Winter gasped violently, clutching his chest as his heart pounded like thunder. After a while, he grabbed the sack and plunged a hand into it. Real. All real money. At that moment, the ship's steam whistle blew. The vessel was about to depart. Winter scrambled to his feet and sprinted toward the gangway, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Wait, stop. I want to get off. Let me off the boat." Meanwhile, at the pier, the old woman's form twisted and shrank rapidly, becoming small and delicate. She reverted to Lilith's shape. A moment later, Edward removed his invisibility cloak. How was it? Do you feel any digestion of the potion? Lilith nodded and raised 2 fingers. A little. Once news of the witch spreads, your potion should digest even more. The reason Edward had Lilith portray the witch in this way was because of what happened on the pirate ship. When she conjured that red apple and fed it to a pirate, it had shown signs of aiding her potion digestion. And since Edward hadn't come up with any better way to fulfill the witch role, he decided to stick with the public's fairy tale perception of witches. Mysterious, sinister, strange, frightening. In short, the general public's impression of witches leaned heavily negative. Lilith asked, "Edward, do I have to spend that much money every time I play the witch?" "What are you thinking?" "Of course not. That whole bag of money was just transfigured. That's the real witchy flair, right?" Edward chuckled. Once your witch reputation starts to spread, you'll be able to portray it using truly iconic methods. Not only won't it cost money, people might even pay you. Okay. Let's go. Time to get ready for the tarot meeting. The two entered the inn. Edward approached the front desk and said, "One standard room, please." The thin innkeeper glanced up and replied coldly, "Valid identification." Edward casually produced a slip of paper and used a confundus charm on it. But the innkeeper only frowned. "Damn it, why'd they have to pick my place? There's another inn across the street, isn't there?" That reaction gave Edward pause. Then he remembered, on this island, the natives were often looked down upon, while they fawned over their colonizers from loan. He waved the paper again and changed the information to a loan identity. "Open your eyes and look carefully." The innkeeper froze, then immediately bowed and smiled ingratiatingly. "Why yes, of course, sir. Would you prefer a room with an ocean view or a quieter, more private one?" His loan was heavily accented, laced with the spicy rhythm of native dialect, and his face was practically groveling. Quiet and discreet. After paying, the innkeeper personally escorted them to the room, tossing out flattery the whole way before reluctantly leaving. Edward scoffed. Seems like every world has people like this, those who scorn their own and grovel before colonizers and invaders. Then he pulled out a squashed golden goblet he'd found in Calvetua's ruin and began preparing a divination. The place on this island related to this goblet. The place on this island related to this goblet. After the seventh repetition, Edward leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, entering the illusory, dreamlike realm. Unfortunately, it remained shrouded in pitch-black darkness, nothing was visible at all. Was the divination phrase too vague? Edward thought for a moment and decided to go with a simpler, cruder one. The location of the Book of Calamity. This time, the dreamscape presented a hazy, indistinct image. It showed a dark-colored ancient book bound in sheepskin parchment, with several words written in Elvish on its cover. Edward couldn't read them, but could guess they said the Book of Calamity. The book lay quietly amidst a pile of ruined debris. The surroundings were misty, but the style looked similar to the ruins they had previously explored. Then the scene shattered, and Edward awakened from the dream. "That's all I get." He pulled out his wand again and tried dowsing. The location of the Book of Calamity. The wand wobbled uncertainly in front of him but didn't lean in any particular direction. TCH. How the hell am I supposed to find it like this? Lilith, seated on the edge of the bed, kicked her little legs back and forth. "Edward, what are you trying to find?" An extraordinary item called the Book of Calamity. It's connected in some way to the elven ruins we explored before, you know, the one with the sea serpent. Oh, she nodded. Didn't that ruin get discovered by that big bird last time? Maybe you can ask it if it can find this one too. Edward's eyes lit up. He smacked his forehead. Right. That was dumb of me. A chilly gust blew into the room as Phoenix spread its wings and emerged from the spirit world. Who do you need me to deliver a message to? Not a message this time, I need to find a place. Confusion flashed across Phoenix's eyes. There should be another location on this island that's similar to the ruins we explored yesterday. They were both left behind by the ancient elves. Can you locate it? Edward handed over the golden goblet. This cup probably still holds traces of their aura. It might help. Phoenix grasped the goblet in its claws. I'll try. Much appreciated. It nodded and returned to the spirit world. Edward stretched out on the bed, loosening up as he yawned. All we can do now is wait patiently. The tarot gathering, the elven ruins, and his first online class tonight. Yep, it's going to be another packed day. Elsewhere. The freezing seawater shocked the disease-stricken and unconscious Klein awake. He found himself sinking rapidly into the pitch-black depths of the sea. Fortunately, neither the pirates from the ship nor the suspected demigod which had pursued him. Enduring the searing pain in his chest, Klein quickly caused creeping hunger to turn pale and take on a ghostly green hue. Instantly, the surrounding seawater began to freeze, layering into sheets of frost. Before the frost could fully crystallize into solid ice, Klein flung his arms wide. Using the power of a zombie, he shattered the frost and hurled it outward, where it dispersed further into the surrounding waters. This created a narrow vacuum of space devoid of water. As seawater rushed in to reclaim the void, Klein extended his left palm and released another wave of chilling force. Sheets of frozen seawater formed, constructing thick ice walls that sealed him into a standing-sized space where he could move and speak, though only barely. Klein took 4 counterclockwise steps and chanted his honorific name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, and quickly elevated his spirit body to above the gray fog. There, he grabbed the sea god's scepter, combined it with the Black Emperor card and the bronze whistle, then condensed a spiritual body that flew off to summon a massive sea creature nearby, a giant fish that immediately swallowed the entire ice prison in one gulp and began swimming aimlessly away from the area. Klein didn't linger either. He returned to the real world and regained control of his body. Everything around him was pitch black, he couldn't even see his own fingers. The sound of a loud, booming heartbeat echoed from deep within the sea beast. He shivered, not just because of the witch's disease, but also from the bitter cold surrounding him on all sides. He pulled out the sun brooch and injected it with spiritual power. A wave of internal warmth rose from within him, not real heat, but enough to make him feel significantly better. Whew. Letting out a long breath, Klein could feel the burning pain in his chest ease slightly. Though he was relieved, he was also puzzled. That was a demigod-level witch. There's no way her disease should have been so easy to recover from. Wait, was she not actually trying to kill me? No. The moment I was infected, my body instantly weakened, and my life force began draining rapidly. That was a kill move for sure. And the black flames that followed, if they'd touched me, I'd be dead without a doubt. So why did I survive? Just dumb luck. He tried divining the answer. Why didn't I die from the illness? But the divination failed. He returned to above the gray fog and attempted the divination again. This time, the vague dreamscape revealed a figure dressed in strange clothing, features indistinct, gender unclear. It gave Klein the same unsettling sensation as when he once divined in Sangwil in Tingen and saw only red chimneys. Is this because I lack crucial information, or did I stumble upon something on par with that Quill's level of existence? Half an hour later, after confirming the pirates and the witch hadn't come back for him, Klein ordered the giant sea creature to swim toward Bansi Harbor. Once they were about 30 meters offshore, it spat out the ice prison. Klein broke free, then swam the rest of the way. The frigid sea wind whipped against his drenched body, causing his limbs to tremble. He knew he'd almost certainly caught a cold. But the harbor's darkness and strangeness made him wary of going ashore. And he wasn't sure whether returning to the Nameless would bring trouble either. So instead, he found an empty fishing boat, climbed inside, stripped off his wet clothes, and wrapped himself in a moth-eaten blanket he found on board. Clean or not, he didn't care. It helped warm him up. Before long, he dozed off in a half-conscious haze. The next morning, a loud commotion outside woke Klein. Wrapped in that filthy old blanket, he rubbed his eyes and peeked through a crack in the boat's hull. Early risers were carrying nets and tools, preparing to go out to sea. Several of them were walking straight toward his fishing boat. Klein immediately sobered up. He grabbed the clothes he'd hung out the night before, still a bit damp, and quickly dressed. His head spun, and his nose was blocked. Yep. Caught a cold, all right. He pulled out a packet of waterproof matches and struck one. Thankfully, it ignited. Snap. With a flick, Klein turned the matchstick into a flicker of flame and vanished from the boat, reappearing on the harbor shore. Bansi Harbor in the morning was a completely different world from last night, busy residents and fishermen bustling about in a well-organized rhythm. Nothing appeared strange at all. He glanced toward the harbor. The Nameless sat quietly in one corner. Several crew members were busy moving things on deck. Ding. He flipped a coin and confirmed there was no danger on board, then walked over. From a distance, someone spotted him and shouted in excitement, "Mr. Sparrow. You're back." Klein nodded coolly. Has Aldrich returned? Yes, sir. He's just. Before the crew member could finish, Aldrich rushed out from below deck. He looked eagerly around Klein. Sir, did they come back with you? Klein's voice was calm. Sorry. A demigod got involved. I couldn't rescue them. Demigod. Aldrich froze. Why would a demigod be involved? That's what I'd like to ask you. Klein jumped aboard, his gaze cold. I want the truth. What exactly did you hide from me? Aldrich's face twisted with guilt. I only hid the fact that I'm related to Olivia. That's it, I swear I don't know anything else. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 410, Another Child at the Tarot Gathering. Oh. I grew up with Olivia, we were childhood sweethearts. But during the years I served in the military, her father became addicted to gambling and lost everything the family had. Worse, he racked up a massive debt. Olivia had no choice, so she agreed to become a mistress to a nobleman from Loan. When I was discharged and returned to Backlund, finding out about all this was utterly devastating. I spiraled into a long period of despair. It wasn't until I saw one of my old comrades living in utter misery after retiring that I got the idea to start a security firm. Aldrich spoke slowly, as if recounting something carved into his soul. Then one day, during an assignment, I saw Olivia again. And from there, well, we rekindled things. Klein's mouth twitched slightly. And to think you spoke so righteously when deciding what to do with Olivia, saying you weren't a policeman, nor a churchman, blah blah blah. Aldrich went on, after that, we stayed in touch. Right up until the assassination incident, Olivia found me through Miss Akasha's recommendation and asked me to escort her and her companions to the Desi Bay. My plan was to finish this escort job, then hand over my firm to a trusted brother and join her in Desi Bay. But then, everything went sideways. Klein said coldly, "So you knew she was a vampire all along?" "Yes." Aldrich quickly added, "But that lady's death must have been a misunderstanding. I prepared more than enough blood for her. There's no way she would have gone mad or lost control from lack of it. But she confessed to it herself. I don't know why either. I asked her again and again, but she just wouldn't say." Klein frowned slightly. So Olivia likely took the blame willingly. She must have known who the real culprit was, but chose to protect them. Could it be that Olivia knew about the existence of that witch from the start? That she insisted on coming to Bansi Harbor despite knowing the danger, because she had no choice? Then, what exactly does that hidden witch want? Could it be tied to that demigod witch who later appeared on the pirate ship? Forget it. This whole affair is way beyond my level. Who knows what kind of filth is buried underneath it all? I really did my best, and nearly lost my life at the hands of a demigod. That's already more than enough. With that thought, Klein said in a deep voice, "In any case, I did everything I possibly could. I even crossed paths with a demigod for this. So I expect the full £2,500 and 1 pence, not a penny less." Aldrich immediately nodded. I understand. I'll go get the money from my room right away." "But..." He looked at Klein pleadingly. "Mr. Sparrow, is there really, truly no way to rescue Olivia? I can offer more money." Klein frowned, ready to decline, but then a thought struck him. The new tarot gathering is happening this afternoon. Maybe I can bring it up there and see if someone else can help. I could even make a cut as the middleman. He changed his tone to a mild one. "Wait for now. I'll think it over." "But..." "No buts." Klein cut him off. "Let's just settle this payment first." When Klein returned to his room, expression cold, with a bag full of cash in hand, his face instantly lit up with joy. He grabbed a large wad of banknotes and took a deep whiff. A pungent, almost nauseating stench of money. "And I love it. If any of you can't stand this smell, give your money to me. Time to offer it up, offering, up to above the gray fog. That's the safest place for it." At the edge of the Sonia Sea, in waters far from any major sea routes, Alger stood on the deck with a monocular telescope in hand, gazing at a massive, mist-shrouded island in the distance. From afar, he could already see multiple shadowy blue raptors circling in the sky above the island. He knew those were blue shadow falcons, one of the main ingredients he needed to advance to Sequence 6, Wind-Blessed. Though these creatures roughly matched Sequence 6 in terms of strength, their actual combat ability was somewhat inferior. After all, they were still beasts, relying solely on instinct to fight. Even so, Alger didn't command the ship to approach. He wasn't afraid of one or two of them, but blue shadow falcons tended to flock together. He had to wait patiently for the right moment. If I had a teammate as strong as Mr. Tower, we could explore this entire island and harvest far more valuable materials. But, I just can't accept that. After a long silence, Alger turned and returned to the captain's cabin. To avoid leaking the coordinates of this island, he had taken special precautions in advance. He'd purchased a drug from Mr. Tower that could put everyone on board into a deep sleep. As a result, he was the only one awake on the ship right now. "I'll wait a bit longer. Mr. Tower isn't rushing me for repayment anyway. If possible, it's best for this island to remain under my sole control." He glanced at his pocket watch, then took a sip of beer and leaned back into the sofa. 10 more minutes. Fog Sea. On the deceptively calm yet perilous waters sailed the Dawn, the flagship of the Queen Mystic, one of the 4 kings. Bernadette sat quietly in the captain's cabin, flipping through the Chinese self-study Bible Edward had left her. From time to time, she would take out a few pages of Roselle's diary, reading them with a frown, a smile, or a moment of contemplative silence. Just then, a thick gray fog surged before her eyes. Within it, a mysterious figure seated upon a bronze throne gazed down at her with calm eyes. "Lady Power, I forgot to tell you last time, I host a weekly gathering for those who believe in me, held every Monday at 3 p.m. They call it the Tarot Club. Would you be interested in attending?" Bernadette was momentarily stunned, but then nodded. Of course, esteemed Mr. Fool. Her father had also once participated in a mysterious gathering. There, he had met many legendary figures whose existence defied common belief. It had broadened his horizons like never before. However, he had never told her what kind of gathering it was, nor the true purpose behind that assembly of extraordinary individuals. Mr. Fool's invitation stirred a peculiar feeling in her, like she was retracing her father's footsteps. Of course, she knew very well that this gathering was not the same as the one her father had joined. Mr. Fool hadn't awakened yet during her father's lifetime. Mr. Fool's tone didn't shift in the slightest. Let me make it clear in advance, most of the other tarot members are only mid to low sequence beyonders. To avoid affecting them unnecessarily, please continue to attend using the method you employed last time. I understand, Bernadette replied with composure. Mr. Fool allowed a faint smile to rise on his lips. Then, I hope you enjoy their company. As the gray fog and the mysterious figure both faded away, Bernadette found herself once again sitting alone in the captain's cabin, as if what she had just seen had been nothing more than an illusion. Tarot Club. She closed her book and murmured, Monday, 3 p.m., so last time, Edward must have been attending this very gathering when he was inside the tent. But then, why had this mysterious Mr. Fool chosen a group of low and mid-sequence beyonders to be his believers and form a gathering? Just as that question formed in her mind, she suddenly recalled, back when her father first became involved with that mysterious organization, he hadn't been a high sequence either. Perhaps, it's because those who grow from lower sequences are more trustworthy. Or maybe Mr. Fool sees unique potential in these members. Or is it something else entirely? As the clock in the cabin neared 3 p.m., Bernadette drew a line through the air and retrieved from a secret compartment the sage frontlet, composed of tiny diamond-like crystals. She placed it on her forehead. In that moment, both her body and soul transformed into a stream of pure information, composed of knowledge and data. After a brief moment of stillness, a flood of deep crimson light and boundless gray fog surged forward, completely enveloping her. The next instant, Bernadette stood once again inside that majestic, giant-like palace. Compared to her last visit, this time there were many indistinct figures seated around her, not just Mr. Fool on the highest bronze chair. Which one is Edward? She had just begun to look around when a cheerful and lively voice broke the eternal silence of the gray fog. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Miss Justice's bright, upbeat voice immediately lifted the atmosphere, even allowing Klein to momentarily set aside the heavy matters plaguing his mind. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. Good afternoon. She greeted every member one by one, and finally turned toward the new faces, saying sweetly, good afternoon, to the two newly joined ladies. Mr. Fool then said calmly, these two are the newly joined Lady Strength and Miss Empress. Audrey had already heard from Edward that Bernadette and Lilith had joined the Tarot Club, so she smiled naturally and greeted them, good afternoon, Lady Strength, Miss Empress. Bernadette nodded calmly. Good afternoon, everyone. Her gaze swept across the group, pausing briefly on Edward and Lilith before landing on Miss Death. A child. I can understand Lilith's presence, but who is this other child? She simply couldn't believe that a mysterious and powerful deity would allow a random little girl to attend a gathering of his followers without good reason. Unlike Bernadette's composure, Lilith was far more confused. Although Mr. Fool had given her a brief explanation about the Tarot Club, she hadn't quite understood what it all meant. One moment later, she found herself surrounded by all these people. But remembering Edward's instructions, she dutifully greeted them, then stole a glance in the direction of Mr. Tower, and softly murmured, good afternoon. Then she fell silent. As for Lady Strength, most members couldn't quite get a read on her. Judging from her attire, she appeared to be a woman of rather unique taste. But Miss Empress? Another child. Note, 525 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 411, Cheek. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Miss Death. As expected, she was staring at the new arrival with sparkling eyes, as if she had found a kindred spirit, someone who understood her, perhaps even a fellow gatekeeper. Furs, on the other hand, couldn't stop a strange, almost blasphemous thought from popping into her head. Could it be that Mr. Fool has a penchant for collecting tiny people? If that's the case, Zio would be perfect for the Tarot Club. Compared to these two little ones, she's practically microscopic. The hanged man, Alger, furrowed his brows ever so slightly. Has the Tarot Club been expanding a little too quickly lately? Or, is this a sign that Mr. Fool's power is recovering further, and he's about to make a move? He silently speculated on the identities of the two new members. But even with the Empress being a child, he dared not underestimate her, not after the last little one turned out to be accompanied by 3 angel-level evil spirits. Who could say what this child might be hiding? As the group finished their greetings and silence settled over the grand hall once more, Klein resisted the urge to quip, report if you have matters to discuss, otherwise be dismissed. Instead, he offered a calm smile and said, first of all, let's congratulate Mr. Tower on his successful return from the Forsaken Land. Edward gave a bow and replied respectfully, I owe it all to Mr. Fool. This revelation stirred immediate astonishment among the members. Mr. Tower made it back. Then offering a sacrifice to Mr. Fool really worked. The son Derek's heart surged with hope. Mr. Tower, did you leave the Forsaken Land of the gods by offering a sacrifice? That's right, Edward confirmed. Derek leaned forward eagerly. Then, could we also? But at present, Edward interrupted gently, only members of the Tarot Club can use this method to make offerings to Mr. Fool's divine kingdom. After a brief pause, he added, so if you wish, Mr. Sun, you can ask Mr. Fool to help you leave the Forsaken Land. Derek froze. The burning hope that had just flared in his chest extinguished in an instant. He did want to leave that bleak, despairing place. But only if he could do so with all of City of Silver, not just by himself. His reaction was entirely within everyone's expectations. Though they felt a pang of regret, there was little they could do. As the group settled once more into silence, Audrey suddenly chimed in sweetly, Honorable Mr. Fool, I've recently obtained 3 more pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. She couldn't resist giving Edward a smug glance as she said this, humph. You always got the diary pages and wouldn't let me read them. Now it's my turn. She had received these pages during her latest session with the new psychology alchemists. It was said they were part of a legacy left by former members. There had been quite a few pages, but she had only managed to memorize a portion for now. Bernadette immediately turned her head to look, her expression showing a trace of surprise. Mr. Fool is collecting my father's diary. And he can read Rosaline. Her eyes then shifted toward Edward, a subtle gleam of rebuke in her gaze. Such an important matter, and you didn't tell me. Edward sensed the look and gave a helpless sigh inwardly. How was I supposed to know Klein would bring Bernadette into the Tarot Club? Last time, she was only able to attend because of a reversal triggered by Madman to the Right. This time there was no such reversal. Klein's spirituality shouldn't have been able to support her presence at all. Klein, meanwhile, asked with a smile, what do you want in exchange? Audrey turned her eyes to the white bone staff lying beside Mr. Fool's right hand. Mr. Fool, I'd like to know, what is that white bone scepter? Now that she'd mentioned it, everyone's curiosity was piqued. They realized that another object had appeared where the cards of blasphemy were usually placed, a staff surrounded by countless star-like lights. Anything displayed beside the cards of blasphemy must be extraordinary. Klein nodded casually. Very well. Audrey promptly manifested the 3 pages of yellow-brown parchment and passed them to Mr. Fool. She added with a bright smile, I should be able to acquire more diary pages in the future. Consider these as payment for the protection you've granted me. Klein nodded and took the pages. He looked down and began to read the first one. January 13th. I have established stable communication with Mr. Dor. Before he could process more, Bernadette spoke up, Mr. Fool, I also have a few pages of Roselle's diary. How should I hand them over to you? Audrey smiled and explained, you just need to visualize the diary pages clearly in your mind. Then, with Mr. Fool's power, they will manifest. I see. Thank you. Bernadette gave a slight nod. Moments later, 4 more diary pages materialized before her, then vanished into Mr. Fool's hand. Her natural ease in reacting stunned some of the original members, who had secretly hoped to see her surprised. Did she already know that Roselle's so-called notes were actually personal diaries? Did she find out on her own, or did Mr. Fool tell her? Either way, it was becoming increasingly clear, this Lady Strength was no ordinary newcomer. And what would you like in exchange, Lady Strength? Klein asked, feeling unusually uneasy. The Emperor's daughter, no less, for the sake of our shared hometown, please go easy on me. Bernadette considered for a moment before replying, I'd like to know what these diary pages say. The rest of the Tarot members were taken aback. This was the first time someone had ever asked Mr. Fool about the contents of Roselle's diary. It wasn't that they weren't curious, they just instinctively felt it would be disrespectful, maybe even blasphemous, to pry into a god's secrets. But Bernadette's request made sense. Klein exhaled quietly in relief. It was perfectly reasonable, of course the Emperor's daughter would want to know what her father wrote in his diary. He nodded. All right. Bernadette's eyes flashed with insight. As I thought, Mr. Fool doesn't know that Edward can read Rosaline too. On the side, Edward had originally planned to offer Klein the pages he had seen on the white agate, but upon seeing Bernadette manifest 4 of them, he decided against it, better not to risk any redundancy. Seeing that no one else was speaking, Klein lowered his head and began reading. Since he had already skimmed the beginning of the diary pages from Miss Justice, he continued right from there. January 13th. I've successfully established stable contact with Mr. Dor. This powerful beyonder, who is lost in the depths of darkness and trapped within the storm, didn't press me to perform the complex and difficult ritual required to help him return to the real world. This page described some of Emperor Roselle's early communications with Mr. Dor, particularly the part where Mr. Dor claimed that if he had to assign a tarot card to the Evernight goddess, he would choose the star rather than the moon. Klein was slightly puzzled by this but didn't dwell too deeply on it, gods like these were far too distant from his current understanding or reach. He read on. Mr. Dor told me that during the Tudor Empire, there were 5 great noble families, Abraham, Antigonus, Ammon, Tamara, and Jacob. Each of these families could be called angel families. Although some gods did fall in the fourth epoch, their numbers must have been very few. This reminds me of something I once read online, which I'll paraphrase here: fail to ascend as a true god, and you'll end up as ashes. The moment he saw the name Amon, Klein's eyes twitched ever so slightly. That guy in the wizard robe and monocle, the one who seems obsessed with the grey fog, he has a family. But why have I never come across anything about them in history books? Is it like the other ancient families, cut off from history? That doesn't make sense. With such a powerful king of angels backing them, who could possibly erase their line? With questions swirling in his mind, he turned to the next page. June 2nd. Bernadette gave me a back massage today. Having a daughter really is great, she actually cares about her old man. Klein glanced up at Bernadette, feeling a strange sense of wonder. To think, someone I once only knew through diaries and legends is now right here in front of me, and a follower of mine. It's surreal. Bernadette, meanwhile, was quietly observing Mr. Fool's reaction. She knew one should never directly gaze upon a god, but at this moment, she couldn't help it. He really can read Rosaline. Was it because this mysterious deity had independently deciphered the structure of the language and its grammar? Or was it that he came from the same hometown as her father and Edward? Suddenly, she saw Mr. Fool glance at her. Through the layers of grey fog, she caught a trace of strange emotion in his gaze. She paused, quickly guessing, could it be, my name is mentioned in one of those diary pages? Klein turned to the next entry. June 5th. I acquired an ancient tome today. It actually mentioned the primordial demoness, not her honorific name, but her actual name. She's called Cheek. That's a male name. This book must be fake, right? Cheek. Could the primordial demoness have originally been a man? Klein's eyelid twitched. He had long suspected that the reason the assassin pathway transformed Beyonders into women starting at sequence 7 was due to the influence of the primordial demoness, the evil god who anchored the pathway. But he had never imagined that, according to Roselle's diary, the primordial demoness might also have originally been male. This confirmed two things. The primordial demoness was not a god by birth, but someone who reached sequence 0 through potions. The shift toward femininity in this pathway was an effect embedded deeply within the characteristics of the Beyonder pathway itself. What a revelation. After finishing the 3 pages from Miss Justice, Klein turned to the 4 pages contributed by Lady Strength. The very first line left him momentarily stunned. Today, I met a woman. She seemed strange and wouldn't stop following me. I got so annoyed that I beat her up. Wait a second, haven't I read this before? He quickly flipped through the pages. Ugh, I've been stuck here for days. It's so boring, even worse than before. The food's bad too. I hate this place. Yes, I've definitely seen this. The memory came flooding back. These were the pages Edward had shown him earlier, likely from the diary of another transmigrator. But how did they end up in the hands of Queen Mystic? TCH. And you say there's nothing between you two? Klein shot a sharp glance toward Edward. Then his eyes scanned ahead, skipping quickly through the familiar entries until he reached the last one he remembered. Today, that woman finally spoke. I thought she was mute. She told me her name. Right, I remember, it stopped here last time, and I even mocked it for being a cliffhanger. Wait, there's more. Klein flipped to the next line. She's called Cheek. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 412, Chapter 412, Irreverent. In that instant, Klein was stunned, a reaction so brief that only the sharpest members of the Tarot Club could detect it. But detect it they did. The Hanged Man, ever the one to fill in blanks with speculation, and the curious Miss Justice, both began wildly imagining what on earth he had just read. Klein quickly manifested Audrey's earlier diary pages again and flipped to the final line. It actually mentioned the name of the primordial demoness. She is called Cheek. These two Cheeks, could they be the same person? He swiftly finished reading the remaining content, waves surging in his heart. It's very likely they're the same. That Transmigrator Senior, who exactly were they? They casually mentioned beating up Cheek. Just how high a sequence would someone have to be to even think of doing that? Wait a second. According to the diary, Cheek was still seeking the Demoness of Unaging potion formula at that time, although Klein didn't know which sequence that corresponded to. It definitely meant she hadn't reached godhood yet. Combined with the mention of the Solomon Empire, did that senior transmigrator actually arrive in the 4th epoch? And the Emperor once said in his diary that this senior is still alive. That means, during the Emperor's time, this person was at least a demigod. Perhaps even a king of angels. So where are they now? If they're still alive, where did they go? And why haven't they left any sign of their transmigrator identity behind? As Mr. Fool sank into deep thought, the rest of the Tarot Club quietly accompanied him in silence. After a long moment, Klein leaned back with a smile. Lady Strength, the diary pages you manifested just now spoke of the author encountering a woman named Cheek. He deliberately used the vague term author. Bernadette raised her brows with a deliberately surprised look. Cheek. The hangman asked curiously, Lady Strength, is there something special about this Cheek? Bernadette glanced toward Mr. Fool, and his tone took on a faintly amused edge. Cheek is the true name of the primordial demoness. As he said this, Klein inwardly broke into a cold sweat. Thank you, Miss Justice. If not for your diary pages, I'd have been completely caught off guard. The primordial demoness. Several members who were unfamiliar with the name were utterly stunned. Of course it's from the Emperor's diary, even just 2 random pages end up involving an evil god. They couldn't help but wonder what exactly had happened between the Emperor and this terrifying entity. However, since Mr. Fool didn't seem interested in explaining further, and the Lady Strength had no intention of pressing, everyone had no choice but to suppress their curiosity. Only Audrey was secretly plotting. I wonder if Edward's already seen these diary pages from Queen Mystic. I must ask him later. Klein casually picked up the Sea God's scepter and said calmly, Miss Justice, as for this scepter, I'll let Mr. Tower explain it. It's something he entrusted to me. Whoosh. Every gaze instantly turned to Edward. This bone-white scepter, Edward said, is what I call the Sea God's scepter. It's a sealed artifact formed from the Beyonder characteristic of a sequence 3 in the Sailor pathway. Using it grants access to many extraordinary powers of that pathway, storm summoning, lightning, torrential rains, control over sea creatures, and more. Furs swallowed hard. A single sealed artifact, with powers at sequence 3. That's terrifying. Alger, on the other hand, stared intensely at it. A thought suddenly occurred to him. May I ask something, Mr. Tower? Why do you call it the Sea God Scepter? As far as I know, the Sea God is a deity worshipped by the natives of the Rorstad archipelago. There was more he didn't say aloud. The Church of Storms had spent years trying to track down and eradicate this so-called sea god. Edward answered frankly, because the sequence 3 Beyonder characteristic came from the sea god worshipped by the Rorstad natives. Alger froze. What? Mr. Fool spoke flatly. The sea god you refer to has already been slain by Mr. Tower. The one currently worshipped by the Rorstad archipelago is, in fact, Mr. Tower himself, wielding the sea god scepter. Alger. Everyone else. Seriously. Does Mr. Tower have to do something outrageous every other week? Last week, he had a face-to-face encounter with the true creator in the forsaken land of the gods. This week, he went and straight up killed a god. Granted, this sea god might have only been sequence 3. Wait a minute. How can a sequence 3 be considered only? Even Bernadette was visibly shaken. She knew that Edward could, with Mr. Fool's help, access powers usually reserved for demigods, but he himself was not one. Yet somehow, in just a week, he had managed to slay a sequence 3 entity. Could it be, Mr. Fool lent him a hand? Both Alger and Bernadette simultaneously arrived at that conclusion. Klein, of course, noticed all of this. He found it amusing. Finally. It's not just me acting like a dumbfounded background character in a wish-fulfillment power fantasy, staggered and shocked by Edward's every move. But just then, he noticed one exception. Miss Empress, Lilith, was nodding off. TCH. How very irreverent toward a god. Edward, seeing this, quickly tried to explain, ahem, Mr. Fool was a bit too generous with that statement. I actually caught the sea god in the middle of a battle, heavily wounded, and finished him off. It was pure luck. Nothing more. That excuse again. Alger silently grumbled. When you took down the Admiral of Blood and that demigod, you used the same line. And now it's the sea god. Why do things like this always happen to you? Inwardly grumbling, Alger hadn't expected Little Son to voice exactly what he was thinking out loud. Last time, when Mr. Tower hunted down that demigod from the apprentice pathway, he said the same thing. Edward gave a helpless smile. It's true. If you don't believe me, ask Lady Strength, she was there. In fact, that demigod was killed by her. All eyes instantly turned toward Bernadette. She paused for a few seconds before calmly saying, yes. Bodhi's was killed by me. Her candidness caught everyone off guard. Yet she didn't elaborate, leaving the others even more curious, privately speculating about her strength and identity. Someone who can casually admit to killing a demigod, could she be a demigod herself? Klein waved his hand and dispelled the diaries. Go ahead, continue. The hangman turned to Derek. Mr. Sun, has the issue with your corrupted team members been resolved? It has. Thank you for your advice last time, Mr. Hangman. But, I'm still under suspicion. Edward asked, then are you locked up at the bottom of the tower? Derek shook his head. No, I'm under house arrest. I'm being watched and not allowed to leave. Alger followed up, did the higher-ups in the City of Silver identify that worm of time? They seem to have recognized it. City of Silver has been under martial law these past few days. Then you must be careful. If needed, pray to Mr. Fool and ask any of us for help. Derek quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Throughout all of this, the usually quiet Mr. World, who had shown little reaction to any topic, now lowered his voice and asked, everyone, about the commission I posted during the last tarot meeting, has anyone found any leads? At once, everyone turned their attention to him. But glancing around, it was clear, no one had anything to say. Klein wasn't surprised. For someone like Ince Zangwill, who could traverse the spirit world at will, tracking his movements was exceedingly difficult. Just as he was about to shift the topic, Miss Death, Priscilla, looked up and said, I had some of my people investigate for you last week. That man made contact with the Aurora Order in another country about a month ago, trying to collaborate with them, but he was rejected. Klein, controlling the world, asked, and then? Priscilla shrugged in a rather casual, almost playful way. Then he disappeared. I'm having the head of that country's division try to reach him again. I'll let you know the moment there's news. Much appreciated, Miss Death. Priscilla giggled. You're welcome, you're welcome. Edward suddenly asked, Miss Death, may I ask which country you're referring to? Faceac. Faceac. Edward felt like he'd grasped something, but it was just beyond his reach. He could only nod. Understood. Thank you. World then swept his gaze across the table and continued, I have another commission this week. The hangman joked, don't tell me it's another mission to hunt down a demigod. It's not, or rather, I'm not sure. Klein had intended to deny it, but he recalled the demigod witch who appeared later, so he wasn't entirely certain. Not sure. Furs whispered. So, it is related to a demigod, she said. Mr. World, you're becoming more and more like Mr. Tower. These days it's always demigods, even angels. Klein cleared his throat. Ahem, I want to ask you two something first. He looked toward Alger and Edward in turn. Do you know of any pirate captains out at sea who walk the witch pathway? Alger looked surprised. A pirate captain of the witch pathway. The first one that comes to mind would be the newly appointed pirate admiral, ailment maiden, Tracy. Mr. World, is your commission related to her? That witch from last night was actually a pirate admiral. Still, he added cautiously, I can't say for sure. Did you see the pirate flag on her ship? Yes. As he spoke, Klein manifested the skull-emblazoned pirate flag he had seen. Alger immediately confirmed it. No doubt about it. That's the Black Death's flag. The witch you're talking about is that pirate admiral. He turned to Edward with a grin. Then this task should naturally fall to Mr. Tower, since his relationship with that witch seems not so ordinary. Edward stared, dumbfounded. What do you mean, not so ordinary? All I did was take something she wanted, then use it to threaten and manipulate her. Why does it sound like I share the Emperor's tastes? Slander. This is blatant slander. What's so not ordinary about it? A cool voice cut in, it was the mysterious Lady Strength. She looked straight at Alger and asked again, what kind of relationship does Mr. Tower have with that witch pirate? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 413, First Commission. Even in the presence of Mr. Fool, even within the spiritual body, Alger could still feel a strange pressure under that unreadable gaze. Without hesitation, he threw the question to Mr. Tower. I'm not too sure about the details either. You could ask Mr. Tower yourself. Edward resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said, Ailment Maiden, Tracy, needs something from me. So she's forced to do certain things for me. Before the Great Smog incident, it was she who informed me that a high-ranking member of the Demonist sect had arrived in Backlund. Klein asked curiously, what could possibly make her betray the Demonist sect's intelligence to you? Edward explained, as everyone knows, Beyonders of the Witch Pathway will become women upon advancing to Sequence 7. Tracy's mother is the Demoness of Unaging, a Sequence 3. She forced Tracy to ingest the assassin potion early on and pushed her to keep advancing, turning her from a man into a woman. What makes her different from most witches is that Tracy never accepted the fact that she had become a woman. She never changed her sexual orientation either. Yes, Tracy likes women. Edward chuckled at this point. And I have a way to turn her back into a man. Everyone understood at once. There was no need to say more. Everyone grasped why Tracy was willing to help Edward now. If any of them had been forcibly changed in gender, they too would have done everything possible to reverse it. Furs asked with interest, Mr. Tower, you really can help her turn back into a man? I mean, how would that even work? It sounds so outrageous. You wouldn't have believed men could turn into women either, before learning about the witch pathway, would you? Edward smiled. Furs had a sudden realization. So, the method to turn her back into a man also involves potions. Mr. World, Klein, chuckled darkly, is it the principle that adjacent pathways at high sequences can be switched between? Exactly. Furs gasped in astonishment. What? Pathways can be switched. I thought once someone drank a potion of a certain pathway, they were locked in forever. Audrey, now understanding the implication, smiled and explained, Miss Magician, the concept of adjacent pathways was something Mr. Fool told us about before you joined the Tarot Club. Under normal circumstances, yes, once you choose a pathway, you can never switch, forcing it would at best leave you half-mad. But there are exceptions. Among the 22 pathways, there are quite a few so-called adjacent ones. These can be switched at certain fixed sequences. For instance, the witch pathway can switch to its neighboring hunter pathway at sequence 4, and thereby change from female back to male. This specific example of witch and hunter, Audrey had learned from Edward. The hangman suddenly understood and asked in surprise, so that means, the hunter pathway must be similar to the witch pathway, does it force someone to become male at a certain sequence? Exactly. Furs eagerly asked, then, which pathways are considered adjacent? Like, which pathways could my apprentice pathway switch with? Audrey shrugged. I'm not sure about that. Maybe you could ask Mr. Tower or Lady Strength. Of course, Mr. Fool would definitely know as well. Klein, nope. Right now, I just want to freeload. Furs quickly shrank back. She hadn't forgotten the rules of the Tarot Club, equivalent exchange. She quickly said, never mind, forget I asked. Edward cleared his throat. All right, let's not get too far off topic. Mr. World, your commission, is it related to Tracy? What did she do to offend you? Klein, controlling the world, replied, Tracy kidnapped those women. His words were vague, making everyone confused, but Edward immediately understood. Why? I don't know. By the time I arrived, they'd already been taken aboard her pirate ship, Klein said. I tried to sneak aboard and take her out to shock the rest into releasing them, but in the end, another demigod which appeared, presumably the demoness of unaging you just mentioned, Tracy's mother, and saved her. I barely managed to escape. Though Mr. World's tone was calm, everyone could feel how dangerous that had been, facing a sequence 3 witch, and he'd still managed to escape. Alger, however, was more focused on Tracy. Mr. World, did I understand correctly, you almost killed Tracy? Barely. Alger felt a moment of disorientation. Not long ago, the members of the Tarot Club were all rookies. Now, while he remained stagnant, everyone else had grown terrifyingly fast. If this keeps up, my veteran status is going to be worthless. His eyes drifted toward the sea god scepter near Mr. Fool's hand. No. I need to find a way to improve my strength, quickly. World continued, could you convince Tracy to let those women go? Aldrich is willing to pay for it. He paused, then chuckled, that Olivia girl is his childhood sweetheart. Edward suddenly understood. I can try contacting her and see. Great. We'll split the reward, 60-40. No problem. Seeing that Mr. World and Mr. Tower had reached an agreement and stopped speaking, Furs raised her hand and said, I have a commission. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. They hadn't expected Miss Magician to issue a commission. It wasn't that they had any bias against her, it was just that, judging from her previous behavior, she neither had much money nor was willing to spend it. It's like this. Being stared at by a group of powerhouses made Furs a bit nervous. She took a moment to compose her thoughts before beginning. This matter starts from when I first came into contact with the Beyonder world and became a Beyonder. She then briefly explained how she had met Lady Elisa, received her legacy, and became a Sequence 9 apprentice. Not long ago, she encountered a man named Mr. Lawrence who claimed to be Lady Elisa's brother and had entrusted her, before his death, to deliver a letter to Pritz Harbor. So Lawrence really did die, Edward sighed with some surprise. So Furs still met Lawrence, just like in the original novel. But it seems she wasn't taken in as a disciple by that Abraham. What happened differently here? Furs continued, but when I arrived at Pritz Harbor, I found out that Mr. Dorian had gone out. So a few days ago I went back to Pritz Harbor and rented the place right across from Mr. Dorian's house. Her tone paused for a beat. But recently, I noticed that another group seems to be watching his house as well. I don't know whether they mean well or ill, and I don't dare approach casually, because I'm afraid of alerting him. That's why I need someone to help me take that guy down. As she said this, she quickly added, but, I can only offer £300 as payment, so. Furs looked rather embarrassed. Compared to the other commissions in the Tarot Club, which often involved thousands or even tens of thousands of pounds, not to mention demigods and angels, hers seemed meager and almost laughable. But she really didn't feel confident that she and Zio could subdue the target safely on their own. Klein asked, what's the target's strength? I don't know. Furs answered awkwardly, but I think, at most, it should be mid to low sequence. You think? No sooner had she said that than the hangman gave a soft, disapproving snort. Miss Magician, if you don't even know the target's strength, how can anyone determine whether or not to accept your commission? Furza's head drooped instantly. Sorry. After that rebuke, she began to regret issuing such a vague and uncertain commission without doing proper reconnaissance first. No wonder a senior like the hangman was displeased. Forget it, maybe I should cancel the commission. I can help you. Suddenly, Miss Death's voice rang out. Furs froze. Then she was swept by a wave of joy and horror all at once. But I don't have enough money to pay those 3 seniors. No problem. Priscilla waved it off. They've been a little gloomy lately and bored. Giving them something to do is actually a good thing. She then changed her tone slyly, but in addition to paying me £300, you'll have to promise to help me gather people for a Beyonder gathering I'll be hosting soon. Priscilla rubbed her hands together eagerly. It's my first time hosting a gathering. If too few people show up, it'd be so embarrassing. I'll get laughed at by Medici and the others. Her request left everyone a bit speechless. What could they say? A child was indeed a child. Even though she hosted evil spirits of angelic level, her thoughts were still a bit immature. Oh, okay. I'll get all the people I know to attend. Happiness had come too suddenly for Furs. Just £300, and she could get 3 angels to help her. This was an unbelievable deal. Priscilla beamed. It's a promise then. Audrey raised her hand. Miss Magician, I'd like to come help too. But I don't have any more. I don't want money. I mostly want to experience combat between Beyonders. Audrey smiled. Since Miss Death will be there, there's no real danger. It'll just be a good learning opportunity. Well, all right. Audrey's confidence in Miss Death's abilities only deepened Bernadette's curiosity. She had already been curious about Death from the beginning, and now she asked directly without hiding it, Miss Death, may I ask, what level are you? Priscilla blinked and held up a hand, gesturing, I'm a Sequence 5, a gatekeeper. Sequence 5. Her answer left Bernadette visibly surprised. Was she born this way, inheriting high sequence Beyonder characteristics from her parents? Her younger brother Bornova was like that. He had inherited their father's Beyonder traits and was born a Sequence 5 astronomer. But the price had been a deep-rooted emotional numbness from childhood. Under the influence of the god of steam and machinery, he had gradually lost his humanity altogether. But Miss Death didn't seem to have that kind of detachment at all. Still, while Sequence 5 was impressive, it wasn't enough to make everyone believe that her presence guaranteed total safety, was it? Klein noticed Bernadette's doubt and switched to Mr. Fool's persona. He said calmly, inside Miss Death's underworld reside 3 angelic-level evil spirits of Sequence 1, one of whom was once a king of angels. This time, Bernadette was truly stunned. 3 angels. One of them a former king of angels. Even if they had become evil spirits, their strength would still far exceed that of most demigods. But why would such beings be housed inside a mere Sequence 5? She couldn't help but wonder, Edward had gained semi-divine powers easily through Mr. Fool's assistance, could these 3 angels within Death also be a product of this god's means? What astonishing methods. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 690 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 414, The Primitive Island. Bernadette's reaction, of course, did not escape Audrey's notice. She couldn't help but feel a little smug. Even if you're the Sequence 3 Queen Mystic, you still have to be shocked by the depths of our tarot club. At that moment, Furs raised her hand again. Right, I also want to collect some materials, namely meteorite crystal, and the Lavos squid's crystallized blood. Edward said, I have an astrologer's Beyonder characteristic. Do you need it? He had exchanged for quite a few mid to low sequence characteristics back in Moon City. Furs nodded at once. Yes. How much? £700, Edward said. It's cheaper than buying several main ingredients separately. All right. Please reserve it for me. I don't have enough money on hand just yet. No problem. As Edward said this, he suddenly remembered something. He manifested the pirate ship he had acquired from the Admiral of Hell. Oh, right, just a few days ago, I seized a pirate ship. It hasn't reached the level of a ghost ship, but it does seem to have developed some spirituality. Anyone interested? The others reacted with varying degrees of interest. The hangman Alger, however, was particularly surprised. This ship looks a lot like the Admiral of Hell's Black Tulip. That's exactly the Black Tulip, Edward replied casually. Alger froze. What? Why do you have his ship? The moment he asked the question, he felt a bit foolish. Why else? Unless Mr. Tower killed the Admiral of Hell Ludwell, how else would he have it? The rest of the Tarot Club quickly caught on as well, their surprise mounting. This was already the second pirate admiral Mr. Tower had taken down. Yet, why was it starting to feel normal? Compared to all those demigods, angels, and even true deities they'd encountered, a mere pirate admiral almost didn't seem worth mentioning. After a short silence, Alger said quietly, "I'll help you find a buyer." "Thanks. I'll leave the pricing to you, Mr. Hangman. I'm not very good with these things." "No problem." Audrey then said excitedly, "Mr. Hangman, did you manage to find the fruit of an illusory chime tree I asked for?" "If all goes well, I should have it in the next couple of days," Alger replied. Audrey beamed. "Thank you so much, Mr. Hangman. But as for the pituitary gland of an adolescent mind dragon, or the spinal fluid of a black hunting giant lizard, there's still no leads yet. And the Siskin demon worm's nest Mr. Tower requested hasn't turned up either. No worries, that can take time. After all, the Queen Mystic had already helped her gather those materials once before. She was only collecting a second set now for Susie. If Alger could deliver the fruit soon, she would be able to advance to Sequence 6, Hypnotist. Even though I'm still far behind Edward, this is already amazing, Audrey." Her mood soared. She then continued, "By the way, regarding the commission I posted last week about investigating the Backlund assassination incident, I've made some progress." The world showed rare surprise. "Oh. A few days ago, someone from the Psychology Alchemists contacted me again," Audrey said. According to her, it's now almost certain that the people who used hypnosis to turn noble youths into assassins were indeed members of the Psychology Alchemists. But right after the incident ended, nearly all the Psychology Alchemist members in Backlund died at the same time. The lady who contacted me came to Backlund precisely to investigate the truth behind this. This was unexpected. Just last week, the Tarot Club had considered the Psychology Alchemists the likely culprits. Now they were seemingly victims. The Hangman frowned. "Could it be, that person from the Psychology Alchemists who contacted you is lying?" "I can't rule it out completely, but the chances are low," Audrey explained. "I've already verified that the members I previously interacted with really are dead. And through my father's connections, I learned that some of them even committed suicide in front of MI9 agents when they arrived." The world gave a grim smile. "So those Psychology Alchemist members were likely hypnotized as well?" "Exactly. That's what I suspect. Assuming the hypnosis wasn't conducted by someone inside the Psychology Alchemists, then among the remaining suspects, there's only one that comes to mind." Klein's heart trembled, that feather quill. While Klein and a few others clearly caught on, most of the Tarot Club members were left confused by the cryptic exchange. At this point, Bernadette asked calmly, "Apologies, Miss Justice. This is my first time attending the Tarot Club. Could you please explain the incident in more detail?" "Of course, Lady Strength." Audrey then recounted the entire assassination incident once more. "Finding out who the true mastermind was, that's the content of my commission." Bernadette nodded slightly. "And who is it you suspect?" "I don't have a specific person in mind," Audrey said, "but I suspect it's related to a Grade 0 sealed artifact." Grade 0 sealed artifact. The Hangman immediately felt his scalp prickle. As a member of the Church of the Lord of Storms, he knew very well how terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifacts were. Just one of them could easily wipe out an entire city. "So, the mastermind would be the person who currently possesses that sealed artifact," Audrey said. Bernadette's tone remained even. "What kind of Grade 0 sealed artifact is it?" Audrey looked toward Edward and hesitated slightly. "This sealed artifact is rather unique." Edward took over smoothly. "It's a sealed artifact of the spectator pathway. It has a peculiar property. Once you become aware of it, it becomes aware of you. The more you understand it, the greater its influence over you." On the side, Furs, who had just been eavesdropping for fun, suddenly felt the urge to cover her ears. "I have zero interest in this sort of thing. Please, don't say another word." "Wait a second, this description, why did it feel so familiar?" "Oh right, that little story Mr. Edward had asked her to publish in the newspaper a while ago, it mentioned a feathered quill just like this. One that could turn anything written into reality, allowing the user to manipulate others at will." As soon as that came to mind, Furs froze, nearly bursting into tears. "I'm doomed." "Furs, oh Furs, why did your memory have to be so sharp at a time like this?" Bernadette, meanwhile, appeared slightly dazed. She remembered asking her father what kind of gathering he had attended once, and he had said something eerily similar. Now that she was hearing the exact same description from a sealed artifact. No wonder father had warned me to beware the spectators, but could there be some deeper connection between the two? She was silent for a moment, then said, "I'll keep an eye out regarding this matter." "Thank you, Lady Strength." With that, the topic seemed to reach its end. No one spoke again, and Klein was just about to bring this tarot gathering to a close when Miss Death suddenly interjected, "Miss Empress, why haven't you said anything this whole time? Don't you have any commissions or trades?" Suddenly being called out startled Lilith out of her sleepy daze. "Ah. What?" Priscilla repeated, "Miss Empress, why aren't you saying anything?" "Lee. Why, am I not talking?" Lilith turned to Edward, clearly asking for help. "Why? Edward." The Hanged Man immediately caught on to the subtle reaction. Another person who knows Mr. Tower? At this rate, isn't the Tarot Club slowly becoming Mr. Tower's extended family? Why would the fool know? I mustn't speculate on the thoughts of a deity. He must have his own reasons. Edward thought for a moment before saying, "Everyone already knows I returned from the Forsaken Land last week by offering a sacrifice to Mr. Fool. At the time, Miss Empress was with me. I also mentioned that only Tarot Club members can use a sacrifice to teleport into Mr. Fool's divine kingdom. So, Mr. Fool granted my companion, Miss Empress, an opportunity to join the Tarot Club, which allowed us to return together. But she really is just a child, and unlike Miss Death, not nearly as clever, so." Lilith immediately pouted, "Edward is talking nonsense. Miss Lilith is clearly the smartest." Edward then turned and respectfully bowed toward Mr. Fool. "Thank you, Mr. Fool." The Fool's tone was calm, "It is what you deserved." With Edward's explanation, the Hanged Man suddenly understood. Thinking back on all the contributions Edward had made to Mr. Fool, it didn't seem so surprising that the Fool would go so far as to grant someone an extra seat at the Tarot Club. So that means, if someone else contributes as much as Mr. Tower has, they could receive the same favor from Mr. Fool. A fire lit in Alger's heart. As expected of Mr. Fool. Even if he doesn't say it aloud, everything we do for him, he remembers it all. Priscilla, on the other hand, looked stunned. Miss Empress is Edward's companion. Why haven't I seen her before? Humph. You have a friend my age and didn't even introduce her to me. Mr. Fool tapped his finger lightly on the table and said, "All right. That's it for today." Audrey stood up, lifting her skirt slightly. "Farewell, Mr. Fool." As Klein severed the connection, one by one the Tarot members vanished, leaving only the Hanged Man and Tower behind. Alger first bowed toward the Fool. "Thank you, Mr. Fool." Edward looked at him curiously. "Mr. Hanged Man, may I ask what you needed from me?" Alger's tone turned a little awkward. "It's about the money I owe you." "Oh. You've already saved up enough." "No." Alger suppressed his embarrassment and said, "I might not be able to gather that much in the short term. You may not be in a rush, Mr. Tower, but I don't want to keep owing you such a large debt. So I'd like to try repaying you in another form." Edward's eyes lit up slightly. "Finally going to offer the location of that primitive island tied to Adam, eh?" If, at first, Edward had wanted to visit that island to meet Adam and obtain the Tyrant card, perhaps hunting for some useful mystical materials along the way. Then now, more urgently, he needed to go there to hunt the demigod-level feathered serpent and acquire the Undying's Beyonder characteristic required to advance to Sequence 4. Alger hesitated for a few seconds and said, "I know of a primitive island filled with all kinds of extraordinary creatures and plants. I'd like to trade the coordinates of this island to repay my debt." High above on the Fool's seat, Klein muttered to himself inwardly, "So you, with your thick eyebrows and honest face, were hiding a secret trump card all along, and you didn't even leak a single clue before now. A whole island filled with mystical creatures and plants, for Beyonders, that's practically an item farm. Ugh, I really want to go too." Edward pretended to ponder, then said hesitantly, "Mr. Hanged Man, it's not that I don't trust you, but do you really think the coordinates of an island are worth that much money?" Alger nodded firmly. "Yes. For someone with Mr. Tower's level of strength, this island is definitely more than worth it." "All right. As fellow Tarot Club members, I trust Mr. Hanged Man wouldn't try to deceive me. It's a deal. But," Alger added softly, "I hope to accompany you when you explore that island." "When?" "In a few days." Alger planned to hunt a blue shadow falcon and advance to Sequence 6 first, so he wouldn't become a burden on the journey. Edward naturally didn't object. After all, he hadn't fully digested his potion yet, there was no rush. Alger then turned toward Mr. Fool and said respectfully, "Mr. Fool, I've finished speaking with Mr. Tower." Klein nodded and severed their connection. He exhaled slowly, the cold, aloof demeanor he had maintained throughout the tarot meeting finally fading. With the other members growing stronger by the day, the pressure on him was only increasing. But at this point, he had no other choice. Before today's meeting, Klein had hesitated, should he really bring Bernadette above the grey fog? He worried that with more contact, she might begin to see through something. But not inviting her would be even more suspicious. And since she was coming, Lilith, Edward's daughter, naturally came along as well. Though she was technically related to Edward, as a god, Klein had to appear impartial and treat everyone equally. Fortunately, maybe thanks to Edward, Queen Mystic hasn't suspected me at all. She even took my inability to bring her above the fog as some sort of test. This will do, for now. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 415, Encountering Tracy again. Klein left the space above the gray fog and returned to his cabin. After tidying up his clothes, he stepped out and walked onto the deck, where Aldrich was pacing nervously. The moment he saw Klein, he rushed forward. "Mr. Sparrow, have you made a decision?" "How much?" Klein asked curtly. What? Aldrich was caught off guard. "I said, how much are you willing to pay me?" Klein's expression remained impassive. A flash of hope lit up Aldrich's eyes. I've saved nearly £4,000 over the past few years. I can give it all to you. TSK. Being a bodyguard is this lucrative? Klein mused. This Aldrich really is infatuated with that Olivia girl. The only question is he just a simp, a backup plan, or the typical nice guy? Though none of those terms were exactly complimentary, that nice guy was usually the winner in the end. After all, he was the one who got the girl. "Give me half," Klein said casually. "I just contacted a friend of mine. He's acquainted with the pirate who kidnapped those women. He might be able to get her to release them, assuming they're still alive." Aldrich's body trembled. That was the very thing he had been avoiding, the possibility that too much time had passed, and Olivia might no longer be alive. "Oh, and just so you know, this payment is well worth it," Klein continued with a half-smile. "The pirate who took them is none other than Tracy, the Ailment Maiden, one of the 7 pirate admirals. And she is a subordinate of a Sequence 3 demigod. I doubt anyone else on the sea would help you for so little money." Pirate Admiral. Sequence 3. Aldrich felt dizzy. He couldn't understand how a simple security commission could escalate to such an outrageous level. "All right, just wait patiently now," Klein said as he walked over to the rail. At that moment, a sailing ship was entering the Bansi harbor. On the bow stood a young man in a black windbreaker. As Klein glanced toward the vessel, the man in the coat also looked his way. For a brief moment, their gazes met before quickly turning away. Before the ship had even fully docked, the man leapt several meters, landing nimbly on the pier and striding away. Meanwhile, in an inn on Simeem Island, Edward opened his eyes and saw Lilith standing right in front of him, staring intently. He reached out to pinch her soft cheek with a smile. "What are you looking at?" "Why didn't Edward come back with Miss Lilith?" she asked. "Did you forget? Mr. Hangman wanted to talk to me alone." Lilith tilted her head. "Mr. Hangman? Who's that?" "The one with blue hair who was sitting next to me during the tarot meeting." "Don't remember." "What about Miss Magician?" "Don't remember." "Miss Justice?" "Miss Death?" And she cut in quickly. "Miss Death is that little girl, right? She talked to me at the end. I remember her." "And the others?" "I wasn't paying attention." Edward was both amused and exasperated. "So, were you even the one attending the Tarot Club meeting just now?" Lilith said confidently, "That's because Edward told me not to talk. I didn't understand what you were all discussing, so I just fell asleep. So it's your fault for not letting me speak." All right. Next time at the Tarot Club, you can speak freely." She blinked in surprise. "Speak what?" "Whatever you want." The little girl immediately fell into a thoughtful silence. After a while, she looked up in confusion. Miss Lilith doesn't know what to say. Then think about it slowly. "I'm going to find Tracy." "Oh." Edward immediately changed his appearance, opened the traveler's door, and stepped into the mystical and wondrous spirit world. For travelers, or anyone capable of navigating the spirit world, there were 2 ways to go to a place they hadn't been before, either by knowing the corresponding coordinates in the spirit world, or by locating it through the aura of someone familiar. This was undeniably a more advanced method than ordinary traveling. This is it. Edward quickly located Tracy. But before stepping out of the spirit world, he flicked a coin for divination. "Will going to find Tracy now put me in danger?" The coin landed with the number side up, negative. So that Demonis has already left. With one step forward, the saturated colors around him faded, and he appeared on the deck of the Black Death. The moment he materialized, the pirates aboard were instantly alerted. Weapons were drawn in unison, and several Beyonders prepared to unleash their abilities. "Who are you?" Edward ignored the double ring of pirates surrounding him and simply shouted toward the captain's cabin, "Tracy, are you there?" Click. A few seconds later, the door opened, and Tracy stepped out. Her shoulder was wrapped in gauze, faint spots of red bleeding through. Her face looked pale. Must have been Klein who injured her. Damn, he's good. Disperse, Tracy said, waving her hand to dismiss the pirates. She looked at Edward with a trace of caution in her expression. Why are you here? I'm here for someone. Edward didn't bother being polite. Last night, did you kidnap a group of women? Tracy's expression changed. The one who attacked me last night, was it someone connected to you? It's not like we're close, just acquaintances, Edward replied casually. Then, with a short chant, he flicked his wand. A beam of light shot toward Tracy. She instinctively wanted to dodge, but forced herself to stay still. As the light entered her shoulder, a tingling sensation spread across the wound. She tore off the bandage and saw that the once deep, bone-exposing injury had completely healed. Her fair and smooth shoulder was as good as new. He didn't know I knew you when he attacked. His goal was simply to rescue the women you'd kidnapped, Edward said, then changed the subject. Where are they? Still alive. Tracy pulled her clothes back on, covering her shoulder. They're locked in the hold. One died. You killed her. No. My mother did. She tossed the blame to Katerina without hesitation. An angel from the demonist sect had hidden something inside that woman using special methods. It was meant to evade certain trackers and get the item back to the sect's headquarters. Edward's interest was piqued. What item? The beyonder characteristic of the Conqueror. The one in the hands of the lone royal family. Tracy shook her head. I don't know about that. I was just following my mother's orders to capture the women under the guise of a raid and bring them back to the demonist sect. She paused. But, this operation failed. The Conqueror's characteristic is gone. Yeah. Not long after that fake version of you attacked me, a high sequence which arrived and forced my mother to hand it over. Her lips curled with a mocking smile. Hey. You should have seen my ever-so-arrogant mother cowering before that lady. The boldest thing she managed to say was, if I tried to flee, could you really stop me? Puffed, ha ha ha. Tracy burst into laughter. Edward's expression turned strange. These two, what a mother-daughter dynamic. It's more like the child laughing at the parent. And that high sequence witch, why did she want to take the characteristic from your mother? Was it just to claim credit? No. She seems to have betrayed the demonist sect a long time ago. For years, she's been working against the church, sabotaging various operations. Taking the Conqueror's characteristic was probably just to ensure it didn't fall into the sect's hands. Ah. There's someone like that in the witch sect. Wait a minute, the last time I sailed to Bancy Harbor, I did run into an internal conflict among witches. Could one of them have been this woman Tracy's talking about? Do you know who she is? Tracy nodded. I asked my mother afterwards. Her name is Chrismona. She's the daughter of the god worshipped by the demonist sect. The daughter of Cheek. Wait, why would Cheek's daughter betray the demonist sect? This was starting to sound like a messy, melodramatic family soap opera. Hold on, what if Chrismona was originally a man too? Maybe she wants the Conqueror's characteristic to jump to the hunter pathway and return to being male. Edward couldn't help but feel a strong surge of curiosity and gossip-fueled excitement. Well, thanks for the intel. Could I trouble you to return the women to Bancy Harbor? Tracy narrowed her eyes. Then she suddenly said, Mr. Sparrow, I've figured out how to become a man again. Edward raised an eyebrow. Your mother told you? Yes. The witch pathway allows for switching to the hunter pathway at sequence 4, at which point I can become male. Ah, now that's a little awkward. He scratched his head. So now what? Can I still order Tracy around? Do I start threatening her instead? I need to know the formula for Iron-Blooded Knight. Do you know it? As she spoke, her body tensed, and she stared intently at Edward. Edward blinked. Wait, why is she just handing me leverage like that? He nodded. I do. Tracy's body relaxed. What do I need to give in exchange? Let's start with getting those women safely back to port. As for the price, I'll need to think it over. After all, it concerns a demigod's formula, you know its value. He paused. Or, you could offer something you believe is of equal worth. All right. Edward opened another traveler's door. Then, until next time. Just as he was stepping into the door, he turned back and said, Oh, by the way, from now on, the one who attacked you last night, that was Gehrman Sparrow. He tossed her a note. That's the contact info for my messenger. Use it to reach me next time. With that, Edward vanished. Tracy opened the note, glanced at it once, then burned it to ashes with black flames. Ever since meeting the captain of the Blue Avenger, Tracy had known Gehrman already had a messenger. But back then, he never gave her his contact info, which likely meant he'd been worried she'd ask her mother to help track him down through the messenger. But now, he gave it to her so easily. Does this mean, Gehrman no longer sees my mother as a threat? Even though her mother had been thoroughly humiliated by Chrismona, she was still a bona fide veteran Sequence 3. Tracy suddenly felt drained. Gehrman's growth is far too fast. Can I really ever repay the humiliation I once suffered? Back at the inn on Simeme Island, Lilith charged up to him the moment Edward returned. Edward, I figured out what I'll say next time. What will you say? She beamed proudly. I'm going to ask for Sequence 6 formulas. And I'm going to ask how to act like a good witch. Oh ho, not bad at all, Lilith. You've figured out the Tarot Club's unspoken rules all by yourself. You really are the smartest kitty in the world. Yup. Edward chuckled. But, do you have money? Note, 848 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 416, The Book of Calamity, acquired. The little one blinked in confusion, tugging at Edward's clothes. Edward, you're not giving it to me. Doesn't Lilith want to be self-reliant and earn her own money? You're supposed to be a strong, independent woman of the new age. I do. But Miss Lilith doesn't know how. Edward tapped her forehead lightly. Then for the next few days, while you're acting as a witch, try to earn some money for yourself. Lilith scrunched up her face in frustration, starting to sulk. Half an hour later. Phoenix sliced through the air and landed with a whoosh. I found it. Edward immediately jumped up from the sofa. Are you sure? Yes. It's another ruin, and its style is almost identical to the last one. There's also a similar lingering aura. Take me there. Phoenix hesitated. But, as soon as I entered the ruin, I sensed something dangerous hiding in the shadows. Dangerous? Was it the Book of Calamity, the one that caused people to lose control and climb into their own stomachs? Or was it the undying Queen of Calamity, the elf Kohainum? Whichever it was, Edward figured as long as he was careful, it wouldn't be a big issue. Take me there. All right. City of Silver, the Berg household. Derek opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Though everything was quiet around him, he could feel it, someone was secretly watching. Still, he had no regrets about exposing the corruption among a few team members. Everything he did was for the City of Silver. He had a clear conscience. What confused him, however, was that the chief hadn't ordered him to be imprisoned beneath the round tower. Derek had even prepared for the possibility of going silent for a while, avoiding contact and skipping the Tarot Club to avoid Amon's attention. Round Tower, Chief's office. The silver-haired, scar-faced Colin Iliad sat in silence, his eyes thoughtful. Before long, a knock came at the door. Lovia was escorted in by a shadow monitor. Chief, Elder Lovia has arrived. Good. You may return to watching Derek. With a casual wave, Chief Colin gestured to the seat across from him. Please, sit, Elder Lovia. You wanted to see me, Chief. Lovia sat down calmly, her face unreadable, though inwardly, she was a little puzzled. By the rules, she should still be under confinement for some time. What do you think of Derek Berg? Colin asked bluntly. Lovia opened her mouth, then closed it again, saying nothing. After a while, she shook her head and said, I don't know. But, I believe he carries hope for saving the City of Silver. Colin silently placed something in front of her, a segmented worm the size of a finger, 12 segments in total. Do you recognize this? This, I think I've seen it in a book. This is a worm of time, Colin said gravely. According to records, it originates from an ancient being, the Angel of Time, Amon. It fell from Derek's body after he collapsed into madness a few days ago. Lovia froze. You mean, Derek was parasitized by the Angel of Time? Or secretly worshipped him? She quickly shook her head. No. That's impossible. I don't think so either. Then what do you think explains the appearance of this worm? Lovia sank into thought. After a long silence, she spoke softly, it's a warning. Oh. Go on. Someone is warning us that a fragment, or avatar, of the Angel of Time has hidden itself within the City of Silver. Colin nodded. That's my guess as well. Then the remaining questions are, who's warning us? Why are they warning us? Why would the Angel of Time hide in the City of Silver? And... Suddenly, he looked straight into Lovia's eyes and asked, which existence do you believe in? Lovia. In the dark and dim underground ruins. Edward stepped out of the spirit world with Phoenix and entered a massive, empty palace ruin. What greeted them were withered vines draping over decayed wooden structures. In some spots, engraved tablets could be seen peeking through. The air was thick and still, as if no one had been here for a very, very long time. Fallen columns and crumbled walls littered the floor in disarray. And at the center of this ruin stood a towering, ancient tree. The very next second, a sharp, almost imperceptible prickling sensation spread across Edward's exposed skin. This had to be the hidden danger Phoenix mentioned. Ding. Edward flipped a coin into the air. Staying here continues to be dangerous. The coin landed with the number side up, negative response. With a sweep of his wand, he transfigured dozens of surrounding stones into hanging lanterns. One after another, they suspended themselves in midair, lighting up the dark ruins in an instant. Compared to the elven ruin where sea serpent Calvetua had once dwelled, this place was much better preserved. The collapsed structures here had all fallen due to the slow corrosion of time, not by the violent destruction Calvetua had left behind in the previous ruin. Because of this, the murals remained clearly visible. Though faded, they depicted a storm-shrouded man towering above his enemies, holding a spear formed entirely of lightning. The background showed an ocean engulfing everything. Beside him in many scenes stood a tall, dignified elven woman. Compared to the man's imposing and powerful presence, she gave off a gentler aura, always standing at his side. That tall elven woman was most likely the Queen of Calamity, Kohinum. Back in the Third Epoch, the elves were among the rulers of this world. But now, they were nearly extinct. Even the once mighty elf king had been replaced, and the elven queen was reduced to a mere wisp of a soul, waiting in slumber for the western continent to be opened. At that moment, Edward raised his right hand. Accio Book of Calamity. Clack, clack, clack. The rubble beneath the ancient tree began to tremble, and with a whoosh, a yellow-brown blur shot out from the debris and flew toward Edward. Yet, just as it reached about a meter in front of him, it abruptly halted, caught midair by his invisible hand. Just in case, Edward decided it was better not to touch it directly. The object was a volume bound in yellow-brown parchment. On its cover was a line of elvish script, exactly the same words Edward had seen during his previous divination. Hey, that was almost too easy. Controlling it with his invisible hand, Edward opened the Book of Calamity. Half a minute later, he silently closed it again. Ha! Not a single word made sense. After thinking for a moment, Edward conjured a stick in his hand and lightly poked the Book of Calamity. Hey, anyone home? Poke. Oh great Queen of Calamity. Your Highness, the unparalleled Kohinum. You in there? Lilith asked curiously, Edward, what are you doing? Phoenix landed on a broken column at a distance, clearly trying not to get caught in the fallout if lightning struck. I think, he's doing something really dangerous. Edward shrugged. Actually, I'm just testing if this book is dangerous. Saying that, he poked it again. Don't hide in there pretending you're not home. I know you're in there. You're bold enough to steal a man, cough, cough, so don't be shy now. No one hiding in there. When the Book of Calamity still didn't respond, Edward began to mutter, could it be, it hasn't awakened yet? So this book is basically useless. Should I just hand it over to the true creator and maybe trade it for something? Before he could finish the thought, his vision abruptly blurred. A resplendent coral palace appeared before his eyes. Lilith and Phoenix vanished without a trace. Above the palace swirled layers of deep blue ocean water. Massive pillars held up an extravagant domed ceiling, grand and majestic, yet shrouded in a cold, oppressive gloom. Edward flipped a coin. Seeing that nothing seemed dangerous, he stepped into the coral palace. Inside, he saw elves going about their lives, some grilled fish over open flames, some seasoned blocks of congealed animal blood with spices, while others lifted food to their mouths with 2 thin sticks. Not one of them seemed to care that a stranger had walked in. At the very back, atop a flight of coral stairs, stood a throne inlaid with sapphires, emeralds, and lustrous pearls. Seated upon it was a tall, elegant elven woman dressed in an ornate and ancient gown. Her appearance matched almost perfectly the murals in the ruins. She was the Queen of Calamity, Kohinum. Right now, her expression was complex as she looked down at Edward. Her voice was cold, you've seen me now. You may leave. Her reaction threw Edward off. The truth was, poking the Book of Calamity hadn't been about actually wanting to meet the Queen, it really had just been to test whether the book was dangerous. But this reaction, why did it feel so strange? Wait a second. That expression, he'd seen it before. On the face of Miss Executor, Raynette Tyneker. Your Highness Kohinum, Edward said slowly, you seem rather reluctant to meet me. The Queen of Calamity responded coldly, I am waiting for someone worthy of inheriting my legacy. Someone who can carry me to the Western continent. You, clearly are not that person. Edward replied, but whether it's the sea serpent's beyonder characteristic or this Book of Calamity, they've all ended up in my hands. Whatever you want to do, you can't bypass me. She narrowed her eyes. What do you want? What can you offer me? Kohinum closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her voice was quieter. Carrying the Book of Calamity allows you to temporarily suppress the negative effects of that scepter. But once the suppression ends, the backlash will double. You even know about the sea god's scepter. One of the beyonder characteristics inside that scepter originally belonged to me. Edward nodded thoughtfully. Then what about the side effects of carrying the Book of Calamity itself? She let out a cold laugh. The longer you carry it, the more it pollutes you. Eventually, you'll lose control. Pollution, huh? I'm not afraid of that. Besides that, the book doesn't contain any beyonder abilities. No. So it's only useful as a material for advancing to sequence 2 on the Sailor pathway. Kohainum. Edward tapped his chest lightly. Your Excellency Kohainum, I believe I have potential. If you're willing to invest in me now, give me some benefits. Once I grow stronger, I'll be sure to repay the elves in full. Maybe even help them survive the apocalypse. Apocalypse. Kohainum looked deeply into Edward's eyes. Are you referring to yourself? What? The next instant, everything around him vanished. Edward was back in the ruined elven palace. Edward. Lilith's voice rang out, why did you suddenly zone out? How long was I out? A few seconds, I think. Edward nodded. It seemed the Queen of Calamity really did have some tricks up her sleeve. But seriously, she's just like all those big shots, always speaking in riddles. The apocalypse. Me. She thinks the apocalypse is related to me. But wasn't the apocalypse in the world of mystery supposed to be caused by outer gods? Is she saying I am the apocalypse? Does that mean I am an outer god? I mean, sure, Cuttlefish did say once that a reader transmigrating into this world would basically count as an outer god. But come on, he's just a novelist. What the hell would he know about the real Lord of the Mysteries? There's nothing valuable left here. Let's go. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 417, Liars' noses grow longer, you know. After returning to the inn, Edward first used a Polaroid camera to take photos of every page of the Book of Calamity. Then he had Phoenix deliver them to Audrey, asking her to check if the book mentioned any high-level beyonder abilities. He then took out a tin box, sealed the book inside with spiritual power, and tucked it into his pouch. Before long, Phoenix returned with a message from Audrey. Edward. This book mainly recounts the life story of the Queen of Calamity. It says she was revered by the elven race not merely because she was the elf king's consort, but also because she possessed destructive, natural cataclysm-level beyonder abilities. Among them are a few specific powers she once used, including lightning strike, bolt of thunder, lightning calamities, and the like. After reading the letter, Edward felt no particular emotion. With both the Sea God's Scepter and the Book of Calamity in his possession, he essentially controlled most of the demigod-level abilities of the Sailor pathway. Though he couldn't use them for long durations, they were still more than enough. More importantly, he would soon be exploring the primitive island with the Hanged Man Alger to retrieve the Tyrant card. So the abilities recorded in the Book of Calamity felt kind of pointless now. Do I still need to learn Elvish? He couldn't help recalling the pain of learning Ancient Faceact the last time. But maybe if he didn't go through that cram-style torture again, it would be more manageable. Like when he'd later picked up Intision and Jotun bit by bit, it hadn't been so bad over time. Forget it. What matters most right now is digesting the potion as soon as possible, then heading to the primitive island with the Hanged Man to hunt the demigod-level feathered serpent and advance to sequence 4. Wait, I'm still missing one auxiliary ingredient. Thinking of this, he quickly wrote a letter and handed it to Phoenix. Could you please deliver this to Bernadette? No problem. Edward stretched and flopped onto the bed. Hey, I wonder if I'll really be able to get my hands on that Tyrant card. According to the original work, that Tyrant card was something the Russian priest deliberately left for Klein. If only he and the Hanged Man ended up going, would they even be able to retrieve it? Aboard the Dawn. Bernadette sat in the captain's quarters, cradling a glass of Crimson Sonia blood wine, sipping it slowly. Just then, Phoenix emerged from the spirit world and dropped the letter in front of her. From Edward. Thank you. Bernadette gave a slight nod, opened the letter, and glanced through it. Book of Calamity. The Elf Queen's backup plan for resurrection. Her father had been right. Once a Beyonder ascended to the angel level, death became something of a luxury, first, because they were hard to kill, and second, even if they were killed, you could never be sure they hadn't left behind some failsafe to come back again someday. If a sequence 2 from the second epoch could still leave behind a method for resurrection, then what about father? He had almost reached sequence 0, how could he have been assassinated so easily? Father, where are you? Bernadette stood up and took a small wooden puppet from a cabinet behind her. It was finger-sized, with a long nose like Pinocchio. She gently clenched it, then handed it to Phoenix. Send this back to Edward. Got it. Phoenix turned and vanished. Bernadette chuckled to herself. A liar's nose grows longer, you know. At that moment, a cheer came from outside the cabin. Captain. We've reached Emerald City. She looked up and, through the window, saw a gorgeous castle made entirely of emerald rising from a sapphire blue sea, dreamlike and magnificent in scale. Bernadette turned her gaze back to the letter in her hand and murmured. Edward, I'll be waiting for your return. Elsewhere. When Edward received the Pinocchio-like puppet from Phoenix, he looked helpless. Is Bernadette hinting again that I'm lying? But, I was about to be honest with you last time. It was you who avoided it and said, there's no misunderstanding, remember? TCH. 100-year-old woman, and still so hard to read. 8 p.m. Edward boarded a rented fishing boat and made his way to a deserted island near Simeem Island. Then, with the sea god's scepter that he had retrieved from Mr. Fool, he used Animagus to transform into a silent, faceless Obscurus. Let's go. The first online lecture in the world of mysteries. Edward channeled his spirituality into the sea god's scepter, and then began broadcasting scenes of himself teaching fundamental sciences, math and physics, directly to the minds of all those who worship the sea god. Due to the limited number of believers he could contact at one time, Edward had to deliver his lessons in batches. Still, he managed to pass on basic scientific knowledge to several thousand sea god followers, proudly naming it. Using the enemy's strengths to defeat the enemy. If they wanted to defeat the invaders and colonizers and their formidable fleets and cannons, they would first need to learn how to build equally formidable fleets and cannons. Afterwards, he established stable communication channels with several senior members of the rebels and Church of the Sea God, to whom he began imparting ideological knowledge, drawn primarily from Enlightenment thinkers, revolutionary political treatises, and early industrial-era resistance movements. He adapted principles from Rousseau's The Social Contract, Paine's Rights of Men, and excerpts of banned-loan philosophical texts advocating self-determination, liberty, and the moral legitimacy of rebellion against tyranny. These were fused with theological reinterpretations that framed scientific inquiry as a divine pursuit, an expression of the sea god's will to empower his faithful against foreign oppression. Of course, he made appropriate adjustments based on the realities of the world of mysteries. This knowledge would then trickle down from the higher-ups to the mid-level members who had been gathered in advance, and finally from them to the base-level believers, completing a viral, cascading spread. However, whether this kind of teaching could truly help him digest his potion, and how efficiently it would work, Edward had no real idea. After all, his method of wandering was rather contrived. While Edward was tirelessly spreading knowledge among the thousands of sea god followers throughout the Rorstad archipelago. On Simeem Island, Winter sat in his dilapidated home, staring blankly at a pouch full of money that had been transfigured into gold pounds. By all accounts, this money should have been enough for him and Renee to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Yet, he felt no joy at all. What had happened during the day still haunted him, lingering in his mind like a shadow he couldn't shake. Just the thought of that old woman, and the apple he had eaten, made fear creep up his spine. The old woman had said she would only take his soul after he died. But she was a witch, one of the witches of legend. Could anything she said be trusted? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, startling Winter. Winter. Winter, are you home? A familiar voice called from outside. It was Renee's mother. Winter quickly rushed to open the door. What's wrong, Mrs. Jenny? At the doorstep stood a woman in her 40s or 50s, dark-skinned, her face full of tears. She said anxiously, Renee collapsed while eating just now. She's unconscious and won't wake up. Her father's out, and you're the only one who can help us, Winter. Don't worry, Mrs. Jenny. I'll take her to the clinic right away. Without another word, Winter bolted for Renee's house. The moment he arrived, he saw her lying unconscious on the floor. Renee. Renee. He rushed forward, shouting her name, but there was no response. Without hesitation, he scooped her up in his arms and sprinted toward the island's clinic. 20 minutes later. After examining Renee, the doctor frowned deeply. Sorry. I can't figure out what's causing her coma or why she won't wake up. Oh heavens. Mrs. Jenny's legs gave out and she nearly collapsed. Winter caught her and helped her sit on the couch. He turned back to the doctor, eyes filled with worry. Then what should we do now? We can't just wait around, can we? The doctor shook his head with a bitter expression. I can't treat what I can't diagnose. Maybe take her to Byam. There are doctors from Lone over there, they're much more skilled than I am. But. Winter hesitated. He was afraid that whatever had struck Renee was too urgent for her to survive the journey to Byam. The earliest ship wouldn't leave until 9 a.m. the next day, and the voyage alone would take 5 hours. Just then, Renee's body began convulsing violently. Her expression twisted in pain. Even the doctor was startled, let alone her mother. After a long moment, Renee finally calmed down. The doctor wiped sweat from his forehead and said solemnly. Her condition is extremely bad, I'm afraid she might not make it through the night. Winter felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, chills spreading throughout his body. Utter terror rose up from the depths of his soul. And yet, he could do nothing but watch. This wasn't a robbery. It wasn't some danger he could rush in and save her from. It was illness. Something he couldn't protect her from, even if he gave his life. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. Give my life. Right, the old woman. The one who was probably a witch. Maybe she could save Renee. Before leaving, she had said that she would appear whenever someone wanted to make a deal, and that she wanted souls. The bag of money from before had been in exchange for his soul after death. So, what if he offered his soul right now? Would that be enough for her to save Renee? With that thought, Winter knelt beside the now peaceful Renee and gently stroked her cheek. Renee, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. Then, under the stunned gazes of the doctor and Mrs. Jenny, he stood up and ran out of the clinic. Winter sprinted all the way to Simeem Island's dock. Compared to the daytime, the place was now pitch dark, nothing in sight. But he didn't care. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted with all his might toward the sea. Witch. Lady Witch. Are you here? Can you hear me? I'm Winter. The one who made a deal with you earlier today. You said if I needed something, I could come find you. His voice was quickly drowned out by the crashing waves and roaring sea wind. No reply came. He shouted even louder, I want to trade my soul for Renee's life. You don't have to wait until I die, you can take my soul now. Just please save Renee. By the end, he dropped to his knees, heavily thudding onto the dock. Please save her. I'm willing to give up anything. But the only answer was the howling night wind and the endless sound of waves. Winter knelt there motionless, stunned. After more than 10 minutes, he slowly rose like a zombie, staggering, his eyes completely lifeless. Are you really willing to give up anything? Suddenly, a rasping, twisted voice echoed out from the shadows. Note, as usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. But don't forget to vote if you liked the chapter. Chapter 418, Lilith's New Friend. Winter's body trembled as he turned toward the sound. In the darkness, the hunched figure of the old woman he had met earlier slowly emerged. His voice quivered with excitement. Yes, I'm willing to give everything, even my soul. Disguised as the old woman, Lilith spoke according to the script and dialogue Edward had helped her prepare in advance. Good, a soul that burns with passion for love, how delightful. But I've always preferred fair trades. Let me first see what's going on with this Renee. If it's not too serious, I might not even need your soul. With that, her figure blinked and flickered, appearing right next to Winter. She then grabbed his arm, and after several more rapid teleports, they appeared at the doorstep of the clinic in the blink of an eye. The magical nature of this ability left Winter awestruck, and his confidence in the old woman's power to save Renee grew even stronger. Lilith strode into the clinic and walked over to Renee, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed. She stretched out a withered hand, as thin as a twig, and reached for Renee's forehead. The doctor hurriedly stepped in to stop her. Madam, please stay back from the patient. Winter quickly tried to explain, Doctor, this lady is. Before he could finish, Lilith flashed a wide, eerie smile at the doctor, and in that instant, the doctor's mouth vanished, leaving him clutching at his face in horror. Gulp, Winter swallowed hard. Lilith now turned to look at Mrs. Jenny, who was staring in shock, eyes wide with terror. Are you going to interrupt me too? Mrs. Jenny's dark face went deathly pale. Trembling, she clamped her hands over her mouth and shrank back into the sofa, too afraid to move. Only then did Lilith reach again toward Renee's forehead. Though she had no idea if the gesture meant anything, she figured, if you're putting on a show, you might as well commit to the part. She bobbed her head slowly, pretending to ponder deeply. I see. What a pity. Winter's breath caught. Pity? What do you mean? Lilith sighed dramatically. Pity that you came to make a deal with me first. Otherwise, once she died, I could have taken her soul instead. Winter froze. So. Lilith gave a slight wave of her hand. A faint magical glow flickered and vanished. The next second, Renee's eyelids fluttered gently, and then suddenly, she opened her eyes. She sat up on the bed, dazed, and looked toward Winter. What happened to me? Renee, you're awake, you. But Renee's expression suddenly changed. She snapped, Winter. Weren't you going out on an adventure? Why are you back again? I. Winter wanted to shout that he would never leave her behind again. But the thought that the witch would soon claim his soul left him unable to say anything at all. All right, I've done my part. Now it's your turn. Lilith turned and walked to the door. I'll be waiting outside. Renee frowned in confusion, watching the strange old woman leave. Who was she? Renee. Mrs. Jenny burst into tears and flung herself onto her daughter. Mom. What's going on? Winter forced a small smile. Whatever happened, it's all over now. Renee, I'm leaving. Winter. Winter. Outside the clinic, the dark streets were deserted. The hunched old woman stood on the roadside, a strange little bird with red and black feathers perched on her shoulder. Lilith was casually feeding the bird a wriggling worm. Phoenix, grumbling inwardly, ever since I became your messenger, I've had to deliver letters, fight battles, hunt for stuff, and now I'm part of your little stage play. What kind of messenger has to do all this? Winter took a deep breath and walked over. Lady Witch, you can take my soul now. He closed his eyes as if ready to embrace death. He. To his surprise, the old woman cackled. Did you forget? I always believe in fair trade. Healing that girl didn't even cost your soul. Winter's eyes snapped open. Ah, really? Then what do I owe you? The old woman held up 4 fingers. I want 700 pounds. Even when faced with such a mysterious and eerie witch, Winter was still stunned. Why hold up 4 fingers for 700 pounds? Then he noticed the bird on her shoulder had also lifted 3 clawed toes. But, I don't have that much. Lilith smiled. Oh, but you do. Wah. Then it hit him. The pouch the old woman had given him earlier in the day. You mean? Exactly. That bag contains exactly 700 pounds. I'll go get it for you now. Just as he was about to run off, he realized his legs weren't moving. Instead, they had started tap dancing on their own. Lilith chuckled. No need to hurry. I'll collect the money myself. But in addition, I want 10 years of your life. What? Before he could react, Winter felt his strength drain away. His body collapsed to the ground, completely powerless, even a finger wouldn't move. And with that, the deal is done. Lilith beamed, voice full of satisfaction. Don't forget, when you die, your soul belongs to me. Lying on the ground, Winter trembled with cold. I remember. But. She immediately shifted the topic with a devilish smile. If you can help me make a successful deal with someone through your words, just once, I won't take your soul. If you do it 3 times, I'll return the 10 years of your life. And if you manage 5 times, I'll grant you 1 wish. Lilith's voice, like that of a true devil, tugged at Winter's heartstrings. Before he could respond, she vanished into moonlight. More than 10 minutes passed before Winter finally felt strength returning to his limbs. He struggled to his feet and slowly walked back toward the clinic. With every step, his resolve grew firmer. When he finally arrived at the clinic and saw Mrs. Jenny helping Renee out the door, he suddenly stepped forward and said earnestly, Renee, I'm sorry. I'm not leaving again. Renee stared at him blankly. Then, without a word, she turned back into the clinic, grabbed a mop, and stormed back out. You say you'll go, then you go. You say you'll stay, then you stay. Who do you think you are? What do you take me for? Winter, you selfish, self-centered jerk. Back at the inn, Lilith flopped onto the bed like she had no bones left. I'm so tired. Phoenix rolled its eyes sideways. Tired? From what? You only used a few supernatural abilities. Lilith replied righteously, reciting all that dialogue was exhausting. You've got some nerve saying that. Do you know how many lines you forgot in the second half? If I hadn't been whispering reminders on your shoulder, you'd have blown your cover. Ugh. Phoenix tilted its head, puzzled. But tell me, why did it feel like you were playing a devil tonight, not a witch? Edward worried about that too at first, Lilith replied, but then he said that witches and devils do share similarities. As long as I maintain the image of a witch, people will believe I'm a witch, not a devil. Have you digested more of your potion? Lilith closed her eyes to feel it, then opened them with delight. Yep. A good chunk of it. I've made real progress. Phoenix stretched its wings. All right then, I'm heading back to the spirit world. Wait a second. I want to go out and try acting on my own this time, Lilith said. Edward's not back yet anyway. Phoenix immediately looked suspicious. You? On your own? How exactly do you plan to act? Just like today. Lilith puffed up with confidence. Phoenix landed again, its black eyes flicking sharply. I can help you, but can you help me with something too? Lilith eyed it warily. What kind of help? I'm warning you, Miss Lilith will not be tricked. And I refuse to help with anything that might hurt Edward. No, nothing like that. Phoenix fluttered onto her shoulder and whispered a few things into her ear, then asked, well, can you do it? Lilith made a show of thinking it over. But in her heart, I'll pretend to agree now and deny it later. Miss Lilith's going to be a little villain. All right. Phoenix extended a wing. It's a deal. Lilith grabbed a feather. It's a deal. Just then, Lilith's body twisted and shrank, changing back into a little girl's form. She scratched her head. Ah, I've changed back. You still planning to go act like that? Of course. She raised her chin proudly. Who says a witch has to be an old hag? Miss Lilith is the real deal, an authentic witch. On the deserted island. Nearly 3 hours of near-continuous teaching had left Edward feeling parched. This is ridiculous, I'm currently in the form of an obscurus. Can an obscurus even get a dry mouth? As the high-ranking believers knelt devoutly before him with enlightened expressions, Edward cut the connection and ended the night's lecture. Basic science and ideological theory couldn't be fully taught in just a few days. He would have to go slowly. Edward returned to his human form, sacrificed the sea god's scepter back to Mr. Fool, and then carefully evaluated his potion digestion progress. Not a huge leap, he thought, but definite progress. As his followers gradually internalized and spread the knowledge, his potion digestion would eventually accelerate significantly. I wonder how the other two are doing. He opened the traveler's door and returned to the inn. The lights in the room were on, but Lilith and Phoenix were nowhere to be seen. Edward followed Lilith's aura to locate her. Ah. She's gone to buy him. His face darkened slightly. No way Lilith pulled that off on her own. Phoenix, what the hell are you up to? He threw on his invisibility cloak and teleported again. On a dimly lit street at night, 3 or 4 raggedly dressed children, barely 7 or 8 years old, were sprinting at full speed. 2 police officers were chasing after them. Stop. You little brats, stop. Damned half-breeds, bastards. Stop. The kids paid no mind to the insults. They darted into low, dark alleyways, using their small bodies and familiarity with the area to quickly lose their pursuers. Once they were sure they'd shaken them, they changed direction and crawled into the sewers. After several twists and turns, they climbed out another manhole and walked a few hundred meters further, finally arriving at an overgrown, broken-down house. This is it. Leading the group was a slightly older girl. She wore what must have once been a beautiful dress, now dirted and torn from years of wear, sewer crawling, and climbing. This is our home now. She pulled a bewildered Lilith inside. Lilith scratched her head, still not sure what had happened. I just saw these poor kids and thought I'd try playing the role of a witch and make a deal with them. So how did I end up being dragged here by force? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 419, from Hogwarts. Soon, all 5 children entered the rundown house. They skillfully pulled out various plates and bowls from corners, then laid a faded, nearly white tablecloth over a dining table with a missing leg, propped up by a stick. Sit down. Don't be shy. This is your home now too. Lilith scratched her head and obediently sat down, her eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. This place used to be quite a luxurious house, it only fell into disrepair later. Humph, those breads and sausages were clearly about to be thrown out. But when we took them, they called the cops and said we were stealing. Too much. Why were you just standing there like an idiot earlier? If the police had caught you, they'd have sent you to the pirates. The girl in the lead grumbled angrily as she placed a slice of bread and half a sausage onto a plate in front of Lilith. Here. Eat. She swallowed her saliva and added, right, I forgot to introduce us. I'm Isabella, she's Elisa, the one across from you is Tim, and the one stuffing his face with bread is Bilt. What about you? The girl called Elisa was tiny, dark-skinned, and short. The boy named Tim was staring blankly with a silly grin. The last one, Bilt, was relatively tall. Lilith thought for a moment. I'm Lilith. Isabella reached out her hand. Nice to meet you, Lilith. Ah. But. No buts. As long as I'm around, I'll make sure you never go hungry again. Isabella sat down and declared loudly, by the way, this house used to be my dad's. He's a lone man. He went back to Backlund on business. When he comes back for me, I'll take you all with me to Lone to live the good life. See this dress? He gave it to me before he left. Pretty, right? Bilt muttered between bites of bread, he's been gone almost 2 years. Shut up. Isabella shot him a glare before turning back to Lilith. Lilith, you're a half-blood too, right? Like us, one of your parents must be Loanese. Lilith thought for a second and said, ah. My dad, he's from Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Where's that? Is that another city in Lone? Lilith shook her head. Did your dad go back to Lone for business too? Another shake. That's okay. When my dad comes to take me back to Lone, I'll have him send someone to Hogwarts to find him for you. He's got a lot of power in Lone. Eat up, finish eating and I'll take you to pick a room to sleep in, or you can sleep with us. Lilith hesitated, glancing at the empty plate in front of Isabella. Aren't you eating? I'm not hungry. I snuck some food outside earlier, so don't worry about me. Lilith tilted her head, looking at her. You're pretending not to be hungry so I can eat, aren't you? Isabella froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. What are you saying? I'm really not hungry. But you swallowed just now. That was because I was thirsty. And your stomach growled too. When? I didn't hear anything. I have good hearing, Lilith replied. You talk too much. Just eat already. With that, Isabella turned and walked out of the house. Lilith looked at Bilt, who was licking his plate, and offered hers. Are you still hungry? You can have mine. Huh. Bilt quickly shook his head. No. You eat it. I only need this much food a day. He even flexed his thin arms proudly. See? I'm super strong. What about you guys? The boy Tim also shook his head, and Elisa pointed at the bread still on her plate. I haven't finished mine. I'm good. All right then. Lilith jumped down from her chair and followed Isabella outside. Isabella was sitting on the doorstep, chin resting on her hands, staring blankly at the moonlit sky. Why'd you come out? Lilith didn't answer. Instead, she efficiently gathered a few sticks of firewood from nearby, stacked them together, and lit them with a snap. Then she pulled out 5 dried rats, skewered them with sticks, and began roasting them over the fire. Eh? What's that? Isabella came closer. Where did you get that from? Lilith, focused on the dried rats, turned them slowly with her small hands. I had them hidden on me. These are dried rats. Rats. Isabella recoiled in surprise, looking at Lilith with pity. Wait, have you been living on rats? Yep. That's so sad. Lilith glanced at her with confusion. Why? Rat meat is delicious. No way. But the moment she said it, a faint savory smell wafted over. Looking again, the dried rats were sizzling with oil, looking quite appetizing. Then Lilith pulled out a pouch of seasoning powder and sprinkled it evenly over the roasting meat. The aroma grew even stronger. Before long, the 3 kids inside the house had followed their noses outside. Whoa. That smells amazing. What is it? Rat meat. Little Elisa's eyes widened. Wait, you can eat rats? Lilith nodded. Of course. Rat meat is the tastiest meat in the world. Her voice trailed off slightly. After becoming human, she wasn't so sure anymore if that was still true. The 3 kids immediately sat down around the fire, staring at the roasting rats and gulping uncontrollably. Rat meat isn't for eating. Isabella shouted. I'll definitely find you guys something better to eat tomorrow. Lilith, unfazed, finished roasting the rats and handed them out to the 3 children. Eat. Thank you, Lilith. After saying thanks, the children didn't even care that the meat was hot. They immediately began gobbling it up. Wow. It smells amazing. And it tastes so good. Lilith handed a skewer to Isabella as well, but she quickly backed away. No. I'm not eating rat meat. I'm a noble of Lone, how could I possibly eat? I'd rather starve too. Before she could finish, Lilith tore off a small piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Isabella's eyes went wide, so fragrant, so tender, so delicious. Here. Lilith placed the rest of the roasted rat meat in her hand, then picked up the last one for herself and took a bite. Crunch. 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 Soon, only the sound of chewing remained around them. Watching them eat the roasted rat meat she had prepared, Lilith felt a growing sense of satisfaction. She had picked the largest rat in her stash, so after finishing their food, the children were all a little too full. One by one, they either sat or lay on the ground, contentedly rubbing their bellies and letting out burps. That was so good. I never imagined rat meat could taste this amazing. So can we stop stealing bread now and just catch rats? You think you can catch a rat? Right. Lilith said at that moment, no worries. Miss Lilith can catch them. Really? That's amazing. So does that mean we can eat rat meat every day now? The kids lit up with joy. Isabella looked at Lilith and asked, can you teach us how to catch rats too? I can, but you all. Lilith looked them over, no claws, no sharp teeth, they were slow too. But she didn't say any of that aloud. She just nodded. I can. Great. Isabella beamed. Lilith, from now on, you're part of our family. Lilith hesitated. But I came here to play the part of a witch, didn't I? I still need to go back and find Edward. Come on, it's time for bed. Isabella grabbed Lilith's small hand and pulled her back into the house. Our bed's super soft. It's really comfy to sleep on. Come. Lilith let her pull her into a faded, worn-out bedroom and sat down on the bed. Isabella carefully pulled out a photo from beneath the bed. "Look, this is my dad, this is my mom, and this little one is me." She held the photo to her chest and said longingly, "When my dad comes back, I'll get to live just like the nobles do. Then I'll take you all back with me." "Oh." Lilith looked at the photo. It was a family portrait of 3 people, the parents smiling brightly, a picture of pure happiness. Outside the room, Edward stood invisible in the doorway, silently watching for a while before teleporting into the house. Phoenix appeared shortly after, hovering in front of him. "I don't know how things ended up like this either." Phoenix was a little puzzled too. The truth was simple, Lilith had gone out to act as a witch and help a few runaway children, but ended up being mistaken for one of them and dragged back here. After watching Lilith through the window for a moment, Edward said thoughtfully, "All right, Phoenix. Stay here tonight and keep an eye on Lilith. You're not taking her back. That's up to her. If she wants to stay, she can stay. If she wants to come back, then she comes back." Edward smiled. "It's rare to meet a few kids around her age. Probably more fun than being stuck with me every day." "Fine. Do me a favor and go let Lilith know." Suddenly, Edward had the strange feeling of an old father marrying off his precious daughter. A few minutes later, after hearing what Phoenix had to say, Lilith didn't feel like going back just yet. Truth be told, this was the first time she'd had an experience like this, and she was curious. Especially lying there with the other kids, chatting away, half understanding each other's stories, it was actually kind of fun. Still, not having Edward around felt a little weird. Pelican Street, White Rose District, Pritz Harbor. The next day. The Warrior and the Sea Tavern. Zio had changed back into her night training outfit. Her signature shoulder-length messy blonde hair was a bit frazzled, and she sat at a table, polishing her tri-blade dagger. Furs was scribbling furiously beside her. Ever since the last tarot meeting, inspiration had struck, and she'd begun outlining a novel starring a common girl who stumbled into the mystical world and accidentally ended up among a bunch of powerful big shots. Only, she still hadn't decided who the male lead should be. Should it be the cunning and freedom-seeking Mr. Hangman? Or the cold, brooding, silent Mr. World? Or maybe, forget it. Someone like Mr. Tower, so bizarre and unpredictable, there's no way a common girl could handle him. "Furs, when's the help you asked for supposed to arrive?" Just as she was wrestling with this dilemma, Zio's voice snapped her back to reality. Furs turned and replied, "Be patient, Zio. I asked them for help, so we should wait politely, right? Didn't you pay them?" "Well, sure, I did pay, £300. But the ones coming were a gatekeeper who housed 3 angel-level evil spirits. And the other was Miss Hall, a top heiress among the lone elite. You'd think I paid them 300,000, not 300. Note, 160 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 420, Furs, oh no. Just then, 2 figures, one tall, one short, walked over. Zio happened to have her back to them. Hearing the approaching footsteps, she instinctively tightened her grip on her trilateral stiletto. "Good morning, Miss Zio, Miss Furs." "Huh." Zio blinked and turned her head up to look. "Miss Audrey. What are you doing here?" Priscilla grumbled unhappily, "Hey. Did you not see me or what?" Zio looked down, stunned, to see a little girl puffing up her cheeks and glaring at her. For a moment, she was completely lost. Where did this kid come from? Before she could make sense of anything, Furs hurriedly closed her manuscript pages and said, "Miss Miss Audrey. And." She glanced at Priscilla. "I'm Priscilla." Oh, Miss Priscilla. You're here." Zio finally caught on. "Furs, don't tell me, the backup you brought is, them." She could sort of understand Audrey being here. After all, ever since the kidnapping incident, she knew the girl was also a Beyonder. But this little kid. What's going on with her? "This isn't a picnic trip, we're about to fight Beyonders." Furs firmly pushed Zio back into her seat and whispered, "Don't make a fuss. Audrey is a powerful sequence 7. Audrey hurriedly added with a flustered smile, "Miss Furs, you really don't need to use the word powerful. Sequence 7 really isn't that impressive. To us sequence 8s, it is." Zio wasn't too shocked by Audrey being sequence 7. With the kind of wealth Miss Audrey possessed, even if she'd claimed to be a sequence 4 demigod, Zio wouldn't have batted an eye. She lowered her voice. "So, what's the tactical plan?" Furs looked at Audrey. Audrey gave a little ah, and then turned to Priscilla. Priscilla scratched her head and glanced to the side, at Medici. The former king of angels currently wore a deep scowl, and muttered just loud enough for Priscilla to hear, "You rotten brat, this is what you call a relaxing outing. Why do I feel like I've been dragged out to play babysitter?" Priscilla beamed. A stay-at-home dad is the best, right, Medici? Medici, then you should have brought those two old hags. They're the professionals. Zio stared in confusion at Priscilla talking to thin air. Audrey finally said after some thought, how about this, the three of us will take the lead in combat. Priscilla will oversee the whole field. If anyone runs into danger or if the enemy turns out to be too powerful, then Priscilla will step in. Sound good? Of course, Audrey had her own reasons. She'd come here specifically to gain combat experience. If Priscilla just did everything herself, wouldn't Audrey end up as nothing more than a spectator? Oversee the whole field. Priscilla's eyes lit up. I love that kind of role. She placed her hands on her hips and declared, no problem. You all go ahead and fight, leave the rest to me. Audrey turned to Furs. Miss Furs, what do you think? I'm good with it. With Miss Priscilla watching over us, I feel at ease. All right then, let's. Zio shot to her feet, looking utterly incredulous. Hold on a second. You two are serious. Audrey barely held back a laugh. Of course. Isn't this just like what Emperor Roselle always called, the pig who pretends to be weak? It's so amusing. If Zio turns out to be the type who charges in without thinking, this is going to be even more fun. But she. Furs quickly leaned in and whispered in her ear, Priscilla is a sequence 5 beyonder. Zio froze for a moment. Then, clearing her throat, she muttered, I'm fine with this too. Priscilla struck a commanding pose and waved her hand. Let's move out. Inside Birch Tree Inn. Dorian Gray had been feeling a strange, subtle sense of foreboding since early morning. It wasn't quite danger, but it was unsettling nonetheless. He'd been staying here for almost a week. During that time, no one had approached the house across the street again. This left him both disappointed and relieved. If the person who left that message was targeting the Abraham family, then staying here any longer would have been far too risky. So, after careful consideration, Dorian had decided to leave Pritz Harbor at noon today. As for Lawrence's information, he'd find another opportunity to head to Backlund and dig deeper. He packed his clothes and personal belongings, double-checked his disguise, pulled on a hat and scarf, and glanced one last time through the window at the house he had lived in for years. Then he turned and left. As soon as he stepped out of the inn, he saw two girls walking toward him. He recognized them. They were the traveling friends staying in the room next door. They'd passed each other often these last few days, and that short one was particularly unforgettable. The taller girl paused and greeted him politely, Good morning, Mr. Terry. Dorian gave a slight nod and briskly walked past them, heading toward the train station. His ticket was for the 10:30 a.m. train to the Fainapotter Kingdom. As he got farther from the inn, that uneasy feeling slowly faded. Dorian finally relaxed a little, reassured that leaving today had indeed been the right choice. Just then, another pair walked toward him, a girl in a pale dress with a translucent hat tied with pink and blue ribbons, holding the hand of a 6- or 7-year-old girl. The two were chatting and laughing, a picture of warmth and affection. The sight unexpectedly stirred something in Dorian. He'd once enjoyed carefree days like this too, with his siblings. But after they took their potions and became Beyonders, not only did they have to endure the terrifying monthly whispers, but they also had to guard against other Beyonders coveting the Abraham family's legacy. To find a way to stop the whispers, and to ensure the family's survival, they'd scattered across the continent, each going their separate way. Years, even decades, might pass without meeting. More often, they'd lose touch completely. Just like him. Now, he was all alone. Sigh, I thought I'd grown used to it over the years. But maybe, the older you get, the more nostalgic you become. He let out a long breath, pulling his silk hat lower to shade his eyes, and quickened his pace, wanting to put as much distance as possible between himself and that happy pair. The little girl looked up at him. Her dark eyes shimmered with a hint of curiosity, a kind of curiosity that made Dorian feel strange. It was almost like she recognized him. But that's impossible, right? In the next second, the astrologer's spiritual intuition surged violently, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly enveloped Dorian. Years of vigilance kicked in as he turned on his heel to flee without hesitation. But before he could take a step, a wave of panic overtook him, his body started moving erratically on its own, out of his control. This was the psychiatrist's awe. Dorian knew what was happening, but he couldn't resist the chaos it brought. The girl in the light-colored dress raised a wand that shimmered with a pristine, crystal-like glow. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Luckily, the confusion vanished just in time for Dorian to drop and roll, narrowly dodging the first spell, but he got hit squarely by the second one. His body rapidly stiffened. But just as quickly as the stiffness came, it faded. Dorian flung his hands out, casting freezing and electric shock to ward off the girl's advance, then sprang to his feet, only to be met with a sudden jumping strike from the short girl he saw every day. Poor Dorian, with his old bones, took a clean blow to the back of the neck from Zio. If he'd passed out right there, that would have been the end of it, but no, he remained conscious, and the pain shot like lightning down his spine. Gritting through it, Dorian reached into his coat for a charm, but before he could channel spirituality into it, a ball of fire came hurling straight at his face. As he tried to dodge, his foot slipped, and he fell flat, the back of his head cracking hard against the ground. He blacked out. The last thing he saw was the brown-haired girl charging at him with a fierce look in her eyes. All of this sounds like a lot, but it happened in less than 30 seconds. As passers-by began noticing the commotion, Zio immediately flashed a badge, declaring in a commanding voice. MI9 in action. Civilians, clear the area immediately. The onlookers wasted no time, they fled the scene in a hurry. Let's go. Audrey cast a levitation charm on Dorian, and the group quickly darted into an empty alley, then disappeared with a disapparition, reappearing on an empty beach near Pritz Harbor. As soon as they landed, Medici exploded. Just for some low-sequence old men, we went through all that trouble. I could have spent this time finding the last conqueror characteristic. Priscilla scoffed. And if you did, so what? Then she won't be able to jump to Red Priest before me. Medici growled, face dark. He had been running around for ages chasing that last characteristic, only for it to fall into someone else's hands. Anyone else getting it wouldn't have been an immediate threat, but that woman was different. She really might advance to Red Priest at any moment. Medici was fuming. Why was he always getting played by women? First the two old hags, then this brat, and now that insane woman. Damn it all. $*n%. While Medici muttered curses under his breath, Furs and Audrey watched as Zio expertly tied Dorian up, wrapping him in rope like a seasoned pro. Done. Zio clapped her hands. Even I couldn't get out of that quickly. Audrey raised her dragonbone wand and cast a renervate spell. A few moments later, Dorian groaned awake, pain racking his neck and head. As his vision cleared, he saw the three girls standing over him, one looking stern, one trying to look fierce, and the third frowning with faint sympathy. Dorian slowly remembered the ambush just moments ago. The attack had come so fast, he barely had time to react. But now, seeing that his assailants were 3 or 4 girls, he was completely dumbfounded. Something didn't feel right. Faces can lie, but the eyes often reveal the truth. Dorian found it hard to believe these girls were malicious criminals, unless they were all faceless in disguise. After a few seconds of silence, Dorian couldn't help but ask, why did you attack? Shut up. We're asking the questions here. Zio barked, her voice fierce. She turned to Furs. Furs, go. Huh. Furs was caught off guard, but quickly forced a stern expression. Who are you? Terry Pitt. I told you that already. I meant your real identity. Dorian's heart sank. So they were after the Abraham family after all. Furs pressed harder. Don't think staying silent will help. We've been watching you for a long time. Why have you been sneaking glances at that house across from the inn every day? Huh? Dorian blinked, stunned. What's your relationship with the men living there, Dorian Gray? Were you planning something? Do you even know where he is? Dorian was even more confused now. At that moment, Zio handed Furs her polished, razor-sharp trilateral stiletto. Furs, show him some pain. Guys like him never talk unless you rough them up. Seeing Furs accept the weapon with a hesitant gleam in her eye, Dorian hurriedly said. I'm a friend of Dorian Gray. I'm looking for him too. Friend. The three girls exchanged glances, clearly uncertain. Audrey couldn't help but think, if only I knew legilimency, or had advanced to hypnotist, this interrogation would be so much easier. That's when Priscilla suddenly chimed in. Medici says this old man's from the Abraham family, he can smell it. And based on his reactions, he's at least 80% likely to be Dorian Gray himself. Huh. Furs froze. The dagger slipped from her hand. Oh no. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 421, The Ancestor. When Edward woke up, it was already close to 10 o'clock. By habit, he called out to Lilith to get up and wash, only to find her side of the bed empty. That was when he remembered what had happened last night. He hadn't expected this at all. He had been fine when she decided to stay over, but by the time he woke up, he had somehow become a lonely old man. After a quick wash and a hasty breakfast outside, Edward headed to the docks, where he paid for a small wooden boat. Under the combined effect of his exploit and distortion abilities, the vessel sped toward a nearby island called Esham. This small island was home to many Rorsted natives, mostly those driven out of Byam by the Lone authorities. These scattered islanders were the backbone of both the Church of the Sea God and the resistance forces. Today, Edward was visiting in the capacity of the Sea God's messenger, to personally give a lecture to the natives of Esham Island. Half an hour later, his small fishing boat pulled up in a reef-laden area along the island's coast. With a single flicker, he appeared on shore, and, using dowsing with his divining rod, made his way to a nearby town. Compared to Simeem Island, the settlement here looked even more primitive. The streets were lined exclusively with dark-skinned Rörsted natives. Edward wore a lightweight dark trench coat and a gentleman's hat, holding in hand the sea god's scepter, formerly just a wooden stick, transformed by his power. He stood out sharply from the townsfolk, enough that the moment he entered the settlement, anyone observant immediately noticed him. He had barely stopped in front of a fruit stall, intending to buy a coconut to quench his thirst, when a man with a scarred face strode toward him. "You are the messenger, sir?" Edward nodded. "I am. Please, follow me." Scarface walked ahead with reverent deference, leading Edward out of the town and into the undeveloped forest. Driven into hiding by Lone and the Church of the Storm, both the Sea God's followers and the Resistance made their bases deep in the forest, or even underground, much like the one Edward had seen on Tiana Island. Before long, they reached a lakeside. Scarface gave a slightly apologetic smile. "Messenger, for security reasons, we must verify your identity. Please don't take offense." Edward shrugged. "No problem." Scarface hurried to a nearby tree, pushed aside the bushes at its base, and retrieved a wooden box. Bringing it before Edward, he said, "I need you to touch what's inside." Edward lifted the lid. Inside lay a short sword fashioned from a slender bone, slightly longer than a forearm. Its surface was milky white, patterned with several deep, dark red markings. His brows lifted slightly in recognition. He vaguely recalled that in the original history, Klein had encountered a similar bone sword in the hands of the Resistance, and had been cursed by the sea serpent connected to it. But that serpent was long dead now. This thing was little more than a prop. He casually picked up the bone sword and gave it a few experimental swings. The sharp blade whistled through the air, and when he tested it on a nearby shrub, it sliced through with ease, cutting wood as though it were mud. Yes, even without the serpent's power, it was still a fine weapon. Seeing Edward wield the sword so naturally, Scarface's eyes lit with fervor. As a trusted mid-level member of the Resistance, he had naturally heard the prophecy, when an outsider lifts the holy sword, the god shall walk the earth once more. And now, it was happening before his very eyes. How could a devout believer not feel near delirious excitement? He had to fight the urge to kneel and kiss the messenger's shoes. Instead, he said breathlessly, "Messenger, I will take you to our base right away. This sword, may I keep it?" "Of course. This holy sword was granted to us by the great sea god himself. It is not only hard and sharp, but can drain the blood of anyone it pierces. It is a beyonder item." Edward tucked the bone sword away. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lead the way. After delivering the sea gods will hear, I have other islands to visit." "Why yes." They moved forward, Scarface hacking through the undergrowth with his blade, cutting an entirely new path through the forest. An hour later, they reached a cave choked with thorny brambles. "This is it, messenger." Ignoring the sharp spikes, Scarface pushed through with his bare hands, creating an opening just big enough for a bent-over man to pass. He slipped inside, and moments later emerged again with a torch in hand. "Please, come in, messenger." Edward stepped forward. An invisible hand parted the brambles wide enough for him to walk upright. With a snap of his fingers, the stones scattered on the ground reshaped into floating lanterns, lighting the cave in warm glow. The cavern, however, was empty. Edward turned his head slightly toward Scarface. The man hurried over, crouched, and groped around the ground until he found a hidden catch. With his knife, he dug for a moment, then pried up a wooden plank to reveal a pitch-black hole. As expected, another underground hideout. These Rörsted natives really are born civil engineers. Seeing Edward's expression, Scarface grew a little embarrassed. "Messenger, in recent years the pressure from Lone and the Church of the Storm has only gotten worse. We have no choice but to hide in places like this." "That's fine." Edward assumed the solemn air of a mystic. "With the sea god watching over you, such days will soon end." "Yes. The sea god will help us drive out those vile colonizers." "No." Edward shook his head. "The sea god will not directly intervene on your behalf. If he were to act personally, the Seven would take notice. That would lead to a war of gods, and when that happens, it will be you, the believers, who suffer most." Scarface froze. Then what should we do?" "That is why I have come. I will bring you new knowledge and new ideas. You must use them to arm yourselves, to gain the power to resist the colonizers. Remember this, gods are not omnipotent. They can only show you the right path. The rest is up to you." Scarface still looked dazed. But we can't possibly fight the Lone army." Edward smiled, and without further explanation, jumped down into the dark hole, repeating what he had said before. "That's why I'm here. Bansi Island. After Alfred sent a telegram to Byam exposing the conspiracy between the Church of the Sea God and the Numinous Episcopate, it was not until the next day that he received a reply, only a few terse words. The matter was resolved 2 days ago without any disaster. Rest assured, Major. Resolved. Alfred walked out of the telegraph office in a daze. His instincts told him this had something to do with Gehrman Sparrow, he just didn't know what role he had played or how much of an impact he had had. If it really was him, that means that, despite his eccentric and revolting personality, overall, he's not exactly some heinous villain. Alfred sank into thought. That so-called attack on the governor's mansion, it was either some sort of misunderstanding, or he was acting out a role. TSK, to come up with such a method for roleplay, he really is a lunatic. But just for that, to slap such a high bounty on him and force him into Lone's enemy camp, isn't that a bit excessive? Then again, I still can't swallow this insult. Gritting his teeth, Alfred strode toward the docks. Since the matter was over, he would return to Backland according to his original plan. He wondered what the situation was like there now. Hopefully Hibbert had been dealt such a blow from that incident that he would never recover. Right, I heard that Audrey has fallen in love. I'll have to keep a close eye on her when I get back, wouldn't want her to get tricked by some scoundrel. Just as he stepped onto the gangway, he suddenly heard a voice coming from a small passenger boat nearby. Thank you, Mr. Sparrow. Truly, thank you for everything this time. Sparrow. That surname instantly lit up the keywords in Alfred's mind. He immediately turned his head, only to see an unfamiliar face. Phew, Sparrow isn't exactly a rare surname. I'm just being too jumpy. Taking a deep breath, Alfred muttered under his breath. Gehrman, one day, I'll make you pay. Aboard the Nameless. Aldrich was effusively thanking Klein. Half an hour earlier, in the waters behind Bansi Harbor, the pirate general had indeed returned Olivia and the others. When Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy, appeared on deck, Aldrich had clearly felt the men beside him, Gehrman, itching to make a move, as if ready to strike at any moment. Fortunately, Gehrman restrained himself in the end. Throughout the process, Tracy hadn't said a single word. She delivered the people, turned on her heel, and left immediately, allowing Aldrich to breathe a sigh of relief. If those two had fought, he had no idea who would win or lose, but the people nearby would certainly have been caught up in it, and there would have been nowhere to hide. The girls who were returned were merely frightened, without any actual harm done, except for Sophia and a girl named Ella. One was dead, the other missing, apparently disappearing shortly after setting foot on Bansi Island. Olivia was heartbroken over the loss of her close friend. This trip to Bansi had been made precisely because Sophia's hometown was here. Now that she was gone, both Olivia and the other girls seemed lost, unsure where to go next. Mr. Sparrow, do you have any suggestions? Me. Klein recalled Edward's earlier words. My advice is to turn around and head for the Fainapotter Kingdom. Up to now, 2 are dead and 1 missing. Surely they're not still naive enough to think they can change their lives just by sticking it out. He gave a cold laugh. If they remain that foolish, no one can help them. They'll be dead sooner or later. Aldrich nodded. You're right. All right, I've found your people. Now, my payment. All my money's deposited in a loan bank. If you give me an account, I'll transfer it to you once I'm back. Fine. Klein wrote down an anonymous Backlund bank account for him. Make it quick. After a brief pause, he added, hurry and decide where you're going. If you keep heading for Byam, I'll come with you. If you turn toward Fainapotter, I'll take another ship. At that, a thought struck him, perhaps he wouldn't need another ship. He could simply use the sea god's scepter to summon a large sea creature, just as before, and have it take him to Byam. All right, give me a moment. Aldrich walked over to Olivia, whispered something, then took her by the wrist and led her into the cabin. A little while later, Olivia came back out and called the other girls inside. Soon after, Klein heard muffled sobs and hushed discussion from within. Mr. Sparrow, they've decided, we'll go to Fainapotter Kingdom. Olivia gave a deep bow. Thank you, Mr. Sparrow. Klein replied flatly, I'm just doing my job. Mutual benefit, nothing more. Waving his hand, he stepped down the gangway. Safe travels. The two watched Klein's figure recede into the distance. Olivia spoke softly, Aldrich, I'm a little tired. I'd like to rest. All right. Aldrich gestured to the helmsman. The Nameless gave a slight shudder and began slowly pulling away from the dock. Olivia returned to her room, sat quietly for a moment, then suddenly brought her hands together and knelt on the floor. With her eyes closed, her face was filled with pious devotion. Great Ancestor, the mission you entrusted to me has been fulfilled. Moments later, a faint voice sounded in her ear. Very good. Go to Fainapotter. You may choose any of the major families there to join, and you will be granted immediate promotion to Sequence 6. Thank you, Ancestor. Note, 290 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote.